Stefan completely brushed those reports off, Rachel. When reporters pushed him directly about those unconfirmed claims regarding Offset allegedly questioning paternity or seeking tests, Diggs repeatedly made it clear that he simply is not spending much time online these days. He kept emphasizing that he is almost entirely focused on his physical training and staying ready as a free agent. He chose not to engage with the Offset situation at all, pivoting straight back to his work on the field and keeping his public statements strictly positive.
Of course he pivoted! That is the absolute classic professional athlete playbook, D. The moment an interviewer asks a question about personal domestic drama or internet rumors, you suddenly become a guy who only eats, sleeps, trains, and does not even know where his phone is. But let us be real for a second. When Diggs was asked about Cardi looking noticeably fired up while he stood there looking completely calm, his exact response was, "It is okay, women get like that sometimes." I mean, come on. That is a bold thing to say when discussing one of the most outspoken women in the music industry.
Bianca, you know he was just trying to diffuse the tension and make the whole scene sound completely minor. But D, walk us through how Diggs actually described their relationship status when the reporters asked him point blank if they are officially back together right now.
He played it very carefully, Rachel. He did not give a straight yes or no answer at all. Instead, Diggs called Cardi a beautiful, talented mother and said, "I love her to death. You have to ask her." And when they pressed him about that viral video outside the Maryland coffee shop, he actually looked at the reporter and said, "What argument? I don't even think that was an argument." He insisted that things between them are great right now and downplayed any talk of trouble in paradise.
"You have to ask her" is absolute gold. That is universal code for "we have not officially defined this yet, and if I answer incorrectly on camera, I am going to be in severe trouble later tonight." You have to credit him for keeping his cool, but we cannot ignore the larger pattern here. These two have been riding an emotional roller coaster for over a year.
That history is so essential to understanding why everyone is analyzing every single step they take. D, trace that timeline back for us, because this relationship has had some very public highs and lows long before that coffee shop exchange.
Right, so it all publicly started back in May of 2025, when they made their very first appearance together at a playoff basketball game in New York. Things progressed quickly after that initial public outing. By November of 2025, they welcomed a baby boy together, though they chose to keep his name private. But then, right around February of this year, during his former team's big championship postseason run, reports broke that they had split up.
And Cardi did not exactly handle that February breakup in quiet isolation, D. She went onto a live audio stream on social media and laid it all out for her fans. She said she had been living her life, traveling, drinking, hanging out with her friends, and having an absolute ball. And then she dropped that line that everyone was quoting for weeks. Could I pick better men? Probably. Maybe. You do not say something like that publicly unless you are thoroughly annoyed with how things ended.
And to be fair to the context surrounding her frustration at that time, Bianca, online commentators were heavily discussing Diggs' personal life outside of their relationship. Reports had circulated that Diggs welcomed 4 children in 2025 with 4 different women. So when she announced that brief split in February, most observers assumed that was the permanent end of their story.
But then came Mother's Day in May of this year, which completely flipped the script once again. D, what actually went down in Washington, D.C.?
They showed up together at an official football wellness event titled A Moment for Mom. Footage from the event showed them acting extremely cozy and playful together in front of the cameras. At one point, Diggs even leaned down and kissed the top of her head. He later shared a video recap of the day on his social media, writing a sweet message thanking all the mothers who attended, and Cardi actually went ahead and liked the post. That single interaction set off reconciliation rumors everywhere.
Exactly! So look at the sequence here. February, major breakup, public shade on live streams. May, sweet head kisses and affectionate photos in Washington. Late May, a visibly heated exchange outside a Maryland coffee shop where a friend literally has to put a soothing hand on Cardi's arm while she is wearing her casual black leggings and matching t-shirt. And then June, Diggs looking at a camera and saying, "What argument?" It is absolute whiplash.
It really is a fascinating dynamic. If you are watching us live right now, have you ever been in a relationship where one person thinks a heated moment was a huge deal while the other person insists it was nothing at all? Drop your thoughts in our chat, because that disconnect is something so many people recognize. But Bianca, looking at this from a career perspective, why do you think Diggs is working so hard to minimize every bit of drama right now?
Because he is 32 years old, Rachel. He is currently a free agent, and football executives do pay attention to off-field distractions. When you are negotiating your next major contract in the league, you want team owners to view you as focused, steady, and reliable. You do not want front offices hesitating because your personal life is making global headlines every 3 weeks. Calling her a talented mother protects her, protects his market value, and tries to put out the fire.
And let us not forget Cardi's own explanation for the whole coffee shop incident, which was classic Cardi. Right after the footage started trending, she took to social media to clarify her side of the story, writing, "Sometimes I forget I'm a celebrity. Damn, y'all ain't never cuss your baby dad out when you hungry?" She chalked the entire public outburst up to simply being hangry.
Oh, please! Being hungry makes you cranky while waiting for your order, D. It does not cause a third person in your group to gently place a hand on your arm to calm you down while your baby father leans against a car with his arms crossed, staring off into the middle distance like a marble statue. Diggs stood there completely stoic while she was clearly letting him have it. That was not just about a missing coffee, that was built-up personal history coming to the surface.
But at the same time, Dee, we have to look at the massive picture of her life. Cardi was previously married to the rapper Offset, going through 2 very public divorces with him, and they share 3 children together. Now she has her baby boy with Diggs, making her a mother of 4. Balancing high-profile co-parenting across multiple public relationships under a constant microscope has to carry immense pressure.
That is a crucial point, Rachel. When you share 3 kids with Offset and a new baby boy with Diggs, every single public move you make is scrutinized by millions. And when those unconfirmed reports started circulating about Offset allegedly bringing up paternity questions, it naturally added an entire extra layer of tension to the room. Diggs might refuse to talk about Offset on camera, but the public is connecting all those dots in real time.
Which brings us right back to what Cardi said. "Sometimes I forget I am a celebrity." That is the tragic reality of top-tier fame. Regular people have intense arguments outside coffee shops every single day, and nobody cares. But when you are Cardi B and Stephen Diggs, an onlooker across the street pulls out a phone, records 10 seconds of silent video, uploads it online, and suddenly millions of people are analyzing your posture, your leggings, and your co-parenting dynamic.
It really shows how instantly a private moment becomes public property in the digital era. Tell us in the comments if you think famous couples should just expect to be filmed everywhere, or if people cross the line. D, from a reporting angle, has there been any official word from either of their representatives since Diggs spoke out?
Neither of their official representatives has issued any formal written statements clarifying their exact relationship status beyond what the 2 of them have said directly. Their teams are clearly content letting Diggs' interview and Cardi's social media posts serve as the final word for now. Diggs says they are great, Cardi says she was hungry, and as far as their publicists are concerned, there is nothing more to report.
But we all know this story is far from over. They split in February, reconnected in May, argued in late May, and now in June he is saying he loves her to death, while telling reporters to ask her if they are together. This is a classic ongoing saga, and as soon as Diggs signs with a new football team or Cardi drops new music, all eyes are going to be right back on them.
And as Diggs continues his training and weighs his options for the upcoming season, he insists he is staying ready for whatever comes next, both on the field and in his personal life.
Staying ready in his personal life is an understatement, Rachel. The man welcomed 4 children in 2025 alone, with 4 different women, including his baby boy with Cardi B in November. So when he casually tells reporters that women get like that sometimes, I have to throw my hands up in the air.
Well, Bianca, that timeline is certainly active, but you have to admit Diggs knows how to keep his cool when the spotlight is on him. When he was asked about that viral video clip outside the Maryland coffee shop, he acted like the entire confrontation was barely worth mentioning.
That is what makes his interview from June 3rd so fascinating, Rachel. When the reporter asked him directly about the argument, Diggs literally responded by saying, "What argument? I do not even think that was an argument." He stood there at 32 years old, totally unfazed, while in the actual video footage, Cardi is dressed in black leggings and a matching t-shirt, visibly yelling at him while he leans against a car with his arms crossed, looking completely away from her.
Come on, D! We all saw the video clip. There was literally another man putting his hand on Cardi's arm, trying to calm her down. You do not need audio on a clip to know when someone is getting chewed out in a parking lot. Leaning against a car with your arms crossed while your partner vents at you is not staying cool. It is purely survival mode.
But let us give Cardi her credit too, because her defense was absolute gold. She took to social media right after the footage blew up online and wrote, "Sometimes I forget I am a celebrity. Damn, y'all ain't never cuss your baby dad out when you hungry."
She completely chalked the outburst up to being hangry, Rachel. And to be fair, her fans immediately embraced that excuse because it felt so relatable. But behind the humor, their history has been a constant roller coaster ever since they were first spotted together in public at that New York Knicks playoff game back in May of 2025.
A roller coaster where the safety bar is barely holding on, D. They welcomed their son in November of 2025. And then right around the big football game in February, they split up. Cardi was even on a social media audio stream talking about how she was moving past their brief reunion, going outside, drinking, vacationing, and having a ball with her friends. And then she dropped that famous line, "Could I pick better men? Probably, maybe."
That line made rounds everywhere for weeks, Bianca. But let us check in with our audience on this, because a live message just came through on our screen right now.
Hi everyone, my name is Jessica from San Diego and I have been following Cardi since day one. I honestly think Cardi and Stefan belong together because you can see the real love there despite the chaos. When he said he loves her to death and called her a beautiful, talented mother, my heart melted. They just need a good warm meal and some space away from the cameras to work things out.
Jessica, my sweet viewer, bless your hopeful heart. Saying you love someone to death in an interview is easy when you also tell the reporter in the exact same breath that they have to ask her if you two are actually together. That is the ultimate dodge.
It really was a major dodge, Bianca. When the reporter pressed Diggs on whether they were officially back together, he refused to give a straight answer. He praised her as a mother and passed the ball directly back to Cardi. And when he was asked about those separate reports regarding Offset, Cardi's ex-husband, who she has been divorced from twice and shares 3 children with, and who is reportedly seeking a DNA test, Diggs completely sidestepped the whole topic.
D. What did Diggs specifically say when those questions about Offset and the online reports were brought up?
Diggs repeatedly emphasized that he is not online as much as people think and spends most of his time training and focusing on his career. He brushed off the online chatter entirely, making it clear he was not going to comment on Offset or get dragged into internet commentary while he is focusing on his future as an NFL free agent.
Because Diggs knows how to handle the press, D. Look at the pattern here. In February, they break up around the Super Bowl. Then in May, on Mother's Day, they pop up together in Washington, D.C. at that NFL wellness event called A Moment for Mom. They are taking pictures, playing around in front of the camera, and Diggs even kisses her on the head. He posts a video thanking the mothers. Cardi likes the post, and everyone thinks they are reconciled. Then a few weeks later in June, they are shouting outside a Maryland coffee shop.
But Bianca, public relationships are complicated, especially when you are balancing major careers and co-parenting a baby born just last November. How do you see Cardi handling this situation compared to her past relationship drama?
I will give Cardi this. Rachel, she knows how to work her public narrative. In her past marriage with Offset, every split involved massive online drama and formal statements. With Diggs, she takes a tense video caught by a bystander outside a coffee shop and turns it into a hilarious meme about needing food. It is smart, but nobody should pretend this is a calm, stable situation.
And looking at it from an official stance, neither of their representatives has issued any formal written statements to clarify their exact relationship status beyond what Diggs said in his interview and what Cardi posted on social media. Diggs says things are great. Cardi says she was hungry, and Diggs says he loves her to death while staying ready for his next football team.
It leaves everyone guessing, Dee. On one hand, Diggs keeps his answers super vague, telling reporters that things between them are in a good place, but putting the actual title of their relationship entirely on Cardi. On the other hand, Cardi is living her life, going out with friends and freely admitting that her taste in men might not always be top tier.
Top tier? Rachel, her personal life is practically an unscripted drama series. You have 3 kids with Offset, 2 divorces, a baby with Diggs, 4 babies in 1 year for Diggs across 4 mothers, a confrontation in Maryland, and a head kiss on Mother's Day in D.C. You could write 20 episodes on just the last 6 months of their lives.
And do not forget the timing on Diggs' end, Bianca. He is currently a free agent wide receiver after playing for the New England Patriots. His professional career is at a major transition point. Every time he sits down for an interview about his training, these relationship questions are going to come up until someone gives a definitive statement.
Which brings us right back to Diggs insisting there was no real conflict during that Maryland exchange, calling Cardi a beautiful, talented mother, but leaving the final answer up to her by saying, "You have to ask her."
And he left it up to her for a reason, Rachel. If he says they are officially together and Cardi goes on live stream 2 hours later saying she is single, he looks silly. He is letting Cardi set the terms while he acts like the supportive co-parent in front of the media.
It is clever media management. By downplaying the video clip and saying women get like that sometimes, he neutralizes the drama completely. He refuses to get defensive about the lack of audio or the fact that Cardi looked visibly frustrated while he stood leaning against the car with his arms crossed.
Dee, if you were advising Cardi right now, how would you expect her to address Diggs telling reporters to ask her about their status?
Honestly, Rachel, Cardi will likely address it on her own terms when she feels like going live or dropping new music. She does not let anyone dictate her timeline. When she spoke to her fans after their February breakup, she was clear that she was focused on having fun, taking vacations, and living her life without taking things too seriously.
But let us be realistic. You do not meet up in Maryland for morning coffee with your ex if there are no feelings left, especially after spending Mother's Day together in Washington, D.C. They are clearly still tied together, whether they want to label it as dating, co-parenting, or just hangry morning argument.
And that remains the big question, Bianca. Are we watching a couple that is secretly back together but keeping the pressure off, or 2 co-parents who clash when blood sugar levels dip outside a coffee shop?
It is obviously both. They cannot stay away from each other, but they also cannot stay on the same page for more than 3 weeks straight.
What we know for sure from the facts is that neither of them is closing the door. Diggs is publicly expressing his lasting love for the mother of his child, brushing off relationship tension, and avoiding any talk about Offset, while Cardi is keeping her responses lighthearted.
Which means this story is nowhere near over, Dee. As Diggs continues his free agency training and Cardi balances her music and motherhood, every single appearance they make together is going to be dissected. And honestly, Dee, when you look at how fast this clip went viral, you realize people are not just reacting to a coffee shop spat, they are reacting to the entire pattern between these two.
Exactly, Rachel, because when that footage first surfaced, there was no audio at all. All anyone could see was Cardi in very casual clothing, black leggings and a matching t-shirt, visibly animated and seemingly yelling, while Diggs stood there leaning against a car with his arms crossed, looking completely detached. And what really got people talking was that a third person in their group actually had to put a hand on Cardi's arm to try and soothe her down.
Oh, please! When a third party has to physically place a hand on your arm to keep the peace outside a breakfast spot in Maryland, you are way past simple morning grumpiness. That is not just needing a muffin, Dee. That is deep-seated, simmering tension out in the open.
But Bianca, Cardi's defense on social media was so undeniably her. She literally asked her fans if they had never yelled at their baby's father when they were hungry, adding that sometimes she honestly forgets she is a global celebrity.
And that is why we love her, Rachel. But let us not pretend it explains away the whole dynamic. Diggs is 32 years old. He is navigating free agency in the middle of his football career, and his response to a direct question about whether they are together was, and I quote, "Women get like that sometimes." If a man said that to me after a public disagreement, the coffee shop argument would be the warm-up act.
What is interesting from the reporting side is how Diggs handled the follow-up questions during that recent chat. He completely downplayed the tension, asking, "What argument? I don't even think that was an argument." He insisted things between them are great, called her a beautiful and talented mother, and said he loves her to death. But when pushed on whether they are officially a couple again, he passed the microphone right back to her, telling the reporter, "You have to ask her."
Which puts the entire ball in Cardi's court, D. And for those of you watching us live late tonight, let us know what you think. If someone you were seeing publicly told reporters to ask you about your relationship status, would you take that as respect or as total deflection?
It is total deflection! He is putting all the pressure on her to define it because he knows how complicated their timeline has been since they first stepped out together at that New York Knicks playoff game back in May of 2025. They welcome a baby boy in November. Then by February, right around Super Bowl season, they appear to split up.
And during that February split, Bianca Cardi did not hold back either. She went on a live stream back then and talked about living her life, going outside, chilling with friends, vacationing, and drinking. And remember that quote that went everywhere? She literally said, "Could I pick better men? Probably, maybe."
Exactly! She said it herself. Could I pick better men? Probably. That was not us saying it. That was Cardi analyzing her own dating history live for her millions of followers. And then, after saying all of that, what happened? Fast forward to May of this year, and they are looking completely reunited at an official event in Washington, D.C.
Right, the A Moment for Mom event during Mother's Day weekend. Outlets published photos and videos from that day showing them being extremely affectionate, playing around for the cameras, and Diggs even gave her a kiss on the head. He posted a sweet message online thanking all the mothers who showed up, and Cardi liked the post. So from Mother's Day cozy moments in D.C. to a tense exchange outside a Maryland coffee shop just weeks later, the public is watching this pendulum swing in real time.
And that brings us back to the sheer amount of noise surrounding both of their personal lives right now. Dee, there were also questions put to Diggs about the reports involving Offset, correct?
Yes, Rachel. Offset, who was previously married to Cardi and shares 3 children with her, they went through 2 divorces, has reportedly been seeking a DNA test regarding Cardi's youngest child. When reporters brought up these rumors and asked Diggs about the online chatter involving Offset, Diggs completely sidestepped it. He repeatedly explained that he is not online as much these days because he is spending almost all of his time focused on his training.
Well, of course he sidestepped it. What else is he going to say? Diggs had a headline-grabbing year in 2025, welcoming 4 children with 4 different women. He has enough on his plate with fatherhood, free agency, and staying in peak physical shape for next season without jumping into drama with an ex-husband.
But it shows you the level of scrutiny both of these stars are under every single hour of the day. Diggs is trying to secure his next professional football contract while staying ready. Cardi is balancing her music career and taking care of 4 kids total, 3 with Offset and her baby boy with Diggs. When 2 people with that much public baggage try to navigate an on and off relationship, even a minor misunderstanding over breakfast becomes international news.
But Rachel, look at his calm demeanor in that clip versus her high energy. He is leaning on the hood of a car with his arms crossed, barely looking at her while she is throwing her hands in the air. That is not just hunger, that is a classic communication disconnect. One person wants to hash it out right there on the sidewalk, and the other person is trying to act like the cameras are not rolling.
And to Diggs' credit, in his latest comments, he maintained that calm stance. He insisted that people online are exaggerating the entire clip. From his team's perspective and his own words, there is no major conflict. He holds lasting love for Cardi as the mother of his child, and he is choosing to keep his focus squarely on football decisions while keeping his private life as private as possible.
Though private is definitely a tough goal when onlookers are filming your morning coffee runs from across the street, To everyone staying up with us tonight, if you were in Diggs' shoes trying to focus on a major career transition as an NFL free agent, would you keep brushing off the personal questions like he is doing, or would you set the record straight once and for all?
He cannot set the record straight because the record is not straight. 1 week, they are kissing on the head at a Mother's Day celebration. The next week, she is cussing him out outside a coffee shop. And the week after that, he is telling reporters she is a beautiful mother. Go ask her. He is leaving the door wide open because he knows as soon as he gives a definitive, yes, we are back together, or no, we are totally done, the narrative escapes his control completely.
And Cardi's team has not issued any formal statement beyond her own social media comment about being hungry. She has always been someone who addresses things directly on her own platforms rather than through traditional public relations statements. So while Diggs gives calm answers to reporters on the street, Cardi uses humor to diffuse the tension with her fans.
Which brings us to the core of why everyone is still talking about this specific moment. It is the clash of two massive personalities who clearly have a deep bond. They share a son born just 6 months ago, but who also exist in two completely different spotlight worlds. Diggs operates in the structured world of professional sports, where saying as little as possible to the press is standard protocol.
While Cardi operates in a world where maximum transparency and unfiltered emotion are literally her brand. That is why when she gets frustrated, the whole world sees it. And when he gets questioned, he plays it as safe as a third down punt. But let us talk about what happens next, because Diggs leaving the answer as, "You have to ask her," is a strategic move that puts the whole burden back on her. Think about it, Rachel. When a 32-year-old professional athlete looks straight into a camera and says, "You have to ask her," he is playing a masterclass in media deflection. He gets to look like the sweet, devoted guy who loves his child's mother to death, while Cardi is left carrying the entire weight of explaining whatever tension just went viral outside a Maryland coffee shop. It is brilliant public relations on his end, but if I were in Cardi's position, that safe little answer would make me even angrier.
It really is a classic study in contrast, Bianca. Because while Diggs is standing there smiling, telling reporters that he loves her and calling her a beautiful, talented mother, the video footage tells a much more intense story. Dee, walk us through what people actually saw in that clip, because Diggs is out here claiming it was not even an argument at all.
That is the most fascinating part of his recent statement, Rachel. When asked directly about the confrontation, Diggs replied, "What argument? I don't even think that was an argument." But the imagery that circulated online tells a completely different visual story. In that footage captured outside the Maryland coffee shop, Cardi is dressed casually in black leggings and a matching t-shirt, and she is visibly fired up, appearing to yell at Diggs. Meanwhile, Diggs is leaning against a car with his arms crossed, looking away, totally calm and quiet. At one point, another man actually has to put a hand on Cardi's arm to try to soothe her and calm the situation down.
Look at that visual dynamic, Dee. He is leaning against a vehicle like he is waiting for a bus, while someone literally has to hold her arm to calm her down. And then Diggs turns around in his interview and says, "It's okay, women get like that sometimes. Are you kidding me?" If my partner told a reporter that my passionate reaction was just women getting like that, I would have a few more words for him right there on the sidewalk. It sounds so patronizing, even if he wraps it up in compliments about loving her to death.
You have to admit though, Bianca, Cardi herself actually leaned into that exact same angle when she responded to her fans on her social media account. She did not deny the passion of the moment at all.
Exactly, Rachel. Cardi took to her account shortly after the video went viral and addressed her followers with her signature unfiltered humor. She wrote, "Sometimes I forget I'm a celebrity. Damn, y'all ain't never cuss your baby dad out when you hungry?" So while Diggs is brushing it off as classic female temperament, Cardi is attributing the entire public outburst to being plain old hangry. She completely normalized cussing out your partner over an empty stomach, which had her fans instantly relating to her.
Which leads me to ask everyone watching us right now at home, and I know it is late, but jump into our chat. Have you ever lost your cool in public with your partner purely because your blood sugar dropped? Or do you think hunger was just a convenient cover story here? Because when you look at their history, Dee, this coffee shop moment does not exist in a vacuum. There is a whole roller coaster of events leading up to this moment.
Oh, absolutely, Rachel. If we trace this back, they were first spotted together in public around May of 2025 at a New York Knicks playoff game. Things moved fast from there. By November of 2025, they welcomed their baby boy together, which is Cardi's fourth child overall, having 3 children from her previous marriage to Offset. But right around February of 2026, near the Super Bowl, the couple split up. Cardi went on an audio stream on her social platform back then and was very blunt about it, saying it was a brief reunion that she had moved past. She told her fans she was going out, drinking, having a ball, and even threw in that line, "Could I pick better men? Probably, maybe, so whatever."
And that line right there, Dee, tells you everything about where her head was at. She was already questioning her own track record with men right after that February split. And let us not gloss over what was happening on Diggs' side during 2025 either. In that single year, 2025, Diggs welcomed 4 children with 4 different women, including his son with Cardi. So when you have that level of personal complexity, plus a breakup in February, plus a quiet reunion on Mother's Day in Washington, D.C., where they were seen getting playful and he kissed her on the head at an NFL wellness event called A Moment for Mom. Of course, a coffee shop conversation is going to be tense. You do not go from breaking up to sharing a baby and public events without some leftover unresolved drama.
That Mother's Day event in Washington, D.C. really threw everyone for a loop, Bianca, because they looked so united. Diggs posted a video thanking all the mothers, writing it was a time. Cardi liked the post, and fans thought, okay, they are officially back together. But then, fast forward to this Maryland coffee shop clip, and suddenly Diggs is being asked about other delicate topics, like those ongoing reports about Offset reportedly seeking a DNA test. Dee, how did Diggs handle that specific line of questioning from reporters?
He completely sidestepped it, Rachel. When reporters brought up the situation regarding Offset and the online speculation, Diggs repeatedly brushed it off, making it clear that he does not spend much time online these days. He stated that his main focus right now is purely physical training and staying ready for his football career. As a 32-year-old free agent wide receiver, formerly with the New England Patriots, he insists he is keeping his head down, weighing his options for next season, and staying out of the internet drama entirely.
But staying out of the internet drama is almost impossible when you are co-parenting with Cardi B. That is what makes this dynamic so fascinating to watch, Dee. Diggs wants to act like a traditional athlete, train hard, answer 3 questions with polite quotes, say "I love my child's mother," and walk away. But Cardi operates in an ecosystem where every emotion is shared live. When she is mad, you know it. When she is hungry, you hear about it. When he tells reporters you have to ask her if they are together, he is leaving the door open for her to dictate the public status of their relationship.
It is a huge power shift, Bianca. By saying you have to ask her, Diggs essentially surrenders the official announcement to Cardi while simultaneously protecting himself from saying the wrong thing. If you are watching Late Night with us, tell us what you think. Is Diggs being respectful by letting her speak for the relationship? Or is he dodging responsibility because he does not want to commit on camera?
And remember, Rachel, this is a couple that shares a 6-month-old baby boy born just last November. No matter what happens between them romantically, they are tied together for life through their son. That is why Diggs made sure to emphasize in his statement that that's a beautiful, talented mother, and that he loves her to death. Even while downplaying the argument, he made a point to anchor his respect for her in her role as a mother.
Exactly, Dee. But let us be real for a second. Saying "I love her to death, she is a great mother" is the ultimate safe response in Hollywood and sports. It allows him to look like a mature adult while leaving all the messy details unconfirmed. Meanwhile, Cardi is out here treating a public street like her living room, yelling when she is hangry because, as she said herself, she sometimes forgets she is a celebrity. That honesty is why her fans adore her. But it also means every single disagreement they have is going to be dissected under a microscope. And when you look at how Diggs is navigating his free agency in the NFL while managing this high-profile personal life, you have to wonder how long this calm, unbothered stance can actually last before
Cardi decides to clear the air herself. Because we all know that when Cardi feels mischaracterized or when rumors get too loud, she does not wait for a formal public relations statement. She goes live and sets the record straight in her own words.
And that is where the real fireworks happen, Rachel. Because Diggs can play it cool all day. But if Cardi decides to give her full side of what went down outside that coffee shop,
she won't hesitate to jump on a live stream and set things straight herself. Bianca, remember when she spoke directly to her fans right after their February breakup? She did not filter a single thought back then, and she certainly won't now if she feels mischaracterized.
That is so true, Dee. And for anyone who is just joining our live broadcast late tonight, let us catch you up on where this entire situation stands between these two stars. We are talking about NFL wide receiver Stefon Diggs and Cardi B. The pair first stepped out together back in May of 2025 at a New York basketball playoff game. By November, they welcomed a baby boy together. But then came February, right around the time of the big football championship game, and they went through a very public split.
Exactly, Rachel. And during that split, Cardi was on her live stream telling everyone she was out drinking, vacationing, and having a ball with her friends. Even throwing a little joke out there about her choices in men. But then Mother's Day rolled around in Washington, D.C., and suddenly they were looking super close at an NFL wellness event, kissing for the camera and sparking major reunion rumors.
Right up until that viral video surfaced showing them outside a Maryland coffee shop. An onlooker filmed them having a very tense interaction. Cardi was dressed casually in black leggings and a matching black t-shirt, visibly yelling, while Diggs stood there with his arms crossed, leaning against a car, looking totally calm. Someone in the video even had to step in and put a hand on Cardi's arm to soothe her.
Which brought us Cardi's hilarious explanation on social media, where she asked her followers if they had never yelled at their baby father when they were hungry, blaming the whole scene on being hangry because she sometimes forgets she is a celebrity.
And now, the 32-year-old football star has finally addressed the incident in a recent interview. Diggs called Cardi a beautiful, talented mother and said he loves her to death. But when pressed on whether they are officially back together, he told reporters, "You have to ask her." He also brushed off the coffee shop drama by saying that women just get like that sometimes.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarah. I am watching from Ohio late at night. I honestly think Stefon Diggs is being such a gentleman by calling her a beautiful mother and letting Cardi make the final decision about their relationship status. Don't you think Cardi should just forgive him and give their family another real chance?
Oh, Sarah, bless your heart. A gentleman or an elite athlete who knows exactly how to dodge a press question like a pro. By saying you have to ask her. Diggs throws all the weight right back onto Cardi's shoulders while he gets to look like the unbothered cool guy. Let us not forget, Diggs had 4 children born in 2025 with 4 different women. Navigating all of those personal dynamics while being an NFL free agent looking for his next team is a massive balancing act.
And Bianca, he was equally careful when reporters brought up the topic of offset. When asked about those reported requests regarding a DNA test, Diggs completely sidestepped the issue. He repeatedly stated that he stays off social media, avoids online drama, and is strictly focused on training and weighing his football options for next season.
D, from a reporting angle, has there been any official word from either of their public relations representatives, or are they completely leaving the narrative to these brief interview quotes and social media posts?
Rachel, neither side's team has issued a formal public relations statement to clarify their exact relationship status. What we are seeing in all the published reporting is strictly what Diggs said in that quick exchange and what Cardi posted on her account. They are letting the public connect the dots themselves.
Because keeping things in a gray area works for both of them, D. If they officially confirm a breakup, the story dies in 2 days. If they confirm they are fully back together, every minor argument outside a cafe gets overanalyzed. This way, Diggs plays the calm sports hero. Cardi keeps her relatable image, and everyone stays hooked.
It really is a fascinating study in celebrity public relations. If you are up late with us tonight, text in and tell us, do you buy the hangry defense, or do you think there is much deeper tension behind those coffee shop raised voices?
Oh, Rachel, please! A breakup in February, a cozy reunion in May, 4 children in 1 year across different relationships, and a public shouting match in June. That is not low blood sugar. That is pure relationship tension.
And do not forget, Cardi already shares 3 children with her ex-husband Offset. She is certainly no stranger to navigating complex personal life headlines under a harsh spotlight. But with Diggs currently in free agency and trying to lock down his next professional opportunity, the stakes feel very high for both of them right now.
That pressure is clearly building up, Dee. While Diggs insists he stays off the internet to focus on training, Cardi's entire brand relies on absolute raw honesty with her audience. When those two totally opposite approaches clash,
You get pure television gold, Rachel, but you also get complete communication chaos. Because when one person goes online to vent directly to millions of fans, and the other person acts like the internet does not even exist, nobody is on the same page. Cardi is out there posting that she simply forgot she was a celebrity and asking if nobody else has ever yelled at their child's father when they were hungry. While Stefan is standing in front of cameras, pretending the entire thing was just a peaceful afternoon.
And that online post from Cardi really caught everyone's attention because it was so direct. She literally wrote that sometimes she forgets her level of fame, asking her followers if they have never raised their voice at their partner while waiting for food. But then, when reporters caught up with Stefan Diggs to get his side of what happened outside that Maryland coffee shop, he took a completely different path. He flatly denied that it was even an argument at all. He looked right at the camera and asked, "What argument? I don't even think that was an argument."
Oh, please! You do not lean against a car with your arms crossed, looking in the opposite direction while someone is visibly shouting at you, and then call it a casual conversation. And then to add insult to injury, he chuckles and says that women just get like that sometimes. D, if my partner said that to the press after a public shouting match, the hunger defense would be the least of his concern.
that comment definitely ruffled a few feathers online, Bianca. But Dee, bring us back to how Stefan handled the actual question about their relationship status. Because when he was pushed on whether they are officially back together after that February split, he gave an answer that left everyone scratching their heads. What did he say, Dee?
He deflected it entirely back to her, Rachel. He praised her warmly, calling her a beautiful and talented mother and saying he loves her to death. But when it came to whether they are an official couple right now, he said, and I quote, "You have to ask her." He insisted that things between them are great, but he refused to put a label on where they stand today.
You have to ask her is the ultimate celebrity dodge. That is universal public relations speak for, we are in a complicated place and I am not taking the blame if it goes wrong. He is 32 years old. He is navigating a major transition in his athletic career, and he clearly wants no part of the daily digital commentary. But you cannot throw the ball back to Cardi when she is already the one oversharing on live stream.
If you are keeping us company in the middle of the night, we want to hear your take on this specific response. Text into our show right now and tell us. When a partner tells the public, you have to ask her about relationship status. Do you see that as respect or total avoidance?
It is especially interesting when you look back at what Cardi was saying on her live video streams just a short while ago, Rachel. After their initial split around the big game in February, she was very open about moving on. She told her viewers that she had been going out, traveling, having fun with her friends, and living her life. But she also dropped that line that everyone keeps bringing up, where she admitted she could probably pick better men, before brushing it off with a casual whatever.
That line says everything. Could I pick better men? Probably. She knows the pattern. But then May comes around. They show up together in Washington, D.C. for that Mother's Day wellness event, snapping playful photos, him kissing her on the head, posting videos online with sweet captions, and suddenly everyone thinks they are a happy family again. Fast forward 1 month to June, and they are outside a coffee shop in Maryland with a third person literally having to put a hand on Cardi's arm to keep the peace.
That visual detail from the footage really stands out, Bianca. The video shows Cardi dressed casually in black leggings and a matching t-shirt, looking visibly upset, while Stefan leans against the car looking calm, almost detached. And as you mentioned, an associate actually had to step in and gently touch her arm to calm the situation down.
Right, and what makes the contrast even sharper is everything else happening in their lives. Stefan is currently a free agent in the National Football League, focusing heavily on his physical training while weighing his professional options for the upcoming season. On top of that, public records and reports highlighted that he welcomed 4 children in 2025 across different relationships, so his publicists clearly want the focus strictly on his athletic preparation and his family responsibilities, not on viral clip breakdowns.
But D, you cannot separate the athlete from the drama when the drama is happening in a public parking lot. He claims he stays off the internet and spends all his time in the gym, which is fine. But when reporters brought up the persistent rumors regarding Cardi's ex-husband, Offset, and those reported requests for a DNA test, Stefan completely shut it down. He just kept repeating that he does not follow online gossip.
And from a reporting perspective, Dee, how has that side of the story been framed? Because Cardi shares 3 children with Offset from their previous marriage, and navigating co-parenting while launching a new chapter with Stefan has clearly created a lot of external noise.
Exactly, Rachel. Stefan completely sidestepped any questions regarding Offset or any reported tension between the 2 families. His entire strategy during recent interactions with reporters has been to minimize the coffee shop incident, keep his answers about Cardi positive but vague, and repeatedly steer the conversation back to his readiness for football. He wants everyone to believe that despite what people saw in Maryland, there is no major conflict behind closed doors.
Minimizing it does not make it vanish, D. When you are 2 of the biggest names in entertainment and sports, you do not get to say what argument when millions of people have watched the video. Cardi called it being hangry. Stefan called it women getting like that. But to anyone watching from the outside, it looks like 2 people who moved way too fast, had a child together in November after only linking up in May of 2025, split in February, reunited in May, and are now clashing over how to handle the spotlight.
It really highlights the massive divide between someone who handles stress by going completely quiet and someone who processes things out loud with her fans. If you are watching us late tonight, text the show and let us know. Do you think Stefan's quiet, cool approach is helping de-escalate the situation? Or is Cardi's unfiltered honesty the only reason we are getting any truth at all?
And let us not forget, Rachel Cardi's history with the public eye has always been defined by total transparency. When she went on social media to address the Maryland video, she did not hire a public relations firm to release a formal statement. She posted a raw, humorous message owning up to losing her temper over food. That is why her fan base stays so loyal. They feel like she does not hide her real emotions, even when those emotions happen in front of a coffee shop camera.
That is fine for her brand, D, but it creates a massive headache for a professional athlete trying to land his next multi-million-dollar contract. Teams look at off-field headlines. When a wide receiver is in free agency, executives do not want to see weekly viral clips of public arguments, no matter how much low blood sugar is involved. Stefan calling her a talented mother and saying he loves her to death is his way of protecting both her image and his career. But it still leaves the door wide open for everyone to keep speculating. When you tell reporters, that is a beautiful, talented mother, I love her to death, but you have to ask her if we are back together. You are not shutting down the story, Rachel. You are passing the microphone right back to Cardi. He gets to look like the calm, supportive co-parent who stays out of trouble, while she is left carrying the weight of explaining their entire romantic timeline to millions of people online.
But Bianca, that has always been their dynamic from the moment they were first spotted together at that New York basketball playoff game back in May of 2025. Stefan Diggs plays it cool and Cardi B wears her heart on her sleeve. D, when you look at how he handled those specific questions about the video outside the Maryland coffee shop, he completely minimized the whole scene. What did he actually say when pressed about what looked like a really intense confrontation?
He literally asked the reporter, "What argument?" I don't even think that was an argument. Stefan completely downplayed the whole exchange, Rachel. He said that things between them are great and even added the line, "It's okay, women get like that sometimes." He pointed out that while Cardi looked visibly fired up in the clip, he remained totally calm, leaning against the car with his arms crossed while she was gesturing in her casual black leggings and matching t-shirt. There was even another man present who put a hand on Cardi's arm to try to soothe her while she was yelling. But according to Stefan, it was just much ado about nothing.
Women get like that sometimes. Oh, please. If my partner said that to an interviewer after a video of us arguing outside a coffee shop went viral across the entire internet, we would be having a second argument right then and there. That is such a classic brush-off. He is trying to make it sound like a minor disagreement over breakfast, but you do not have a third party putting a hand on someone's arm to calm them down over a simple misunderstanding.
To be fair to Cardi, Bianca, she owned up to her part in it almost immediately on social media. She explicitly told her followers that she simply forgot she was a celebrity for a second and asked if anyone else had ever yelled at their baby's father when they were starving. She blamed the entire thing on being hangry. And honestly, who among us has not lost our temper when we needed a meal? If you are watching us right now in the middle of the night and you have ever had a full meltdown over delayed food, send us your thoughts using our show hashtag, because I think a lot of people secretly relate to her in that moment.
And that defense actually fits perfectly with Cardi's personality, Rachel. Remember, this is a woman who welcomed their son in November of 2025, went through a reported breakup with Stefan around February, and then turned right around in May for Mother's Day and spent the weekend with him in Washington, D.C. They were at that NFL wellness event called A Moment for Mom, posing for photos, acting playful, and Stefan even kissed her on the head in front of the cameras. He posted a video of the event writing that it was a time, and Cardi liked the post. They move fast, they passion is high, and they live out loud.
They live out loud when it suits them, D. But let us look at the professional reality for Stefan Diggs right now. He is 32 years old. He is a wide receiver in free agency after playing for his previous team. NFL executives are watching how players handle public attention, especially when they are looking for their next major multi-million-dollar contract. Stefan knows that. That is why every time a reporter asks him about Cardi, or about those reports surrounding Offset asking for a DNA test, Stefan's answer is always the same. He says he is not online much, he is in the gym, and he is focusing on training for next season.
That is a very deliberate pivot, Dee. Did he say anything at all when he was asked directly about Offset? Because those reports have been circulating heavily across social media for weeks now.
He completely sidestepped it, Rachel. He refused to give any energy to the online drama or the reports regarding Offset. He repeatedly shifted the conversation back to his athletic preparation, telling reporters that he is staying ready and weighing his options for the upcoming season. He wants the focus strictly on football, but as Bianca mentioned, his personal life keeps making headlines, not just with Cardi, but with his broader family situation. Remember, Stefan had 4 children born in 2025, with 4 different women, which became a massive talking point online earlier this year.
Exactly! So when you have 4 infants born in a single year with 4 different mothers, plus a high-profile, on-again, off-again relationship with one of the biggest female superstars on the planet, you cannot just turn around and pretend you are a quiet monk who only lives in the gym. The public is going to ask questions. And when you tell reporters to ask her about whether you are together, you are giving Cardi total control over the narrative, which frankly might be a dangerous game considering how candid Cardi can be when she goes live on social media.
We have seen how candid she can be. It was not that long ago, after their initial split earlier this year, that Cardi went on a live stream and told her fans that ever since the breakup, she had been going out, vacationing, drinking, and having a ball with her friends. And then she dropped that infamous line where she pondered if she could pick better men, saying probably, maybe, so, whatever. D. Cardi has never been one to protect a man's ego if she feels like setting the record straight.
She really has not, Rachel, and you have to keep in mind her history. She has been through 2 divorces with her ex-husband Offset, with whom she shares 3 children. Now she has her 4th child, her baby boy born in November, with Stefan. She has navigated public breakups, public reunions, and massive media scrutiny for years. So when she posted that explanation about the Maryland coffee shop, saying, "Damn, y'all ain't never cuss your baby dad out when you hungry," she was taking control of the story before anyone else could frame it as a toxic battle.
But calling him her baby dad in that post is very telling. She did not call him her boyfriend. She did not call him her man. She called him her baby's father. Stefan calls her a beautiful, talented mother whom he loves to death, and she calls him her baby dad. That sounds like 2 people who are very fond of each other, who share a child, who might occasionally hang out or get hangry outside a coffee shop, but are definitely not on the same page about what label to put on their relationship.
That word choice is so sharp, Bianca, and you are right to pick up on it. It shows a very modern, complicated dynamic where the lines between exes, co-parents, and romantic partners are completely blurred. For those of you tuning in late at night, we want to know what you think. Do you think Stefan leaving the answer up to Cardi is a sign of respect for her? Or is he just dodging the question because he does not want to commit publicly while he searches for a new team? Share your takes with us right now.
What is really fascinating, Rachel, is that despite the chaotic footage of her yelling while he stood quietly by the car, sources close to the situation maintain there is no ongoing battle between them right now. Stefan insists they are great. Cardi insists she was just hungry, and they both seem content to let the Maryland clip fade away while they focus on their respective careers. Stefan is waiting for the right contract offer to come through, and Cardi is balancing her massive music career with raising 4 children.
Well, good luck letting a viral clip fade away in 2026. Once the internet gets hold of a video where one person is visibly fuming in black leggings and the other is standing there like a statue leaning on a sedan, it becomes a meme forever. But I will give Stefan credit for one thing. Keeping his cool while someone is yelling at you in public takes a serious amount of discipline. Whether that discipline comes from NFL training camps or just practice dealing with intense public moments, he did not lose his composure for a single second.
He really did not. He stayed completely stone-faced throughout the entire exchange, which is probably why he felt so comfortable telling reporters later that it was not even an argument in his eyes. But when you look at the whole picture, from their quiet start at that basketball game in May of 2025, to the birth of their son in November, the split around the big game in February, the cozy Mother's Day reunion in DC, and now this Maryland spat, it is clear that whatever Stefan and Cardi have, it is never going to be simple.
And do not forget the offset layer in all of this, Rachel. Even though Stefan refuses to speak on it, the fact that Offset's name keeps getting brought into their atmosphere creates an extra layer of tension that...
Welcome back to our overnight deep dive, everyone. We have been tracking this massive web of celebrity headlines, and right as we enter this block, the biggest sports news has just dropped about Stefan Diggs. Bianca, the 32-year-old wide receiver, is officially on the move again, and this time he is heading back to his old stomping grounds.
That is right, Rachel. Reports came down on Wednesday morning that Stefan is expected to sign a deal worth more than $10 million with the Washington Commanders. It is wild to think about his career trajectory lately because this will be his 4th team in 4 years following stints with the Minnesota Vikings, Buffalo Bills, Houston Texans, and of course playing last season with Drake May and the New England Patriots, where he racked up 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns before being dropped back in March.
And the timing of this new deal with the Washington Commanders is fascinating, Bianca, because it puts him right there with another rising star in the league, Jaden Daniels, who is entering his 3rd season. But as we know, Stefan's professional life has been running parallel to some very heavy personal drama involving his legal battles and, of course, his turbulent relationship status with Cardi B.
Exactly, Dee. Even though their relationship seems to be over, at least right now, it leaves people wondering if baby Diggs, the little boy they welcomed back in November, is going to be getting a bunch of Washington Commanders merchandise sent his way. But before we even get to that, we have to talk about the explosive online back and forth that just happened between Cardi B and Stefan's male sexual assault accuser, Christopher Griffith.
Oh, Cardi went completely off in a social media barrage on Tuesday night. She was openly casting doubt on Chris's allegations against her on-again, off-again boyfriend, even though she admitted she hated that she was defending Stefan while they were currently beefing. Cardi basically claimed that Chris has changed his story multiple times, pointing out that his initial story did not include any claim of Stefan taking his penis out in front of him, which only ended up in the actual lawsuit later on.
And she did not stop there, Bianca. Cardi straight up called Chris obsessed with Stefan, telling everyone to take off their blinders. But Christopher Griffith caught wind of those posts very quickly and fired right back in the comment section, saying he had too much respect for Cardi and women in general to say anything disparaging back to her, but he urged her to please take off the blinders herself and noted that his time around that group of people predated hers.
It is just an incredible tangle of legal and personal chaos. When you add that to the defamation lawsuit Stefan filed against Chris, and Chris's countersuit for alleged sexual battery, not to mention the separate assault allegations from his ex-chef that Stefan was found not guilty of after a bizarre trial. Dee, when you look at all of these layers surrounding him right now, how does a player even focus on football?
Well, his attorney made it very clear after that not guilty verdict that the 32-year-old has more left in the tank and actively encouraged teams to give him a look, which clearly worked since the Washington Commanders scooped him up. But the internet is not focusing solely on the playbook because Cardi B is out here making headlines of her own with some wild party planning.
Oh, I am obsessed with this part, D. During a recent live stream, Cardi floated the idea of hosting a party exclusively described as a party for the hoes, wanting women who are ready to keep the energy high and celebrate her new record rather than just stand around watching everyone else have fun. And get this, she made it clear that a complicated connection to her personal dating history would not automatically cost someone an invitation.
She literally joked that she did not care if some of the women in attendance had slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs, the fathers of her 4 children, because a good party goer ranks way higher to her than an immaculate dating history.
Sarah from Columbus writes in, I cannot believe Cardi is actually inviting her ex's other women to a party. That is the most Cardi B thing ever. She truly does not care what anyone thinks and just wants to live her life out loud.
You are so right, Sarah. It is peak Cardi transparency, leaning right into the fact that fidelity has been a recurring issue across her relationships. Remember, Offset faced cheating allegations throughout their marriage, acknowledged he stepped out, and led to Cardi filing for divorce for a second time back in July of 24, after nearly 7 years together, sharing culture, blossom, and wave.
And then her relationship with Stefan followed that exact same dramatic blueprint, moving from courtside appearances at a Knicks game in May of 25 to announcing her pregnancy in September, welcoming their baby boy in November, dealing with trust issues, and ultimately separating around February of 26, while still co-parenting.
And speaking of unexpected food-related drama, because apparently this week is full of bizarre snack incidents, we have to touch on what is going on with Clips over the weekend. While Stefan and Cardi are dealing with million-dollar NFL contracts and legal battles, Malice was just hit with some truly bizarre allegations from employees at a famous hot dog spot in Chicago.
Aw, the Wiener Circle! Dee, tell us what allegedly went down at this establishment after their Lollapalooza performance in Chicago and before heading to Montreal for Ashiga.
An employee posted in an Instagram comment alleging that Malice came in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took his food, and left without paying, apparently getting upset because the employee thought he looked like Flavor Flav. But the internet immediately started poking holes in it, with commenters pointing out that places like that usually make you pay before handing over the food, leading everyone to wonder if it was just a simple cashier error where he thought it was on the house.
Honestly, walking out with a hot dog because nobody asked you for money first is the least dramatic thing happening in celebrity news this week. But it is the kind of funny detail the internet runs with when they need a break from serious legal drama and high-stakes free agency talk.
It really is, Bianca. We have Stefan securing a major bag with Washington, Cardi defending him against his accusers while planning parties for everyone, and Malice accidentally stealing a glizzy in Chicago, but holding on to that thread of how these two public narratives keep colliding. And just like that, Stefan Diggs is back on the move, securing a fresh start with the Washington Commanders on a deal reported to be worth more than $10 million, jumping over from the New England Patriots, where he spent last season catching passes from Drake May.
It is quite the whirlwind for the 32-year-old wide receiver, especially considering this will be his 4th team in 4 years after stints with the Houston Texans, Buffalo Bills, and Minnesota Vikings, not to mention trying to settle into a brand new locker room with rising star quarterback Jaden Daniels.
And the timing of this signing is fascinating when you look at everything happening off the field, Dee. Because remember, he was dropped by the Patriots back in March, though they did stick by him through that bizarre trial where he was found not guilty of assault allegations brought by his ex-chef.
That is right, and his attorney made it very clear after that verdict that he still had plenty left in the tank, which clearly convinced Washington to take a chance on him, despite the fact that he is currently tangled up in those nasty sexual assault allegations and a defamation lawsuit involving Christopher Griffith.
Griffith is the one firing back at Cardi B on social media after she went on a massive tirade defending Stefan, claiming his story has changed multiple times and accusing him of being obsessed, which prompted Griffith to politely tell her to take off the blinders.
Cardi was very vocal about hating the fact that she was even defending her on-again, off-again baby daddy while they were beefing, but she insisted she simply did not believe the claims, while Griffith shot back saying his time around that group predated her and that he was actually the one who was robbed.
It is a genuinely messy web of legal drama and public callouts, especially when you factor in their complicated relationship history, from first going public back in May of 2025 to welcoming their baby boy in November, and then reportedly splitting around February of this year while continuing to co-parent.
They really cannot catch a break with the public eye, Bianca, because even when they are not officially together, Cardi is out here planning massive party lineups during her live streams and joking that she does not care if her guest list includes women who have been involved with Offset or Stefan, the fathers of her 4 children.
She made it explicitly clear that she just wants to celebrate her new record and have a packed house of people ready to keep the energy high, completely brushing past any awkward history with anyone who might walk through the door.
Speaking of the internet running wild with random detours, Dee, we have to touch base on how this entire news cycle somehow looped in Clips member Malice and a Wiener Circle in Chicago over a $9 Polish hot dog.
That employee allegation is still cracking me up because the internet instantly started detective work, pointing out that places like that make you pay before handing over the food, meaning it was almost certainly a simple cashier error where he probably thought it was free.
The employee actually claimed in an Instagram comment that Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered the food, left without paying, and got upset because someone thought he looked like Flavor Flav, which is just the kind of bizarre internet lore that somehow finds its way into a news week dominated by massive NFL contracts and legal battles.
Between Stefan heading to Washington, Cardi defending him against acoustic and legal headwinds while planning her next big event, and Malice accidentally dodging a hot dog bill in Chicago, public figures are really giving us plenty to talk about in the dead of night. So let us keep unpacking how these narratives keep intersecting. Picking up right where we left off in the middle of our late night breakdown, let us look at how all these chaotic threads in the entertainment world are tying together. Because Dee, looking at the sheer volume of headlines surrounding Stefan Diggs right now, it is almost hard to keep track of what is a sports story and what is pure pop culture drama.
It really is, Rachel, because right when you think the focus is purely on the gridiron, everything spirals back into his personal life. Just look at the timing of this massive career move. Stefan is expected to sign a deal worth more than $10 million with the Washington Commanders, returning to his old stomping grounds and teaming up with young star quarterback Jaden Daniels for his 3rd season in the league.
Which is wild, Dee. When you remember he spent last season with Drake May and the New England Patriots, racking up over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns before being dropped back in March after a bizarre trial where he was found not guilty following assault allegations made by his ex-chef.
And Bianca, as his attorney pointed out after that verdict,
Because on top of the transition to Washington, he is currently dealing with serious sexual assault allegations made by Christopher Griffith, which has turned into a massive, very public back and forth that even dragged.
the 32-year-old wide receiver clearly believes he has more left in the tank, marking this as his 4th team in 4 years, following stints with the Houston Texans, Buffalo Bills, and Minnesota Vikings. But the legal and public relations hurdles are following him every step of the way.
Exactly, Rachel. Cardi B right into the center of the storm.
Oh, Cardi went completely off in a social media barrage defending him, claiming Chris Griffith has changed his story multiple times, pointing out that his initial claims did not even include the specific accusations that eventually ended up in the lawsuit.
Bianca, it is fascinating to watch Cardi step into the fray like that, especially considering she admitted during her tirade that she hated how she was defending Stefan while they were currently beefing. saying she simply did not believe the claims against her baby daddy despite what she called blinders.
And Chris Griffith did not stay quiet, Rachel. He fired back in the comment section, telling her he had too much respect for her to say anything disparaging, but urging her to take off the blinders and claiming his time around that group of people predated her entirely.
He even scoffed at her claims that he stole from Stefan and his team, insisting instead that he was the one robbed by Stefan's associates, and asking her if she knew how embarrassing it is to face that foolishness every single day.
Meanwhile, Dee, while all of this heavy legal drama is playing out online, Cardi is simultaneously planning her next big move and keeping her fans completely entertained with her unfiltered live stream commentary.
That is right, Rachel, because Cardi recently dropped a massive hint about hosting a party specifically described as being for the hoes, making it crystal clear that she cared more about having a packed guest list and high energy than vetting every single woman's romantic resume.
You have to love the sheer transparency of it, Dee, because she openly joked that she did not care if some of the women in attendance had slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs, the fathers of her 4 children, proving once again that a great partygoer ranks way higher than an immaculate dating history in her book.
Bianca, that comment carries an extra layer of sting when you look at the recurring history of fidelity issues in both of those relationships. From Offset publicly acknowledging he stepped out during their nearly 7 years of marriage to the trust issues and infidelity rumors that followed her romance with Stefan.
And the timeline with Stefan has been a whirlwind since they publicly confirmed their romance in May of 2025, announced her pregnancy that September, and welcomed their baby boy in November, leading up to their separation around February of 26 while continuing to co-parent.
It just shows you that whether they are dealing with multi-million-dollar NFL contracts, defamation lawsuits, or social media feuds over past relationships, these two figures live life entirely out in the open, leaving us with plenty more to unpack as the night goes on.
Bianca, as we are following Stefan Diggs making his big career move over to the Washington Commanders on a deal worth more than $10 million, we also have to look at how all of this personal drama is swirling around him at the exact same time.
It is honestly exhausting keeping up with his career trajectory and his love life at this point, Rachel, because he is heading to his 4th team in 4 years after playing with Drake May and the New England Patriots last season, and yet the headlines are just as focused on his messy dynamic with Cardi B and those ongoing legal battles.
And remember, the team actually remained supportive of him earlier this year when he faced separate assault allegations made by his ex-chef, a bizarre trial where he was ultimately found not guilty back in March, which led his attorney to encourage other teams to give the 32-year-old another look.
But Dee, on top of that previous case, he is currently dealing with sexual assault allegations made by Christopher Griffith, which has turned into an absolute public war of words involving Cardi B herself.
Oh, Cardi went completely off on Chris in a social media barrage, claiming that he changed his story about Stefan multiple times, and that his initial claims did not even include the specific allegations that ended up in his lawsuit.
Cardi even admitted on social media that she hated how she was publicly defending Stefan since they were currently beefing, but she made it clear she simply did not believe Chris's claims against her baby daddy.
And Chris did not let that slide, firing back in the comments by telling her to take off the blinders, claiming his time around that group predated her, and asking her if she knew how embarrassing it is to face this foolishness every single day.
Meanwhile, Dee, Cardi is handling her single status in the most Cardi B way imaginable by talking about hosting a party during a recent live stream.
Exactly, Rachel. She floated the idea of hosting a gathering she described as a party for the hoes, making it clear that she wanted women there who were ready to keep the energy high rather than just standing around.
And she specifically joked that she did not care at all if some of the women in attendance had previously slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs, the fathers of her 4 children, because to her, a good partygoer ranks way higher than an immaculate dating history.
It is such a classic Cardi move to turn relationship drama into an open invitation to celebrate her new record, especially considering how much fidelity has been a recurring issue in both of those past relationships.
We know Offset previously acknowledged he stepped out and made mistakes during their nearly 7 years of marriage before she filed for divorce for a second time back in July of 24. And then her whirlwind romance with Stefan followed a very similar pattern.
They confirmed their romance in May of 2025, announced her pregnancy that September, welcomed their baby boy in November, and then separated around February of 26 while continuing to co-parent their child, who might or might not be getting a bunch of new Washington Commanders merchandise right now.
It is just wild to think about. Because while Stefan is trying to focus on establishing himself with Jaden Daniels and the Commanders for this upcoming season, his personal life is practically a revolving door of public disputes and legal drama.
And if all of that celebrity relationship chaos wasn't enough to process for our late night viewers, Dee, we also have some completely bizarre food-related allegations happening over in Chicago.
Oh, you cannot make this up, Rachel, because fresh off a successful Lollapalooza performance with clips over the weekend and a trip to Montreal for Osheaga, member Malice was hit with some very strange claims from employees at a Wiener Circle in Chicago.
According to an employee's Instagram comment, Malice came into the establishment with some bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took his food, and just left without paying.
The employee even alleged that Malice was apparently upset because she thought he was Flavor Flav, which just adds an extra layer of absolute confusion to the whole story.
But let's be real, commenters on social media immediately pointed out the obvious flaw here, noting that places like that usually make you pay before you get your food, meaning someone probably made a cashier error and just handed him the hot dog first.
Exactly, and as one commenter put it, he probably thought it was completely free since they never actually asked him for payment before handing over the food. Well, Bianca, as we were just saying before, that wild story about Malice at the hot dog stand, the internet has really not stopped buzzing about everything else happening in this tangled web of celebrity drama.
Oh, absolutely, Rachel, because you cannot talk about this week without circling right back to Stefan Diggs and his massive career moves, which are happening completely parallel to all this personal chaos.
That is right, Bianca, because reports dropped on Wednesday morning confirming that the 32-year-old wide receiver is heading back to his old stomping grounds to sign with the Washington Commanders in a deal worth more than $10 million.
It is a huge pivot for him after spending last season with the New England Patriots
In 4 years, following stints with the Houston Texans, Buffalo Bills, and Minnesota Vikings. Plus now he is teaming up with rising star Jaden Daniels.
Exactly. And his attorney made it very clear after he was found not guilty in that
where he racked up 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns before being dropped back in March amid some very intense legal troubles.
And let us not forget, Dee, that this makes the Maryland native's 14th
bizarre trial involving his ex-chef that Diggs still has plenty left in the tank for teams willing to give him a look.
But of course, his personal life is just as loud as his football career right now, especially with those ongoing sexual assault allegations made by Christopher Griffith, turning into a really nasty back and forth online.
Which brings us right back to Cardi B jumping into the fray with that massive social media barrage on Tuesday, going completely off on Griffith because she flat out does not believe his claims against her on-again, off-again baby daddy.
Cardi claimed in her posts that Griffith changed his story multiple times, alleging his initial claims did not even include the specific details that ended up in the lawsuit, though she admitted she hated that she was defending a man she was currently beefing with.
And Griffith did not stay quiet either, firing right back in the comments by telling her to take off the blinders, claiming his time around that group predated her, and adding how embarrassing it is to face this foolishness every day.
It is just a staggering amount of drama for a couple that welcomed their baby boy back in November. Though, as it stands right now, their relationship
keeps the energy high.
And she was so committed to the vibe that she actually joked she did not care if some of the women in attendance had previously slept with her ex-husband Offset or with Stefan Diggs, the fathers of her 4 children.
You have to hand it to her. Nip status seems to be firmly over.
Speaking of moving on, Rachel, Cardi was also recently spotted on a live stream floating the idea of hosting a party specifically for women, making it clear she wants a packed guest list where everyone
Nothing if not transparent about her priorities, ranking a fun partygoer way higher than an immaculate dating history, especially after dealing with years of infidelity and trust issues in both relationships.
Fidelity has definitely been a recurring theme for her. from Offset's acknowledged mistakes during their nearly 7-year marriage, which led to her filing for divorce for a second time back in July of 24, to the romance with Diggs that started in May of 25 and hit a wall around February of 26.
It is a whirlwind timeline involving Culture, Blossom, and Wave with Offset, plus their newest baby boy with Diggs, and yet both stars are somehow managing to keep their public narratives entirely front and center.
Whether it is football contracts or live stream confessions, they certainly know how to keep everyone watching.
Welcome back to the heart of the night, everyone. We are still diving deep into this wild web, connecting Stefan Diggs, Cardi B, and a Wiener Circle in Chicago, because honestly, who could sleep through this? Dee, let's look at the football side of this whirlwind for a second, because before we even get to the personal drama, Stefan just made a
Washington, not a bad way to bounce back after being dropped by the New England Patriots back in March, right? Although, let's be real, the man has been collecting team jerseys like trading cards lately.
That is true, Bianca, because this will actually be the 32nd
massive career move, didn't he?
He sure did, Rachel. Reports dropped on Wednesday morning confirming that Stefan is returning to his old stomping grounds and signing with the Washington Commanders on a deal worth more than $10 million.
$10 million to join Jaden Daniels in Washington.
2-year-old Maryland native's 4th team in 4 years, following stints with the Houston Texans, Buffalo Bills, Minnesota Vikings, and last season with Drake May and the Patriots, where he put up over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns.
And throughout all of this professional movement, his personal life has been an absolute media magnet, especially given the ongoing legal stuff and his complicated on-again, off-again dynamic with Cardi.
Speaking of which, can we talk about Cardi's recent live stream strategy? You have to love someone who looks at the chaos of dating in the public eye and just decides to host a party for anyone, regardless of their romantic resume.
It is classic Cardi D. She was floating the idea of hosting a party, explicitly described as being for the hoes, making it clear that she wanted a packed guest list with a high-energy atmosphere over an immaculate dating history.
And she didn't stop there, because Cardi actually joked that she simply did not care if some of the women in attendance had previously slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs, the fathers of her children. To her, a fun partygoer definitely ranks way higher than who someone dated in the past.
You have to hand it to her transparency there, because fidelity has been a massive, recurring theme for her in both of those major relationships. Between Offset's acknowledged mistakes during their nearly 7-year marriage, which led to her filing for divorce for a second time back in July of 24, and her romance with Diggs that started back in May of 25 and hit a wall around February of 26, she has seen it all.
It is quite the timeline, involving Culture, Blossom, and Wave with Offset, plus their newest baby boy with Diggs, and yet both stars are somehow managing to keep their public narratives front and center, whether it is massive football contracts or unfiltered live stream comments.
And the drama extends far beyond just relationship history, Rachel, because remember the intense back and forth between Cardi and Stefan's male sexual assault accuser, Chris Griffith.
Oh, that was a whole spectacle. Cardi went off in a social media barrage earlier this week, casting doubt on his allegations against Stefan and claiming that Griffith had changed his story multiple times, specifically regarding the claims in his lawsuit.
Griffith quickly fired back in the comment sections, telling Cardi to take off the blinders and claiming that his time around that group of people actually predated her, while also denying her claims that he stole from Stefan and his team.
It is a dizzying amount of public friction to navigate while simultaneously trying to secure a multi-million-dollar NFL contract and co-parent a young baby boy. But just when you thought the internet news cycle couldn't possibly get any more bizarre, we also have to talk about what happened with Clips member Malice in Chicago over the weekend. Bianca, walk us through this Wiener Circle story, because I still cannot quite process it.
Oh, it is the kind of internet absurdity that we live for, Rachel. Clips had a massive weekend splitting their time between performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday and heading over to Ashiga in Montreal on Sunday. But amidst all that festival success, Malice got hit with some truly bizarre allegations from employees at a Wiener Circle in Chicago.
According to an employee's Instagram comment, Malice walked in with some bodyguards, ordered a Polish hot dog, took his food, and allegedly left without paying a single $9 bill. And apparently, he was even upset because the worker thought he was Flavor Flav.
You cannot make this stuff up. But of course, the internet immediately started poking holes in the logic of the entire accusation. Didn't they, Dee?
They really did. Commenters on social media were quick to point out how places like that usually operate, with one person writing that it sounds like they gave him the food before he paid, and suggesting it might have been a cashier error where Malice simply assumed it was free because no one asked for payment beforehand.
We are keeping our eyes wide open on all these developing stories as the night rolls on. And Bianca, the professional front for Stefan Diggs, just got a whole lot more interesting with this latest career move.
Oh, absolutely, Rachel. Because while everyone has been hyper-focused on the drama and the viral moments, Stefan is quietly securing the bag. He is officially heading back to his old stomping grounds to sign with the Washington Commanders on a deal worth more than $10 million.
That is right, Bianca, and the reports dropped on Wednesday morning, courtesy of Ian Rappaport. This puts the 32-year-old wide receiver right alongside Jaden Daniels, who is entering his third season in the league after spending last season with Drake May and the New England Patriots, where he put up 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns.
It really is quite the journey for him, considering this will be his 4th team in 4 years following stints with the Houston Texans, Buffalo Bills, Minnesota Vikings, and the Patriots. Dee, remind everyone what happened with the Patriots earlier this year before he found this new home in Washington.
Well, the Patriots dropped him back in March, though the team remained supportive as he faced assault allegations made by his ex-chef, a bizarre trial where he was ultimately found not guilty. His attorney made it clear right after that verdict that he still had plenty left in the tank and encouraged teams to give him a look.
And let us not forget, Rachel, that alongside this fresh $10 million contract, he is still dealing with those ongoing sexual assault allegations made by Christopher Griffith, which has turned into a remarkably nasty public back and forth, involving Cardi B as well.
Speaking of Cardi, she has certainly been making headlines of her own with her usual unfiltered honesty, especially during a recent live stream where she floated the idea of hosting a rather unique gathering. Dee, what was the concept behind this party she wants to throw?
Cardi made it very clear during her live stream that she wants to host a party specifically described as being for the hoes, emphasizing that she cares far more about a packed guest list and high energy than vetting every single woman's romantic resume.
You have to hand it to her. She truly does not care about convention. She literally joked that it did not matter to her whether some of the women in attendance had previously slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs, the fathers of her 4 children, because a good partygoer apparently ranks way higher than an immaculate dating history.
It is such a quintessential Cardi move to just lean right into the chaos while she celebrates her new record. But of course, that commentary carried an extra sting, given how much fidelity has been a recurring theme across both of those high-profile relationships over the years.
Right? Because Offset spent most of their marriage facing cheating allegations before finally acknowledging that he had stepped out and made mistakes that contributed to their second divorce filing back in July of 24, after nearly 7 years of marriage and sharing culture, blossom, and wave.
And then her relationship with Stefan followed a very similar whirlwind trajectory from courtside appearances at Knicks games in May of 25 to announcing her pregnancy that September, welcoming their baby boy in November, and then facing trust issues before their split around February of 26.
Before we move back to the bizarre Chicago hot dog saga with clips, let us check in with our viewers watching across the country in these early hours. Sarah from Ohio sent in a message saying, quote, "I cannot believe Cardi is already talking about hosting parties while dealing with all this Stefan drama. She is truly unmatched," end quote.
Well, Sarah from Ohio, Cardi has always operated on her own frequency. And honestly, after everything she has been through with both Offset and Stefan, distraction through work and socializing is probably her favorite weapon.
It really is, because even while she is defending Stefan against accusers like Christopher Griffith on social media, she is also out there making sure everyone knows she is focused on her music and her upcoming projects.
Speaking of those accusations, the back and forth between Cardi and Griffith has been intensely public. with Cardi claiming his story changed multiple times regarding Stefan allegedly taking his penis out, while Griffith fired back, telling her to take off the blinders.
Griffith even commented that his time around that group predated hers and scoffed at claims he stole from Stefan, insisting he was the one who was robbed by Stefan's associates, making the whole legal battle even messier.
And while all of that legal and relational drama swirls around them, Malice from Clips is dealing with an entirely different kind of internet absurdity over in Chicago following their massive weekend performing at Lollapalooza and Asiaga.
Oh yes, the Wiener's Circle allegations. An employee claimed on Instagram that Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, and left without paying while apparently being upset because the worker thought he was Flavor Flav.
Which, as we were discussing earlier, completely falls apart under basic logic because commenters immediately pointed out that you always pay before getting your food at a place like that, meaning it was almost certainly a cashier error where he just assumed it was free.
It is the kind of bizarre microdrama that we simply cannot look away from, and as we continue tracking Stefan's transition to the Washington Commanders alongside all of these ongoing developments, we are going to keep monitoring every single update right here. And while the internet tries to figure out how a $9 hot dog ends up unpaid for in Chicago, Bianca, we have to look at the bigger picture of how Stefan Diggs and Cardi B are navigating this absolute circus of headlines.
Honestly, Rachel, it is exhausting just watching them try to manage public narratives while their personal lives are being picked apart, piece by piece, by millions of people online.
And it is not just social media chatter anymore, because as we reported, the legal pressure involving Christopher Griffith's lawsuit is continuing to ramp up right alongside Stefan's massive career moves.
Exactly, Dee, because just as those serious legal battles and the back and forth barbs with Griffith are playing out, Stefan is simultaneously packing his bags for Washington after securing that $10 million deal with the Commanders.
Which is wild to think about when you remember he was playing for the New England Patriots just last season and dealing with all of that fallout before being found not guilty in that bizarre trial involving his ex-chef.
It truly has been a turbulent year for him professionally, especially considering this will now be his fourth team in 4 seasons, following stints with the Houston Texans, Buffalo Bills, and Minnesota Vikings.
If you are just joining our overnight coverage, we are breaking down every angle of this multi-layered story, and Sarah from Ohio sent us a message asking whether Stefan's career moves are going to overshadow the relationship drama entirely.
Well, Sarah, if anyone knows how to make sure she stays the main character in her own story, it is Cardi B, who is out here casually announcing she wants to host a party for women regardless of whether they have a history with her exes.
And that comment about not caring if attendees slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs, the fathers of her 4 children, showed a level of blunt transparency that only Cardi could pull off so effortlessly.
It really highlights how she handles the ongoing infidelity speculation, Dee, especially given that trust issues played such a massive role in her nearly 7-year marriage to Offset before she filed for divorce back in July of 24.
Exactly. And then you fast forward to her relationship with Stefan starting in May of 25, followed by welcoming their baby boy in November. And you can see why fans are tracking every single twist and turn like it is a scripted drama series.
Even though they reportedly separated around February of 26, they keep popping up together, co-parenting and occasionally clashing publicly, like when Cardi went off on Christopher Griffith in that fiery social media defense.
A defense that prompted Griffith to fire back, telling her to take off the blinders, bringing even more unwanted attention to a legal battle that Stefan is trying to fight through a defamation lawsuit of his own.
It is just layer upon layer of chaos, and quite frankly, if I were any of them, I would log off, delete all social media apps, and go live on a remote island for the next 6 months.
We cannot look away though, and as we keep an eye on all these unfolding developments across the NFL and the music industry, we are going to stay right here with you through. And just like that, Dee, we have Stefan Diggs making yet another career move, signing a deal worth more than $10 million with the Washington Commanders after spending last season with New England.
That is right, Rachel. The news dropped on Wednesday morning with reports from the league confirming the wide receiver is heading back to his old stomping grounds to play alongside rising star Jaden Daniels as he enters his 3rd season.
4th team in 4 years if anyone is counting, which is quite the frequent flyer program for a 32-year-old athlete who is apparently trying to keep his focus squarely on football, despite everything else happening in his orbit.
It is certainly a busy period for him, Bianca, especially with all the legal scrutiny he has been navigating, including being found not guilty in a bizarre trial after being dropped by the Patriots in March, following assault allegations by his ex-chef.
And let us not forget, he is also currently dealing with those sexual assault allegations made by Christopher Griffith, which has turned into an increasingly messy public back and forth involving Cardi B jumping into the fray to defend him.
A defense that she admitted she hated doing since they were currently beefing, but she went off on Griffith anyway, claiming his story changed multiple times and calling him obsessed.
Griffith fired right back in the comments section, telling her to take off the blinders, claiming his time around that group predated hers, and asking her if she knew how embarrassing it is to face this foolishness every day.
Meanwhile, Stefan himself has a defamation lawsuit going against Griffith over these claims, denying that he ever drugged or sexually assaulted him, while Griffith countersued for alleged sexual battery.
It is just an absolute legal labyrinth, and while all of that is playing out, you have to wonder if little baby boy they welcomed back in November is going to end up with a bunch of Washington Commanders merchandise, assuming they are even speaking this week.
Well, speaking of Cardi's frame of mind through all of this chaos, she was recently on a live stream talking about hosting a party for what she described as the hoes, making it crystal clear that she wants a packed guest list over a clean vetting process.
She actually joked about that exact thing, Dee, saying she did not care if some of the women in attendance had a history of sleeping with Offset or Stefan, the fathers of her 4 children.
Honestly, you have to respect the sheer, unadulterated transparency of someone who looks at her messy dating history and decides to turn it into an inclusive party planning strategy.
Fidelity has been a recurring theme for her, of course, with Offset having acknowledged stepping out during their marriage before she filed for divorce for a second time back in July of 24, after nearly 7 years together.
And then her relationship with Stefan followed a similarly whirlwind trajectory after they went public in May of 25, leading to a pregnancy announcement in September, the baby in November, and then reports of separation by February of 26.
Though they keep popping up together and co-parenting, despite all the trust issues and cheating allegations swirling around them, it is a constant soap opera that somehow manages to outpace even the wildest scripted dramas on television.
Speaking of unexpected drama, Dee, what on earth is going on with Clips and a Chicago hot dog stand after Lollapalooza?
Oh, that is a wild detour from the legal battles and relationship chaos, Rachel, because following their successful festival performances in Chicago and Montreal, Malice got hit with some bizarre allegations from employees at a Wiener's Circle.
A Wiener Circle where you can apparently order a Polish hot dog with bodyguards, take your food, and allegedly walk right out the door without paying a single $9 bill.
According to the employee who posted an Instagram comment, Malice was allegedly upset because she thought he was Flavor Flav, which just adds an entirely surreal layer to the whole encounter.
But as social media users quickly pointed out in the comments of online recaps, you usually have to pay before you get your food at places like that, leading many to suspect it was simply a cashier error and that he probably thought the glizzy was on the house.
Imagine having a celebrated music comeback with Let God Sort 'Em Out, playing massive festivals all weekend, and then ending up in a viral debate over a $9 hot dog in Chicago.
Exactly, Bianca. And when you look at the employee's side of it, she claimed he walked off because she allegedly mistook him for Flavor Flav, which just adds a completely surreal layer to a $9 hot dog dispute.
But as people quickly pointed out online, Dee, at a counter service joint like that, you almost always pay before the food is handed over, which makes it far more likely that it was just a cashier error where he assumed the glizzy was on the house.
Well, whether it was a cashier mistake or a total celebrity misunderstanding, it is definitely the lightest piece of drama on our board tonight.
You are not wrong, Bianca. For everyone joining our broadcast right now in the middle of the night, let us pause for a quick recap to bring you completely up to speed on what we have been tracking across the show. We are following 3 major connected headlines tonight. First, wide receiver Stefon Diggs is expected to sign a deal worth more than $10 million with the Washington Commanders, where he will join rising star Jaden Daniels as he enters his 3rd season. This marks Diggs' 4th NFL team in 4 years after spending last season with New England.
And that major career move comes while he and Cardi B navigate their complicated separation. They welcomed a baby boy together back in November, her fourth child overall, before splitting around February, though they were recently spotted together following that viral argument at a Maryland coffee shop where Cardi explained she was just hangry.
Meanwhile, Cardi made waves during a live stream by announcing she wants to throw a massive party where she genuinely does not care if any of the women attending have slept with her exes, including Stefan Diggs or her ex-husband Offset.
It is a wild web of stories, and speaking of our late night viewers tuning in right now, we just received a message from someone watching us live.
Hi everyone, my name is Marcus from Atlanta and I am watching late tonight. I honestly think Cardi B is being super mature by saying she does not care who slept with her exes, because a good party should just be about having fun and leaving all that messy past drama at the door.
Marcus, my friend, mature is certainly one word for it, but let us be real. Calling a party where you intentionally invite women who slept with your exes mature is a massive stretch. That is pure entertainment and absolute chaos waiting to happen.
But from Cardi's perspective, as she laid out in that stream, her entire focus is on celebrating her new record and keeping the energy high, rather than spending time vetting every single guest's romantic resume.
What makes that stance so intriguing, Dee, is that fidelity has been such a recurring theme across both of her high-profile relationships.
That is right, Rachel. Her ex-husband Offset admitted to stepping out during their nearly 7-year marriage, which produced daughters Culture and Blossom and son Wave, leading to her filing for divorce a second time in July 2024. Then her relationship with Stefan Diggs faced similar infidelity speculation before their split early this year.
And yet, despite their current personal beef, Cardi turned around and went on a passionate online rampage, defending Stefan against those sexual assault allegations filed by Christopher Griffith.
That contradiction is what has everyone talking, Bianca. Even while publicly clashing with Stefan, Cardi stepped up to argue that Griffith altered his claims in his lawsuit against the 32-year-old football star.
Exactly, and Griffith quickly hit back in the comments, telling Cardi to take off the blinders and claiming his history with that group predates her, though he noted he respects her too much to say anything disparaging about her directly.
You have to love the dynamic. She can argue with her baby daddy all day long, but the second a third party comes for him legally, she steps right into the ring to defend him.
It really shows how deeply tied together they still are despite the breakup. Drop a line in our live chat. Would you ever jump in to publicly defend an ex while you are currently beefing with them?
Meanwhile, Stefan is moving past his previous legal battle where he was found not guilty of assault charges involving his ex-chef, a trial during which New England stayed supportive, and his attorney declared he still had plenty left in the tank.
And clearly Washington agrees. Over $10 million for a wide receiver heading to his fourth team in 4 years is a serious investment. But if he produces like he did with over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns last season, Washington will happily take the talent, despite the off-field noise.
Still, with Stefan suing Griffith for defamation and Griffith countersuing for alleged sexual battery, the legal battle continues to unfold in court.
And that ongoing legal battle is precisely why Cardi B jumping into the middle of this whole situation caught everyone off guard. She did not have to say a single word, but she hopped online and went completely to bat for Stefan.
She really did. Cardi publicly cast serious doubt on Chris Griffith's allegations, claiming that his story regarding Stefan kept changing over time. She pointed out that his initial account did not mention Stefan taking his penis out in front of him, but that detail somehow ended up in his lawsuit later on.
And what else did Griffith have to say when he saw Cardi speaking out, Dee?
Well, Griffith responded directly in the comments section. He made sure to say that he has way too much respect for Barty and for women in general to say anything disparaging back to her, but he explicitly told her, and I quote, "Mama, please take off the blinders."
Please take off the blinders! That is quite a statement, coming from the man who is actively countersuing her baby daddy for alleged sexual battery.
Exactly. Griffith claimed that his time around that group of people actually predates Cardi's relationship with Stefan. He also scoffed at Cardi's claims that he stole items from Stefan and his team, insisting that he was actually the one who got robbed by Stefan's associates. And he ended by asking how embarrassing it is to have to face what he called foolishness every single day.
Look, Cardi admitted herself in that social media barrage that she absolutely hated defending Stefan while they are currently beefing, but she insisted that she just could not stand by and believe Griffith's claims against her baby daddy. It is wild, because while all this dirty laundry is getting aired out in public, Stefan is signing a massive new contract in the NFL.
It really is a huge career transition for him. Bianca, from a career standpoint, moving to his fourth team in 4 years is quite a journey for a star receiver.
It is a wild trajectory. Think about his path over the last 4 years, from the Minnesota Vikings to the Buffalo Bills, then the Houston Texans, and last season with Drake May and the New England Patriots. Now he is expected to sign a deal worth over $10 million with the Washington Commanders, where he will be catching passes from Jaden Daniels as Daniels enters his 3rd season in the league.
And let us not forget his performance last year in New England, despite all the off-field distractions. Stefan put up over 1,000 yards, 1,013 to be exact, and caught 4 touchdowns.
Exactly! The talent on the field has never been in question for 32-year-old Stefan Diggs. Washington knows what he brings to the gridiron. But carrying ongoing lawsuits while changing locker rooms for 4 consecutive years is a heavy load for any athlete.
And remember, New England stood right by him during his previous legal trial involving assault allegations from his ex-chef, where he was ultimately found not guilty after a very bizarre trial. After that verdict, his attorney made it clear that Stefan still had plenty left in the tank, and Washington clearly agreed by putting over $10 million on the line.
But while Stefan is securing his football future in Washington, his personal dynamic with Cardi B remains extremely complicated. They welcomed a baby boy back in November, which was Cardi's 4th child overall, and her first with Stefan. And even though their romantic relationship seems to be over right now, Cardi is still keeping everyone entertained on her own terms. Dee, walk us through what she revealed during her recent late-night live stream about her upcoming party.
Cardi was completely unfiltered. As usual, she announced that she wants to host a massive party to celebrate her new record. She called it a party for women who are coming prepared to keep the energy super high and dance, rather than standing around watching everyone else. But what really blew up online was her stance on the guest list.
Oh, her guest list policy is unbelievable. She literally said she does not care if some of the women coming to her party have slept with her exes.
That is right. She explicitly mentioned both Offset and Stefan Diggs, who are the fathers of her 4 children. Cardi basically said that a partygoer who brings incredible energy to her event ranks higher in her book than someone with an immaculate romantic resume.
I mean, you have to laugh at how unbothered she claims to be. But let us look at the history here. Infidelity and trust issues have been a constant theme in both of those major relationships.
Absolutely. Offset faced constant cheating allegations during their marriage and eventually acknowledged that he stepped out and made mistakes. Cardi filed for divorce from the Migos rapper for a 2nd time in July of 2024 after nearly 7 years of marriage. They share 3 children together, Culture, Wave, and Blossom.
And then her relationship with Stefan followed a very similar public pattern. They confirmed their romance in May of 2025, announced her pregnancy in September, welcomed their baby boy in November, and by February of 2026, breakup rumors were everywhere amid reports of trust issues and infidelity allegations.
Even though Stefan has never publicly admitted to cheating on Cardi, and even though they separated around February of 2026, they have still been seen out together co-parenting their young son.
It really shows how public dynamics evolve over time. Drop a line in our live chat right now. If you were throwing a major celebration for your career, would you invite someone who has a romantic history with your ex, or is that an absolute deal breaker for you?
For most normal people, that is a huge red flag. But Cardi knows exactly what she is doing. Whether she is genuinely unbothered or just generating massive publicity for her new record, she knows how to keep millions of people talking at 2 in the morning.
She certainly does. Now let us pivot to another headline that broke over the weekend involving a very different kind of drama on the music festival circuit. Dee, bring us up to speed on this bizarre incident in Chicago involving Malice from the rap group Clips.
This story is so unexpected. Clips had a super busy, highly successful weekend, splitting their time between 2 major festivals. On Saturday, they performed at Lollapalooza in Chicago, and then on Sunday, they flew up to Canada to perform at Osheaga in Montreal. There has been a huge wave of renewed interest in the duo following the release of their project Let God Sort 'Em Out, and both festival crowds were massive.
But right after this triumphant weekend, an employee at a famous Chicago hot dog spot called Wiener Circle goes online with some unbelievable accusations against Malice.
Exactly. An employee from Wiener's Circle posted a comment alleging that Malice walked in with a group of bodyguards, ordered a Polish hot dog that costs $9, took his food, and walked out without paying a single dime.
A $9 Polish hot dog! A legendary artist who just rocked massive main stages in Chicago and Montreal, allegedly pulling a hit and run over $9 worth of food. You cannot make this stuff up.
D, did the employee explain why the interaction turned hostile in the first place?
The employee claimed in her comment that Malice was apparently upset because she mistook him for Flavor Flav. But as soon as this story circulated online, people who know how these food joints operate started questioning the entire claim.
Because anyone who has ever stepped foot inside a counter service hot dog joint knows you pay at the register before you ever get handed your food.
Precisely. Online commenters pointed out that places like that always make you pay first. The widespread consensus online is that this was almost certainly a cashier error. The employee likely handed him the hot dog before collecting payment, and Malice probably assumed his team or security had already taken care of the bill, or that the restaurant was giving it to him on the house.
When you are moving fast with bodyguards between headline festival sets at Lollapalooza and Osheaga, it is so easy to see how a quick miscommunication over a $9 order could happen. Have you ever had a business make a mistake with your order and make you feel like you were in the wrong? Let us know in our live chat right now.
Look, if a venue hands a star a hot dog without asking for payment up front, nobody should be shocked when he walks out thinking it is paid for. But getting confused with Flavor Flav at the counter is easily the funniest detail of the night.
It definitely adds a hilarious footnote to what was otherwise a massive weekend for Clips. Their new music from Let God Sort 'Em Out is bringing them huge crowds, and performing across 2 countries in 2 days proves their comeback is very real.
It really shows how quickly a minor misunderstanding can turn into a viral story when high-profile names are involved.
Exactly, Rachel. Whether it is a rap icon getting accused of taking a $9 hot dog in Chicago, or Stefan Diggs navigating a $10 million contract while embroiled in defamation lawsuits and Cardi B's late-night live streams, the public cannot get enough of these stories.
And with Stefan heading to Washington to catch passes from Jaden Daniels while his legal battles continue unfolding in court, this storyline is far from over.
It really is far from over, D, especially when you consider how much momentum Stefan Diggs is bringing into this fresh chapter in Washington. He is a Maryland native returning closer to home, coming off a season with Drake May and the New England Patriots, where he put up 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns. Joining a rising star like Jaden Daniels, who is entering his 3rd season in the league, gives him a major blank slate on the field.
A blank slate on the field, sure, but his off-the-field itinerary is as cluttered as it gets. Stefan is 32 years old, moving to his 4th team in 4 years after stints with the Vikings, Bills, Texans, and Patriots. To pull down a contract worth more than $10 million with that much legal and personal noise surrounding you takes a very specific kind of focus, or a very good legal team.
Well, his legal team certainly proved their point back in March when he was found not guilty in that bizarre trial involving allegations from his former chef. That verdict gave him the clearance to re-enter free agency without that specific shadow over him. But as you mentioned, Bianca, the situation with Christopher Griffith is a completely different monster because it has played out both in court and right across our screens.
Right, because Stefan filed a defamation lawsuit claiming he never drugged or assaulted him, and then Christopher countersued for alleged sexual battery. But what blew this story wide open for the general public was Cardi B stepping right into the middle of the fire. D, break down what unfolded when Cardi decided to address Christopher directly.
It was a classic late-night social media blitz. Cardi publicly called out Christopher, claiming he had altered his story over time and pointing out that his initial account did not mention Stefan taking his penis out, which later appeared in the formal lawsuit. She even admitted she hated being in a position where she was defending Stefan while they were actively beefing, but she insisted she simply did not believe the claims against her baby daddy.
And that is where Cardi is so fascinating to watch. She can be completely done with a man romantically, but the moment she feels an outsider is coming for him with what she views as a false story, she drops everything to throw hands online. She literally told her followers she was annoyed with herself for defending him, yet she could not stay silent.
Exactly. And Christopher did not let her comments slide either. He jumped right into the discussion and responded directly to her. He started off by saying he had too much respect for her and for women in general to say anything disparaging back. But then he explicitly told her, and I quote, "Mama, please take off the blinders."
That phrase alone made headline after headline. What else did he claim in that response, Dee?
He stressed that his presence around that circle predated Cardi's involvement with Stefan. He scoffed at any idea that he had stolen anything, turning the accusation around by claiming he was actually the one robbed by associates connected to Stefan. He ended by talking about how embarrassing it has been to face what he described as daily foolishness while both legal actions remain pending.
Look, Christopher telling Cardi that his time in those circles predates her is such a loaded line. It is his way of saying, you only know the polished version or the current version while I was around for the background. But Cardi does not do blinders. Cardi acts on what she sees in the moment, whether she is dealing with legal drama, co-parenting, or organizing a party.
That transition from defense mode to party planner mode happened almost seamlessly on her live streams. While navigating all this tension, she casually floated the idea of hosting a massive party to celebrate her new record, and her rules for the guest list had everyone talking.
Her rules were basically that there are no rules. She openly said she wants the energy high and does not care if women in attendance have a romantic history with her exit. She specifically brought up Offset and Stefan Diggs, who between them are the fathers of her 4 children, and joked that past hookups do not disqualify anyone from coming to dance and have a good time.
For those of our late night viewers who might be tuning in right now, how would you react if an ex hosted a celebration and invited people from your past? Drop your thoughts in our chat room, because this level of unbothered energy is pretty rare.
It really highlights how Cardi approaches her personal life nowadays. Remember, her relationship with Offset involved years of public infidelity allegations before she filed for divorce for the second time in July 2024. They share 3 children together, Culture, Wave, and Blossom. Then she went public with Stefan in May 2025, announced her pregnancy in September, and welcomed their baby boy in November.
And even with Stefan, the breakup rumors started swirling around Super Bowl weekend when she was spotted on the field during Bad Bunny's halftime show, while Stefan was playing for New England. Then reports of trust issues and outside baby mama drama started leaking out, including that baby girl born in March 2025. They officially separated around February 2026. Yet here she is, co-parenting, defending his legal battles, and inviting his hypothetical exes to her album launch.
It shows a woman who has completely separated her personal peace from traditional relationship expectations, Bianca. She knows her audience, she knows her value, and she refuses to let messy history dictate how she celebrates her wins.
And let us not forget, while Cardi is holding court online, Stefan is quietly preparing for OTAs and training camp in Washington. He has to balance a new playbook alongside Jaden Daniels with active litigation in court and a very loud public narrative surrounding his family life.
That contrast is pure entertainment. On one side, you have an elite NFL receiver trying to maintain a sleek, professional image for a $10 million contract in Washington after being cleared in one trial and fighting another. On the other side, you have the mother of his youngest child going live at 2 in the morning, breaking down court documents and inviting everyone to a party.
Which brings us right back to how these viral moments start over the smallest spark. Look at clips over the weekend, performing to packed crowds at Lollapalooza in Chicago and Osheaga in Montreal, off the strength of Let God Sort 'Em Out, only for Malice to get accused over a $9 Polish hot dog because a cashier allegedly mistook him for Flavor Flav.
If a venue gives you food before asking for cash, that is on the register, not the rap legend. But imagine being a superstar navigating multi-million-dollar contracts, defamation suits, or stadium crowds. only to find out the internet is debating whether you paid $9 for lunch or whether your ex-girlfriend is inviting your old dates to her listening party.
It proves that no matter how high the stakes get in professional sports or music charts, the public remains obsessed with the raw, unpredictable human element underneath it all.
And with Cardi's party planning in full swing and Stefan heading to Washington's facility, the real question is whether this open-door guest list policy is going to lead to an even bigger viral moment when the event actually takes place.
That open-door policy is pure Cardi, Rachel. Because who else in the music industry announces a party to celebrate a new record and explicitly tells the world she does not care if the women in the room have slept with her exes? She literally went on her live broadcast and said as long as they show up ready to bring the energy and keep the vibe high, instead of standing around like wallflowers, their romantic resume is completely irrelevant.
It is wild when you think about it, Bianca, because fidelity has been such a massive, ongoing topic in her public life for years. We saw her file for divorce from Offset for a second time back in July of 2024, after nearly 7 years of marriage, having 3 children together, Culture, Wave, and Blossom. And then when she moved on with Stefan Diggs, starting around May of 2025 at that basketball game in New York, the pregnancy announcement followed in September, and their baby boy was born in November. Yet by February of 2026, reports confirmed they had already separated while continuing to co-parent.
And even with all those relationship ups and downs, Cardi is sitting there saying a great party guest ranks higher than an immaculate dating history. But what makes this entire dynamic even more fascinating is that while she claims to be totally unbothered about who dated Offset or Stefan, she turned around and launched into a massive online defense of Stefan regarding his ongoing legal battle.
That was the most unhinged part of the whole week. She was explicitly on her platform screaming about how much she hated defending her baby daddy while they were actively beefing. But she still could not sit quietly while Christopher Griffith made those serious allegations against him. She accused the man of changing his story, saying his initial account never mentioned Stefan taking his physical body out in front of him, and basically claimed he was just obsessed with the football player.
And Christopher Griffith did not let that sit without a response, Rachel. He jumped straight into the comments to reply directly to her, maintaining a polite tone toward her while completely rejecting her take. He told her, "Mama, please take off the blinders," and emphasized that his time around that social circle predated her involvement with Stefan. He scoffed at any claims that he stole anything from the team, turning it right back around by saying he was actually the one robbed by associates connected to the athlete.
It really highlights the sheer chaos surrounding Stefan right now, especially as he tries to pivot his focus entirely back to football. Walk us through where things stand with his career moves, because while all this internet back and forth was exploding, he was locking down a major new contract in the league.
That is right, Rachel. Reports confirmed Wednesday morning that Stefan is expected to sign a deal worth more than $10 million with the Washington Commanders. This moves the 32-year-old wide receiver back to his home area in Maryland, putting him on the field alongside Jaden Daniels, who is entering his 3rd season in the league as one of the most exciting young talents. This marks Stefan's 4th team in 4 years, after playing for the Minnesota Vikings, Buffalo Bills, Houston Texans, and most recently spending last season with Drake May and the New England Patriots, where he racked up 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns.
The man is a total mercenary on the field, D. You cannot deny his talent. 1,000 yards in New England while dealing with endless off-field noise is no joke. Remember, the Patriots dropped him back in March, but they stayed supportive through that bizarre court case involving his former personal chef, where he was ultimately found not guilty. His attorney made it crystal clear back then that he had plenty left in the tank, and Washington clearly agreed by dropping over $10 million on the table.
But he is still navigating that defamation lawsuit he filed against Griffith, plus Griffith's countersuit for alleged sexual battery stemming from an alleged incident at his home. What do you make of that overall dynamic, Bianca?
It is why Cardi jumping into his comment section to fight his battles is so funny to me. They are split up. He has a newborn baby girl born back in March with someone else, which Cardi previously said did not bother her. They have their own baby boy from November, and yet she is out here playing defense attorney on social media while planning a massive blowout bash for anyone who wants to dance.
Let us hear what the viewers at home think about this intensity, because our midnight inbox is overflowing right now. I want to pull up this message that just came in.
Hi everyone, my name is Chloe from San Diego, and I am sitting here at 2 in the morning, completely mesmerized by Cardi's loyalty. Even when she is beefing with her baby daddy, she still goes to bat for him against outside drama. So why can't my ex even text me happy birthday?
Oh, Chloe, darling, please do not measure your ex against a multi-million-dollar celebrity legal circus at 2 in the morning. Cardi goes to bat because she loves the adrenaline of a public showdown, not because it is healthy relationship advice.
Exactly, Bianca, but it really shows how invested the public gets in these personalities. People see Cardi defending the father of her child despite their personal friction, and they interpret it as ride-or-die energy. But from a media standpoint, every single tweet she sends about Stefan's lawsuits brings the focus right back to his personal life, just as Washington is trying to sell a clean slate for their new $10 million target.
It is a constant tug of war between high-stakes professional contracts and raw internet culture. And speaking of raw internet culture, Dee, we have to touch on how these massive celebrity narratives spill over into the most unexpected places, like clips getting pulled into a $9 hot dog controversy in Chicago.
It sounds absurd, Rachel, but after clips pulled off back-to-back massive festival crowds at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday and Osheaga in Montreal on Sunday, off the success of their project Let God Sort 'Em Out, Malice found himself accused by a local hot dog shop employee of leaving without paying for a $9 Polish hot dog.
A $9 Glizzy D, a rap legend who just rocked 2 country-spanning festivals, being called out on social media over $9 because the employee allegedly mistook him for Flavor Flav. You cannot write this stuff.
But the internet immediately pointed out the glaring flaw in the story, Bianca. Commenters quickly pointed out that at famous establishments like Wiener's Circle, standard procedure requires you to pay before the food is ever handed over the counter. People online immediately concluded it was almost certainly a cashier error, where the worker handed him the food without asking for money first, leaving him to assume it was already taken care of by his team, or complimentary.
Which brings us back to how quickly a simple misunderstanding or a wild comment on a live stream can completely dominate the news cycle for days. If you are watching us right now, jump into our live chat and tell us, would you attend a party hosted by your ex's new partner if the vibe was right?
I know my answer, Rachel. But looking at Stefan Diggs heading to Washington while Cardi prepares to throw this unfiltered celebration, the question is whether his new team can keep the focus purely on football once training camp begins.
Especially when you consider that every time Stefan takes the field or Cardi drops new music, the entire timeline revisits the coffee shop arguments, the legal filings, and the co-parenting dynamic.
That co-parenting dynamic is being tested in front of millions, Dee, especially now that Stefan is stepping into a massive new chapter on the football field with his latest deal.
Let us be real, Rachel. Signing a contract worth over $10 million with the Washington Commanders is a huge professional shift for him. He is heading right back to his home turf in Maryland, joining Jaden Daniels, who is entering his 3rd NFL season, but all the personal spotlight following him is not going anywhere.
It really is a fresh slate on the gridiron after a very intense year. Last season with the New England Patriots, he put up solid numbers, over 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns. But that was his 4th team in 4 years, after playing for Minnesota, Buffalo, Houston, and New England.
When you look at that career trajectory, Bianca, he has proven he can deliver on the field despite all the noise surrounding his personal life. But you cannot ignore the legal dark clouds that are still hovering in the background.
Exactly, Rachel. You cannot just pretend the legal battles vanish because you signed a $10 million contract. He was cleared in that bizarre trial involving his former chef, where he was found not guilty. But this ongoing situation with Christopher Griffith is a whole different level of public drama.
That is where the back and forth became extremely direct online. Cardi jumped on her live stream defending Stefan, calling out the claims and stating that the accuser's story shifted over time. But Christopher Griffith came right back in the comments, telling her to take off the blinders and claiming his history with that group predates her.
What makes it so fascinating, Dee, is that Cardi was openly admitting she was beefing with Stefan at the very moment she was defending him publicly. She explicitly said she hated standing up for her baby daddy while they were on bad terms, yet she felt compelled to speak out against allegations she did not believe.
That is pure Cardi B, Rachel. She can be furious with a man on a personal level, but the second an outside force attacks him legally, she steps up to fight in the front row. We saw her navigate nearly 7 years with Offset through all the public infidelity rumors and 2 separate divorce filings. And now she is bringing that exact same fierce energy to her situation with Stefan.
And from a reporting standpoint, the legal filings are quite serious. Stefan filed a defamation lawsuit claiming he was never involved in any assault or drugging, while Christopher Griffith filed a countersuit alleging sexual battery from an alleged encounter. His team maintains he was harmed, while Stefan's legal representatives insist the claims are completely baseless.
It shows how much pressure Stefan is under as he prepares for training camp in Washington. Dee, how is his camp trying to handle this transition as he joins the Commanders?
His representatives have consistently emphasized that he is cleared of prior charges and entirely focused on football. After the verdict in the ex-chef trial, his attorney explicitly stated 32-year-old Stefan still has plenty left in the tank and urged teams to take a close look at his work ethic. But with the Griffith countersuit active, every press conference in Washington is going to be a delicate balance.
A delicate balance is putting it mildly. Imagine trying to focus on learning a brand new offense alongside Jaden Daniels, while the comment sections are dissecting your ex-partner's live streams and your legal countersuits every single day.
Speaking of those live streams, Bianca, Cardi is not letting any of this personal tension put a damper on her upcoming plans for her new music release.
Oh, she is doing the complete opposite, Rachel. She went live announcing this wild celebration for her new record, explicitly saying she wants high-energy guests who come prepared to party, not stand around looking pretty or watching everyone else have fun. And then she dropped the line everyone is talking about. She said she does not care if some of the women in attendance have slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs.
She made it clear on that broadcast that a woman's romantic resume or history with the fathers of her 4 children, Culture, Blossom, Wave, and her newborn baby boy with Stefan, does not disqualify anyone from getting an invitation. In her mind, keeping the energy high at her album celebration ranks far higher than holding a grudge over past dating histories.
If you are watching us live right now, jump into our chat and tell us, could you truly host a party and celebrate next to someone who dated your ex, or is that a boundary line you would never cross?
Rachel, you know most people in our chat are going to say absolutely not. But Cardi has always operated by her own set of rules. Look at how she handled her long history with Offset. They built a family with 3 kids over 7 years, went through major public split rumors, filed for divorce again in July of 2024, and yet she still navigates that relationship with total transparency.
The timeline there is so dense. With Offset, he eventually acknowledged making mistakes and stepping out during their marriage, which led to that second divorce filing in July of 2024. Then fast forward to May of 2025, Cardi goes public with Stefan at a basketball game, announces her pregnancy in September, and gives birth to their baby boy in November.
And even with Stefan, by February of 2026, breakup rumors were swirling when they made separate public appearances at the Super Bowl, followed by that viral Maryland coffee shop argument.
Which proves that no matter how messy things get behind closed doors, Cardi refuses to play the victim in public. She will call a disagreement what it is, like being hangry at a coffee shop, while simultaneously throwing a massive party where everyone is invited regardless of who they slept with. It is complete ownership of her narrative.
It also contrasts heavily with how Stefan handles public scrutiny. While Cardi streams her raw thoughts directly to hundreds of thousands of viewers, Stefan keeps his public statements brief, defers personal questions back to her, and lets his legal team handle the court filings.
That contrast is why this story has caught fire across every platform, Dee. You have a star wide receiver moving to his fourth team in 4 years under a $10 million deal, managing a defamation legal battle, while his famous ex-partner is openly hosting celebrations without checking romantic resumes.
And let us not gloss over how fast the internet takes these celebrity moments and turns them into runaway stories. It is the exact same dynamic we saw with that bizarre $9 hot dog story involving Malice from Clips in Chicago over the weekend.
That situation exploded online out of nowhere. Clips performed at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday, then flew up to Montreal for Osheaga on Sunday. But an employee from a famous Chicago establishment called Wiener's Circle claimed on social media that Malice walked out with a $9 Polish hot dog without paying, after allegedly getting upset that she mistook him for Flavor Flav.
But as soon as that claim was posted, commenters stepped in to point out the obvious flaw in the worker's story. Didn't they, Dee?
Exactly, Rachel. Commenters quickly pointed out that establishments like Wiener's Circle standardly require you to pay at the counter before the food is ever handed over. It was almost certainly a simple cashier error where the worker handed him the food without asking for payment first, leading him and his security team to assume it was complimentary or already taken care of.
It just proves how a single comment or misinterpretation can balloon into a massive headline before anyone double-checks the facts. Whether it is an unpaid $9 hot dog in Chicago or a brief spat outside a Maryland coffee shop, the public jumps to the most dramatic conclusion every single time.
Which brings us right back to Stefon Diggs stepping onto the field for the Washington Commanders this upcoming season. When a player commands a $10 million salary alongside a rising quarterback like Jaden Daniels, every off-field headline gets amplified tenfold.
And with Cardi continuing to roll out new music and host unfiltered live streams, these two public lives are going to remain completely tangled together, no matter how much distance they try to put between their romantic past and their current co-parenting dynamic.
Especially when you consider that the legal proceedings with Christopher Griffith are far from resolved. With active claims of defamation on one side and countersuits for sexual battery on the other, this legal duel will likely play out right alongside the NFL season.
That means every time Stefon takes the field in Washington or Cardi drops another track for her upcoming album, the public will be dissecting every single move they make.
And Bianca knows Cardi is not going to filter herself for anyone's comfort. If she wants to throw a party for her album release and invite women who share a dating history with her exes, she is going to stream every second of it.
Meanwhile, Stefon's team is hoping that the focus shifts squarely back to his performance on the gridiron as training camp approaches in Maryland.
But as we have seen time and time again in this industry, separating the athlete from the celebrity headlines is nearly impossible. Once a narrative takes hold of the public imagination,
and that is why this $10 million contract with the Washington Commanders is under such a massive magnifying glass right now, Rachel. He is returning to his home state of Maryland, joining a talented quarterback like Jaden Daniels, who is entering his third season in the league, but the public conversation cannot seem to stay on the football field.
Exactly, Bianca. When you look at the purely athletic side of things, Stefon Diggs is coming off a season with the New England Patriots alongside Drake May, where he posted 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns, but Washington marks his 4th team in 4 years. He went from the Minnesota Vikings to the Buffalo Bills, then to the Houston Texans, the Patriots, and now the Commanders.
That is quite a journey across the league for a 32-year-old wide receiver. And back in March, when New England released him, there was significant legal uncertainty surrounding him. Dee, remind us how that situation unfolded legally earlier this year.
Well, Rachel, he was dealing with assault allegations brought by his former chef. That went all the way to a trial that was widely described as unusual, but he was ultimately cleared and found not guilty. Right after that verdict, his attorney publicly emphasized that he still had plenty of football left in him and encouraged NFL teams to sign him. Clearly, Washington agreed, putting a deal worth over $10 million on the table.
But the courtroom drama was far from over. That chef case might be resolved, but the active legal battle with Christopher Griffith is where things get incredibly intense and public.
And that is where Cardi B stepped right into the conversation, even while her own relationship status with Stefon was completely up in the air. Dee, what did Cardi say about Christopher Griffith's claims, and how did he respond?
Cardi unleashed a fiery social media rant defending Stefan against Christopher Griffith's allegations. She publicly claimed that Griffith had altered his story multiple times, pointing out that his initial account did not mention Stefan exposing himself, which later became a key claim in his lawsuit. Cardi even admitted she was frustrated to be defending Stefan while they were actively beefing, but she insisted she simply did not believe the allegations against her baby's father and suggested Griffith was obsessed with him.
And Christopher Griffith came back with a direct reply. He commented on her post, telling her directly, "Mama, please take off the blinders." He insisted he has immense respect for Cardi and for women in general, but noted that his presence around that team predates her arrival. He completely rejected her claims that he stole from Stefan, alleging that he was actually the one robbed by Stefan's associates, and talked about how embarrassing it is to face this entire situation every single day.
It is a deeply complicated legal conflict, especially considering Stefan filed a defamation lawsuit against Griffith, and Griffith countersued for sexual battery. But Bianca, what catches everyone's attention is how Cardi handles all this personal and legal turbulence while preparing to roll out her new album.
Oh, Cardi does not hide behind corporate public relations statements, Rachel. She went on a live stream recently to discuss her upcoming album release party, and she laid down her ground rules in the most unfiltered way possible. She said she wants a true party atmosphere, a gathering for women who are ready to dance and bring the energy, not people standing around judging others. And she openly joked that she does not care if any of the women attending have slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs.
She really stressed that a guest's romantic past or connection to her exes will not disqualify them from an invitation. In her view, having the right party energy to celebrate her new record is far more important than vetting anyone's dating resume.
That comment hits hard when you look at the history behind both relationships. With Offset, they were married for nearly 7 years and share 3 children together, daughters Culture and Blossom and son Wave. Cardi filed for divorce for a second time in July 2024, following persistent cheating rumors, and Offset himself previously admitted that he had stepped out during their marriage.
And then you have her history with Stefan Diggs. They went public in May 2025 at a basketball game, announced her pregnancy in September, and welcomed their baby boy in November. But claims of trust issues and infidelity followed them as well, even though Stefan has never publicly admitted to stepping out. Stefan actually had 4 children born in 2025 alone, including a baby girl born in March 2025.
Right, and by February 2026, right around Super Bowl weekend, breakup rumors surged when Cardi made a high-profile appearance at the halftime show while Stefan was with his team. Although they separated around February, they have been seen together while co-parenting their infant son, leaving fans constantly guessing about their actual status.
If you are tuning in with us late tonight, what do you think about Cardi's open-door party philosophy and her public defense of her baby daddy? Let us know your perspective online using our show handle. Bianca, does this candid approach from Cardi surprise you at all?
Not in the slightest. Cardi has always lived her life completely out in the open. She is focused on her music, her children, and her career. If her exes made mistakes, she refuses to let that dictate who gets to celebrate her success. She wants pure fun, and that level of authenticity is exactly why her fan base remains so dedicated.
Now, speaking of unexpected viral stories from the music industry, we have another situation that has been burning up online feeds this week involving the hip-hop duo Clips. Dee, tell us about the bizarre allegations surrounding Malice in Chicago.
This is one of the strangest stories of the week, Rachel. Clips had a packed schedule, performing on Saturday at Lollapalooza in Chicago, and then heading up to Canada on Sunday to perform at Osheaga in Montreal. Both festival crowds were huge, with fans rushing the stage following the release of their project, Let God Sort 'Em Out.
But right after that Chicago show, an employee at Wiener Circle, a famous Chicago food spot where you can get hot dogs prepared all kinds of ways, publicly accused Malice of walking off without paying for a $9 polished hot dog.
Exactly, Bianca. The employee claimed in an online comment that Malice walked in with his bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, grabbed his food, and left without paying. She also alleged that he was upset because she supposedly mistook him for Flavor Flav.
A $9 hot dog causing an internet sensation. But Dee, there are some pretty obvious questions about how a transaction at a restaurant like that actually works, right?
Huge questions. Anyone who has ever been to a counter-service hot dog spot knows you pay before you ever touch your food. Online commenters were quick to point out that if he left with the food in hand, it sounds like a classic cashier error. The worker likely handed over the hot dog before asking for payment, so he probably assumed it was taken care of or complimentary.
That is precisely what many fans argued online. They pointed out that it makes 0 sense for an artist headlining major festivals across the country to intentionally walk out over $9. The internet debate has been split, with people questioning whether it was a genuine misunderstanding, a cashier mistake, or just an overstated claim.
It really demonstrates how even a tiny $9 interaction can explode into a major headline the second a famous name is attached to it. Whether we are discussing a $10 million contract in Washington, legal countersuits, or a hot dog order in Chicago, every single detail gets scrutinized under the spotlight.
That is the reality of modern fame, Rachel. When you are in the public eye, every move you make, on the field, on stage, or at a late-night food counter, is going to be filmed, commented on, and debated across the entire internet.
And when you throw in active court cases, high-stakes NFL free agency, and unfiltered live streams, the news cycle never really sleeps, even at this hour.
Which brings us right back to Cardi B's upcoming album release, because while everyone is talking about the guest list and the legal back and forth, the music itself is what started this entire new era. Exactly, Dee. This new record is supposed to mark a whole fresh chapter for Cardi, but the personal drama keeps crashing the party, literally, in the case of her upcoming album celebration.
That party guest list is wild, Rachel. Cardi goes live and tells the whole world that she does not care if a woman attending has slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs. She just wants high energy, not people standing around holding the wall.
And for anyone just turning their TV on at this late hour, let us bring you right up to speed on why that statement turned so many heads. Cardi shares 3 children, Culture, Blossom, and Wave, with her ex-husband Offset, after filing for divorce a second time back in July of 2024, following nearly 7 years of marriage.
Then, of course, came her romance with star NFL wide receiver Stefan Diggs. Dee, lay out that timeline for our late-night viewers who might have missed how quickly things moved there.
They went public in May of 2025, announced her pregnancy in September, and welcomed a baby boy in November. But by February of 2026, report after report indicated trust issues and a split, though they continue co-parenting today while appearing in public together.
And let us not forget, Diggs has had a massive week of his own. The 32-year-old receiver is reportedly signing a contract worth more than $10 million with the Washington Commanders to catch passes from Jaden Daniels after putting up over 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns with the New England Patriots.
That is his 4th team in 4 years, Bianca, which is quite a run for a player who was cleared in that trial involving his former chef earlier this year.
Right, but while his career is moving to Washington, his legal headaches are far from over. He is still tangled up in that messy court battle with Christopher Griffith, where Diggs sued for defamation and Griffith countersued for sexual battery over alleged incidents.
What made everyone talk this week was Cardi stepping in on social media to publicly defend Diggs against those claims, despite their own relationship being on the rocks. Griffith even responded directly, telling Cardi to take off her blinders and claiming his time around that circle predates her.
It really shows how loyal Cardi can be, even when things are complicated between them. Speaking of our late-night audience watching right now, we just got a message sent into the studio.
Hi panel, I am Jenna from Tampa, and I have been watching the broadcast all night. I think Cardi is being so mature by letting anyone attend her album party, regardless of their history with her exes. But is she being too loyal defending Stefan online while he signs a $10 million contract?
Jenna, thank you for writing in from Tampa. Look, mature is one word for it, but I call it classic Cardi. She wants to sell records and turn up, not perform background checks on who dated her baby daddies.
It is classic public relations maneuvering too, Bianca. By taking control of the narrative around her party and her exes, Cardi takes the ammunition away from online gossipers before the event even happens.
And while Cardi and Stefan dominate the headlines on the East Coast, we have also been tracking that bizarre situation in Chicago involving Malice from the rap duo Clips following their performance at Lollapalooza.
Oh, the $9 hot dog saga! An employee at a Chicago establishment called Wiener's Circle claimed Malice walked in with bodyguards, got a Polish hot dog, was mistaken for Flavor Flav, and walked out without paying $9.
But people online quickly pointed out the flaw in that story. At places like that, you almost always pay before you get your food, so most observers believe it was simply a cashier error, where the staff handed over the hot dog without asking for payment first.
Exactly. And after Clips crushed their sets in Chicago and then flew up to Montreal for another festival performance, a $9 misunderstanding is the last thing anyone expected to blow up online.
But Rachel, in the era of social media, whether it is a $10 million NFL deal, an active lawsuit, or a $9 order at a food counter, everything gets turned into a full-scale debate instantly.
And as Cardi gets ready to roll out this album and throw what might be the most talked about party of the year, the big question remains whether Stefan or Offset will show up on that guest list themselves.
Well, Dee, knowing Cardi, if either Stefan or Offset showed up at that party, she probably would not even bat an eye, as long as they brought the right energy to the dance floor.
That really is her exact mindset right now, Bianca. She explicitly made it clear on her live stream that this upcoming party is meant to celebrate her new record, and she is simply not interested in vetting anyone's romantic resume or playing detective before letting them through the door.
Exactly, Rachel. She even joked during that stream that whether a guest has a past connection to Offset or Stefan Diggs, the fathers of her 4 children, it is not going to cost them an invitation. In her mind, having a packed room full of women ready to have a great time ranks much higher than maintaining an immaculate dating history.
Which is pretty wild when you step back and look at the actual history involved. We are talking about 2 very long, very public chapters of her personal life where trust and fidelity were major talking points.
Let us break down those timelines for anyone who is joining our broadcast right now in the middle of the night. With Offset, they were married for nearly 7 years and share 3 children together, their daughters Culture and Blossom and their son Wave.
That relationship saw several public rough patches over the years, with Offset later acknowledging that he had stepped out and made mistakes during their marriage. Cardi filed for divorce from the Migos rapper for a second time back in July of 2024.
And then came Stefan Diggs. That whole situation moved at absolute lightning speed, going from courtside appearances to parenthood, and eventually a split.
That is right, Bianca. They first confirmed their romance publicly back in May of 2025 when they were spotted together at a basketball game. By September of 2025, she announced her pregnancy, and they welcomed their young baby boy in November of that same year.
But by February of 2026, around the time of the Super Bowl where Cardi performed during the halftime show and Stefan appeared on the field with his team, split rumors were everywhere. Reports of trust issues and infidelity claims followed them, even though Stefan has never publicly admitted to cheating, and he also welcomed a baby girl with someone else back in March.
Which certainly explains why their current dynamic has so many people talking. They separated around February of 2026, but they still co-parent their child and pop up in public together from time to time.
What do you think about Cardi's totally unbothered stance regarding her guest list, Dee? Is it true emotional maturity, or is it just brilliant media management right before an album rollout?
It really feels like a mixture of both, Rachel. By addressing the elephant in the room directly on her live stream and laughing off potential drama, she strips the narrative of its power. If someone turns up who dated one of her exes, nobody can claim it caught Cardi off guard because she already gave it her stamp of approval.
Oh, please, Dee. It is classic Cardi turning a potentially awkward dynamic into a viral headline before anyone else can use it against her. She knows people are scrutinizing her life, so she takes the steering wheel and drives the conversation herself.
While Cardi is managing her music rollout, Stefon Diggs has major developments in his football career as well. The 32-year-old wide receiver is expected to sign a brand new deal worth more than $10 million with the Washington Commanders.
That is a massive move, Rachel. He is returning to his home region in Maryland and joining forces with Jaden Daniels, who is entering his third season in the league. Washington will mark his fourth team in 4 years after stints with the Minnesota Vikings, the Buffalo Bills, the Houston Texans, and last season with the New England Patriots.
4 teams in 4 years is quite a journey across the league. But let us not forget his performance with New England last season alongside Drake May, where he posted over 1,013 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns before being dropped by the team in March.
And that move by the Patriots happened right around the time he was cleared in a courtroom trial involving assault allegations made by his former chef, where he was ultimately found not guilty.
Exactly, Rachel. His attorney made a statement right after that verdict, emphasizing that Stefon still had plenty of top-tier football left in him, encouraging teams across the league to take a look, and Washington clearly stepped up with that $10 million deal.
But Bianca, his legal calendar is far from clear because he is still dealing with that ongoing lawsuit involving Christopher Griffin, right?
That is correct. Stefon sued Christopher for defamation, denying all claims of drugging or sexual assault, and Christopher countersued for alleged sexual battery. That whole situation turned into a very intense public back and forth.
And that is where Cardi jumped into the mix on social media, correct, Dee?
Yes, Cardi went online to defend Stefon, claiming Christopher changed his story over time and alleging that his original claims did not match what ended up in his court filing. Christopher caught wind of her comments and responded directly, telling her he respects her but urging her to take off the blinders, stating his history around that group predates her relationship with Stefon.
It is fascinating how Cardi will go to bat for the father of her child against legal accusations online, even while admitting in the exact same breath that she was beefing with Stefon personally at the time.
It shows that despite their February separation, there is still a fiercely protective instinct when it comes to family matters. If you are watching us live right now, where do you draw the line on defending an ex in public? Hook into the conversation and let us know your perspective.
It really underlines how complex these high-profile lives become when you blend parenthood, massive athletic contracts, and legal battles under a continuous public spotlight.
Absolutely! 1 week they are seen in a viral clip having a tense exchange outside a Maryland coffee shop where Cardi admitted she was just hangry and forgot she was famous, and the next week she is defending him online while he prepares to catch passes in Washington.
Stefon actually handled questions about that viral coffee shop clip very smoothly when asked recently, calling Cardi a beautiful and talented mother and telling reporters to direct any relationship status questions straight to her.
It was a very calculated, calm approach on his part, Rachel. He kept the focus on his football focus and praised her as a parent without getting bogged down in the relationship speculation.
He passed the microphone right back to Cardi. Let her handle the social media commentary while he focuses on learning a new playbook with Jaden Daniels.
Meanwhile, it is incredible how the internet can pivot from a $10 million NFL contract and heavy courtroom battles to a $9 hot dog controversy involving malice from clips.
That story has generated so much online chatter overnight, Rachel. After Clips delivered hugely successful sets at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday and Osheaga in Montreal on Sunday, an employee at a Chicago establishment called Wiener's Circle claimed Malice walked out with a $9 Polish hot dog without paying.
A $9 Polish hot dog, D, accompanied by bodyguards. The entire claim sounded bizarre on the surface, especially given the momentum Clips has right now following their record, Let God Sort 'Em Out.
Observers online quickly pointed out that counter-service establishments like that almost universally require customers to pay before the food is handed over. The prevailing belief online is that it was simply a cashier error, where the staff handed over the hot dog without asking for payment first, leading him to assume it was covered.
Exactly! Nobody performing on back-to-back festival stages in major cities is intentionally skipping out on a $9 food bill. It just shows how every tiny misunderstanding gets magnified instantly when stars are in town.
Whether it is a $10 million contract, an album launch party with no rules on exes, or a cashier mix-up over a hot dog, the internet turns every single moment into an endless debate.
And with Cardi preparing her album rollout while co-parenting with two high-profile figures, the public interest is not slowing down anytime soon.
That is why we are here in the middle of the night, tracking every single move so our viewers do not miss a beat.
As we keep following these stories through the night, we want to hear from you. How do you navigate staying on good terms with your exes when big life moments happen? Share your thoughts with us on our show page.
The way these artists and athletes manage their public narratives in real time is reshaping how fan bases engage with celebrity culture overall.
And with Cardi setting the rules for her own celebration, one thing is certain. Everyone is going to be watching that guest list very closely when party night finally arrives.
And watching that guest list isn't just about who shows up to dance Bianca, it is about how these public figures draw boundaries between their personal drama and their professional milestones.
Boundaries? Rach, as long as you are not sitting in the corner looking bored.
It really speaks to how she operates, though. Looking back at the timeline, Cardi filed for divorce from Offset a second time in July 2024.
Cardi threw the boundary manual right out the window. She is out here saying if you dated her exes, bring your best energy and come celebrate the new record. She does not care about your romantic resume.
After nearly 7 years of marriage, and they share 3 children together, daughters Culture and Blossom and son Wave.
And then in May 2025, she goes public with Stefan Diggs at a basketball game, has a baby boy with him in November, and by February 2026, they are separated. It is a whirlwind, D. You cannot deny that.
It is definitely fast-moving, Bianca. But despite that separation in February, they have been seen together while co-parenting their son. And when Christopher Griffith came forward with those sexual assault allegations against Diggs, Cardi stepped up online to defend her baby daddy, even while admitting she was currently beefing with him.
That defense really caught everyone off guard, D, because Cardi openly admitted she hated that she was standing up for him during a personal dispute, yet she felt compelled to challenge the claims being made online. She alleged the story changed over time and questioned the claims.
She basically said she did not believe the accuser's story at all. But the accuser did not stay quiet either, did he?
Not at all. Christopher Griffith responded directly in the comment section. He said he has too much respect for her to say anything disparaging back, but he urged her to take off the blinders. He pointed out that his presence around that group predates her relationship with Diggs and denied stealing anything, claiming he was actually the one robbed by associates.
And let us keep the legal facts clear. Diggs actually initiated a defamation lawsuit against Griffith over these claims, stating he never drugged or sexually assaulted him. And Griffith responded with a countersuit for alleged sexual battery. This is a heavy, active legal battle behind the scenes.
Meanwhile, Diggs is out here signing a deal worth over $10 million with the Washington Commanders. The man leaves the New England Patriots after one season with over 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns. And now he is on his 4th team in 4 years.
It is a massive career move, joining a rising star like Jaden Daniels entering his 3rd season. But D, how does an athlete navigate a brand transition like this, with all these headline-grabbing legal and personal matters floating around?
Well, his attorney made it clear after he was found not guilty in that trial involving his former chef that he still had plenty left in the tank. The Patriots supported him through that process before dropping him in March, and now the Commanders are stepping up to bring the Maryland native back closer to home.
Back home to Maryland, which, if everyone remembers, is right where that viral coffee shop argument happened outside a counter when Cardi was hangry over a missing order.
It all circles back to Maryland. But what strikes me is how these two separate their business decisions from their online commentary. If you were managing a major career move amidst all this noise, how would you keep your focus on the work? Drop your thoughts in our chat.
And while Diggs focuses on catching passes from Jaden Daniels in Washington, Cardi is focusing purely on her music rollout. She made it very clear in her live stream that her upcoming party is strictly about high energy, celebrating her new record, and putting the personal history with Diggs or Offset behind her for the night.
Look, saying you do not care if someone in the VIP lounge slept with your ex-husband or your baby daddy sounds great on a live stream, but put those people in one room with an open bar and see if the energy stays positive.
You always expect maximum drama, Bianca, but Cardi insists a good partygoer who brings the energy ranks higher to her than an immaculate dating record.
It is an interesting stance given how infidelity played such a huge part in her past. Offset publicly acknowledged stepping out during their marriage, which contributed to their split. And her time with Diggs faced constant online speculation regarding trust issues and reports of infidelity, even though Diggs has not publicly admitted to anything.
Exactly! So opening the doors to anyone who is involved with either man is either top-tier maturity or a recipe for the most talked about live stream of the year.
Speaking of viral moments that had everyone scratching their heads this week, we have to talk about the situation in Chicago with Malice from Clips.
Oh, this one is so surreal, Rachel. Clips had a huge weekend, performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday and then flying up to Montreal for Asiaga on Sunday, riding high on the release of their new record.
And amidst all that festival success, an employee at a famous Chicago hot dog spot goes online claiming Malice walked out with a $9 polished hot dog without paying.
The employee claimed in a comment that Malice came in with bodyguards, ordered the food, got upset because the employee allegedly mistook him for Flavor Flav, took his Polish hot dog, and left without handing over the $9.
A $9 Polish hot dog dispute right after a headlining festival set. But people online immediately started questioning how that order was handled in the first place, right?
Because who hands over the food before taking the cash? That is not how hot dog stands work.
That is precisely what commenters pointed out online. Many noted that establishments like Wiener's Circle usually require payment before handing over the food, suggesting it was likely a cashier error where the food was handed over and he assumed it was settled without being asked for payment.
It shows how quickly a small mix-up at a counter can blow up into a whole internet storyline when a famous face is involved. Have you ever been caught in a hilarious cashier mix-up? Tell us on our show page.
Look, if a cashier gives me my food and does not ask for money, I am walking away thinking I just got elite VIP service. You cannot blame the man for taking his Polish hot dog and going on about his day.
Especially when Clips was rushing between two massive festival crowds in two different countries over 48 hours. The demand for their music is huge right now, following their new release, so a $9 counter confusion is probably the last thing on his mind.
Yet in today's digital space, an online comment under a clip can turn a $9 Polish hot dog into a trending topic alongside a $10 million NFL contract.
Because the internet does not care about the dollar amount, Rachel. Whether it is $10 million or $9, if a celebrity is involved, people want to debate every single detail.
And that contrast is amazing. You have Stefon Diggs securing a major deal with Washington to play alongside Jayden Daniels while resolving his legal disputes, Cardi preparing her album Celebration while navigating co-parenting with two high-profile exes, and Malice performing for tens of thousands while dealing with a counter mix-up.
It really proves that no matter where these stars go, from football fields to festival stages to counter lines, the public is watching every single move.
And let us be honest, Dee, when you look at Diggs heading to his fourth team in 4 years, the pressure on the field in Washington is going to be just as intense as the spotlight off the field.
That is true, Bianca. He had a solid run with the Patriots last year with over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns, but joining a rising team with Jayden Daniels puts him right back in the center of the football conversation, where his performance will have to match the high expectations.
And with Cardi's album rollout picking up steam, the intersection of her music, her live streams, and her personal history keeps her at the top of the cultural conversation every single night.
Which brings us right back to that upcoming party. If Cardi actually lets every ex-flame walk through those doors, we need full coverage, D.
I will certainly be keeping an eye on every update, but knowing how fast these situations evolve, anything could shift before party night even arrives.
That is the reality of following these lives in real time. The narrative changes minute by minute, whether it is a legal filing, a teen signing, or a social media comment.
And Cardi B's latest social media storm proves that exact point, Rachel. One minute she is beefing with her baby daddy, and the next minute she is stepping into the digital ring to defend him against serious court allegations. You cannot look away for a single second.
That back and forth between Cardi B and Chris Griffith really caught everyone off guard. Cardi publicly questioned his claims against Stefan Diggs, saying the accuser kept changing his story. But Chris came right back in the comments, telling her to take off the blinders. He made a point of saying he has complete respect for her as a woman and a mother, but insisted his history with that circle predates her. He even denied allegations that he stole anything from Stefan, calling the whole ordeal completely embarrassing to live through every day.
Oh, please! The man told her to take off the blinders while she is literally out here fighting legal battles for an ex. I mean, let us look at the timeline here. Stefan Diggs already went through a wild trial with his former chef and was found not guilty, which cleared his name there. Now he is suing Chris for defamation, while Chris is countersuing him for sexual battery. It is a total legal maze. And amidst all this court chaos, Cardi is taking time out of her busy album rollout to post long rants defending him.
What makes it so fascinating, Bianca, is how complex her bond with Stefan remains despite their split back in February. What did you make of how Chris handled his response to her, Dee?
He was very strategic, Rachel. He explicitly stated that he did not want to say anything disparaging to Cardi B, but he maintained that his legal claims stand. Meanwhile, Stefan's legal team has been firm that the wide receiver never drugged or assaulted anyone. So while that defamation suit and countersuit move through the court system, Stefan is focusing on his career move to Washington, while Cardi is managing her own public narrative.
Managing her narrative? D. She just went on a live stream and announced she wants to throw a massive party where any woman is invited, even if they have slept with her exes. That is not just managing a narrative, that is burning the rule book and throwing a festival on the ashes.
That live stream comment really blew up online, Bianca. Cardi literally said she wants high energy, she wants people who are there to celebrate her new record, and she genuinely does not care if someone on the guest list has a romantic past with Offset or Stefan Diggs. For her, having a great atmosphere at her album release ranks way higher than checking anyone's romantic resume.
Look, we have to talk about why that statement hits so hard. Infidelity and trust issues have been a central theme in both of her major relationships. With Offset, they were married for nearly 7 years, had 3 beautiful children together, Culture, Wave, and Blossom, and he publicly admitted to stepping out and making mistakes before she filed for divorce that second time in July 2024. Then she gets with Stefan in May 2025, welcomes their baby boy in November, and by February 2026, they are separated amid more cheating allegations. So for her to sit on camera and say she does not care who slept with her baby daddies, that is pure drama defense mechanism right there.
It is worth noting that while reports of trust issues surrounded her split with Stefan, he has never publicly admitted to any cheating. But their co-parenting dynamic is definitely front and center, especially with Stefan having 4 children born in 2025 alone, including that baby girl born in March. They were both at the Super Bowl in 2026. She was on stage with Bad Bunny, Pedro Pascal, and Jessica Alba, while he was on the field, and people were already speculating about their status back then.
It is a lot for the public to process, especially at this hour of the night. In fact, our viewers are sending in their thoughts on this exact dynamic.
Hi everyone, I am Elena from Miami, and I am watching you guys late tonight. I honestly think Cardi B is just being real about her party guest list because life is too short to hold grudges over ex-boyfriends. If she can co-parent peacefully and focus on her music, why should she care who dated who in the past?
Elena, my sweet summer child in Miami, bless your heart. It sounds nice in theory, but putting women who dated your very recent exes in the same room while VIP bottles are flowing is a recipe for complete chaos. She is trying to act unbothered, but we all know how fast things escalate when personal history enters the room.
But Bianca, you have to admit that Cardi has always taken a totally unique approach to her personal life. Whether she is going live to discuss court cases or planning her next party, she does not hide behind public relations statements.
Exactly, Rachel. And on the professional side, both of them are pushing forward with massive career moves right now. Cardi is preparing her album rollout, and Stefan is gearing up for a major fresh start in the NFL.
Oh, the $10 million man. Let us talk about that Washington Commanders contract. Stefan Diggs is 32 years old, leaving New England after catching over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns from Drake May, and now he is joining Jaden Daniels. This is his 4th team in 4 years. Vikings, Bills, Texans, Patriots, and now Commanders. That man moves teams faster than he moves through relationships.
It is a huge deal for Washington, D. to sign an all-pro caliber receiver for over $10 million to pair with a rising star quarterback like Jaden Daniels in his 3rd season is a statement move.
It really is, Rachel. After the Patriots dropped him in March following that ex-chef trial where he was cleared, his attorney publicly announced that he had plenty left in the tank. Returning to the Maryland area where he grew up gives him a solid foundation to focus entirely on football, even as his personal life and the Christopher Griffith lawsuit continue to make headlines.
Well, while Stefan is securing $10 million deals in Washington, we have another celebrity facing allegations over, wait for it, $9.
Ah, you are bringing up the situation with Malice from Clips. D, break down what actually happened in Chicago over the weekend because this story is just wild.
So, Clips had a massive festival weekend. On Saturday, they performed at Lollapalooza in Chicago, and by Sunday, they were up in Canada performing at Osheaga in Montreal. Both shows were huge, especially with the renewed hype around their album Let God Sort 'Em Out. But after the Chicago show, an employee at Wiener's Circle, a famous hot dog spot in Chicago, posted online claiming Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, and walked out without paying.
A $9 hot dog! Malice is out here performing for tens of thousands of fans at major festivals, and people are accusing him of a hot dog heist. And the employee even claimed he got upset because she mistook him for Flavor Flav. You cannot make this stuff up.
But D, isn't there a very logical explanation floating around about how food orders actually work at that establishment?
Absolutely, Rachel. People immediately pointed out in the comments that places like Wiener's Circle almost always require you to pay at the register before the kitchen hands you your food. So if he was handed a Polish hot dog and walked out, it sounds much more like a cashier error where the staff forgot to charge him, leading him to assume his team or someone else had already taken care of the bill.
A cashier error makes total sense. But imagine being a hip-hop icon getting called out on the internet over a $9 Polish sausage because someone thought you were Flavor Flav. That is the kind of late-night drama I live for.
It definitely shows how fast a tiny misunderstanding can turn into a viral story when a famous face is involved. Whether it is a $9 food order in Chicago, a $10 million football contract in Washington, or Cardi B's wild party rules,
which are honestly in a league of their own. Rachel, I have heard of open-door policies at Hollywood events, but telling the entire internet that you do not care if guests at your album release party have slept with your exes is next level wild.
It really is, Bianca. D, break down what actually happened on that live stream. Because when people first heard about her guest list philosophy, everyone assumed she had to be joking.
She was completely serious, Rachel. During her live broadcast, she was talking about planning this massive celebration for her upcoming record, and she said she wants to host what she called a party for the wild ones. She explicitly said she wants women who come prepared to bring high energy, dance, and turn the venue upside down, rather than people who stand around in a corner staring at their phones.
Look, nobody wants wallflowers at a major album launch party. I get that. But leaving the velvet rope wide open for anyone who has been romantically linked to Offset or Stefan Diggs? That is playing with fire and tossing a lit match right into it.
She literally laughed it off on camera, Bianca. She said a great party atmosphere ranks way higher for her than vetting someone's romantic resume. In her mind, as long as you are coming to celebrate her music and keep the room alive, your past history with the fathers of her children is completely irrelevant to her night.
That is classic Cardi transparency, but when you look at the background of both of those relationships, you can see why fans online are doing double takes. Dee, remind us of where things stand with those family timelines, because there is a lot of history packed into a short window.
Well, with Offset, they were married for nearly 7 years and share 3 children, daughters Culture and Blossom and son Wave. After years of very public ups and downs and infidelity rumors that Offset eventually admitted to, Cardi filed for divorce a second time back in July of 2024.
7 years of public drama and broken trust! And then Stefan Diggs enters the picture. And the timeline basically runs on fast forward.
Exactly. They went public back in May of 2025 at a basketball game, announced the pregnancy in September, and welcomed their baby boy in November. But by February of 2026, right around Super Bowl weekend when she was performing alongside Bad Bunny and he was on the field with his team, the breakup rumors were everywhere.
And even after separating around February, they have been seen together co-parenting. If you are watching us right now in the middle of the night, we want to know what you think about this whole situation. Would you ever invite people who dated your ex to your biggest career party, or is that asking for trouble? Send us your thoughts on the live chat.
What gets me, Rachel, is how unbothered she claims to be on one hand, while simultaneously jumping into the trenches on social media to defend Stefan in his legal battles. One day you are beefing with your baby daddy, and the next day you are posting a massive defense on his behalf. Make it make sense.
That social media explosion was something else, Bianca. Cardi went off online against Chris Griffith, the man who filed a sexual assault lawsuit against Stefan. She accused Griffith of changing his story over time, claiming his initial account never mentioned certain explicit allegations that later appeared in his formal lawsuit. She even admitted in her post that she hated defending Stefan while they were currently beefing, but said she simply did not believe the claims against him.
But Dee, the accuser did not just sit back and stay quiet after she posted that.
Not at all, Bianca. Chris Griffith responded directly in the comment section, telling her, and I quote, to take off the blinders. He said he had too much respect for her to say anything disparaging back, but pointed out that his presence around that team and social group predates her relationship with Stefan. He also denied her claims that he stole anything, alleging instead that he was the one robbed by associates.
That legal situation is so tangled up in court filings. Remember, Stefan actually sued Chris Griffith for defamation first, denying all allegations of drugging or assault, and then Griffith filed a countersuit alleging sexual battery over an incident at the athlete's home.
It is a total legal mess. And while all this personal and legal chaos is playing out online, Stefan is making huge moves in his football career.
He really is. Dee, what are the facts on this new contract that just made waves across the league?
It is official, Rachel. Reports confirm that the 32-year-old free agent wide receiver is expected to sign a deal worth over $10 million with the Washington Commanders.
Over $10 million! That is a massive deal for a wide receiver who has played for 4 different teams in 4 years.
It is a big move for him. He spent last season with the New England Patriots, catching passes from Drake May for over 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns. Before that, he had stops with the Houston Texans, Buffalo Bills, and Minnesota Vikings. The Patriots dropped him back in March, but their organization remained supportive as he faced assault allegations made by his former chef, a trial where he was ultimately found completely not guilty.
And now he is heading back near his home state of Maryland to join quarterback Jaden Daniels, who is entering his 3rd NFL season. Bianca, from an industry point of view, how does a high-profile athlete balance a $10 million contract expectation with this level of off-the-field media noise?
It is a massive tightrope walk, Rachel. When a team hands you over $10 million, they expect your head to be 100% in the playbook and on the field. But when your name is constantly trending because of court filings, live stream rants, and high-profile relationship splits, every single step you take is under an intense spotlight.
And his attorney made a point after the chef trial verdict to emphasize that Stefan still has plenty of gas left in the tank for his professional career. But with active lawsuits still unresolved and co-parenting a 5-month-old infant with Cardi B, the public spotlight is not going away anytime soon.
To everyone staying up late with us on air, we want to hear your take on this balance. Do you think Stefon Diggs can tune out the legal drama and public noise to deliver a stellar season in Washington? Jump into our live show chat and share your perspective. I first heard about her guest list philosophy. Everyone assumed she had to be joking.
She was completely serious, Rachel. During her live broadcast, she was talking about planning this massive celebration for her upcoming,
which are honestly in a league of their own. Rachel, I have heard of open-door policies at Hollywood events, but telling the entire internet that you do not care if guests at your album release party have slept with your exes is next level wild.
It really is, Bianca. Dee, break down what actually happened on that live stream. Because when people first heard about her guest list philosophy, everyone assumed she had to be joking.
She was completely serious, Rachel. During her live broadcast, she was talking about planning this massive celebration for her upcoming record, and she said she wants to host what she called a party for the wild ones. She explicitly said she wants women who come prepared to bring high energy, dance, and turn the venue upside down, rather than people who stand around in a corner staring at their phones.
Look, nobody wants wallflowers at a major album launch party. I get that. But leaving the velvet rope wide open for anyone who has been romantically linked to Offset or Stefon Diggs? That is playing with fire and tossing a lit match right into it.
She literally laughed it off on camera, Bianca. She said a great party atmosphere ranks way higher for her than vetting someone's romantic resume. In her mind, as long as you are coming to celebrate her music and keep the room alive, your past history with the fathers of her children is completely irrelevant to her night.
That is classic Cardi transparency, but when you look at the background of both of those relationships, you can see why fans online are doing double takes. Dee, remind us of where things stand with those family timelines.
Ups and downs and infidelity rumors that Offset eventually admitted to, Cardi filed for divorce a second time back in July of 2024.
7 years of public drama and broken trust. And then Stefon Diggs enters the picture. And the timeline basically runs on fast forward.
Exactly. They went public.
Because there is a lot of history packed into a short window.
Well, with Offset, they were married for nearly 7 years and share 3 children, daughters Culture and Blossom and son Wave. After years of very public, back in May of 2025 at a basketball game, announced the pregnancy in September and welcomed their baby boy in November. But by February of 2026, right around Super Bowl weekend when she was performing alongside Bad Bunny and he was on the field with his team, the breakup rumors were everywhere.
And even after separating around February, they have been seen together co-parenting. If you are watching us right now in the middle of the night, we want to know what you think about this whole situation. Would you ever invite people who dated your ex to your biggest career party, or is that asking for trouble? Send us your thoughts on the live chat.
What gets me, Rachel, is how unbothered she claims to be on one hand, while simultaneously jumping into the trenches on social media to defend Stefon in his legal battles. One day you are beefing with your baby daddy, and the next day you are posting a massive defense on his behalf. Make it make sense.
That social media explosion was something else, Bianca. Cardi went off online against Chris Griffith, the man who filed a sexual assault lawsuit against Stefon. She accused Griffith of changing his story over time, claiming his initial account never mentioned certain explicit allegations that later appeared in his formal lawsuit. She even admitted in her post that she hated defending Stefon while they were currently beefing, but said she simply did not believe the claims against him.
But Dee, the accuser did not just sit back and stay quiet after she posted that.
Not at all, Bianca. Chris Griffith responded directly in the comments section, telling her, and I quote, to take off the blinders. He said he had too much respect for her to say anything disparaging back, but pointed out that his presence around that team and social group predates her relationship with Stefon. He also denied her claims that he stole anything, alleging instead that he was the one robbed by associates.
That legal situation is so tangled up in court filings. Remember, Stefon actually sued Chris Griffith for defamation first, denying all allegations of drugging or assault, and then Griffith filed a countersuit alleging sexual battery over an incident at the athlete's home.
It is a total legal mess. And while all this personal and legal chaos is playing out online, Stefan is making huge moves in his football career.
He really is. Dee, what are the facts on this new contract that just made waves across the league?
It is official, Rachel. Reports confirm that the 32-year-old free agent wide receiver is expected to sign a deal worth over $10 million with the Washington Commanders.
Over $10 million! That is a massive deal for a wide receiver who has played for 4 different teams in 4 years.
It is a big move for him. He spent last season with the New England Patriots, catching passes from Drake May for over 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns. Before that, he had stops with the Houston Texans, Buffalo Bills, and Minnesota Vikings. The Patriots dropped him back in March, but their organization remained supportive as he faced assault allegations made by his former chef, a trial where he was ultimately found completely not guilty.
And now he is heading back near his home state of Maryland to join quarterback Jaden Daniels, who is entering his 3rd NFL season. Bianca, from an industry point of view, how does a high-profile athlete balance a $10 million contract expectation with this level of off-the-field media noise?
It is a massive tightrope walk, Rachel. When a team hands you over $10 million, they expect your head to be 100% in the playbook and on the field. But when your name is constantly trending because of court filings, live stream rants, and high-profile relationship splits, every single step you take is under an intense spotlight.
And his attorney made a point after the chef trial verdict to emphasize that Stefan still has plenty of gas left in the tank for his professional career. But with active lawsuits still unresolved and co-parenting a 5-month-old infant with Cardi B, the public spotlight is not going away anytime soon.
To everyone staying up late with us on air, we want to hear your take on this balance. Do you think Stefan Diggs can tune out the legal drama and public noise to deliver a stellar season in Washington? Jump into our live show chat and share your perspective.
I will say this, Dee. Cardi stepping up to defend him publicly, even while they are split and beefing, shows that despite all the public drama, there is still some kind of intense loyalty there. You do not step into a legal crossfire for someone unless you genuinely care about protecting them.
That is very true, Bianca. In her social media posts, Cardi explicitly said she was upset because she felt the allegations were untrue, despite her personal differences with Stefan at the moment. But Chris Griffith standing firm and telling her she is blinded by her relationship shows that this legal battle is far from over.
And that brings us back to the heart of how these two megastars operate in the public eye. Cardi is getting ready to launch new music and host an unrestricted album release party. Stefan is locking in a $10 million football deal, and yet their private lives keep pulling them right back into the front page headlines.
It is like a blockbuster movie that never rolls the credits, Rachel. Every single week brings a new twist, whether it is a court document, a live stream rant, or a major sports signing.
And look at the timeline. Cardi gave birth just 5 months ago in November. Navigating a newborn, an album launch, public legal defenses, and setting party rules about her exes, she is managing multiple massive narratives at full speed.
It really makes you wonder how much of this open attitude from Cardi is genuine indifference, and how much of it is a strategic shield to keep control of her own story.
Whether it is a strategic shield or genuine indifference, Rachel, Cardi knows exactly how to control the room. She can talk about her private life, flip the narrative, and turn a complicated ex-boyfriend situation into an open invitation for a night out.
And that control extends directly to how she handles the ongoing legal controversies surrounding Stefan Diggs. While she was floating ideas for her album release party, she was also openly addressing Christopher Griffith, the man who brought sexual assault allegations against Diggs.
That is right, Dee, because Cardi did not hold back at all when addressing those claims online. What did the report show about what she actually said?
She launched into a social media statement questioning Griffith's credibility, claiming his story changed over time. She pointed out that his initial account did not include specific claims that later appeared in his formal lawsuit. She even admitted that she hated defending Diggs while they were in the middle of their own personal dispute. But she felt Griffith's allegations did not hold up.
But Christopher Griffith was not going to sit there and let her dismantle his legal claims online. He fired right back in the comments section. He told her point blank to take off the blinders. He said he had too much respect for her as a woman to say anything disparaging. but he insisted his history around that group predated her relationship with Diggs.
He also scoffed at claims that he stole from Diggs or his team. Griffith claimed he was actually the one robbed by associates of the football player, and he asked how embarrassing it is to face this entire situation every single day.
And let us lay out the legal framework here so everyone watching late tonight understands where this stands. Diggs originally sued Griffith for defamation, stating he never drugged or sexually assaulted him. Then Griffith countersued for alleged sexual battery following an incident that reportedly happened at the star's home.
It is a complete mess of lawsuits and countersuits, Dee, and Cardi is throwing herself right into the middle of it while trying to promote her new music.
Well, Bianca, this is not the first legal battle Diggs has faced recently either. Remember, he was dropped by the New England Patriots back in March, but the team remained supportive while he went through a trial involving assault allegations made by his former chef.
And in that previous case, he was found not guilty after a trial. His attorney made it very clear afterward that the 32-year-old wide receiver still had plenty of football left in him and urged teams across the league to take a look at him.
And the team clearly did take a look, because now he is securing a massive deal. More than $10 million to join the Washington Commanders.
That report came out Wednesday morning, confirming that Diggs is returning to his home state of Maryland to sign a deal worth over $10 million. He will be catching passes from Jaden Daniels, who is entering his third season in the league and rising fast.
This is going to be his fourth team in 4 years. Diggs played for the Minnesota Vikings, the Buffalo Bills, the Houston Texans, and then last season with Drake May and the Patriots, where he pulled down 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns.
4 teams in 4 years is a wild ride for a wide receiver, Rachel. But $10 million proves that teams care about what happens on the field. The question I have is whether Cardi is going to show up in Washington Commanders gear to support the father of her youngest child.
That relationship status remains completely up in the air. They welcomed their baby boy back in November, but they separated around February. They have been seen together co-parenting and even getting into that viral argument in Maryland. But officially, things seem to be over for now.
If you are just tuning in to our late night broadcast, drop us a line on our show's handle and tell us, do you think Cardi B's defense of her ex is genuine loyalty, or is it just about protecting her family's narrative?
Look at her history, Rachel. Cardi has always been fiercely protective, even when the relationship itself is on the rocks. Look at her history with Offset. They were married for nearly 7 years, had 3 children together, Culture, Wave, and Blossom, and dealt with continuous public infidelity claims before she filed for divorce a second time in July of 2024.
Offset even acknowledged publicly that he had stepped out and made mistakes during their marriage. And with Diggs, the timeline moved just as fast. They went public at a basketball game in May of 2025, announced her pregnancy in September, welcomed their son in November, and by February of 2026, trust issues and reports of split-ups were everywhere.
Not to mention, Diggs had a baby girl born in March with another woman, which Cardi publicly claimed did not bother her at the time.
That is why her party rules make total sense for her personality. She said in her live stream that she is planning an album launch party and wants women who bring high energy, not people standing around judging. She literally joked that she does not care if any of the women attending have slept with Offset or Stefon Diggs.
She basically said that having a good partygoer who keeps the vibe right is more important than checking someone's romantic history with her exes. She just wants to celebrate her new record and have fun without the personal drama dragging down the room.
It shows a level of detachment that is fascinating, Bianca, especially given how intense these past few years have been for her personally and professionally.
Detachment or total self-awareness. She knows people are going to talk about her exes no matter what, so she strips the power away from the rumors by saying, "Come to my party anyway."
Speaking of unexpected public commentary and bizarre internet drama, Diggs and Cardi are not the only music figures making headlines after a major weekend. The rap duo Clips, Malice and Pusha T, had a huge weekend playing Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday and Osheaga in Montreal on Sunday, following the release of their project Let God Sort 'Em Out.
But Dee, while the festival crowds were massive, Something very strange happened offstage in Chicago involving Malice, right?
Absolutely bizarre. An employee at Wiener's Circle, the famous Chicago hot dog establishment, posted comments online claiming that Malice came in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took his food, and left without paying.
A $9 hot dog controversy for a legendary rapper. You cannot make this stuff up. The employee even claimed Malice got upset because she mistakenly thought he was Flavor Flav.
But people online immediately started analyzing how a hot dog stand actually operates. What are commentators saying about that interaction, Dee?
People quickly pointed out that at an establishment like that, customers almost always pay before receiving their food. The consensus online seems to lean toward a cashier error, where the food was handed over before payment was requested, leading Malice to reasonably assume his team or someone else had already settled the $9 bill.
Exactly! If someone hands you a $9 Polish hot dog after a headline festival set, you assume it is taken care of. You do not walk out thinking you are pulling off a high-stakes hot dog heist.
Tell us what you think at home. Is this just a classic counter miscommunication, or should a star always double-check the bill before walking out?
It highlights how quickly a minor misunderstanding can blow up into a viral topic when a high-profile artist is involved. When you have bodyguards, multiple order items, and a busy counter, details get lost fast.
Meanwhile, the employee is on social media claiming he was annoyed over being confused for Flavor Flav. That detail alone makes the entire story sound like a comedy routine.
But whether it was a simple cashier mistake or a complete misunderstanding at the register, it shows how intensely every single move by an artist is monitored the second they step off a festival stage.
And when you look at the contrast between a $9 hot dog dispute in Chicago and a $10 million NFL contract in Washington, it really shows the wild spectrum of headlines we are tracking tonight. Diggs is stepping into a fresh start with the Commanders after a turbulent year with the Patriots, while Cardi is preparing her next musical. Exactly, and that massive $10 million deal with the Washington Commanders is really giving Stefon Diggs a fresh athletic slate after his season with the Patriots, pairing him up with Jaden Daniels.
But let us not pretend the football field is the only place where things are completely chaotic, Rachel. You have Cardi B jumping on live broadcasts, talking about her album celebration, and telling the whole world she does not care if guests have a romantic history with her exes.
That was quite a bold statement. She essentially said a lively party atmosphere matters much more than checking romantic resumes, whether it involves Offset or Stefon Diggs.
For anyone just joining our late night broadcast right now, let us catch you up quickly on who is who and where this whole story stands.
Absolutely. Cardi B filed for divorce from Offset back in July of 2024 after nearly 7 years of marriage and 3 children together, named Culture, Wave, and Blossom. Then, in May of 2025, she went public with wide receiver Stefon Diggs. They welcomed a baby boy together in November, but rumors of trust issues led to a separation around February of 2026.
Yet here she is, throwing an album launch party and declaring that any woman who wants to bring high energy is invited, even if they slept with the fathers of her 4 children. That is vintage Cardi. But fidelity was a huge issue in both of those relationships.
Offset admitted publicly to stepping out during their marriage, and while Diggs never confirmed any cheating, those rumors definitely followed their split. But Dee, Cardi is also getting pulled into Diggs's complicated legal battles, right?
She really did. Even while acknowledging she was currently beefing with Diggs, she took to social media to publicly question the claims made by Christopher Griffith. Griffith is in an active legal battle with Diggs, where Diggs filed a defamation lawsuit after Griffith accused him of sexual assault, and Griffith countersued for sexual battery.
And Griffith did not hold back after Cardi defended her baby daddy. He publicly responded to her, saying he respects her, but urged her to take off the blinders, claiming his time around that circle predates hers.
Let us pause for a second, because we just received a message sent in from a viewer watching us right now.
Hi everyone, I am Marcus from Atlanta, and I have been watching all night. Honestly, I think Cardi B is just being a supportive co-parent by defending Diggs. But inviting women who slept with your exes to your party is totally wild.
Marcus, my friend, Supportive co-parenting is one thing, but telling the entire internet that your guest list is wide open to your ex's former flames is pure chaos.
To be fair to Cardi, she framed it as wanting real enthusiasm at her event, instead of people standing around holding wall space. She wants people ready to celebrate her new record, regardless of messy personal histories.
Speaking of bizarre personal drama, we also have to unpack what went down in Chicago with Malice from clips after Lollapalooza. D.
It is such a peculiar story. Workers at a Chicago hot dog establishment claimed that Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, and walked out without paying after getting upset that an employee mistook him for Flavor Flav.
But as people online pointed out almost immediately, what counterspot hands over a hot dog before you pay? That sounds like a classic cashier error, where the staff assumed someone else in the entourage settled the bill.
It really goes to show how every single detail gets blown out of proportion when you are a high-profile figure or a professional athlete.
While his legal team pointed to his acquittal in that bizarre trial involving his former chef as proof, he still has plenty left in the tank. He still has to navigate this ongoing legal dispute with Griffith before taking the field for Washington.
Exactly. On a multi-million-dollar deal. Diggs is entering his 32nd year and heading to his 4th NFL team in 4 years after stints with the Vikings, Bills, Texans, and Patriots.
Exactly. The Patriots supported him through March when he was dropped, but now with a fresh $10 million opportunity in Washington alongside Jaden Daniels, both his athletic performance and his co-parenting dynamic with Cardi will remain under constant public observation.
Or under complete public scrutiny, let's be real. Because when you are talking about a player moving to his 4th team in 4 years, every single off-field headline becomes magnified 10 times over.
Exactly, Bianca. And that is why this move to Washington is so fascinating from a football perspective as well as a personal one. Stefon Diggs is 32 years old, coming off a season with New England where he pulled in 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns with rookie quarterback Drake May. Now he gets to pair up with Jaden Daniels, who is entering his 3rd season in the league and already looks like one of the most exciting young quarterbacks out there.
And remember, when New England dropped him back in March, his legal team made a huge point of telling any interested front office that he still had plenty left in the tank. That came right on the heels of him being found not guilty in that trial involving his former chef. That whole proceeding was bizarre, but the verdict went his way, and his attorney essentially put out the open sign for teams looking for a proven veteran receiver.
Sure, but you cannot separate the $10 million contract from the ongoing legal drama he is carrying in his luggage. Washington is getting a top-tier athlete, no doubt, but he is still locked in that defamation lawsuit against Christopher Griffith, who brought those sexual assault allegations against him and filed a countersuit for sexual battery. That is not just background noise. That is an active legal battle that follows him right into the Commander's locker room.
What did you find out about how Cardi B fit into that whole exchange, Dee? Because she inserted herself directly into that dispute between Diggs and Griffith, even while her own relationship with Diggs was reportedly on the rocks.
Well, Rachel, Cardi went on social media with a massive stream of posts addressing Griffith directly. She questioned his timeline, claiming his initial story changed over time and did not originally include the specific claim that Diggs exposed himself, which later ended up in the formal lawsuit. She even admitted in those posts that she hated defending Diggs because the two of them were actively beefing at the time, but she insisted she just did not believe the allegations against her baby daddy.
And that is where Griffith fired right back in the comments. He did not attack her personally. In fact, he specifically said he had too much respect for her and for women in general to say anything disparaging. But he bluntly told her, and I quote, "Mama, please take off the blinders."
That was the line everyone was quoting overnight. Griffith added that his time around that social circle predated Cardi's involvement with Diggs, denied taking anything from Diggs's team, and claimed he was actually the one who was robbed by associates in that camp. So even though Cardi tried to pull rank and defend her child's father, Griffith stood his ground completely.
It really highlights how intense and overlapping these public dynamics are. Here you have Cardi defending Diggs in court-related matters, while simultaneously dealing with their own turbulent romantic history. For anyone just catching up, Cardi and Diggs went public back in May of 2025 after being spotted together at a basketball game in New York. By September, she announced her pregnancy, and in November, they welcomed a baby boy, which was her fourth child overall, and his fourth child born within 2025.
A remarkably busy year on all fronts. And then, by February of 2026, reports were already swirling that they had split up amid trust issues and rumors of infidelity. They have been seen together since, mostly co-parenting, but their romantic status is clear as mud.
Which brings us right to Cardi's latest live stream, where she addressed her upcoming album release party and threw out any traditional rules about guest lists. She literally told her viewers that she wants the energy high and wants people there who know how to host a proper night out. And then she dropped the line that got everyone talking. She joked that she does not care if any of the women attending have a past with Offset or Stefan Diggs.
You have to admire the absolute transparency, even if it makes you tilt your head. Most people would be auditing the guest list with a fine-tooth comb to filter out exes and former flames. Cardi is basically saying, if you bring the party vibes, your past dating history with the fathers of her children is completely irrelevant.
It is a massive shift from how she handled past relationship hurdles, particularly during her marriage to Offset. She married Offset back in 2017, went through years of very public ups and downs, filed for divorce twice, with the second filing coming in July of 2024, and shares 3 children with him, Culture, Wave, and Blossom. Offset later publicly admitted to making mistakes and stepping out during their marriage. So for Cardi to now say she is utterly unbothered by who dated whom in her circle feels like a deliberate public posture of moving on.
Look, whether it is a real emotional detachment or just brilliant PR for her album rollout, it works. She knows every single line from those live streams will be clipped, parsed, and discussed on panel shows just like ours at 3 in the morning.
Meanwhile, speaking of bizarre online debates that took over social media today, we have to look at what happened in Chicago with Malice from the legendary hip-hop duo Clips. They had an incredible weekend performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday, then flew up to Montreal to perform at Osheaga on Sunday. Massive crowds, huge surge in interest following their recent album release. Everything was going perfectly until an employee at a famous Chicago hot dog joint posted a comment claiming Malice walked off without paying for a $9 Polish hot dog.
A $9 hot dog controversy while headlining major festivals. You really cannot write this stuff. The employee claimed Malice walked in with bodyguards, got upset because someone allegedly mistook him for Flavor Flav, took the food, and strolled out without handing over $9.
But as people online pointed out almost immediately, what counterspot hands over a hot dog before you pay? D, isn't that usually a classic cashier error where the staff assumes someone else in the entourage settled the bill?
That is exactly what the consensus online turned out to be, Rachel. Anyone who frequents quick-service food stands knows you pay at the register before the food ever crosses the counter. The overwhelming reaction from customers and commenters was that the cashier handed over the food assuming payment was cleared or handled by a security guard, and Malice likely had no idea there was any outstanding balance of $9.
Imagine being a successful artist performing for tens of thousands of screaming fans in 2 different countries over 48 hours and waking up to discover you are trending over a $9 glizzy.
It just goes to show how the smallest misunderstanding gets turned into a viral spectacle the second a public figure is involved. Whether it is a multi-million-dollar NFL contract transition for Stefan Diggs, high-stakes legal clashes involving Chris Griffith, Cardi B rewriting the social rules for her album launch party, or a disputed food bill in Chicago, the internet captures every angle and amplifies it instantly.
And with Diggs heading to Washington on that $10 million deal to join Jaden Daniels, the crossover between sports, entertainment, and public legal filings is going to keep all of us busy for a very long time.
Exactly, Dee. And that contract detail really puts the whole picture into perspective. We are talking about over $10 million on the table for a 32-year-old wide receiver who is now gearing up for his 4th team in 4 seasons.
4 teams in 4 years is quite a journey, Rachel. From Minnesota to Buffalo, then Houston, New England, and now Washington. You have to wonder how much moving around a player can take while simultaneously navigating lawsuits and social media drama.
And remember, Washington is bringing him in to line up alongside Jaden Daniels, who is entering his third season in the league. Stefan is coming off a season with New England where he logged 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns. So on the field, the performance is clearly still there, which is why teams were willing to look past the outside noise once his legal team signaled he was ready.
The outside noise has not exactly stopped, though, Dee. Sure, he was found not guilty in that strange trial involving his former chef back when New England stood by him, but now we have this ongoing civil lawsuit with Christopher Griffith.
That civil legal battle has become extraordinarily personal online, especially after Cardi B decided to step right into the middle of it during one of her recent online rants. Dee, catch us up on what was said between Cardi and Christopher Griffith, because that exchange got very intense very quickly.
It really did, Rachel. Cardi publicly called out Christopher, claiming he changed his story regarding the allegations against Stefan. She pointed out that his initial account did not include certain specific claims that later appeared in his civil lawsuit. She even admitted on her platform that she hated defending someone she was actively beefing with, but felt strongly that the claims were untrue.
And Christopher did not stay silent. He jumped right into the comments to address her directly. He said he had too much respect for her to say anything disparaging, but he literally told her, and I quote, "Mama, please take off the blinders."
He insisted his history around that circle predated her and rejected her claims about him stealing, counterclaiming that he was actually the one wronged by associates. Stefan filed a defamation suit against him, and Christopher filed a countersuit for alleged sexual battery. It is a heavy, complicated legal mess, and seeing Cardi leap to his defense while they were split shows how tied together they still are.
That is what makes Cardi so fascinating. One day she is beefing with her baby daddy, and the next day she is putting on her legal hat on a live stream to defend his reputation against an accuser. She cannot help herself when she feels something is unfair, even if the man in question is currently giving her headaches.
And speaking of her live streams, Bianca, that brings us right to her latest comments about her upcoming album release party. She was talking to her fans and laying out the ground rules for who gets to come.
What are the rules, Dee? Because with Cardi, party guest lists are never just about standard velvet ropes.
She essentially said she wants the party to be packed with high-energy women who are there to dance and have fun, rather than people standing around holding the wall. But the part that set the internet on fire was her stating that she genuinely does not care if any of the women attending have a romantic history with her exes.
She specifically mentioned Offset and Stefan Diggs. She joked that whether a woman has slept with the father of her children or not, as long as she brings the right energy to celebrate the new record, she gets a pass. I mean, talk about a plot twist in celebrity party politics.
To put that into perspective, for anyone listening in the middle of the night, we are talking about 2 men with whom she shares 4 children total. If you are watching at home right now, drop a comment on our show page and tell us, would you ever invite women who dated your exes to your own milestone celebration?
I certainly would not, Rachel, but Cardi is running on her own frequency. Though let us be real for a second. Fidelity has been the primary issue in almost all her major public breakups, so hearing her take such a relaxed tone about it on a live stream feels a bit ironic.
The history there is very deep, Bianca. With Offset, they were married for nearly 7 years and share 3 children together: Culture, Blossom, and Wave. She filed for divorce a second time in July 2024 after years of persistent cheating rumors and public admissions from Offset that he had made mistakes in the marriage.
And then with Stefan Diggs, the timeline moved at lightning speed. They were first seen together publicly at a basketball game in May 2025, announced they were expecting by September, and welcomed their baby boy in November 2025.
And by February 2026, just 3 months after the baby was born, reports were already circulating that they had split due to trust issues and cheating rumors. Though, to be clear, Stefan has never publicly admitted to anything of the sort.
Exactly. But despite the separation, they have been seen together co-parenting. And clearly, as we saw with her defending him against Christopher Griffith, the loyalty, or at least the protective instinct, remains very strong.
That duality is what keeps millions of people tuned into her live streams. She can be furious with someone in private or acknowledge that a relationship has ended, but the moment an outside force attacks the father of her child, she puts the armor on.
Or she decides to host a massive party and declare that the past is the past. You have to give her credit for one thing. She does not let awkward personal history stop her from throwing an event. Most people would hire a private investigator to screen the guest list, and Cardi is out here saying, bring everyone as long as they dance.
It also highlights how she manages her public narrative versus how athlete reps handle theirs. While Stefan's team is focused on his $10 million contract with Washington and his court filings, Cardi is completely unfiltered, talking directly to her audience at 2 in the morning without a script.
Which brings us right back to that hilarious contrast we touched on earlier with Malice from Clips. You have high-stakes NFL contracts, multi-year court cases, album launch parties with 0 guest restrictions, and then you have a legendary rapper getting accused of taking a $9 polished sausage in Chicago.
The glizzy heard round the world. Honestly, Dee, the details on that hot dog incident at Wiener Circle just make me laugh every time I think about it.
What makes it so legendary is the setting, Bianca. Clips had this huge weekend, right? Wiener's Circle posts a comment claiming Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 polish hot dog, and walked out without paying.
And the employee claimed Malice got annoyed because she mistook him for Flavor Flav. Can you picture that
Performed at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday, then flew up to Montreal to perform at Osheaga on Sunday. Massive crowds, incredible momentum after their latest project release. And then an employee
interaction? Mistaking a member of Clips for Flavor Flav at a late-night hot dog stand in Chicago.
But as Dee pointed out right before, the internet immediately started analyzing the logistics of ordering food at a quick service spot. Anyone who has ever been to Wiener Circle or similar establishments knows you do not get handed a hot dog before you hand over the cash or tap your card.
Exactly. Commenters pointed out that it almost certainly comes down to a cashier error. If the worker handed him the food without asking for the $9 first, he probably assumed a member of his security or team had already settled the bill or that it was taken care of.
Imagine being a world-renowned artist riding high off 2 major festival performances in 2 different countries over 48 hours, and your name is trending because someone forgot to collect $9 for a glizzy.
It is the ultimate late-night viral moment. If you are just tuning into our broadcast, send us your thoughts online. Was it an honest cashier miscommunication, or do security teams sometimes just walk out assuming everything is handled?
It is always security's fault, Rachel. The bodyguards walk in looking imposing. The cashier gets flustered, hands over the Polish sausage, forgets to hit the charge button. And suddenly the internet is accusing a hip-hop icon of grand theft hot dog.
And the contrast couldn't be starker. On one end of the news cycle, you have Stefan Diggs finalizing a deal worth over $10 million in Washington while navigating defamation suits and countersuits with Christopher Griffith. On the other end, Cardi B is preparing her album release party and setting open-door policies for her ex's former flames.
It shows you that no matter how big the contract or how major the music release, the internet will obsess over the exact same things. Who is talking to whom? Who is defending their ex in court? And who forgot to pay $9 for lunch?
Well, when you put it like that, Rachel, $9 is practically a rounding error compared to Stefan's $10 million. Maybe Stefan should send a little of that Washington money over to Chicago to clear Malice's tab just to close the story.
I am sure the team at Wiener Circle would not mind that at all, Bianca. But in all seriousness, the legal developments around Stefan Diggs are going to remain a focal point as he transitions to Washington. Joining Jayden Daniels for his 3rd season means all eyes in the sports world will be on him, while the civil court case with Christopher Griffith plays out in the background.
And Cardi B is going to keep everyone entertained every step of the way, whether she is jumping on social media to dissect court documents or planning the wildest album release party of the year.
Just do not let the cashier from Chicago manage the door at Cardi's party, or half the guests will walk in without paying their cover charge.
That might actually fit Cardi's policy perfectly, Bianca, as long as they bring the energy and keep the room moving.
When we look at all these storylines combined, from NFL locker rooms to courtrooms and festival stages, the common thread is how fast public perception moves in 2026. A single video or comment can shift the narrative in seconds.
And nobody shifts a narrative faster than Cardi B. She can go from posting a fiery defense of her child's father to promoting her new music without missing a single beat.
That resilience is why her fan base stays so loyal. Whether she is dealing with the fallout of her second divorce filing from Offset in July 2024, or navigating her co-parenting relationship with Stefan after their February split, she puts it all out in the open.
That open book policy is exactly why she feels comfortable telling everyone that her album party guest list is wide open, Dee. She literally jumped on a live stream and explained that as long as people bring high energy to celebrate her new record, she does not care about their personal history.
She did not just say she does not care, Rachel. She explicitly joked that women who have slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs are still welcome to pull up. That is taking Moving On to an entirely different universe.
It really caught people off guard because fidelity and trust issues have been such a massive narrative in both of those relationships. Remember, she filed for divorce from Offset for the second time in July 2024, after nearly 7 years of marriage, and they share 3 kids together, Culture, Blossom, and Wave.
And then fast forward to Stefan Diggs. They started dating in May 2025, welcomed their baby boy in November 2025, and by February 2026, they were already separated amid persistent cheating allegations and trust rumors. So for her to turn around and say a hyped partygoer ranks higher than an immaculate dating history is classic Cardi.
It shows where her priorities are right now, Bianca. She just wants to throw a great celebration for her music, get the room moving, and keep positive energy without letting past drama dictate who gets through the door.
Exactly, though people online are still debating whether this is genuine, unbothered behavior or just a brilliant way to keep everyone talking about her upcoming album launch.
Well, let us see what our viewers think at home at this late hour. We actually have a message coming in right now.
Hi, panel. I am Marcus from Atlanta, and I have been watching all night. I just think Cardi B is being way too generous letting women who dated her exes into her party. Because loyalty should mean setting strict boundaries, even when you are broken up.
Marcus, my friend, you are applying normal people logic to a celebrity album launch party.
He makes a fair point about boundaries, Bianca, but in Cardi's world, a dead room with no energy is a far bigger crime than an awkward past connection.
And what makes this even more fascinating, Dee, is that even while Cardi and Stefan Diggs were split up and beefing publicly, she still stepped up online to defend him against his ongoing legal allegations.
That was a wild moment. She went on a complete tirade online bashing his accuser, Christopher Griffith, claiming his story kept changing. She pointed out that his initial account did not mention Stefan taking his penis out in front of him, but then it suddenly appeared in the official lawsuit.
She even admitted during that rant that she hated defending Stefan because she was upset with him at the time, but she simply did not believe the claims against her baby daddy and accused Griffith of being obsessed with him.
And Christopher Griffith caught wind of her comments and responded directly in the replies. He said he had too much respect for Cardi and for women in general to say anything disparaging back. But he told her point blank to take off the blinders.
Right. He emphasized that his time around that group predates her relationship with Diggs, completely scoffed at accusations that he stole anything, and claimed he was actually the one robbed by Diggs' associates. He even added how embarrassing it is to face all this foolishness every single day.
It is an incredibly heavy legal back and forth, Dee. Stefan Diggs originally sued Griffith for defamation over these allegations, stressing that he never drugged or sexually assaulted him, and Griffith responded by countersuing for alleged sexual battery.
Plus, all of this comes right on the heels of Diggs being found not guilty in that bizarre court trial involving assault allegations made by his ex-chef. The Patriots actually stood by him during that period before dropping him in March.
And his legal team made it very clear after that verdict that the 32-year-old receiver still had plenty left in the tank, encouraging NFL franchises to take a look at him.
And a franchise definitely stepped up, Bianca. Reports indicate he is expected to sign a deal worth more than $10 million with the Washington Commanders.
That is a huge move. The Maryland native is returning to his old stomping grounds to team up with Jaden Daniels, who is entering his 3rd season in the league.
Talk about a wild career path. Last season with Drake May and the New England Patriots, Diggs logged 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns. But Washington will mark his fourth team in 4 years after previous stops with the Minnesota Vikings, Buffalo Bills, Houston Texans, and the Patriots.
4 teams in 4 years is quite a journey, Dee, but over $10 million proves that teams still see massive value in his talent despite all the off-field headlines.
It really does, Rachel, though it remains unclear if Cardi will be picking up any Commanders merchandise for their young baby boy born back in November, considering their relationship appears to be over for now.
Listen, with how fast things change between those two, I would not rule out seeing that baby in a Commanders jersey by kickoff.
While Stefan is gearing up for Washington and Cardi is planning her party, we also had that hilarious viral moment involving Malice from Clips in Chicago over the weekend.
Oh, please tell me we are talking about the $9 hot dog story, because that is the most absurd late-night story on our rundown.
It truly is. Clips had a massive weekend, splitting their time between 2 major festivals. They performed at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday and then headed up to Canada on Sunday to perform at Osheaga in Montreal, Quebec. Both shows had massive crowds, especially with all the renewed interest following their album release.
But then a restaurant employee in Chicago throws out these wild claims online.
Exactly. An employee at a famous spot called Wiener's Circle claimed Malice walked in with some bodyguards, ordered a Polish hot dog, took his food, and walked out without paying $9. She even claimed he was upset because she allegedly mistook him for Flavor Flav.
A $9 Polish hot dog. A man co-headlining major international festivals is allegedly pulling a fast one over $9? Come on!
People online immediately started calling out the logic of that story, Bianca.
They really did. Commenters quickly pointed out that counter-service hot dog stands almost always require you to pay before they hand you your food. The prevailing theory online is that it was simply a cashier error. The employee handed him the food first, did not ask for payment, and Malice probably assumed it was taken care of or complimentary.
Exactly! If nobody asks you for money at the counter, you walk out assuming you are good to go.
It is a funny example of how even a minor cashier mistake can turn into a viral headline when a famous artist is involved. D.
Whether it is a $10 million football contract, a high-stakes defamation battle, or a $9 Polish sausage, everything gets amplified under the celebrity microscope.
And that is why we are sitting here at 3 in the morning talking about it, Rachel. The drama never sleeps, and neither do we.
When you look at the entire picture tonight, from NFL locker rooms to courtroom filings and album listening parties, the common thread is how public figures manage their image when personal and professional worlds collide.
Cardi B chooses complete transparency and direct social media rants, while Stefan Diggs lets his legal team handle the court filings and lets his $10 million contract do the talking on the field.
And Malice just wants to enjoy a hot dog between festival sets without being mistaken for Flavor Flav or accused of petty theft.
It really shows the different ways celebrities navigate the noise in 2026. Whether Cardi's album party actually brings all... There is no doubt that his move to Washington puts him right back in the center of the sports and entertainment conversation. Bianca.
Because money and talent always find a home, no matter how loud the headlines get off the field. Over
these past chapters into one room, or if Stefan Diggs leads Washington to a winning season with Jaden Daniels.
$10 million for a wide receiver who is about to play for his 4th team in 4 years. You cannot make this up.
And remember, when New England let him go back in March, his legal team was very clear that the 32-year-old still had plenty left in the tank. They were actively encouraging teams to look at his stats from last season with Drake May, over 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns.
But what makes this moment so fascinating, Dee, is that he is stepping into this massive new contract with Jaden Daniels, while his personal life is as complicated as ever.
That is the exact reality. On one side, you have his legal victory, where he was found not guilty after that bizarre trial involving his former chef. But on the other side, he is still deep in this legal battle with Christopher Griffith. Stefan filed a defamation lawsuit claiming he never drugged or assaulted anyone, and Christopher countersued for sexual battery over an alleged incident.
And then Cardi B jumps right into the middle of the legal drama on social media. She is out here arguing about court filings and changing stories, defending a man she is currently split up from.
She really went off in that video barrage. Cardi pointed out that Christopher's initial statements did not include certain specific claims that later appeared in his lawsuit filing. She even admitted she hated that she was defending her ex while they were beefing, but said she just did not believe the claims against her baby daddy.
And Christopher did not stay quiet either, Rachel. He jumped right into the comment section and told her flat out, "Mama, please take off the blinders."
He was actually very explicit about his respect for her, saying his time around that group predates her relationship with Stefan. He denied allegations that he stole anything, claimed he was actually the one robbed by associates, and talked about how embarrassing it is to deal with this publicly every single day.
It is such a strange dynamic because Cardi and Stefan only announced they were dating back in May of 2025, welcomed their baby boy in November, and by February of 2026, reports of trust issues and infidelity led to a split.
And yet, here she is taking shots on his behalf. Meanwhile, she turns around on her own live stream and talks about hosting this massive album launch party where literally anyone is invited.
That live stream had everyone talking. Cardi was explaining that for her new record, she wants a completely packed room with high energy. She made a joke that she does not care if some of the women coming have slept with her exes, whether that is Stefan or Offset.
She basically said a great partygoer ranks higher than a clean dating resume. What did you think when you heard that, Bianca?
I laughed out loud because after everything she went through with Offset, nearly 7 years of marriage, 2 divorce filings, 3 kids together, and public acknowledgments of stepping out, she is just over the vetting process. She wants to dance and celebrate her album.
It really shows where her mindset is right now. She has 4 children total now: Culture, Blossom, and Wave with Offset, plus the baby boy born in November with Stefan. And she is choosing to focus entirely on her music launch rather than playing relationship police at the door.
If you are watching us right now at 3 in the morning, would you ever invite people who dated your ex to your biggest celebration of the year? Send us your thoughts, because this guest list rule is splitting everyone online.
Look, if the music is good and the energy is right, Cardi does not have time to check background histories. She has been dealing with public relationship commentary since 2024.
Speaking of unexpected public commentary, we have to talk about what happened in Chicago over the weekend with Malice from Clips, because this story is almost too strange to be real.
Clips just had a massive weekend, Dee. They performed at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday, flew straight to Quebec for Osheaga on Sunday, all on the heels of their album release, Let God Sort Him Out.
Exactly. But after that Chicago show, an employee at a local spot called Wiener's Circle posted online claiming that Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took the food, and walked out without paying.
A $9 hot dog! We are talking about a rap icon being accused of taking a $9 hot dog. And the employee even claimed he was upset because she mistook him for Flavor Flav.
But there is a lot of context missing from that claim, isn't there, Dee?
Absolutely. People immediately began pointing out the obvious flaw in that story online. At a fast casual spot like that, you almost always pay at the counter before the food is ever handed to you.
It has cashier error written all over it. If someone hands you your food without asking for payment first, you assume the bill was taken care of or included. Nobody with a security team is intentionally pulling a fast one over $9.
It really highlights how quickly a tiny misunderstanding at a counter can turn into a viral rumor when a famous face is involved.
And when you look at the whole weekend, Clips had thousands of fans rushing the stages in both Chicago and Montreal. The renewed interest in their group after the album drop is huge, so a $9 cashier confusion is just a funny footnote in an otherwise massive festival run.
But that is the era we live in, Rachel. Stefan Diggs signs a $10 million deal in the NFL while fighting a lawsuit. Cardi B opens her party doors to her ex's past flings, and Malice gets brought into a hot dog debate because a cashier got confused.
It completely shows the two extremes of celebrity noise in 2026. On one end, you have high-stakes court battles and multi-million-dollar sports contracts that shape careers.
And on the other end, you have social media live streams and late-night food stand mix-ups that take on a life of their own simply because of who is standing at the counter.
I mean, think about the contrast. You have Stefan moving to his fourth team in 4 years, trying to focus on paired reps with Jaden Daniels, while public statements from both Christopher Griffith and Cardi B are flying back and forth across every timeline.
What do you think is harder for a public figure to manage, Dee? The massive, formal legal battles with attorneys and countersuits, or the endless daily micro-dramas that play out on live streams and comment sections?
The micro-dramas are definitely harder to control because they move in real time. When Cardi goes live to talk about her album party, there is no PR team filtering her words. She says exactly what comes to mind about her guest list, her exes, and her baby daddies.
And that is why people love her. There is zero filter. Whether she is defending Stefan against legal accusations or telling women who dated Offset to come dance at her party, she does not perform for the camera.
But when those unfiltered moments collide with ongoing legal cases, like Christopher Griffith telling her to take off the blinders, it creates a situation where lawyers have to watch every single stream.
That is why these legal teams stay on high alert. Stefan's attorney already had to issue statements following his acquittal in the trial with his former chef, and now, with this active defamation lawsuit and countersuit, every public word carries weight.
Meanwhile, Stefan is gearing up for Washington after coming off a season where he put up over 1,000 yards with Drake May in New England. The man delivers on the field no matter what is happening off it.
And as he joins Jaden Daniels in Washington, the question becomes how much of this personal backdrop follows him into the new locker room, or if the football chatter simply takes over once training camp starts.
History shows that winning cures a lot of noise in sports. If he produces on the field for Washington the way he did in New England, the $10 million contract will speak for itself.
Just like Cardi's album will speak for itself once the music drops, regardless of who shows up to the listening party.
It really comes down to narrative control. Whether you are addressing $9 food stand rumors or multi-million-dollar NFL transitions, every celebrity on our board tonight is choosing a completely different way to handle the spotlight.
And with Cardi preparing this massive release, everyone is watching to see if her public stance on her exes holds up when the actual party happens.
Which brings us right back to how these public image strategies play out when the cameras are turned off and the real work begins.
Exactly, Rachel, because while the football world is talking about contracts and playbook installations, the internet is watching how these personal dramas unfold off the field. You have Stefan Diggs securing a deal worth over $10 million to join Jaden Daniels in Washington, and at the exact same time, he is locked in this intense legal fight with Christopher Griffith. And then Cardi B jumps into the middle of it on social media.
That social media outburst surprised a lot of people, Bianca, because Cardi and Stefan separated back around February. But she went online and completely unloaded on Christopher Griffith. She claimed his story kept changing and questioned why his civil lawsuit includes allegations that were not in his initial claims. She even admitted in her posts that she hated defending Stefan while they were beefing, but felt she had to speak up because she did not believe the accuser.
What did Christopher Griffith say back to that, Dee? Because when a megastar with tens of millions of followers calls out your legal claims directly, that creates an unbelievable amount of public pressure.
He responded very quickly in the comments, Rachel. He said he has too much respect for her, and for women in general, to say anything disparaging back. But he told her directly, and I quote, "Mama, please take off the blinders." He insisted his history around that group predates her involvement, denied that he ever stole anything, and claimed he was actually the one robbed by associates. He basically asked how embarrassing it is to face this situation every day while Diggs continues his legal countersuit for defamation.
Look, you have to appreciate Cardi's loyalty, but Bianca's rule number 1 is never get dragged into your ex's legal battles on the public timeline. They separated in February, they welcomed their baby boy in November, and there have been cheating reports swirling around Diggs for months. Yet here she is acting like his defense attorney while simultaneously going live to talk about her album release party.
That live stream had everybody talking, Bianca, because Cardi's approach to her past relationships is unlike anyone else in the industry. She made it crystal clear that when it comes to her upcoming celebration, personal history with her exes is not going to be checked at the door.
She literally called it a party for people who want to bring high energy and have fun, Rachel. She said she does not care if women in attendance have slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs, the fathers of her 4 children. In her eyes, if you are there to celebrate her new record and keep the vibes right, your romantic history does not matter to her.
I mean, come on, Dee. Can you imagine walking into an album release party knowing you dated the host's baby daddy? That takes a level of confidence or pure chaos that only Cardi B could pull off. You are talking about Offset, whom she filed for divorce from for a second time in July of 2024, after nearly 7 years of marriage, sharing Culture, Wave, and Blossom. And then Stefan Diggs, where they went public in May of 2025, had their baby in November, and split by February. That is a lot of history to just brush aside for a playlist and some party lights?
We actually just got a message from Marcus in Atlanta on our show, #, who says Cardi separating her personal feelings from her career is real boss behavior, but setting boundaries with exes is where real peace comes from. And that hits the nail on the head, because managing public narrative when you share children with 2 high-profile figures is a full-time job. Dee, what else did we see regarding how Cardi is balancing all this work right now?
Well, Rachel, while she is focusing on this major album launch and her public statements, the contrast with Diggs' career moves is fascinating. Diggs is coming off a season with the New England Patriots, where he had 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns with Drake May. He was released in March, but he was cleared in that separate, bizarre trial involving his former chef, where he was found not guilty. Now at 32 years old, joining Washington marks his 4th team in 4 years, following Houston, Buffalo, and Minnesota.
4 teams in 4 years speaks volumes, Dee. When you are a star wide receiver moving around that much, the talent is undeniable, which is why Washington is handing him over $10 million to pair up with Jaden Daniels entering his 3rd season. But the off-field headlines follow you everywhere, whether it is defamation countersuits or viral videos outside coffee shops in Maryland. The spotlight never turns off.
And speaking of viral headlines that take on a life of their own, Bianca, we have to address the absolute weirdness of the story surrounding Malice from Clips over the weekend. Because while Diggs and Cardi are managing multi-million-dollar moves and public legal battles, Malice found himself accused of taking a $9 hot dog.
A $9 Polish hot dog. Rachel, I cannot stop laughing at this story because Clips is having this massive comeback right now with their new project, performing at huge festivals like Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday and Ashiga in Montreal on Sunday. Crowds are going wild for them. And then an employee at a famous Chicago hot dog joint, Wiener Circle, goes online claiming Malice walked in with bodyguards, got upset because she mistook him for Flavor Flav, and left without paying for his food.
The internet immediately started dissecting how that could even happen, Bianca. People who know that establishment pointed out that at places like Wiener Circle, you almost always pay before you get your food. So commentators online are saying this sounds like a classic cashier error, where the worker handed over the food before collecting payment, and Malice likely assumed it was already taken care of or covered.
A cashier error turned into a viral controversy just because a famous name was attached to it. It shows you that in 2026, whether it is a $9 order at a counter or a $10 million contract in the NFL, the internet will magnify every single moment.
Exactly, Dee, because when you are in the public eye, nobody waits for facts or cashier receipts before dropping hot takes online. People saw the post and ran with it, just like people see Cardi defending Stefan and immediately draw their own conclusions.
And let us not forget, Rachel, that Malice and Pusha T were flying straight from Chicago to Quebec for Osheaga the very next day. Their focus was clearly on their music and their festival run, but one social media comment from an employee creates a story that travels faster than their flight.
That is the reality of celebrity culture today. Diggs is stepping into a locker room in Washington alongside Jaden Daniels, trying to leave behind his release from the Patriots and his ongoing civil court battle with Christopher Griffith. while Cardi is taking control of her album launch on her own terms.
But the real question, Rachel, is how long can you keep these worlds separate? If Cardi throws this massive party and someone connected to her past actually shows up, do we really believe there will be zero drama?
History with both Offset and Stefan Diggs tells us that drama usually finds a way to pull the curtains back, no matter how good the music is.
Which brings us to what viewers are saying about how sports stars and music icons handle these relentless public narratives when everything is recorded in real time. That commentary is rolling in fast on our chat boards right now, Bianca, especially as we move deeper into these late hours. Viewers are completely fascinated by how Cardi B is choosing to navigate her public life right now, refusing to let past relationship tension dictate her album launch or her guest list.
And honestly, why should she? She made it very clear during her recent live stream that she wants a high-energy room for her celebration, not people standing around acting reserved or tense. If she says she does not care whether attendees have a history with her ex-husband Offset or with Stefan Diggs, that is her way of taking total control of the room before anyone else can spin a narrative.
It really is a bold stance, especially when you look at the full timeline. Cardi filed for divorce from Offset for a second time in July 2024 after nearly 7 years of marriage and 3 children together, following repeated allegations of infidelity. Then, when she moved on with Stefan Diggs in May 2025, welcomed their baby boy in November, and eventually separated around February 2026, similar trust issues began swirling in the public eye.
That history is crucial for anyone who is just joining our broadcast at this hour, because where these personal lives cross into professional decisions is where things get really interesting. Let us pause for a second because a viewer message just came in.
Hi, my name is Marcus from Cleveland, and I watch the show every night. I feel like Cardi is playing with fire by inviting women who dated her exes to her party. Isn't she just inviting more drama when she should be focusing on her music and her 4 kids?
Marcus, I hear where you are coming from, but this is Cardi B we are talking about. She thrives in the noise, and setting the ground rules herself keeps her one step ahead of the rumors. She knows people are going to talk, whether she hides in a quiet room or throws a massive celebration. So why not host the ultimate night on her own terms?
Plus, she is balancing all of this while still publicly defending Stefan Diggs online. Even after their February split, when civil allegations were brought against Diggs by Christopher Griffith, Cardi went online, arguing that the accuser's claims were inconsistent. Griffith responded directly, telling her to take off the blinders and claiming his history with that circle predates her, while Diggs has filed his own defamation lawsuit denying all wrongdoing.
It is an unbelievable amount of legal and personal tension hanging in the air, D, right as Diggs prepares for a massive career transition in the league. After spending last season with the New England Patriots, where he recorded over 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns, the 32-year-old wide receiver is now expected to sign a deal worth over $10 million with the Washington Commanders to team up with Jaden Daniels.
That will be his 4th team in 4 years. From Minnesota to Buffalo, Houston, New England, and now Washington. With a fresh contract on the table and his recent acquittal in that strange court case involving his former chef behind him. He needs his full focus on football, not on social media battles or past relationship headlines.
That contrast between multi-million-dollar sports moves and viral internet drama brings us right back to what happened with Malice in Chicago over the weekend. While performing at Lollapalooza before flying out to Asiaga in Quebec, an employee at a local hot dog spot claimed he walked out on a $9 bill for a Polish hot dog.
A $9 hot dog accusation for a hip-hop star traveling with bodyguards. Commenters online pointed out right away that at a counter-service place like that, you almost always pay before receiving your food, which means it was almost certainly a cashier error. But the story went viral instantly anyway.
That just shows how fast a story travels before anyone stops to look at the facts, Bianca. When you have sports stars signing $10 million contracts and rap icons hosting unrestricted album parties, even a $9 receipt at a food counter turns into headline news. And when you look at that $9 hot dog story involving Malice in Chicago, it really underscores how every single move a celebrity makes gets dissected under a microscope, whether it is a total cashier misunderstanding at a food counter or a massive multi-million-dollar athletic contract.
It is hilarious because we are talking about a rap icon traveling between massive festival stages at Lollapalooza and Asiaga with full security, and someone on social media is debating whether a $9 Polish hot dog was paid for before or after it crossed the counter.
The consensus online really leans toward a simple counter mix-up, Bianca, because at places like that in Chicago, you pay up front before the food is even handed over. But because Clips just dropped their new project, public attention is at an all-time high, so even a tiny receipt discrepancy becomes a viral moment before anyone stops to ask for clarification.
That fast-moving news cycle is the exact same engine driving the conversation around Stefon Diggs and Cardi B right now. Dee, let us bring everyone up to speed on the business side for Stefon Diggs, because while his personal life is everywhere, his athletic career is taking a huge turn toward the nation's capital.
That is right, Rachel. Reports indicate that the 32-year-old wide receiver is set to sign a deal with the Washington Commanders worth more than $10 million. This puts him on the receiving end for Jaden Daniels as the young quarterback enters his third season in the league.
Washington will mark his fourth team in 4 years. Think about that trajectory. The Minnesota Vikings, the Buffalo Bills, the Houston Texans, last season with Drake May and the New England Patriots, and now heading to Washington. That is an enormous amount of relocation for an all-pro athlete to manage while constantly being in the headlines.
And his single season with the Patriots was solid on the field. He racked up 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns, but the team released him back in March. Even during that transition, the team was supportive while he navigated a trial involving allegations from his former chef, which ultimately ended with a not guilty verdict.
His attorney was very clear after that verdict that Stefon still had plenty of top-tier football left in him, and this over $10 million deal with Washington proves team executives agree. But Dee, the legal landscape for him is far from clear, is it?
Not at all, Rachel. Stefon is currently embroiled in an intense legal battle with Christopher Griffith. Stefon filed a defamation lawsuit denying all claims of drugging or sexual assault, and Griffith responded with a countersuit alleging sexual battery from an encounter. That back and forth got even more dramatic when Cardi B publicly jumped into the conversation.
Cardi went on a full social media spree defending Stefon. She openly questioned Griffith's timeline, claiming his narrative changed over time, and that his initial account did not match what ended up in the formal court paperwork. She even admitted she hated having to defend her baby daddy while they were actively beefing, but felt the claims were completely unbelievable.
And Griffith did not stay quiet after her statements, Bianca. He commented directly, addressing Cardi with respect, but telling her point blank to take off the blinders. He claimed his history around that group predates her relationship with Stefon, denied stealing anything, and expressed how embarrassing it is to deal with the situation publicly every day.
It is such a fascinating dynamic when a former partner publicly steps up to defend someone despite their own ongoing personal disagreements. If you are watching us late tonight, let us know. Would you publicly defend an ex against third-party claims if you were actively at odds with them, or would you stay out of it completely?
Knowing Cardi, sitting quietly was never going to happen. But what makes this whole situation classic Cardi B is that right after stepping into court drama, she turns around and drops a live stream about her upcoming album release party that completely reset the internet's expectations.
She made it abundantly clear during her live broadcast that for her upcoming album celebration, the atmosphere and energy of the crowd matter way more than anyone's personal background. She joked that she wants people who come to party hard, not stand around looking pretty, and she explicitly stated she does not care if any of the women attending have a romantic history with her exes, Offset or Stefon Diggs.
She literally said a good partygoer ranks higher than an immaculate dating resume. Coming from anyone else, that would sound outrageous, but Cardi knows that fidelity issues have followed her public relationships for years, so she is just cutting the tension before anyone else can bring it up.
Let us lay out that relationship timeline for anyone joining us right now, Dee, because both of those chapters in her life carry a lot of history and shared parenting responsibilities.
Absolutely, Rachel. Cardi was married to Offset for nearly 7 years before filing for divorce a second time in July 2024. Together, they share 3 children, daughters Culture and Blossom and son Wave. Offset has publicly acknowledged making mistakes and stepping out during their marriage, which led to that final split.
And then comes the Stefan Diggs chapter. They were spotted together at a basketball game in May 2025, announced they were expecting by September, and welcomed a baby boy in November 2025. But by February 2026, breakup rumors were everywhere, and reports pointed to lingering trust issues, even though Stefan has never publicly admitted to any infidelity.
Plus, Stefan had a remarkably busy year personally as he became a father to 4 children born in 2025 alone, including a daughter born back in March of that year. Yet despite their separation around February 2026, Cardi and Stefan have continued to appear together to co-parent their infant son.
That is 2 major co-parenting relationships, 4 children for Cardi in total, 4 children born to Stefan in a single year, an upcoming album release, and a brand new $10 million NFL contract in Washington. Bianca, how does someone manage that level of public interest without letting it completely derail their professional work?
By owning the narrative before anyone else can control it, Rachel. When Cardi hosts a live broadcast and laughs off potential party guests who might have slept with her baby daddies, she strips the power away from online gossip. She is saying, I am releasing a new record, I am celebrating my success, and I am not letting past relationship drama dictate who gets through the door.
It also shows a very pragmatic approach to co-parenting. Whether she is defending Stefan against legal accusations or joking about guest lists, she maintains a visible presence in his life for the sake of their son, even while they are technically separated and navigating their own individual projects.
We want to hear from you on this relaxed night shift. Do you think Cardi's open door stance for her album party is the ultimate sign of confidence, or is it inviting unnecessary awkwardness into her big night?
I call it pure strategic chaos, Rachel. Think about the dynamic in that room if women associated with both Offset and Stefan show up to dance while Cardi is playing her new album. It is either going to be the party of the year or an absolute reality show episode in real time.
And on Stefan's side, moving to the Washington Commanders gives him a fresh slate on the field alongside Jaden Daniels. But these legal proceedings with Christopher Griffith are going to follow him right into training camp. The defamation claim and a countersuit for sexual battery are active court matters that will keep his name in the headlines well beyond football strategy.
Exactly, Dee. And while team management supported him through his previous legal vindication with the former chef trial, entering a new locker room with ongoing civil litigation means the scrutiny is not slowing down anytime soon.
That is why that contrast is so wild. One minute he is securing a $10 million deal to catch passes in Washington. The next minute, his ex is defending him on social media against serious court claims. And the next minute, she is inviting his former flames to her album bash. You cannot write a script this unpredictable.
And remember, this all connects back to how quickly these public figures operate. Cardi went from filing for divorce from Offset in July 2024 to going public with Stefan in May 2025, having their baby boy in November, and separating in February 2026, all while releasing new music and managing 4 kids.
It is a relentless pace, Bianca. When you look at Stefan's career across 4 teams in 4 years, from Minnesota to Buffalo, Houston, New England, and now Washington, he is used to rapid shifts, but mixing high-stakes sports moves with continuous internet spotlight creates a very unique pressure cooker.
But Stefan's legal team has maintained that the 32-year-old receiver still has elite talent to deliver on the field. And joining a rising quarterback like Jaden Daniels might be the exact football focus he needs right now to balance out the personal noise.
Meanwhile, Cardi is keeping her foot on the gas for her record rollout. By publicly addressing the Griffith lawsuit and refusing to let personal beef stop her from standing up against what she called unbelievable claims, she showed that her loyalty as a co-parent runs deep even when the romantic relationship is on pause.
That loyalty is what caught so many people off guard, especially given how vocal she was about her frustration while defending him. Dee, what are sources close to the situation saying about how they are balancing their co-parenting duties while Stefan prepares for his move to Washington?
From everything that has been reported, their primary focus remains on their young son welcomed in November, even as both of them maintain separate personal lives. They have been seen together on multiple occasions since their February 2026 split, showing that they can set aside personal friction for family moments.
Which brings us right back to that album party. If she is comfortable enough co-parenting with Stefan while he faces legal battles, letting a few people with shared romantic histories into a packed venue is practically nothing to her.
It certainly sets the stage for one of the most talked about album rollouts of the year. And as Stefan Diggs prepares to gear up in Commander's burgundy and gold for his over $10 million contract, the public will be watching every game and every court filing just as closely.
Because you cannot separate what happens on the field from what is unfolding in the courtroom right now, Rachel. When an athlete is moving across 4 teams in 4 years, every single public statement and distraction gets placed under a microscope by sports executives and fans alike.
And that legal situation with Christopher Griffith has really spilled over into the public eye, especially after Cardi stepped in on social media to defend Stefan.
Dee, walk us through what Christopher Griffith said when he replied directly to Cardi's claims about his lawsuit.
Well, Cardi went on a social media tirade questioning Griffith's claims against Stefan, alleging that he changed his story over time and added allegations that were not in his initial account. She even admitted during her posts that she hated defending Stefan while they were currently beefing, but insisted she simply did not believe the accusations against her baby daddy.
But Griffith did not let that slide at all, did he, Dee?
Not at all, Bianca. Griffith replied directly in the comment section, telling Cardi to take off the blinders. He stated that he has too much respect for her and for women in general to say anything disparaging back to her, but made a point to say his time around that group predates her relationship with Stefan.
Telling someone to take off the blinders while she is actively defending the father of her child is a huge public confrontation.
He also addressed her accusations about theft, claiming he was actually the one robbed by associates connected to Stefan, and spoke about how embarrassing it is to face this situation every day.
And for anyone catching up on the legal background, Stefan originally sued Griffith for defamation, denying all allegations of drugging or assault, and Griffith subsequently countersued for sexual battery.
It is a total legal maze, Rachel. But what amazes me is how Cardi is managing all this legal defense chatter while simultaneously planning her massive album release party.
That recent live stream showed a completely unbothered side of her when it comes to her event, Bianca. She made it clear that her top priority for her record celebration is having an amazing crowd with high energy, rather than background checking every attendee.
She actually joked about not caring if women on the guest list had romantic history with her exes, right, Dee?
Exactly, Rachel. She explicitly said she did not care if women in attendance had previously slept with Offset or Stefan, the fathers of her 4 children. In her words, having partygoers who keep the vibe alive ranks higher to her than an immaculate dating history.
You'd have to appreciate that level of candid transparency, even if it sounds wild on the surface. We are talking about 2 relationships where fidelity and public speculation were constant talking points.
That history with Offset spanned nearly 7 years of marriage before she filed for divorce for a second time in July 2024, sharing daughters Culture and Blossom and son Wave.
And with Stefan, after going public at a Knicks game in May 2025, announcing her pregnancy in September and welcoming their son in November, reports of trust issues were right behind them before their split around February 2026.
So for her to sit on a live stream and say the guest list is open to anyone, regardless of past connections, shows she is completely focused on her music and stepping away from the drama.
Dee, how are people reacting to Cardi's stance as she prepares this album rollout? out.
Most fans are viewing it as her putting her career and atmosphere first, refusing to let past personal friction dictate who can celebrate her music.
It is a total contrast to how Stefan has to manage his narrative while transitioning to a new football franchise in Washington.
Dee, tell us about the details of Stefan's move to the Washington Commanders after his single season with New England.
Reports indicate Stefan is expected to sign a deal worth over $10 million, bringing the 32-year-old receiver back to his home region. He will be catching passes from Jaden Daniels, who is entering his third season in the league as a rising star quarterback.
From a football stand, that is a huge dynamic pairing. But let us remember, he spent last season with Drake May and the Patriots, putting up 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns.
And when New England released him back in March, the organization remained supportive while he went through that high-profile trial regarding allegations from his former chef, where he was found not guilty.
His attorney noted after that acquittal that Stefan still had plenty of high-level play left in him, which led directly to Washington making this move.
But while Stefan is locking down $10 million deals and Cardi is curating party lists, we have another incredible story that popped up overnight involving a hot dog stand.
What is this unexpected situation?
Both crowds were massive following the release of their project, Let God Sort 'Em Out. But an employee at Wiener's Circle in Chicago posted allegations online against Malice.
Wiener Circle is legendary for its lively atmosphere, but what is the actual
Situation involving Malice from Clips D.
Clips had a huge festival weekend, performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday, and then flying up to Osheaga in Montreal on Sunday.
claim here, D?
The employee claimed in an Instagram comment that Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took the food, and left without paying. She also claimed he was upset because she allegedly mistook him for Flavor Flav during the interaction.
A $9 hot dog dispute right after playing to tens of thousands of people at Lollapalooza sounds almost unbelievable.
D, let us pause for a second and look at how fast food registers actually operate.
That is exactly what commenters online immediately pointed out, Bianca. People familiar with places like Wiener's Circle pointed out that customers almost always pay at the counter before receiving their food.
Exactly! If an employee hands over a $9 Polish hot dog before taking payment, that points directly to a cashier error, not someone trying to pull off a fast food heist.
Online commentators suggested that if nobody asked for payment before handing him the food, he likely assumed his team or someone in his party had already taken care of it.
It shows how quickly a minor miscommunication at a counter can turn into a viral topic when a well-known artist is involved.
Imagine rocking a stage at Lollapalooza and Osheaga, only to find out social media is debating a $9 hot dog order.
It proves that late at night, the internet will find the absolute most unexpected details to obsess over.
And as Stefan Diggs prepares for his new season in burgundy and gold and Cardi gets ready for her album party, these parallel stories show how wild celebrity news cycles can get.
D, do we know if Stefan's team or the Commanders have issued any official statements regarding Christopher Griffith's latest comments online?
His team has not issued any new public comments beyond the ongoing legal filings in their court action, maintaining their focus on his upcoming athletic commitments.
Which leaves the public watching both his return to Maryland with Jaden Daniels and Cardi's upcoming album release to see how these dynamics play out.
And let us be completely honest, Rachel. Watching these dynamics play out is practically a full-time job at 3 in the morning.
It really is, Bianca, because when you break down everything happening around Stefan Diggs right now, you realize how much pressure is landing on his shoulders, both on and off the football field.
Exactly. And from a football perspective, returning to Maryland is huge for him because he is a local native going back home.
Moving to your home territory on a deal worth over $10 million sounds like a dream scenario. But remember, this is his 4th team in 4 years.
D, walk us through that movement, because 4 teams in 4 years for an all-pro player is not a standard career trajectory.
It really is not. He went from the Minnesota Vikings to the Buffalo Bills, then to the Houston Texans, and spent last season with the New England Patriots alongside Drake May.
And let us give credit where credit is due. He put up 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns with a young quarterback in New England so the production on the field was definitely there.
But then the Patriots released him back in March, right around the time he was navigating that legal case involving his former chef.
Right, and it is worth noting that the team remained supportive throughout that entire situation, which ultimately ended in a verdict of not guilty after what observers described as a very unusual trial.
After he was cleared, his attorney publicly declared that the 32-year-old receiver still had plenty left in the tank, encouraging teams across the league to take a look at what he could bring to a roster.
And Washington clearly agreed, bringing him in to line up alongside Jaden Daniels, who is entering his third season in the league and showing massive promise.
It gives Jaden Daniels a veteran target with serious credentials, but at the exact same time, Diggs is still dealing with an ongoing civil legal dispute with Christopher Griffith.
That entire back and forth between Diggs and Griffith has gotten extremely tense, especially once Cardi B decided to post her thoughts online about the whole matter.
What was revealed about that exchange? Because Cardi made it very clear she was uncomfortable defending someone she was actively arguing with.
Cardi went on a social media tirade directly questioning Griffith's claims, stating that his initial narrative did not include allegations of Diggs exposing himself, which later appeared in his countersuit.
She essentially said she hated having to step up for her baby daddy while they were on bad terms, but she felt compelled to speak out because she simply did not believe the accuser's story.
Which prompted a direct response from Christopher Griffith himself.
Yes, Griffith responded very respectfully toward her, addressing her directly and telling her to take off the blinders, explaining that his history with Diggs's circle predates her relationship with him.
He also denied claims that he stole anything from Diggs's team, claiming instead that he was actually the victim of theft by associates connected to the athlete, and expressed how humiliating it was to face the drama daily.
Remember, Diggs filed a defamation lawsuit against Griffith after Griffith alleged sexual assault, and Griffith subsequently filed a countersuit alleging sexual battery. So the legal process is still actively unfolding in court.
It is a heavy cloud to carry into a new locker room, even with a $10 million contract signed and secured.
Meanwhile, Cardi B is focusing heavily on her own professional moves, preparing for her upcoming album release and making headlines with her candid commentary during a recent live stream.
She was talking about her album launch party and made it abundantly clear that her primary concern is having a packed room full of people who are ready to dance and bring genuine energy.
She literally joked that she did not care if female guests had a romantic past with her exes, whether we are talking about Offset or Stefan Diggs.
Which is a pretty wild stance, considering those two men are the fathers of her 4 children. Bianca.
Rachel, she said a great party atmosphere ranks higher on her priority list than inspecting every woman's dating resume, which is pure Cardi B transparency.
And when you look back at her history with both men, fidelity issues and public drama have been recurring themes in her personal life.
Let us lay out that timeline for anyone tuning in late at night, D, because both of those relationships had very distinct chapters.
With Offset, they were married for nearly 7 years and share 3 children together, daughters Culture and Blossom and son Wave.
But Offset publicly admitted to stepping out and making major errors during the marriage, leading Cardi to file for divorce a second time back in July of 2024.
Then came her relationship with Stefan Diggs, which first became public knowledge back in May of 2025 when they were spotted sitting together at a basketball game in New York.
They announced they were expecting a baby in September of 2025 and welcomed their son in November of that same year.
But by February of 2026, reports of trust issues and infidelity rumors led to a separation, though they have continued to co-parent their baby boy together.
And even after that split, Diggs was seen out during Super Bowl weekend with an ex of Offset's, which only fueled more online speculation about how interconnected all these circles are.
Yet, despite all of that, Cardi insists her upcoming party is all about celebrating her music, not dwelling on who dated whom in the past.
Speaking of the audience, watching all these developments unfold tonight, we actually have a message coming in from someone watching us live right now.
Hi everyone, I am Vanessa from Baltimore. I have been up watching the show all night, and I just have to say that Cardi B is being way too forgiving about her party guest list. If any woman had a romantic past with my ex-partner, she would be completely blocked from my life. let alone invited to a VIP album celebration.
Vanessa, I hear you, but Cardi is running on music industry rules where a legendary party atmosphere trumps personal grudges every single day of the week.
And from an artist perspective, Cardi knows that album release events need high energy, so she is intentionally choosing not to let past relationship drama dictate who gets to celebrate her work.
Thank you for writing in, Vanessa. It really highlights how differently people approach boundaries when personal life and public spectacle collide.
Exactly, because while Cardi is dealing with million-dollar album rollouts and major domestic history, we also had that hilarious parallel story brewing in Chicago with Malice from Clip.
Oh, the famous $9 hot dog controversy at Wiener's Circle.
Clips had a massive festival weekend, performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday, before flying up to Montreal for Osheaga on Sunday, following the release of their project Let God Sort 'Em Out.
Both festival crowds were huge, proving that interest in the duo is at an all-time high right now.
But after the Chicago show, an employee at Wiener's Circle posted online claiming that Malice walked in with security guards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, and walked out without paying after being mistaken for Flavor Flav.
Being mistaken for Flavor Flav while allegedly skipping out on a $9 food tab is a story you simply cannot write.
But as commenters quickly pointed out online, there is a very obvious flaw in that accusation based on how that specific establishment operates.
Exactly. Standard protocol at that location requires customers to pay for their food at the register before any order is handed over to them.
Which means if he walked out with the hot dog in his hand, it was almost certainly a cashier error where the staff forgot to request payment before handing over the food.
He likely assumed everything was settled, especially considering he was traveling with security detail after a major festival performance.
Exactly. And nobody in that position is intentionally staging a $9 heist after headlining major stages across 2 countries in 48 hours.
It just goes to show how quickly a tiny misunderstanding at a food counter can go viral when celebrity names get attached to it late at night.
Which brings us back to the broader picture of how public figures handle unexpected narrative storms, whether it is a bizarre hot dog rumor, a $10 million football contract, or a high-stakes legal battle.
When you look at Stefon Diggs heading to the Washington Commanders, he is stepping into a clean athletic slate with Jaden Daniels, while his legal team manages the civil countersuit with Christopher Griffith in the background.
And Cardi B is doing the exact same thing in her own lane, acknowledging the personal friction with Diggs, brushing off past relationship history, and putting all her focus onto her album rollout and keeping her fans engaged.
It is all about narrative control, and when you have 4 children, multiple high-profile exes, and a major career to maintain, staying focused on the work is often the only way forward.
That co-parenting dynamic between Cardi and Diggs will certainly be tested as he moves back to Maryland and she kicks off her album promotional tour.
Plus, we still do not know if that baby boy born back in November is going to be wearing Washington Commanders gear this coming football season.
That is the ultimate question, Bianca, especially given how rapidly their dynamic shifts from public arguments online to joint co-parenting appearances.
And as Christopher Griffith's legal team and Stefon Diggs' attorneys continue their court filings, those statements will give us a clearer picture of where that civil battle is headed.
Meanwhile, Cardi's album party is going to be the ultimate test of whether her open-door policy for guests actually holds up without any drama kicking off.
Can you imagine if someone who actually dated Offset or Diggs shows up at that party and ends up on Cardi's live feed?
Knowing Cardi, if that happens, she will probably hand them a microphone and tell them to enjoy the music.
Rachel, that would break the internet faster than any $9 hot dog story ever could.
But looking at the legal timeline for Stefon Diggs, the defamation action he filed against Griffith and the countersuit for sexual battery are still very much active in court. And that legal battle between Christopher Griffith and Stefon Diggs really spilled over into the spotlight when Cardi B decided to weigh in publicly on social media, even while acknowledging that she and Diggs were on bad terms at the moment.
Exactly, Rachel. In those public posts, Cardi directly questioned Griffith's claims, pointing out that his initial story about Stefon allegedly changed when the civil lawsuit was officially filed in court.
Which is such a wild move, because Cardi admitted herself that she hated defending him while they were beefing. But when it comes to her baby daddy, she still felt compelled to step in and call out what she saw as major inconsistency.
What did Griffith say when he responded to her directly, Dee?
Griffith posted a direct reply saying he has too much respect for her to say anything disparaging back, but explicitly told her, and I quote, "Mama, please take off the blinders." He insisted his history around that group predates her involvement and denied taking anything from Diggs or his team, claiming he was actually the victim in the situation.
Take off the blinders is a heavy statement to make to someone who has been through as much public relationship drama as Cardi has.
It really is. And remember, Diggs filed his own defamation lawsuit against Griffith after Griffith's sexual assault claims emerged, while Griffith filed a countersuit alleging sexual battery. So both of those legal actions are actively moving through the court system right now.
And all of this legal back and forth was happening right as Diggs was navigating his NFL career after being released by the New England Patriots back in March.
But clearly, those ongoing legal claims haven't stopped teams from wanting him on the field because he just landed a massive new deal.
Break down those contract details for us, Dee, because this is a major move for his career trajectory.
Reports confirm that Diggs is expected to sign a deal worth more than $10 million with the Washington Commanders. He is moving to his fourth team in 4 years after stints with the Minnesota Vikings, Buffalo Bills, Houston Texans, and most recently the New England Patriots, where he recorded over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns last season.
Joining Jaden Daniels, who is heading into his 3rd season in the league. That is a huge opportunity for Diggs at 32 years old, especially after his attorney emphasized that he still had plenty of football left in him following his acquittal in that bizarre trial involving his former chef.
It is a massive fresh start on the field. Though, Bianca, we have to wonder if any of that new team merchandise is going to end up in the hands of the baby boy he and Cardi welcomed back in November.
Look, Rachel, their relationship status seems completely over right now, or at least very complicated. They split around February, but they still show up together for co-parenting duties. Whether Cardi puts that young boy in team gear or not, she is focusing her energy on her own empire right now.
Which brings us right to Cardi's recent live stream, Bianca. She had plenty to say about her upcoming album release party and who is allowed through the front door.
She completely threw out the traditional guest list rules. Cardi said on live video that she wants a high-energy crowd, what she called a party for the hoes, where women come to celebrate and dance, not just stand around looking pretty.
And she specifically addressed her personal history, joking that she does not care if any of the women attending have slept with her exes, whether that means Offset or Stephen Diggs.
I love the sheer chaotic honesty of that. Most people would have a security guard at the door checking romantic resumes with a magnifying glass. Cardi says, if you bring the right energy to celebrate her new record, your history with the fathers of her 4 children is totally irrelevant.
To put that into perspective for anyone following along, Cardi shares 3 children, daughters Culture and Blossom, and son Wave, with Offset, whom she filed for divorce from for a second time in July 2024, after nearly 7 years together.
Right, and Offset later publicly acknowledged making mistakes and stepping out during their marriage. Then Cardi went public with Diggs in May 2025, announced her pregnancy in September, gave birth in November, and by February 2026, split rumors and infidelity reports surfaced before their separation.
So fidelity has been a recurring headline in both of her major relationships. That is why her saying she doesn't care who slept with her exes carries so much weight. She is basically saying, I am over the drama, I am hosting my party, and nobody is ruining my moment.
If you are listening at home, would you be able to party alongside people who dated your exes just for the sake of a good celebration? Send us your thoughts on our show page.
It definitely shows how Cardi manages her public narrative. While Diggs is focusing on his $10 million deal and his ongoing lawsuit with Griffith, Cardi is keeping the focus firmly on her music.
Speaking of wild internet claims, D, we can't ignore how fast these online stories spiral out of control, like that bizarre situation with Malice from Clips over the weekend.
Oh, the Polish hot dog drama in Chicago. Dee, walk us through what actually happened there.
So Clips was performing across 2 major festivals over the weekend, Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday and Osheaga in Montreal on Sunday. Following the release of their project, interest in the duo has been massive. But an employee at a Chicago establishment called Wiener's Circle posted claims online that Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, and left without paying.
And allegedly got upset because someone mistook him for Flavor Flav. You cannot make this stuff up. But as people pointed out online almost immediately, how do you even leave a counter service spot without paying first?
That is what observers highlighted in the comment section. At places like that, you pay before the food is handed over. The general consensus among fans is that it was simply a cashier error where the food was handed over early, and Malice likely assumed his team had settled the bill.
Exactly, a $9 misunderstanding that gets turned into a viral headline because of who he is.
It just proves that whether you are talking about a $9 Polish hot dog in Chicago or a $10 million contract in football, celebrity actions are dissected down to the second.
And going back to Stefan Diggs and Cardi B, the legal stakes are obviously much higher than a food receipt. Christopher Griffith's civil countersuit for sexual battery and Diggs' defamation lawsuit are moving forward in court, while both parties continue their public statements.
Dee, do we know if Griffith's legal team has issued any formal filings in response to Cardi B's recent social media defense of Diggs?
Aside from Griffith's direct comment telling Cardi to take off the blinders, the court filings themselves remain focused on the allegations between Griffith and Diggs. Griffith claims he was wronged and robbed by associates, while Diggs's team maintains the allegations are completely fabricated and malicious.
And let's not forget, Diggs was already cleared in that previous trial involving his former chef, which his lawyers used to prove he could clear his name before NFL teams signed him. But this civil battle with Griffith is a totally separate mess.
Right, and Cardi putting herself in the middle of that legal crossfire while simultaneously preparing for her album launch party and managing co-parenting with two different high-profile exes shows just how interconnected all of this drama really is. Bianca, she is literally juggling an album release, 4 children, and the courtroom battles of her baby daddy, while refusing to let any of it ruin her party plans.
Exactly, Rachel. That live stream was classic Cardi. She literally said she wants the energy high and does not care if women on the guest list have slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs. Most people would hire a security team or a private detective to vet their guest list. But Cardi is out here saying if you can dance and bring the vibe, welcome aboard.
And from a reporter's perspective, that is such a wild pivot from her usual stance because fidelity was such a massive sticking point in both of those relationships.
Let us lay down the timeline for anyone who might be trying to keep up with the family tree. Cardi shares 3 children, Culture, Blossom, and Wave, with Offset. They were married for nearly 7 years before she filed for divorce for the second time in July 2024. After multiple cheating allegations that Offset himself eventually acknowledged.
Right, he admitted he stepped out and made mistakes that broke up the marriage. And then fast forward to May 2025, Cardi goes public with Stefan Diggs at a Knicks basketball game. By September 2025, she announces her pregnancy, and their baby boy is born in November. That made 4 kids for Cardi in total.
But then, by February 2026, right around the Super Bowl where Diggs was playing for New England and Cardi was on field for the halftime show, reports of trust issues and infidelity started swirling again. They separated around February 2026, though they still co-parent and get spotted together.
Which makes her whole "bring all the ladies to my album party" statement even wilder. She joked during that live stream that a partygoer who brings the right energy ranks higher than someone with an immaculate dating history. She just wants to celebrate her new record and have a good time without checking romantic resumes at the door. You have to respect the absolute chaos of it, Dee.
It is certainly a unique approach to event planning. But remember, while Cardi is planning this massive album celebration, Stefan Diggs has his own massive career news unfolding off the stage and on the field.
That is right, Dee. The Athletic news broke Wednesday morning that Diggs is expected to sign a brand new deal with the Washington Commanders worth more than $10 million.
Back home to his old stomping grounds for the Maryland native.
Absolutely. He will be catching passes from Jaden Daniels, who is entering his 3rd season in the league. Last season, Diggs was up with the New England Patriots, where he pulled down over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns before being released back in March.
This marks his 4th team in 4 years after previous stints with the Minnesota Vikings, Buffalo Bills, Houston Texans, and Patriots. But Bianca, signing a $10 million contract while simultaneously fighting 2 major legal battles, is a lot of weight on anyone's shoulders.
Look, football teams care about performance and leadership on the field. When the Patriots dropped him in March, they actually remained supportive while he faced those assault allegations made by his ex-chef, which ended in a not guilty verdict after a bizarre trial. His lawyer made it very clear that the 32-year-old wide receiver had plenty left in the tank, and clearly Washington agreed.
But the civil battle with Christopher Griffith is far from over. Diggs sued Griffith for defamation after Griffith publicly alleged sexual assault, and Griffith countersued for sexual battery over an alleged incident.
And that brings us back to Cardi B stepping into the social media fray. Earlier this week, she went on a complete barrage online, accusing Griffith of changing his story and claiming he was just obsessed with Diggs.
The funny thing is, Cardi even admitted in her own post that she hated defending Diggs because they were currently beefing. But she said she just did not believe Griffith's claims against her baby daddy.
Right, and Griffith caught wind of her post and responded in the comments section almost immediately. He specifically said he had too much respect for her to say anything disparaging back to her, but begged her to take off the blinders. He claimed his time around that group predates Cardi, denied stealing from Diggs, and said it was embarrassing to face this foolishness every single day.
What do you think at home? Is Cardi being fiercely protective of her child's father, or should she stay out of the courtroom commentary entirely? Send us your thoughts on our show page right now.
Speaking of bizarre public allegations, can we please talk about the $9 hot dog situation? Because this might be the most hilarious feud of the entire week.
Oh, the Clips story in Chicago. So Clips had a huge weekend performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday, then traveling straight to Canada to perform at Osheaga in Montreal on Sunday. They have massive momentum right now, following the release of their latest album, Let God Sort 'Em Out, and fans were rushing the stage at both festivals.
But after the Chicago performance, an employee at a Wiener Circle, a famous Chicago establishment where you can order hot dogs prepared in all kinds of ways, posted online alleging that Malice came in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took his food, and left without paying.
Over a $9 Polish hot dog. D, are we really supposed to believe a legendary rap star is doing a grab and run on a sausage stand?
The employee even alleged that Malice got upset because she mistook him for Flavor Flav. But online commenters immediately pointed out the huge flaw in this whole story.
Exactly. Anyone who has ever ordered food at a counter service joint knows you pay before they hand you the order. Commenters pointed out that if he walked away with his food, it sounds like a cashier error where the employee handed him the bag without asking for payment first, so he naturally assumed it was taken care of.
Imagine calling out a celebrity on social media over $9 when your cashier just forgot to ask for the card. That cashier probably owes Malice $9 for the online headache.
It is definitely a classic case of internet commentary running wild before anyone checks basic counter service protocol.
Well, and when you look at all these stories side by side, from multi-million-dollar NFL deals and complex lawsuits to album launch parties and $9 hot dog mix-ups, it shows how public figures are under a microscope 24/7.
Cardi is hosting the Wild Guest List of the Year. Diggs is counting $10 million in Washington, and Malice just wanted his Polish hot dog after a killer festival set.
D, do we know if Malice or the establishment issued any formal follow-up after the comments blew up online?
No official statement came from either rep, Rachel, but the online discussion settled pretty quickly once people realized how counter-service ordering actually functions.
As it should. But going back to Cardi and her album launch, what gets me is how she navigates all these exes while keeping her career moving at full speed.
She really knows how to channel every bit of personal news into energy for her brand Bianca.
And with 4 children under her care, the 3 with Offset and the baby boy born in November with Diggs, her household dynamic must be constantly moving.
Oh, absolutely. But let us be real. Offset facing those cheating allegations during their 7-year marriage really shaped how Cardi handles public drama today. She just pushes forward unbothered.
How would you handle an ex's dating history if you were throwing a massive launch party? Let us know on our show page. Bianca, do you think Cardi's open guest list policy is genuine confidence or just genius media strategy?
Rachel, with Cardi, it is always a mix of both. She knows if she tells everyone to come regardless of history, the whole city shows up and talks about her album for days on end.
And let us not overlook the timing with Diggs' new contract. Signing for over $10 million with the Commanders gives Diggs a fresh start in Washington alongside Jaden Daniels, moving on from his season in New England.
But that civil lawsuit with Christopher Griffith remains an open chapter, even as he prepares for his 4th NFL team in 4 years. Exactly, Dee, and that civil legal saga really puts a heavy shadow over this fresh start in Washington.
It really does, Rachel, but let us be totally honest about how Cardi B stepped right into the middle of that legal storm earlier this week.
She did, Bianca. Even while she and Stefan Diggs were dealing with their own relationship breakup around February, Cardi took to her personal live stream to publicly question Christopher Griffith's allegations against her baby daddy, claiming Christopher kept changing his story.
And Christopher did not hold back in his response. He told her directly to take off the blinders, reminding everyone that his history with that group predates Cardi, and asserting that he respects her as a woman, but insists he was the one wrong.
For anyone just joining our live broadcast this morning, let us bring you right up to speed on where everyone stands in this tangled story. Cardi B filed for divorce from her ex-husband Offset back in July of 2024 after nearly 7 years of marriage and 3 children together, Culture, Blossom, and Wave.
Then in May of 2025, Cardi went public with NFL wide receiver Stefan Diggs. They welcomed a baby boy in November of 2025, which was Cardi's 4th child, but by February of 2026, trust issues and breakup rumors separated the pair, even as they continue to co-parent.
Yet despite all the personal tension, Cardi held a stream recently where she declared that her album release party will be open to all women, even those who have dated Offset or Stefan Diggs, because she values high party energy over anyone's romantic past.
She literally said a great party goer ranks higher than an immaculate dating history. Speaking of our viewers reacting to that statement, we just got a message sent directly to our show page.
Hi everyone. My name is Emily from Chicago, and I love watching the panel every morning. I honestly think Cardi is being way too overly trusting by letting women who dated her exes into her private album launch party, because there is no way I could stay that calm around people from my ex-partner's past.
Emily, sweetie, welcome to the mindset of Cardi B. She is not being naive, she is being a total marketing mastermind. She wants a packed room, loud music, and every single person talking about her new album for days on end.
Bianca makes a great point. It is pure star power at work. And speaking of Chicago, where Emily is writing to us from, we have that bizarre side narrative that dominated social media regarding hip-hop artist Malice from the iconic duo Clips.
That story blew up online this morning. Dee, what actually happened at that famous Chicago hot dog joint following their Lollapalooza performance?
Well, an employee claimed on social media that Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, and walked out without paying after getting offended when she mistook him for Flavor Flav. But fans quickly pointed out that counter-service places make you pay before receiving food, meaning it was almost certainly just a simple cashier error.
Oh, completely a cashier error. It is absurd to accuse a major festival headliner over a $9 mix-up when he was simply grabbing food between his Chicago set and his flight to Montreal for his next show.
It shows how fast a small register mistake can turn into massive internet commentary. But turning our focus back to the sports side of things, Dee, this new deal for Stefan Diggs with the Washington Commanders is a massive milestone after playing for 4 teams in 4 years.
It really is, Rachel. After playing for Minnesota, Buffalo, Houston, and spending last season in New England where he grabbed over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns, signing a deal worth over $10 million to pair up with quarterback Jaden Daniels gives the 32-year-old athlete a major fresh start.
But Rachel, we have to wonder how much that fresh start on the football field will be impacted by his ongoing legal battle. Remember, Diggs was previously cleared and found not guilty in a completely separate trial involving his former chef. But this civil defamation lawsuit he filed against Christopher Griffith and Griffith's countersuit for sexual battery is still very active in the courts.
That is the ultimate question, Bianca, because balancing a brand new $10 million contract alongside Jaden Daniels while navigating open civil litigation and high-profile co-parenting with Cardi B is no easy feat.
Exactly, Rachel. You cannot just separate what happens on the field from what is going on in the courtroom, especially when social media turns every single legal filing into a full-blown public circus.
And let us not forget, Bianca, that Cardi B herself jumped right into the middle of that legal drama not too long ago.
That social media spree caught everyone completely off guard, Dee, because she was actively beefing with Stefon Diggs at the very same time she went to bat for him.
She really did, Rachel. Cardi publicly called out Christopher Griffith online, claiming his story about Stefon had changed over time. She questioned why his original claims did not mention Stefon exposing himself, yet it somehow appeared later in his civil lawsuit for sexual battery. She openly admitted she hated defending Stefon while they were at odds, but insisted she simply did not believe the allegations against her baby daddy.
But Christopher Griffith was not about to let that slide without a response. He clapped back in the comment section, telling Cardi to take off the blinder. He explicitly said he had too much respect for her and for women in general to say anything disrespectful back, but insisted his history around that group predated her arrival.
He also denied her claims that he stole from Stefon, claiming instead that he was the one robbed by associates of the football star, and he expressed how embarrassing it is to face this foolishness every single day.
It is such a messy dynamic, Bianca, because even though Stefon filed that initial defamation lawsuit, denying he ever drugged or sexually assaulted Griffith, and Griffith countersued for sexual battery, Cardi felt compelled to step in despite their own romantic separation.
That is just classic Cardi B, Rachel. Her loyalty to the fathers of her children seems to run deep, even when the relationship itself is completely on the rocks or officially over.
And speaking of how she handles her exes, her recent live stream about her upcoming album release party proved that point even further.
What did she say in that live stream, Dee? Because people online cannot stop talking about her invitation rules.
Cardi announced she wants to throw a massive party to celebrate her new record, specifically calling it a party where the energy stays sky high. But the kicker was when she joked that she does not care if some of the women attending have actually slept with her exes, whether that means Offset or Stefon Diggs. She said a great partygoer ranks higher to her than an immaculate dating history, and she just wants everyone to turn up and have fun.
Look, you have to give her credit for being brutally honest, Rachel. Most people would have a security guard at the door with a banned list 5 pages long. But Cardi is basically saying, as long as you bring the energy, your past with her baby daddies is totally irrelevant.
It really highlights how she views her history with both men, Bianca. For anyone who just joined our broadcast this morning, let us break down that personal history so everyone is completely up to speed.
Right. So Cardi shares 4 children total across these 2 relationships. With her ex-husband Offset, whom she married after a whirlwind romance, they share 3 children, daughters Culture and Blossom, and son Wave. That marriage was rocked by repeated cheating allegations over nearly 7 years, with Offset publicly acknowledging he stepped out, leading Cardi to file for divorce a second time back in July 2024.
And then came the whirlwind with Stefon Diggs, which moved at lightning speed from courtside at a basketball game to parenthood.
Exactly, Bianca. Cardi and Stefon officially confirmed they were dating back in May 2025 after being spotted together at a New York Knicks game. By September 2025, she announced her pregnancy, and they welcomed their baby boy in November 2025. But just like her previous relationship, trust issues and cheating rumors quickly surfaced, leading to their split around February 2026, right around Super Bowl weekend.
Yet, despite that February separation, Dee, they are still seen together quite often while co-parenting their infant son, which leaves fans constantly guessing whether they are truly finished or just taking a break.
Which brings us right back to that party rule, Rachel. We want to hear from all of you watching at home right now. Would you ever invite someone to your big celebration if you knew they had a romantic past with your ex? Or is that an absolute deal breaker for you? Send us your thoughts online right now.
It definitely takes a very specific level of confidence, Bianca, especially when you consider how public both of her split announcements were.
It really does. But while Stefan Diggs is gearing up for his fresh start in Washington with a deal worth over $10 million, and Cardi is preparing her massive album celebration, we also have to talk about another wild hip-hop headline that had the internet buzzing over the weekend involving Malice from Clips.
Oh, Rachel! This hot dog situation in Chicago is probably the most bizarre allegation we have discussed all morning.
It really is, Bianca. So Clips had an incredibly busy festival weekend, performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday and then flying up to Osheaga in Montreal on Sunday. Their new project, Let God Sort 'Em Out, has renewed massive interest in the duo, so crowds were packed at both shows.
But what allegedly happened at that famous hot dog stand in Chicago, Dee, walk us through what the employee claimed online.
Well, an employee at Wiener's Circle in Chicago posted in an Instagram comment section claiming that Malice walked into the establishment with his bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took his food, and walked out without paying.
A $9 Polish hot dog! Rachel! A multi-platinum artist who just rocked a massive festival stage, allegedly dipping out on a $9 food bill. It sounds completely ridiculous on its face.
The employee even claimed that Malice was allegedly upset because she mistook him for Flavor Flav. But as soon as that comment blew up, people in the comment sections started pointing out the major flaw in that story.
What flaw did the internet spot, Dee? Because usually at counter service places like that, the system is pretty straightforward.
Exactly, Rachel. Multiple people pointed out that at establishments like Wiener's Circle, you almost always pay before you ever receive your food. Commenters were saying this sounds way more like a simple cashier error, where the worker handed over the hot dog before asking for payment, and Malice probably assumed his team or someone else had already covered the $9, or that it was complimentary.
Exactly, Dee! If someone hands you a hot dog and does not ask for money, you do not assume you are committing a heist. You assume the transaction was taken care of. To turn a miscommunication over $9 into an online controversy is just wild.
It shows how quickly a tiny misunderstanding can snowball into a massive headline when a famous name is attached to it. Bianca.
Absolutely, Rachel. Whether it is an unexpected $9 hot dog dispute in Chicago or high-stakes civil litigation in the sports world, celebrities cannot step out of their houses without every single detail being analyzed under a microscope.
And that is why Cardi B's approach is almost refreshing in a weird way, Rachel. She knows people are going to talk about her personal life regardless of what she does. So she just puts it all out there on live stream before anyone else can spin it for her.
That direct-to-fan strategy definitely keeps her in control of her own narrative, Bianca, even when her relationship status with Stefan Diggs remains a massive question mark for the public.
And with Stefan heading to the Washington Commanders to team up with quarterback Jaden Daniels on that deal worth over $10 million, his focus is clearly shifting back to football after a turbulent year across 4 different NFL teams.
But Dee, do we really think Cardi B is going to be sitting in the luxury suites in Washington wearing Commanders gear come season opener?
Honestly, Bianca, given how many times they have reconciled and been seen together since their February split, nobody would be surprised if she shows up in customized burgundy and gold.
We want to know what you think at home. Do you think Stefan Diggs and Cardi B will officially get back together before his first game in Washington, or are they strictly co-parenting from here on out? Let us know on our official show feed.
Look, co-parenting 4 kids across 2 different high-profile exes while releasing albums and signing $10 million football contracts is a full-time job in itself. Rachel.
It certainly is, Bianca. And when you look at Stefan's career trajectory, playing for the Minnesota Vikings, the Buffalo Bills, the Houston Texans, and then catching over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns with New England last season, his performance on the field has stayed remarkably consistent despite all the noise off the field.
That resilience is why Washington was willing to put over $10 million on the table, Dee, even with the ongoing civil lawsuit with Christopher Griffith hanging over his head.
And let us remember, Rachel, He was already cleared in that separate trial involving his former chef, where he was found not guilty. So his legal team feels confident navigating this current civil lawsuit as well.
Right, Bianca. His attorney was very vocal after that verdict, emphasizing that the 32-year-old athlete had plenty of fuel left in the tank for any NFL franchise willing to sign him.
And Washington clearly agreed, pairing him up with Jaden Daniels to boost their offense for the upcoming season.
Which is a massive play for Washington, Rachel. But let us not act like the football field is the only place where Stefon Diggs is drawing all the headlines right now.
Exactly, Bianca. While the front office in Washington is zeroing in on those 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns he posted with Drake May in New England last season, the internet is still digesting everything happening off the field with his ongoing legal battles and his complicated personal life with Cardi B.
And that legal back and forth has been escalating, Dee. You have Stefan suing Christopher Griffith for defamation, while Griffith countersued claiming sexual battery over an alleged past incident. But what really set social media on fire was Cardi B stepping directly into the crossfire earlier this week.
That social media rant from Cardi was intense, Rachel. She explicitly admitted that she was currently beefing with Stefan, her own baby daddy. Yet she still stepped up to publicly defend him against Griffith. She accused Griffith of changing his story over time, pointing out that his initial account did not include the claim about Stefan exposing himself that later ended up in his lawsuit.
Right, Bianca. And Christopher Griffith did not let that slide. He responded directly in the comment section to address Cardi. He made sure to say he had too much respect for her and for women in general to say anything disparaging back, but he told her directly, "Mama, please take off the blinders."
That response went viral in seconds, Dee. What else did Griffith lay out in his reply to her?
He emphasized that his time around that group predates her relationship with Stefan, Rachel. He scoffed at her claims that he stole from Stefan and his team, stating instead that he was the one who got robbed by Stefan's associates, and he talked about how embarrassing it is to have to face this situation publicly every single day.
Look, whether you side with Griffith or believe Cardi, you have to admit that Cardi jumping into the conversation added so much fuel to the fire. Here she is, having separated from Stefan around February after welcoming their baby boy together back in November, and she is still actively defending him online while admitting they are not even getting along.
It really shows how connected their public narratives still are, Bianca. If we look back at their timeline, they only went public in May of 2025 at a basketball game, announced the pregnancy in September, had their son in November, and by February of 2026, breakup rumors were confirmed after separate Super Bowl appearances.
And through that entire timeline, Rachel, rumors of trust issues and infidelity were constantly surfacing. Stefan has never publicly admitted to cheating on Cardi, but those reports followed them from courtside appearances all the way through parenthood, which feels very similar to what Cardi experienced during her marriage to Offset.
It is almost the exact same script, Dee. Offset publicly admitted to stepping out and making mistakes during their nearly 7-year marriage before Cardi filed for divorce a second time in July of 2024. So Cardi has endured a relentless cycle of public drama across both of these relationships.
Which brings us right to that candid live stream Cardi hosted recently, Bianca, where she laid out her vision for her upcoming album release party. What did she tell her viewers about the guest list, Dee?
Rachel. She was unfiltered. She told her audience that she wants a high-energy party and does not care about checking anyone's romantic resume. She joked that she does not care if women attending have slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs, the fathers of her 4 children.
Only Cardi B would host a major album party and explicitly state that having a history with her exes will not get you removed from the guest list. She said she just wants women who are going to turn up and have fun celebrating her record instead of standing around doing nothing.
It is certainly an unconventional approach to party planning, Bianca. We want to hear from everyone watching at home. Do you think Cardi is taking a mature, unbothered stance here, or is this just her way of keeping control of her own story? Send us your thoughts on social media right now.
That open strategy is quintessential Cardi, Rachel. She prefers to broadcast her own reality before anyone else can turn it into gossip. Whether it is co-parenting her 3 children with Offset, Culture, Wave, and Blossom, or managing her co-parenting relationship with Stefan. She puts it all on the table.
And speaking of managing high-stakes situations, Stefan Diggs is stepping into a huge, brand-new situation in Washington with a deal worth over $10 million. Joining Jaden Daniels for his third season gives Washington a major weapon, but Stefan is also joining his fourth team in 4 years.
That trajectory is remarkable, Bianca. From the Minnesota Vikings to the Buffalo Bills, the Houston Texans, and the New England Patriots, his talent on the field has never been questioned. But every franchise signing him has to navigate the media storm that accompanies his ongoing civil litigation.
Exactly, Dee. Even after being found not guilty in that strange trial involving his former chef, these remaining legal matters with Christopher Griffith keep his name in the headlines. But while Stefan and Cardi are making news with $10 million deals and courtroom battles, there is another story trending online that involves a very different dollar amount.
Oh, Rachel, please tell me we are diving into the $9 hot dog saga. This story is completely wild.
It really is, Bianca. Over the weekend, the rap duo Clips, Malice and Pusha T were busy doing double duty at major festivals. On Saturday, they performed at Lollapalooza in Chicago, and by Sunday, they were in Montreal, performing at Osheaga, riding high on the success of their project, Let God Sort 'Em Out.
But right after that Chicago performance, a strange claim surfaced online. Dee, what was being alleged against Malice?
An employee from a famous Chicago hot dog spot called Wiener's Circle left a comment on social media claiming Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took his food, and walked out without paying.
A $9 Polish hot dog! You are telling me a headlining artist performing at massive music festivals is out here allegedly skipping out on a $9 bill? It sounds completely absurd.
And there was an extra detail in that comment. Dee, what else did the employee claim happened at the counter?
The employee alleged that Malice got upset because she mistook him for Flavor Flav, Rachel. But people online immediately called out a massive hole in that story. At places like Wiener's Circle, standard procedure is that you pay at the register before you ever receive your food.
Exactly, Dee! Internet commenters were quick to explain that this sounds like a classic cashier error. If an employee hands over a hot dog before collecting payment, anyone in a high-profile group with bodyguards around would assume someone in their team already paid.
It definitely sounds far more like a simple register mistake than an intentional $9 theft. Bianca, if you are watching at home, have you ever walked away from a register thinking your friend or coworker picked up the tab, only to realize later there was a total misunderstanding? Let us know your thoughts online.
It is hilarious how fast these minor stories blow up, Rachel. Clips had thousands of fans screaming their lyrics in Chicago and Montreal, yet social media spent hours debating a $9 sausage order.
Because the visual is so funny, Dee! Performing on a huge festival stage 1 minute and then getting accused on Instagram of leaving without paying for a Polish hot dog because of a Flavor Flav mix-up the next.
It shows how wild celebrity news cycles can get in 2026, Bianca. But looking back at Stefan Diggs joining Washington, the expectations for him paired with Jaden Daniels are going to be through the roof this coming season.
They really are, Rachel. Washington put over $10 million on the line because they believe 32-year-old Stefan still has elite playmaker ability, despite everything happening with Christopher Griffith or his personal life with Cardi B.
But as we know, Dee, balancing NFL stardom with high-profile court cases and viral relationship drama is no easy task, especially when Cardi is hosting live streams and making national headlines every single week.
That balance is going to be tested every single day once training camp begins, Bianca. And with Cardi B getting ready to host her album release party while raising 4 children across 2 different co-parenting dynamics, neither of them is stepping out of the spotlight anytime soon.
And as Cardi stated on her stream, Rachel, she is focused on her career and keeping the good vibes going, regardless of who dated who in the past.
Good vibes or not, Dee, inviting people who dated your exes to your own album launch party is a wild level of unbothered that only Cardi B could pull off.
It really is, Bianca. But when you look at the sheer history here, you understand why she might just be over the drama. Remember, with Offset, they were married for almost 7 years and share 3 beautiful kids, Culture, Wave, and Blossom, before she filed for divorce that second time back in July of 2024.
Exactly, Rachel. Infidelity allegations were a dark cloud over that marriage for years, and Offset even admitted publicly that he made mistakes and stepped out during their relationship. So by the time Cardi moved on with Stefan Diggs in May of 2025, people thought she was getting a fresh start.
A fresh start that quickly turned into another roller coaster, D. They announced the pregnancy in September, welcomed their baby boy in November, and by February of 2026, breakup rumors were flying everywhere after the Super Bowl.
And let us not forget, Bianca, while they were together, there were constant reports about trust issues, plus that news in March about Stefan welcoming a daughter with another woman. Even though Stefan never publicly admitted to cheating on Cardi, those rumors were relentless until they officially separated.
Yet here they are in 2026, still co-parenting their young son, making public appearances together, and now Cardi is literally telling the whole world on a live stream that she does not care if women on her party guest list have a history with Offset or Stefan. She just wants a packed room with high energy to celebrate her new music.
Look, Rachel, if I had to vet every single person who ever crossed paths with my exes before throwing a major party, I would be managing a spreadsheet for 3 weeks instead of enjoying my own celebration. She wants people there who know how to dance and bring the vibes, not people standing around holding the wall.
It is a practical strategy, Bianca, but it also shows how much Cardi is focusing on her own career moment right now. Meanwhile, Stefan Diggs is making massive career moves of his own on the football field.
He certainly is, D. The 32-year-old wide receiver is expected to sign a deal worth more than $10 million with the Washington Commanders. This brings the Maryland native right back toward his hometown roots to team up with quarterback Jaden Daniels, who is entering his 3rd season in the league.
4 teams in 4 years, Rachel! From the Minnesota Vikings to the Buffalo Bills, then the Houston Texans. Last season with the New England Patriots, where he racked up over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns. And now Washington. The man stays on the move, both on and off the field.
But Bianca, when the Patriots released him back in March, his legal team made it very clear that he still had plenty left in the tank. Remember, he had just been cleared and found not guilty in that bizarre court trial involving accusations from his former personal chef.
That was a heavy legal situation, D, and even while that was resolved, Stefan is still locked in another ongoing court battle. He sued Christopher Griffith for defamation after Griffith publicly accused him of sexual assault, and Griffith then countersued for sexual battery over an alleged incident.
And that is where Cardi B stepped right into the middle of the fire, Rachel. Just recently, she posted a fiery social media rant defending Stefan, claiming Griffith kept changing his story and accusing him of being obsessed with her baby daddy.
Right, Bianca. And Griffith caught wind of Cardi's comments real fast. He responded online saying he has total respect for her, but urged her to take off the blinders, stating his history around that group predates her relationship with Stefan and denying that he ever stole anything from them.
It is such a complicated web of legal claims and personal drama, but through all of it, both Cardi and Stefan keep pushing their professional lives forward. Speaking of the audience watching all this unfold, we actually have a message coming in right now on our show screen.
Hi everyone, I am Jessica from Richmond. I honestly think Cardi B is being so mature by letting anyone come to her party because why let past relationship drama ruin your big moment? She is focused on her music and her 4 kids, and I think we should all support that energy.
Mature, Jessica? Or just completely exhausted from dealing with baby daddy drama for the last 7 years? I think she simply reached a point where she realized life is too short to play gatekeeper at her own record release.
Well, Bianca, whether it is exhaustion or pure confidence, Cardi is keeping the focus on her music. But speaking of wild online drama, we have to talk about another story making rounds today involving the rap duo Clips.
Oh, D, this hot dog situation with Malice over the weekend in Chicago has everyone talking on social media.
Yes, Rachel. Clips had a massive weekend performing at major festivals, first at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday, and then flying up to Canada for Oshia in Montreal on Sunday. Their new project has created enormous buzz, so the crowds were huge at both shows.
But after the Chicago show, things got weird at a famous local spot called Wiener's Circle, where an employee went online and accused Malice of taking a $9 Polish hot dog without paying.
Exactly, Bianca. The employee claimed Malice walked in with security, ordered the hot dog, got upset because she allegedly mistook him for Flavor Flav, and walked out without paying his $9.
But Dee, people online immediately pointed out the obvious flaw in that story, right? At fast food counters like that, you almost always pay before you ever get your food handed to you.
Precisely, Rachel. Commenters were quick to note that it sounds entirely like a cashier error. If the worker handed him the food without asking for payment first, Malice probably assumed his team or security had already settled the bill or that it was taken care of.
Imagine being a famous rapper after performing in front of tens of thousands of people at a major festival, and suddenly you are accused of pulling a $9 hot dog heist because of a register mistake. You cannot make this up.
It just goes to show how fast a minor misunderstanding can turn into a viral topic online, Bianca. But going back to Stefan Diggs and Washington D, how is this $10 million contract expected to impact his fresh start on the field this upcoming season?
Well, Rachel, analysts are saying that pairing an experienced receiver like Stefan with a talent like Jaden Daniels gives Washington a serious offensive threat, provided all these external legal distractions stay out of the locker room once training camp officially begins.
But D, with Christopher Griffith's countersuit still active in court, and Cardi hosting major album events every other week, those external distractions are not going anywhere anytime soon.
And that pressure is only going to build as we get closer to kickoff, Bianca. But what really has fans buzzing right now is whether Cardi might actually show up at a Commanders game this season to support her baby daddy, despite
the fact that they officially split back in February, Rachel. Let us be real here. If you are looking for predictable relationship boundaries, you are watching the wrong couple.
Exactly, Bianca. The history between these two moves at lightning speed. Remember, their romance was only confirmed back in May of 2025 after that public appearance at a basketball game. Then, by September, she announced her pregnancy, and they welcomed their baby boy in November. That was her fourth child overall, and their first together.
And even after that split in February, right around the time they made those separate Super Bowl appearances, they have still been seen together co-parenting. But Dee, what really set social media on fire this week wasn't just the stadium rumors, it was Cardi's recent live stream about her upcoming album launch party.
Oh, Rachel, that live stream was unfiltered entertainment. She was talking about setting up a party specifically focused on high energy, saying she wanted guests who came to bring the mood up rather than just stand around. And then she brought up her personal life in the most direct way possible.
Direct is putting it mildly. She literally joked on air that she did not care if some of the women on the guest list had previous romantic histories with Offset or Stefan Diggs. She basically said having a packed, incredible room for her new album celebration mattered way more to her than checking anyone's dating resume.
That is right, Bianca. She explicitly mentioned both fathers of her 4 children. And as you can imagine, that made everyone look back at the history, because trust issues and infidelity rumors have been a massive part of both timelines.
Let us break that history down for anyone catching up, because it really explains why fans were so shocked by that statement. Offset and Cardi were married for nearly 7 years before she filed for divorce for the second time in July of 2024. They share 3 children together, daughters Culture and Blossom and son Wave, and Offset has publicly acknowledged past mistakes that contributed to their breakdown.
And then you look at the timeline with Stefan Diggs. Reports of trust issues and infidelity speculation followed them pretty much from the moment they went public to the birth of their son in November, and even after their split early this year. Plus, Stefan was confirmed to be the father of a baby girl born back in March. So for Cardi to laugh off whether partygoers had slept with her exes, that takes a very specific level of unbothered posture.
What is so fascinating from a public relations standpoint is how Cardi balances that casual stance on her live stream with taking a very sharp, protective stance when serious allegations hit the legal system.
You are referring to her recent online defense of Stefan against those ongoing sexual assault allegations made by Christopher Griffith, right, Dee?
Yes, Rachel. Stefan is currently embroiled in a very tense court situation. He filed a defamation lawsuit against Christopher Griffith, denying all claims of assault or drugging, and Griffith responded with a countersuit alleging sexual battery. Out of nowhere, Cardi went on social media with a passionate statement, questioning Griffith's credibility and claiming his story kept shifting.
But Griffith did not let that slide at all. He jumped straight into the comments to address her directly. He kept it respectful toward her, but he told her point blank to take off the blinders. He pointed out that his history around that circle predated her involvement and scoffed at claims that he had stolen anything, saying he was actually the one wronged.
And that whole exchange was happening while Cardi explicitly admitted in her own post that she hated having to defend Stefan while they were actively beefing. It shows just how complicated their dynamic is right now.
It really does. If you are watching at home, do you think Cardi defending her ex in court filings while ignoring dating histories for her party guest list is just good co-parenting, or is it pure strategy? Drop your thoughts in our live chat right now. But Bianca, looking at Stefan's athletic career, all of this off-the-field noise comes right as he secures a massive fresh start in the league.
A $10 million fresh start, Rachel. The Washington Commanders are handing him a deal worth over $10 million to team up with Jaden Daniels, who is entering his third season as one of the most exciting young quarterbacks in football.
And let us not forget where Stefan was just last season. He was playing with Drake May and the New England Patriots, putting up over 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns. But the Patriots released him back in March, right around the time he was dealing with that strange trial involving his former chef, where he was ultimately found not guilty.
That 32-year-old receiver has certainly been around the league, D. Washington will actually be his 4th team in 4 years, after stints with the Houston Texans, Buffalo Bills, Minnesota Vikings, and the Patriots. His legal team made it very clear after his court acquittal that he had plenty of football left in him, and Washington clearly agreed.
Look, if he stays focused on the field with Jaden Daniels, $10 million is a steal for that level of talent. But when your personal life involves multi-million-dollar countersuits, live stream rants about album parties, and co-parenting headlines every single Tuesday, that locker room is going to need a soundproof door.
Speaking of unexpected headlines from the music world this week, we have to talk about the bizarre situation surrounding Malice from the legendary rap group Clips, because this one had everyone doing a double take online.
Rachel, this story came right off the back of a huge festival weekend for Clips. They performed a massive set at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday, and then flew up to Montreal to play Osheaga on Sunday. Ever since they released their project, Let God Sort 'Em Out, fan interest has been at an absolute all-time high.
So you have thousands of fans screaming for you at 2 major international festivals. And then suddenly an employee at a famous Chicago hot dog joint goes online claiming you walked out on a $9 Polish hot dog. You cannot make this stuff up.
That is exactly what happened, Bianca. An employee at Wiener's Circle in Chicago left a comment online alleging that Malice walked in with security guards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took the food, and walked out without paying. To make it even weirder, the worker claimed Malice got annoyed because she mistook him for Flavor Flav.
Hold on, Dee, because as soon as that comment went viral, people who actually frequent those fast food spots started pointing out a major flaw in that story, didn't they?
They absolutely did, Rachel. Commenters immediately stepped in to explain the basic logistics of ordering there. At establishments like that, standard procedure requires you to pay at the counter before the food is ever handed over to you. People quickly concluded that if he walked away with the food, it was almost certainly a cashier error where the staff forgot to ask for payment, leading him to assume everything was taken care of.
Of course it was a cashier error. Imagine having bodyguards around you, riding high off a Lollapalooza stage, and deciding to stage a grand heist over a $9 hot dog. It makes 0 sense. Someone behind the counter clearly got confused, forgot to charge the card, and then tried to blame the artist on social media.
It just goes to show how quickly an everyday administrative slip-up can turn into a viral headline when a famous name is attached to it. Have you ever walked out of a counter service spot thinking your friend paid, only to realize nobody did? Tell us your most awkward restaurant mix-ups in the live comments. But bringing it back to the big picture with Cardi B, Stefan Diggs, and this wild summer of album releases and football contracts, the common thread here is how celebrity narratives are managed under a microscope.
It really is about narrative control, Rachel. Cardi is preparing to roll out a major record, managing a multi-child co-parenting household with 2 high-profile exes, and still finding time to publicly address ongoing court battles. Meanwhile, Stefan is trying to transition to his 4th NFL team in 4 years, with a $10 million contract on the line, while his attorneys navigate civil countersuits.
And let us be honest, D, whether Cardi shows up in a Washington Commanders suite this fall or not, every camera in that stadium is going to be scanning the crowd during week 1.
That is guaranteed, Bianca. Whether it is album release party guest lists, court filings, or $10 million NFL contracts, these stories are far from over. And when you look at how these narratives unfold in real time, Cardi B is taking a completely unfiltered approach to controlling her own story right now.
Unfiltered is one way to put it, Rachel. She is basically throwing the traditional celebrity playbook completely out the window.
It really is unprecedented, Bianca. During her recent live stream, Cardi addressed the guest list for her upcoming album release party, and she made it very clear that she wants high energy over personal drama.
She literally said she does not care if women on the guest list have a history with her exes. We are talking about Offset and Stefan Diggs.
Which is a huge statement given the background there. Break down that history for anyone who is just tuning in.
Absolutely, Rachel. Cardi shares 3 children, Culture, Wave, and Blossom, with her ex-husband Offset. She filed for divorce from him for a second time in July of 2024, after nearly 7 years of marriage, following well-documented fidelity issues that Offset later publicly acknowledged.
And then comes Stefan Diggs. They went public at a basketball game in May of 2025, announced her pregnancy in September, and welcomed their baby boy in November.
Right? And despite separating around February of 2026 amid trust issues and rumors, Cardi is taking this totally unbothered stance. She joked on stream that as long as people come to party and celebrate her new music, their romantic history with the fathers of her 4 children is not her concern.
I have to laugh because that is either maximum confidence or complete emotional detachment, D. I mean, who willingly invites their ex's former flames to an album launch?
It definitely turns traditional celebrity feud culture on its head. Have you ever had to put personal history aside for a big celebration? Drop your thoughts in the live chat right now. But what makes this even more fascinating, is that Cardi's public support for Diggs seems to extend beyond the party list.
It really does, Rachel. Even while admitting on social media that she and Diggs were actively beefing, Cardi went online to passionately defend him against the civil allegations made by Chris Griffith.
And that sparked an entire back and forth online. Griffith actually responded directly to her, telling her to take off the blinder.
Exactly. Griffith posted that he respects her, but claimed his history around that circle predates her relationship with Diggs, and he denied allegations that he stole anything from Diggs's team. Meanwhile, Diggs is pursuing a defamation lawsuit against Griffith, who responded with a countersuit for alleged sexual battery.
It is a complex web of civil legal battles, especially coming right after Diggs was found not guilty in that trial involving his former chef.
But through all of this court noise and personal drama, Diggs is still out here securing major career moves.
He certainly is, Bianca. Reports confirmed this morning that the 32-year-old wide receiver is expected to sign a deal worth over $10 million with the Washington Commanders.
That puts him right back in his home state of Maryland, playing alongside Jaden Daniels as the quarterback enters his 3rd NFL season.
That is right, Rachel. Diggs spent last season with the New England Patriots, putting up impressive stats with over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns. But this move to Washington marks his 4th team in 4 years, following stints with the Minnesota Vikings, Buffalo Bills, Houston Texans, and the Patriots.
4 teams in 4 years while navigating court cases and co-parenting high-profile relationships. That is a chaotic schedule, to say the least.
It proves how fast the sports and entertainment worlds move, Bianca. One day you are dealing with online commentary, and the next you are locking in a $10 million contract.
And speaking of bizarre online commentary turning into a viral storm, we have to look at what happened with Malice from the iconic hip-hop duo Clips over the weekend.
This one had me laughing all morning, D. From $10 million NFL contracts to a $9 Polish hot dog in Chicago.
D, explain what on earth happened at that Chicago counter service spot after Lollapalooza.
So, Clips had a massive festival weekend, performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday, before flying up to Montreal for Ashiega on Sunday, riding high off their latest album release. But an employee from a famous Chicago hot dog establishment, Wiener's Circle, posted comments online alleging that Malice walked in with security, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, and left without paying after being mistaken for Flavor Flav.
Being mistaken for Flavor Flav is already funny enough. But walking out on a $9 bill when you are on a sold-out festival tour? Come on!
Well, people online immediately started picking the story apart. Experienced customers pointed out that counter service spots like that almost always require you to pay before you ever receive your food.
Exactly! It sounds like a complete cashier error. If the staff hands you your food without asking for money first, anyone would assume someone in their entourage already covered it, or that it was taken care of.
It really highlights how quickly an everyday administrative slip-up or misunderstanding can turn into a viral headline when a famous name is attached to it.
If I got mistaken for Flavor Flav and handed a free hot dog, I would probably walk out smiling too, Rachel.
It just goes to show how public perception can blow a tiny detail completely out of proportion within hours, whether it is a $9 transaction in Chicago or a complex personal life in the spotlight.
Tell us in the comments, what is the most ridiculous misunderstanding you have ever experienced at a restaurant counter?
But bringing it back to Cardi B and Stefon Diggs, D, the real question is whether we are going to see Cardi sitting in a suite in Washington this coming football season, despite their split.
You know the cameras will be searching for her every single week, Bianca. They welcomed their son in November of 2025, and even with their official separation in February, they have been seen together repeatedly while managing their co-parenting dynamic.
Plus, Cardi has proven she does not play by the usual rules of celebrity breakups. If she can defend him against civil lawsuits while they are beefing, holding down a luxury box in Maryland is not out of the question.
And with Diggs entering this new chapter with Jaden Daniels and a $10 million contract, his focus is clearly on the field, even as his attorneys navigate the ongoing civil countersuits with Chris Griffith.
That $10 million contract with the Washington Commanders proves the league is still betting on his talent, Rachel, but you cannot separate the athlete on the field from the intense drama unfolding off of it.
That is so true, Bianca. For anyone who is just tuning in to our live broadcast this morning, let us quickly catch you up on where everything stands with this situation. Stefon Diggs, who is 32 years old, played last season for the New England Patriots, recording over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns after previous stops with the Houston Texans, Buffalo Bills, and Minnesota Vikings. The Patriots released him in March, but he was found not guilty in a trial involving allegations from his ex-chef. Now, he is locked in a serious civil battle with Chris Griffith.
Exactly, Dee. Diggs sued Griffith for defamation, and Griffith countersued for alleged sexual battery over an incident at the athlete's home. Where Cardi B fits into this picture is that despite her and Diggs officially separating around February of 2026, she posted a fierce video online defending Diggs and claiming Griffith changed his story.
And Griffith did not stay silent either. He responded directly to Cardi, telling her to take off the blinders and asserting that his history with that team predates her. He even claimed he was the one robbed by Diggs' associates and called the ongoing situation embarrassing.
To understand why Cardi is jumping in, you have to look at their relationship history. Cardi B and Stefon Diggs first went public back in May of 2025 while sitting courtside at a basketball game. Blossom and Sun Wave are with her ex-husband Offset, whom she filed for divorce from for a second time in July of 2024 after nearly 7 years of marriage.
Even though Cardi and Diggs split in February of 2026, they have been
They announced they were expecting in September of 2025 and welcomed their baby boy in November of 2025. That baby is Cardi's fourth child, her first three children, daughters Culture and
Plotted together while co-parenting. But Cardi recently made headlines again during a live stream about her upcoming album release party.
Oh, she completely threw away the traditional rules of celebrity breakups. She declared that she wants a crowded room for her event and joked that she does not care if any of the women attending have slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs. In her mind, having a great party atmosphere with high energy matters far more than checking anyone's romantic resume.
Hi everyone, I am Taylor from Philadelphia, and I have been watching all morning. I honestly love Cardi B's attitude so much. If she is comfortable letting women who dated her exes into her album party just to have fun, why should anyone else judge her? Life is too short to hold grudges over past relationships.
Taylor, I appreciate your positive attitude, but let us be realistic for a second. Saying you do not care on a live stream is one thing, but actually putting women who dated your exes in the same VIP section is asking for an explosive night.
What do you think, Dee? Is this just Cardi maintaining complete control over her narrative and focusing purely on her music release?
It definitely keeps her centered as the main topic, Rachel. She wants to celebrate her record without letting past relationship issues dictate who gets to walk through the door. But considering both of her major public relationships involved persistent rumors of infidelity, with Offset publicly admitting he made mistakes during their marriage, it is a very unpredictable dynamic to invite into one room.
Unpredictable is an understatement, Dee, but that is vintage Cardi B. She operates by her own set of rules, whether she is standing by her baby dad in court or planning a star-studded party.
And while we monitor that party guest list, we also have that bizarre situation in Chicago involving the hip-hop group Clips.
Yes, Rachel. Malice was performing with Clips at a major festival in Chicago on Saturday before traveling to Montreal for another show on Sunday. But an employee at a famous Chicago hot dog establishment made a comment online claiming Malice and his bodyguards walked off with a $9 Polish hot dog without paying after he was mistaken for Flavor Flav.
A $9 Polish hot dog. But as several people online pointed out, those food spots require you to pay before you ever receive your food. It sounds far more like a cashier error, where someone handed over the food before finalizing the transaction.
It really does sound like a simple mix-up at the counter. But returning to Stefan Diggs as he prepares to join Jaden Daniels in Washington, this move to the Commanders is turning into one of the biggest stories of the NFL offseason.
It really is, Rachel, because when you look at the football side of it, putting a veteran receiver like Stefan Diggs alongside a young quarterback like Jaden Daniels, who is going into his third season in the league, makes total sense on paper.
And the money behind this deal is huge, Bianca. Reports confirmed Wednesday morning that the contract is expected to be worth more than $10 million. So Washington is making a serious financial investment in him right now.
And Dee, remind everyone where Stefan was playing just last season before this Washington deal came together, because his journey across the league has been quite a ride.
Absolutely, Rachel. Last season, Stefan was playing up in New England with rookie quarterback Drake May and the Patriots. He put up solid numbers too, 1,013 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns throughout the season.
But let us not gloss over the fact that Washington will mark his 4th team in 4 years. Think about that timeline. Minnesota Vikings, Buffalo Bills, Houston Texans, New England Patriots, and now Washington. Moving around that much in 4 consecutive seasons says a lot about both his talent and the turbulence surrounding him.
The Patriots ended up dropping him back in March, but they actually stayed supportive while he was navigating that whole legal situation with his former personal chef, where he went through a trial and was ultimately found not guilty.
That is right, Rachel. Once that verdict came in, his attorney made a point to say that the 32-year-old wide receiver still had plenty left in the tank and urged teams across the league to take a look at what he could bring to a roster.
Well, Washington clearly took that advice to heart. But while the athletic side seems settled with this $10 million contract, his personal and civil legal battles are anything but settled right now.
That is where things get really complicated, because Stefan is still dealing with civil allegations made by a former associate, Christopher Griffith, who accuses him of sexual assault. Stefan has denied all of those claims and filed a lawsuit against Griffith for defamation, while Griffith filed a countersuit alleging sexual battery.
And that ongoing legal war spilled right onto social media this past Tuesday when Cardi B stepped into the conversation in a massive way, despite her own rocky relationship status with Stefan.
Cardi did not hold anything back either. She went on a complete social media spree, calling out Christopher Griffith directly and questioning his motives. She basically said she was annoyed at herself for having to defend her ex and baby daddy, but claimed Griffith kept changing his story.
What specific details did Cardi bring up during her rant, Dee?
Well, Rachel, Cardi pointed out that Griffith's original story allegedly never mentioned Stefan exposing himself, but then that claim suddenly appeared in the official lawsuit. She went so far as to accuse Griffith of being obsessed with Stefan and trying to ruin his reputation.
But Griffith did not let Cardi's comments slide at all. He jumped straight into the comment section to fire back at her directly.
Griffith wrote that he had too much respect for Barty and for women in general to say anything disparaging back to her, but he explicitly told her, and I quote, "Mama, please take off the blinders."
Take off the blinders! That phrase says everything. He even reminded her that his history with Stefan and that circle of people predates her entire relationship with him.
Exactly, Bianca. Griffith scoffed at accusations that he had stolen anything from Stefan or his team, claiming instead that he was actually the one who was robbed by Stefan's associates. He added how embarrassing it is for him to face this ongoing situation every single day.
It is such an intense situation, especially considering Cardi B and Stefan Diggs have their own shared history and co-parenting dynamic.
Right, because even though she went to bat for him against Griffith, Cardi has made it crystal clear that her and Stefan's personal relationship is on ice. We saw them welcome their baby boy back in November, but their romantic status has been a total roller coaster.
Let us recap that timeline for anyone just tuning in. Cardi and Stefan first sparked romance rumors back in May 2025 when they were spotted sitting courtside together at a New York Knicks game.
That was just a few months after her second divorce filing from Offset was officially underway, right?
Yes, Rachel. Cardi filed for divorce from Offset for the second time in July 2024, ending nearly 7 years of marriage after persistent rumors and admissions of infidelity. They share 3 children together, daughters Culture and Blossom, and son Wave.
So then in May 2025, she goes public with Stefan Diggs. By September 2025, she announces she is pregnant. And in November 2025, their baby boy arrives, making 4 kids total for Cardi.
But then come February 2026, right around Super Bowl weekend, rumors start swirling that they split. Cardi was performing alongside Bad Bunny at the halftime show, while Stefan was making separate appearances.
And even through all those split reports and allegations of trust issues, Cardi surprised everyone during a recent live stream when she talked about her upcoming album launch party.
Oh, that live stream was wild, Rachel. Cardi was talking about wanting a massive, energetic crowd for her album release party. A party for the hoes, as she put it. She said she wants women who are ready to dance and have fun, not people standing around acting cool.
And she even addressed her exes directly during that stream. Bianca. She joked that she does not care at all if some of the women invited to her party have a romantic history with Offset or Stefan Diggs.
Imagine that! She literally said a packed venue and good energy at her party matter far more to her than checking any woman's romantic resume regarding the fathers of her 4 kids.
Let us check in with our viewers on this specific point. We have a message coming in from Sarah in Atlanta, who writes, Cardi keeping the party list open regardless of exes shows she is focused on her music and her success, not on old drama.
That really highlights where Cardi's mindset is right now. She is gearing up to launch new music and wants to keep her public narrative centered on her career and her kids, even as the personal drama around her exes continues to make headlines.
Speaking of Offset, Bianca, his cheating allegations were a constant backdrop throughout their entire marriage, which he later admitted to publicly, acknowledging he made mistakes that damaged their trust.
And with Stefan, similar rumors of infidelity surfaced as their relationship progressed from public dates to parenthood, though Stefan has never publicly admitted to any cheating. Yet despite separating around February 2026, the two of them are still seen together occasionally as they navigate co-parenting their infant son.
Which makes her defending Stefan against Christopher Griffith even more interesting. She is openly at odds with him, yet she feels strongly enough about Griffith's claims to publicly call Griffith out.
It shows that when it comes to the fathers of her children, Cardi will fight for them in public legal battles. But she will also hold her ground when it comes to her personal boundaries and party guest list.
Meanwhile, Stefan is stepping into a brand new chapter in Washington. Joining Jaden Daniels gives him a fresh athletic focus with a $10 million contract on the table, even as his legal battles with Griffith continue in court.
And you have to wonder how this transition to Washington will affect his focus on the field, considering he is coming off a season with New England where he tallied over 1,000 yards.
A 32-year-old veteran moving to his fourth team in 4 years brings a lot of pressure, Rachel. Washington is betting over $10 million that he can replicate that production for Jaden Daniels, but he has to manage these high-profile civil lawsuits at the exact same time.
Exactly, Bianca. His attorney was adamant after the chef trial acquittal that Stefan was ready to play, but this defamation lawsuit against Griffith and the sexual battery countersuit are still very active in the court system.
Let us read another viewer comment on this. Marcus from Dallas writes, Stefan getting over $10 million from Washington proves NFL teams care about production on the field, but those legal battles will follow him all season.
Marcus hits the nail on the head. Teams want results on Sunday, but the headlines on Tuesday and Wednesday are all about court filings and social media back and forth between Cardi B and Christopher Griffith.
And let us not forget the timing of all this. Stefan was released by the Patriots back in March, went through that trial with his former chef where he was cleared, and now he lands this massive deal with Washington just as Cardi is dropping live stream comments about her party and her exes.
It really feels like both of them are moving forward with their respective careers, Cardi with her album rollout and Stefan with his new football deal, while their shared past and legal entanglements remain very much in the public eye.
But Dee, what about the reaction from fans regarding Cardi's comments about Griffith? People were really divided on whether she should have gotten involved in Stefan's legal battle at all.
That is true, Bianca. A lot of fans commented that Cardi had no reason to interject herself into Stefan's court case, especially when she admitted in her own post that she was currently beefing with him.
But Cardi's stance was that she felt Griffith's story had inconsistent details, specifically regarding whether Stefan exposed himself, which led her to speak up regardless of her personal issues with Stefan.
And Griffith's response to her was so calculated, saying he respects her too much to trash her, but telling her, "Mama, please take off the blinders," was his way of telling her she does not know the full backstory between him and Stefan.
Right, because Griffith claims his history with Stefan's team predates Cardi, and he insists he was the victim who lost money and assets to Stefan's circle rather than the other way around.
So while Washington prepares to introduce Stefan Diggs as their newest wide receiver alongside Jaden Daniels, the legal fallout between Stefan and Griffith is far from over.
And that whole legal mess is unfolding right as Stefan is trying to get his professional house in order, which is wild timing. He is stepping into a brand new chapter on the field, while all these headlines are swirling around his personal life.
Exactly, Bianca. Industry reports confirm that Stefan is expected to sign with the Washington Commanders on a deal worth more than $10 million. He is going back to familiar territory near where he grew up in Maryland, and he will be teaming up with Jaden Daniels, who is entering his third season in the league as a rising star quarterback.
That is a massive move for him, Dee. When you look at his recent track record, he spent last season catching passes from Drake May with the New England Patriots, racking up 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns. But Washington will actually be his fourth team in 4 years. He previously played for the Minnesota Vikings, the Buffalo Bills, and the Houston Texans before his stint in New England.
4 teams in 4 years tells you everything about how chaotic his career path has been lately. The Patriots dropped him back in March, though, to their credit, the organization stayed supportive while he went through that bizarre trial involving assault allegations from his former chef. He was found not guilty in that case, but the off-field drama just never seems to stop following him.
Right. And after that verdict came down, Stefan's attorney publicly pointed out that the 32-year-old receiver still has plenty of elite football left in him, encouraging teams around the league to give him another look. Washington clearly saw the value, despite the fact that he is still actively navigating the civil lawsuit and countersuit with Christopher Griffith.
What remains to be seen is where Cardi B fits into all of this football news, or if she will even be wearing any Commanders merchandise anytime soon. They welcomed their baby boy together back in November, but as far as their romantic relationship goes, all signs point to them being separated right now, at least for the time being.
Oh, Cardi is far too busy hosting her own live streams and planning massive celebrations to worry about team jerseys right now. She went live recently talking about her upcoming album release party, and she made it crystal clear that she does not care about anyone's personal history. She wants an unforgettable atmosphere, and she joked that she does not care if any of the women attending have slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs.
That caused quite a stir online, Bianca, because as we know, Offset and Stefan are the fathers of her 4 children. Cardi explained during her stream that a guest who brings high energy and comes ready to have fun is much more important to her than someone with an immaculate dating resume. She just wants to celebrate her new record without any judgment or awkward energy.
That statement definitely turned heads, especially given the history of infidelity rumors that hung over both of those relationships. With Offset, they were married for nearly 7 years and share 3 children, daughters Culture and Blossom and son Wave. But after repeated cheating allegations, which Offset later acknowledged as mistakes on his part, Cardi filed for divorce a second time back in July 2024.
And then you look at her timeline with Stefan Diggs. They went public around May 2025 at a basketball game, announced the pregnancy by September, and had their son in November. But trust issues and public rumors quickly caught up with them too, even if Stefan never publicly admitted to anything. By February 2026, reports indicated they had split, even though they still co-parent and get spotted together from time to time.
What do you think at home? Drop your thoughts in our live show chat about whether you would ever adopt Cardi's party policy when it comes to exes.
It is a very untraditional approach, but Cardi has always operated on her own terms. Dee, while we are talking about wild headlines from the music world, there was another completely unexpected story circulating over the weekend involving Malice from the hip-hop duo Clips, right?
Yes, Rachel. Clips had an incredibly busy weekend performing at major festivals, starting at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday before flying up to Montreal for Osheaga on Sunday. Both shows were massive successes, with huge crowds coming out following their recent album release, Let God Sort 'Em Out. But an employee at a famous hot dog joint in Chicago called Wiener's Circle posted online alleging that Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, and walked out without paying.
A $9 hot dog! You have a member of a legendary rap group, fresh off a massive festival stage, allegedly pulling a fast one over a $9 Polish sausage. The employee even claimed Malice got annoyed because she supposedly mistook him for Flavor Flav. You honestly cannot make this stuff up, Rachel.
But there is more to the story than just that employee's claim, right, Dee? Because people who know how those famous hot dog stands operate immediately raised some red flags about how that would even happen.
Exactly. Online commenters were quick to point out that at places like Wiener's Circle, standard protocol requires customers to pay at the counter before any food is ever handed over. Many people who weighed in suggested it was almost certainly a cashier error rather than any deliberate wrongdoing. The theory circulating is that the staff handed him the food without asking for payment first, leading him and his team to assume it had already been taken care of.
That makes way more sense! If somebody hands you a bag of food at a counter and does not ask you for cash or a card, you assume your team or someone in your entourage settled the tab. To turn a $9 cash register mix-up into a grand theft hot dog accusation online is just hilarious.
It really shows how quickly a tiny misunderstanding can turn into a viral story when a public figure is involved. Whether it is a $9 food order in Chicago or a $10 million NFL contract in Washington, everything these stars do ends up under the microscope.
Speaking of that Washington contract, let us see how Stefan handles the pressure in DC paired up with Jaden Daniels. With his career moving to a fourth team in 4 years, he needs this transition to be smooth both on the field and off the field.
Tell us in our live chat if you think Washington is the right landing spot for Stefan this season, or if the off-field headlines are going to follow him into the locker room.
When you look at his production with the Patriots, over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns, there is no question about his talent on the turf. But joining a team with a young quarterback in his 3rd season means leadership and focus are going to be key.
Leadership and focus are going to be tested from day one, Rachel. Because when you walk into a brand new locker room carrying this much outside noise, everyone is watching how you handle yourself on and off the field.
And let us not forget, Bianca, that while Jaden Daniels is coming off an incredible start to his career and heading into his 3rd season in the league, Stefan is arriving as a 32-year-old veteran who has been through 3 other organizations in the last 4 years alone.
He spent time with the Minnesota Vikings, the Buffalo Bills, the Houston Texans, and most recently the New England Patriots, where he managed over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns last season. That new deal with Washington is worth more than $10 million, so the Commanders are making a real financial commitment to his production. But D, the legal backdrop is still very active behind the scenes.
It really is, Rachel. Even though Stefan was found not guilty during that trial involving his former chef back when New England dropped him, he is currently locked in a very public civil battle with Christopher Griffith. Stefan filed a lawsuit for defamation, and Griffith countersued for alleged sexual battery.
But what made everyone stop and look this week was Cardi B jumping right into the middle of that legal dispute online.
Exactly, Bianca. Cardi posted a passionate defense of Stefan, taking direct aim at Griffith and claiming his story kept changing over time. She even admitted on social media that she hated defending Stefan because the two of them were currently beefing, but she said she simply did not believe the allegations against the father of her child.
And Griffith did not let that slide at all. He responded right in the comment section, saying he has too much respect for her to say anything disparaging back. But he explicitly told her to take off the blinder.
That phrase, take off the blinders, really caught fire online, Dee. Griffith even insisted that his time around that group predates Cardi's relationship with Stefan, and he claimed he was actually the one who got robbed by Stefan's associates.
It is such a complex situation because Cardi and Stefan have this intense history. They were first spotted together at a basketball game back in May of 2025, announced they were expecting in September, and welcomed their baby boy in November.
And then by February of 2026, report after report was saying they had already split. Yet despite the separation and all the trust issues that have been talked about, here she is publicly going to bat for him against his accuser.
It shows a level of loyalty that caught a lot of people off guard, Bianca, especially given how her previous relationship with Offset unfolded.
Absolutely, Rachel. With Offset, they were married for nearly 7 years and share 3 children, daughters Culture and Blossom and son Wave. She filed for divorce a second time in July of 2024 after Offset publicly acknowledged making mistakes and stepping out on the marriage.
So Cardi has dealt with infidelity allegations and public drama in both of her major relationships, which makes her recent live stream comments about her upcoming album release party even more hilarious.
Oh, that live stream had everyone talking. Dee, what exactly did she tell her fans about the guest list for her big night?
She was talking directly to her viewers, explaining that she wants to host a massive party for her new record. She said she wants high energy, women who come ready to turn up, and then she dropped a bomb. She joked that she does not care if any of the women in attendance have slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs.
Can you imagine that? Most people are checking background histories and blocking exes at the door, and Cardi is basically saying, as long as you bring good energy to celebrate my music, your romantic resume with the fathers of my 4 children does not matter at all.
She literally said a good party goer ranks higher to her than an immaculate dating history.
Hi, I am Marcus from Baltimore. I think it is awesome that Stefan Diggs got a $10 million deal to play with Jaden Daniels. But hearing about Cardi B's party rules is totally wild. How does someone just completely ignore past relationship drama like that when planning a night out.
Marcus, my friend, when you are Cardi B and you are dropping a major album, you simply do not have time to act as a full-time detective at the Velvet Rope.
That is true, Bianca. But let us be realistic. Fidelity was a recurring theme in both of those chapters. Offset publicly admitted he stepped out, and while Stefan has never publicly admitted to anything like that, reports of trust issues followed them right up to their split in February.
Yet they are still co-parenting their son born in November, making public appearances together and keeping fans guessing whether they are truly finished or just navigating co-parenting while he moves to DC.
And speaking of headline-grabbing stories, we have to talk about the weirdest celebrity rumor of the week involving Malice from the legendary hip-hop duo Clips.
Oh, D, please tell me we are talking about the $9 Chicago hot dog situation.
We absolutely are. Clips had a massive weekend, performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday, and then flying up to Canada to perform at Osheaga in Montreal on Sunday. But right after the Chicago show, an employee at a local spot called Wiener's Circle left a comment online claiming Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, and walked out without paying.
A $9 Polish hot dog, a rap legend whose group just released their project and pulled massive crowds at 2 giant festivals, allegedly dodging a $9 bill.
But people who know how those hot dog stands operate immediately pointed out why that claim sounded completely off. Bianca.
Exactly, Rachel. Multiple commenters pointed out that at places like Wiener's Circle, you almost always pay before you ever receive your food. So the online consensus was that it was clearly a cashier error. They handed him the Polish hot dog first, forgot to ask for payment, and he probably assumed it was taken care of or complimentary.
And to make it even crazier, the employee claimed Malice got upset because she mistook him for Flavor Flav.
That is the detail that blew up. People were laughing online, saying there is no way Malice walked into a hot dog stand with bodyguards to steal a $9 sausage over a case of mistaken identity.
It just goes to show how every single interaction for a public figure gets placed under a magnifying glass. Whether it is an unpaid hot dog allegation in Chicago, a $10 million contract in Washington, or a live stream about party guest lists in New York.
Look at the contrast, though. Stefan Diggs is dealing with civil lawsuits, a brand new NFL contract, and co-parenting a baby born in November with Cardi B, while Malice is clearing his name over a $9 lunch.
And through all of it, Cardi B is proving that no matter what happens between her and her exes, she is going to run her own narrative. She defended Stefan against Christopher Griffith, even while admitting they were beefing behind closed doors.
Which brings us right back to Stefan's career trajectory in DCD. 4 teams in 4 years is rare for a receiver with his numbers, especially after putting up over 1,000 yards with New England. Joining a Washington offense with a young talent like Jaden Daniels
is going to be a massive dynamic to watch in that Washington locker room. Rachel? Jaden Daniels is entering his 3rd season in the league and bringing in a veteran wide receiver who happens to be a Maryland native playing right in his old stomping grounds makes a lot of sense on paper for a rising team.
It makes sense on paper until you look at his moving strategy. This will be his 4th team in 4 years. Think about that journey. He suited up for the Minnesota Vikings, the Buffalo Bills, the Houston Texans, and then spent last season with rookie quarterback Drake May over with the New England Patriots. You do not usually see an all-pro caliber receiver put up over 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns in a single season and then just get dropped by the team in March, unless there is a mountain of off-field noise attached to him.
But remember, Bianca, when New England let him go back in March, the franchise remained supportive while he was navigating those serious assault allegations from his former chef. That bizarre court trial ended with a full not guilty verdict, and right after that acquittal, his attorney made it clear that 32-year-old Stefan still has plenty left in the tank for whichever franchise was willing to give him a serious look.
And Washington clearly believed in that remaining fuel, D, stepping up Wednesday morning with reports of a deal worth more than $10 million. But as much as his agent wants every sports broadcast focusing exclusively on his route running, those civil court battles are still following him straight into D.C.
Following him? They are practically riding shotgun in his sports car. He is locked in a super ugly civil legal battle with Christopher Griffith. Stefan filed a defamation lawsuit denying he ever drugged or sexually assaulted him. And then Christopher fired back with a countersuit alleging sexual battery over an alleged incident at the star's home. That is an enormous cloud to carry when you are trying to integrate into a new $10 million offense alongside a young quarterback.
And the plot thickened even further when Cardi B decided to jump into the middle of that legal dispute on social media. Even while admitting that she and Stefan were actively beefing behind closed doors following their split in February of 2026, she posted a fierce barrage defending him against Christopher's claims. She publicly questioned Christopher's credibility, alleging he changed his story multiple times and pointing out that his initial account never mentioned Stefan pulling his penis out in front of him.
She was candid enough to say she hated having to defend her baby daddy while they were fighting, Dee. But Christopher was not about to stay quiet after that barrage. He replied directly in the comment section, telling her, "Mama, please take off the blinders." He insisted his time around that circle predated Cardi, scoffed at claims he stole from Stefan's crew, and claimed he was actually the victim who was robbed by Stefan's associate.
He also added how embarrassing it is to have to face what he called foolishness every single day, Bianca. It shows just how personal and bitter this entire situation has become for everyone involved. If you are watching us right now, do you think public figures should ever publicly intervene in an ex-partner's active legal battles? Send us your take on our show handle.
It highlights how fiercely protective Cardi remains, Rachel, even when their romantic connection is on thin ice. Look at their timeline. They publicly confirmed they were dating back in May of 2025 after attending a Knicks game together, shortly after her divorce filing from Offset. By September of 2025, she announced her pregnancy, and they welcomed their baby boy in November.
November! And by February of 2026, reports of trust issues and infidelity allegations were everywhere, leading to their separation, even though Stefan has never publicly admitted to stepping out on her. Then in March, news broke that Stefan was confirmed to be the father of a baby girl born to another woman, all while Cardi was making appearances at the 2026 Super Bowl alongside Bad Bunny while Stefan played in the game for New England.
Yet, despite that dizzying timeline, they are continuing to co-parent their baby boy and maintain a public presence together. And Dee, Cardi is applying that exact same unapologetic, high-energy mindset directly to her music career right now as she gears up for her upcoming album release.
Unapologetic is the perfect word for it, Rachel. During her recent live stream, she was mapping out her album launch party and made it very clear she wants a crowd ready to keep the energy high, a party for the hoes, as she described it, rather than people standing around watching everyone else have fun. And when it came to vetting the guest list, she casually mentioned that she does not care if any of the women attending have slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs.
She literally declared that a great partygoer ranks higher to her than an immaculate dating history. She just wants to celebrate her new record and have a good time. But you have to admit, Dee, hearing her laugh off her guest's romantic history with the fathers of her 4 children carries an extra sting given everything she has been through with infidelity in her relationship.
It definitely hits a nerve when you look back at her nearly 7-year marriage to Offset, Bianca. Offset faced cheating allegations throughout their marriage and eventually admitted he had stepped out and made mistakes before Cardi filed for divorce for the second time in July of 2024. They share 3 children together, Culture, Wave, and Blossom, so between Offset and Stefan, Cardi is balancing 4 kids while taking total control of her public narrative.
That is pure media mastery on her part, Bianca. Instead of letting rumors dictate who can enter her space, she flips the script entirely. How would you handle a party guest list if your exes were involved in the social circle? Viewers, let us know on our show live stream chat right now.
It is certainly a wild contrast to the bizarre headache Clips member Malice has been dealing with after their festival run. Clips had a massive weekend, performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday before jetting up to Canada to perform at Ashiga in Montreal on Sunday. Their new album, Let God Sort 'Em Out, has renewed huge fan interest. But then this wild allegation popped up online from an employee at a Chicago eatery called Wiener Circle.
Right. An employee claimed in an online comment that Malice walked into the establishment with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took his food, and walked out without paying after getting upset because she allegedly mistook him for Flavor Flav.
But people online immediately called out the obvious flaw in that story, D. At places like Wiener Circle, where you order hot dogs prepared every which way, you almost always pay at the register before you ever get your food.
Exactly, Bianca. Commenters were quick to point out that it sounds like a classic cashier error, where the worker handed over the glizzy before taking payment, so Malice likely assumed his order was already settled and walked out in good faith.
Whether it is a $9 lunch mistake in Chicago or a $10 million deal in D.C., every single move these stars make is analyzed to the millimeter. And with Stefon Diggs now heading to Washington to join Jayden Daniels.
Exactly, Rachel. Because going to D.C. to play alongside Jayden Daniels is a massive fresh start for Stefon Diggs. He is 32 years old, signing a deal expected to be worth more than $10 million, and people were wondering if his career was going to stall after leaving New England. But he is a Maryland native, he is heading back closer to home, and he is trying to let his game do the talking.
And remember, Bianca, this contract comes right after a very turbulent stretch for him off the field. This will actually be his fourth team in 4 years after stints with the Minnesota Vikings, Buffalo Bills, Houston Texans, and most recently the New England Patriots. Last season in New England, catching passes from Drake May, Diggs put up solid numbers with 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns. When the Patriots dropped him back in March, they actually stayed supportive of him while he went through that trial involving allegations from his ex-chef, where he was ultimately found not guilty.
And his attorney made it very clear after that verdict that Diggs had plenty of fuel left in the tank to offer an NFL franchise. But let us not gloss over the fact that his off-field calendar is still packed, D. He is still embroiled in that civil court battle with Christopher Griffith. Diggs sued him for defamation, denying all claims that he drugged or assaulted anyone, and Griffith countersued him for alleged sexual battery. That legal back and forth is very much alive.
It really is, Bianca, and what makes it even more fascinating to watch from the outside is how Cardi B injected herself right into the middle of that legal drama. Dee, walk us through what happened when Cardi decided to speak on the allegations against Diggs because she did not hold back, even while admitting she and Diggs were on the outs.
It was a complete social media storm, Rachel. Cardi went on a tirade directly addressing Christopher Griffith, claiming that he had altered his story multiple times. She pointed out that his initial account did not include any mention of Diggs exposing himself, which later appeared in his civil lawsuit. Cardi said point-blank that even though she was actively beefing with Diggs at the time, she felt compelled to defend her baby daddy because she simply did not believe the claims.
But Griffith did not let her have the last word, D. He jumped straight into the comment section to respond to her directly. He kept it respectful toward Cardi, saying he had too much respect for her and women in general to insult her. But he literally told her, "Mama, please take off the blinders." He told her his time around that circle predates her, denied taking anything from Diggs' team, and claimed he was actually the one robbed by associates. You have to admit, seeing a superstar rapper defend her ex while simultaneously feuding with him is top-tier public drama.
It shows how deeply intertwined their lives still are, Bianca, especially when you consider they share a young baby boy born just 4 months ago, in November 2025. And that brings us to Cardi B's latest online live stream, where she addressed her upcoming album release party. What are you seeing online from viewers about her attitude toward her exes right now? Send us your thoughts on social media using our show hashtag.
On that live stream, Rachel Cardi was in full party planning mode for her new record and laid out some very unorthodox rules for the guest list. She said she wanted a packed room full of high-energy women who were ready to dance and have fun, rather than people standing around watching. And then she joked that she genuinely did not care if some of the women in attendance had previously slept with her exes, whether that meant Offset or Stefon Diggs.
She essentially said a good party atmosphere ranks higher than anyone's romantic resume, D, which is hilarious coming from her, considering infidelity rumors have haunted both of those high-profile relationships. With Offset, they were married for nearly 7 years, and have 3 children together, daughters Culture and Blossom and son Wave. Offset publicly admitted to stepping out and making mistakes during their marriage before Cardi filed for divorce a second time in July 2024.
And then her timeline with Stefan Diggs moved at lightning speed. Bianca, they publicly confirmed they were dating back in May 2025 after being spotted at a basketball game. By September 2025, she announced her pregnancy, and their son was born in November 2025. But by February 2026, right around Super Bowl weekend, reports of trust issues and split rumors surfaced. Diggs has never publicly admitted to cheating, but they separated around that time, even though they still co-parent and make public appearances together.
That history is precisely why her live stream comments raised so many eyebrows. Bianca, she has gone through very public divorces and breakups, yet she is taking a totally unbothered stance when it comes to her album launch party. What do you make of her mindset right now?
Honestly, Rachel, I think Cardi is just focused on her music and refusing to let personal grievances dictate her professional celebrations. She has 4 children to raise, 3 with Offset, 1 with Diggs, and she is managing 2 co-parenting relationships under a massive spotlight. If she wants to host a wild party where nobody is checking dating history at the door, more power to her. It is a refreshingly pragmatic stance for someone whose relationships are dissected every single day.
It also contrasts sharply with the quiet, focused approach Diggs is trying to take as he moves to DC to play with Jaden Daniels. While Cardi is broadcasting her live streams and hosting massive album events, Diggs is stepping into a Commander's locker room trying to rebuild his narrative after playing for 4 teams in 4 years. The question on everyone's mind in DC is whether we will see Cardi showing up in Commander's merchandise to support the father of her youngest child this coming season.
That would certainly keep the cameras flashing on the sidelines. It is remarkable how quickly these storylines cross paths, from a $10 million NFL contract in Washington, to heated courtroom lawsuits, to a viral live stream about party guest lists in New York, and even that bizarre $9 hot dog story involving malice in Chicago. Speaking of which, viewers are still weighing in on whether that Chicago hot dog situation was just an honest cashier misunderstanding. How do you feel about how stars handle these relentless everyday misunderstandings? Let us know on our official show feed.
Oh, that Chicago hot dog error was classic online amplification over nothing, Rachel. An employee makes a register mistake at a counter, hands over a Polish hot dog before taking payment, and suddenly it becomes a viral story about a famous rapper walking out. People online proved almost immediately that places like that always collect payment first, so it was clearly just a cashier oversight. But when you are a celebrity, even a $9 lunch mistake gets treated like headline news.
It really proves that once your name is out there, every single interaction gets magnified 1,000 times over. Whether it is Malice performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago and Osheaga in Montreal, Stefan Diggs signing a $10 million deal after his time with Drake May and the Patriots, or Cardi B clearing the air about her party guest list, the public wants to know every detail.
And that appetite for details is why these conversations never stop. When you look at Stefan Diggs entering his 32nd year, joining a rising star like Jaden Daniels, entering his 3rd season in the league, it really shows how his football career is hitting a major reset right as his personal life and legal battles reach maximum visibility. When you examine this Washington Commanders deal worth over $10 million, it comes after a remarkably packed path across 4 teams in 4 years.
That is right, Rachel. After playing last season with Drake May and the New England Patriots, where he recorded over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns, he was released back in March. Even though he was found not guilty in that bizarre trial involving his former chef, he is still entangled in a very high-stakes civil dispute with Christopher Griffith. Stefan Diggs filed a defamation lawsuit, and Griffith countersued for sexual battery, which triggered that intense social media rant from Cardi B defending Diggs.
And Bianca was not at all surprised to see Cardi step into the arena. She posted directly that she hated defending a man she was currently beefing with. But she firmly stated she did not believe the claims against her baby daddy. That was when Griffith fired back, urging her to take off the blinders, stating his history around that circle predated her, and insisting he was actually the one robbed by associates of Diggs.
For those of you who just turned on your screens, let us get you completely caught up on this morning's main story. We are following NFL wide receiver Stefon Diggs, who is preparing to sign a contract worth over $10 million with Washington to pair with Jaden Daniels, as well as his complicated history with Cardi B. The pair went public in May 2025, welcomed a baby boy in November, and separated around February 2026. Cardi also shares 3 children, Culture, Blossom, and Wave, with her ex-husband Offset, following her second divorce filing in July 2024.
And that shared history is exactly why Cardi's recent live stream statement caused such a massive splash, Rachel. While talking about her upcoming album launch, she announced plans for a high-energy party and openly stated she does not care if any attending women have previously slept with Offset or Stefon Diggs. In her eyes, creating a wild, packed atmosphere for her celebration is far more important than reviewing anyone's romantic resume.
That is classic Cardi B energy. She has lived through public infidelity rumors in both relationships. Offset publicly acknowledged stepping out during their nearly 7 years of marriage, and while Diggs never admitted to cheating, trust issues swirled right up to their split in February. So now she is telling the world that if guests are coming to support her new music and dance, their past hookups with her exes mean absolutely nothing to her.
We actually have a viewer message on this exact topic right now.
Hi, I am Brandon from Washington. I have been following Stefon Diggs since his Minnesota Vikings days, and I honestly think Cardi B should just go to all his Commanders games with their baby boy this season. They look so great together, and she always brings the absolute best energy to the stadium.
Brandon, my sweet, naive friend, put down the fairy tale book. They broke up in February 2026, and while they are co-parenting and still spotted together, stepping back into the stadium spotlight in D.C. after all this drama is a totally different ballgame. Cardi is focused on her album rollout and throwing huge parties, not acting as a team mascot.
But Bianca, from a co-parenting standpoint, they have kept things remarkably respectful when it comes to their son born in November. Even after that viral argument video at the Maryland coffee shop, where Cardi admitted she was just hangry, Diggs made a point to publicly call her a beautiful and talented mother. So while a romantic reconciliation remains unconfirmed, they clearly still have each other's backs when it really counts.
And speaking of viral moments and internet reactions, Dee, it shows how every minor interaction gets blown out of proportion, much like those strange Wiener Circle allegations involving Malice from Clips in Chicago, right after his festival performances.
Oh, that $9 Polish hot dog situation was pure online drama over nothing. A worker claimed he walked out without paying after Lollapalooza, but commenters pointed out that food stands like that always collect payment before handing over the food. It was obvious cashier error. But because he is a famous artist traveling between Lollapalooza and Asiega in Montreal, people treated it like a major hype.
Exactly, Bianca. Whether it is Clips drawing massive festival crowds, Stefon Diggs securing a $10 million deal, or Cardi B laying down rules for her party guest list, the public fixates on every single detail.
They really do, Dee. And when you look back at how Christopher Griffith described the daily embarrassment of this civil lawsuit, claiming he was the one wronged while Diggs' team maintains his innocence, it really highlights how intense this ongoing civil conflict between Stefon Diggs and Christopher Griffith has become, Dee, especially when you look at how the entire legal dispute started with Diggs filing a defamation lawsuit first, only for Griffith to hit back with a countersuit alleging sexual battery.
Exactly, Rachel. The court documents present two completely opposing narratives. Diggs' legal team maintains his complete innocence, stating he never drugged or sexually assaulted Griffith, while Griffith's countersuit claims an incident occurred at the football star's home. And then Cardi B inserted herself right into the middle of the public debate, taking to social media to blast Griffith directly. She claimed his story changed over time, alleging that his initial account never mentioned those specific allegations that later appeared in his formal lawsuit.
And Cardi was absolute fire on social media. She openly admitted to her followers that she actually hated having to defend Diggs because she was beefing with him at that very moment. But she said she was so bothered by the claims against her baby daddy that she could not stay silent. That is just classic Cardi, jumping into the ring to defend her child's father, even when their own personal relationship is on shaky ground.
But Christopher Griffith caught wind of her posts very quickly, Bianca, and he responded right in the comment section. He made a point to say he has way too much respect for Barty and for women in general to say anything disparaging back to her, but he explicitly told her, and I quote, "Mama, please take off the blinders."
That line really got everyone talking. Griffith went on to explain that his history around that group of people predates Cardi's relationship with Diggs. He scoffed at her claims that he had stolen anything, asserting that he was actually the one who was robbed by Diggs' associates. And he talked about how deeply embarrassing it is to have to face this entire situation every single day.
Look, whether you are following the legal filings or the social media drama, Cardi stepping up to defend him while they were actively at odds shows you just how complicated their bond really is. But what blew my mind was how quickly she went from defending him against lawsuit claims to hopping on a live stream to talk about her upcoming album launch party.
That live stream was something else, Bianca. Cardi was telling her viewers that she is planning an album celebration party and that her main priority is the vibe of the room. She said she wants women who come ready to party and bring high energy, not people standing around watching others have fun. And she joked that she does not care if some of the women on the guest list have slept with her exes, whether that means Offset or Stefan Diggs.
She essentially said a packed, energetic room matters far more to her than checking anyone's romantic resume. But when you look back at her history, Dee, those comments carry a lot of context, because fidelity issues have been a massive theme in both of those major relationships.
They really have, Rachel. With Offset, infidelity rumors followed their marriage for years. Offset eventually acknowledged publicly that he had stepped out and made mistakes during their time together. Cardi filed for divorce from the Migos rapper for a second time back in July 2024, ending nearly 7 years of marriage. Together, they share 3 children, daughters Culture and Blossom, and son Wave.
And then you look at her time with Stefan Diggs. They went public back in May 2025 after being spotted at a basketball game, announced she was expecting by September, and welcomed their baby boy in November 2025. But by February 2026, rumors about trust issues and breakup reports were everywhere, even though Diggs has never publicly admitted to cheating on her.
That is right, Bianca. They officially separated around February 2026, but they have continued to be seen together while co-parenting their son, who is Cardi's 4th child overall. They even made separate appearances at the Super Bowl back in February, where Cardi was on the field for the halftime show and Diggs was playing in the game.
What do you think at home? Would you be comfortable inviting people who dated your exes to your big career celebration just to keep the party alive? Text us your thoughts right now. Bianca, it takes a serious amount of unbothered energy to take a stance like that on a live stream.
Unbothered energy or just great self-promotion, Rachel. Cardi knows how to keep her name in every headline. She defends her ex in a major legal dispute one day, jokes about guest lists the next, and keeps everyone tuned into her album rollout. But while all of this personal narrative is playing out, Diggs is making massive moves in his professional career.
He really is, Bianca. Reports dropped indicating that the 32-year-old free agent wide receiver is expected to sign a brand new contract with the Washington Commanders worth over $10 million.
That is a huge deal, Dee. He is returning to his home state of Maryland to pair up with rising star quarterback Jaden Daniels, who is going into his 3rd season in the league.
Exactly, Rachel. Diggs spent last season with Drake May and the New England Patriots, where he racked up 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns. The Patriots ended up dropping him back in March, but the organization remained supportive of him while he dealt with a completely separate trial involving assault allegations made by his former chef, a trial where he was ultimately found not guilty.
Talk about a wild career trajectory. This will be his 4th team in 4 years, going from the Minnesota Vikings to the Buffalo Bills, then the Houston Texans, the Patriots, and now Washington. After his acquittal in that chef trial, his attorney made it clear that the 32-year-old still had plenty left in the tank, and Washington clearly agreed by putting over $10 million on the table.
But the question on every pop culture fan's mind right now, Dee, is whether Cardi B will be getting a bunch of Washington Commanders merchandise for their young baby boy, or if we will see her supporting him in the stands this coming season.
That is the big unknown, Rachel. Even though their romantic relationship seems to be over right now following their February separation, their ongoing co-parenting dynamic means they are constantly in each other's orbits.
Oh, please. If there is one thing we know about Cardi, she supports the people she cares about when it counts, but she also does not let anyone define her moves. Whether she shows up to a game in Maryland or focuses entirely on her album, she is going to do it on her own terms.
We want to hear from our audience. Do you think Stefon Diggs joining the Washington Commanders is the fresh start he needs on the field? Or will the ongoing legal back and forth with Christopher Griffith continue to linger over his season? Send in your comments.
That legal back and forth is definitely far from over, Rachel. While Diggs focuses on joining a new locker room alongside Jaden Daniels, his legal team is still actively navigating both his defamation suit against Griffith and Griffith's countersuit for sexual battery.
It is an unbelievable amount of noise to balance when you are trying to step into a new locker room on a $10 million contract. You have playbook meetings on one side, civil depositions on the other, and your famous ex talking about your personal life on live streaming platforms.
It really shows the intense pressure of living in the public eye at that level, Bianca. When you look at how Diggs has navigated 4 different teams in 4 years while handling major legal hurdles and high-profile relationships, it shows just how resilient a professional athlete has to be. And that resilience is going to be put to the test immediately in Washington, Bianca, because stepping onto a new roster alongside a rising star like Jaden Daniels requires total focus.
Focus? Rachel! He is walking into a brand new locker room on a contract worth more than $10 million, carrying the baggage of 4 different teams in 4 years, an active civil lawsuit where his ex-partner is fighting his accuser on live streams and people questioning his every move. That is not just noise. That is a full stadium symphony of distractions.
And when you look at the legal timeline, Dee can tell you that this civil battle is far from simple. Diggs actually filed his defamation lawsuit against Christopher Griffith first, claiming those sexual assault allegations were completely made up. Then Griffith turned around and filed a countersuit alleging sexual battery from an incident at Diggs's home. So even though Diggs was found not guilty in that separate trial involving his former chef, this civil case with Griffith is actively moving forward in court while Diggs prepares for training camp.
What really caught everyone off guard this week was Cardi B stepping directly into the middle of that legal storm on social media, despite the fact that she and Diggs broke up back in February. What were the specific details of that exchange, Dee?
Cardi went on a social media tirade defending Diggs, Rachel. She questioned Griffith's credibility, claiming his story changed over time and that his original claims did not match what ended up in his lawsuit. She admitted she hated defending her ex while they were actively beefing, but insisted she did not believe the claims against the father of her child. But Griffith fired right back in the comments, saying he had too much respect for her to say anything disparaging, but explicitly told her, and I quote, "Mama, please take off the blinders." He insisted his history with that group predates hers, denied stealing anything from Diggs's team, and claimed he was actually the one who was robbed.
I mean, look at the sheer chaos of it all. You have a viral argument in a Maryland coffee shop where she claims she was just hangry. You have public rants defending him against serious court allegations. And then on another live stream, she is talking about who is allowed to come to her album release party. Cardi is operating in a completely different reality than the rest of us.
She certainly keeps her audience guessing, Bianca. And on that album party live stream, Cardi made it very clear that personal history is not going to dictate her guest list.
That is right, Rachel. During her live broadcast, Cardi was talking about her upcoming album launch and said she wanted a high-energy party for women who are ready to dance and celebrate, rather than people standing around watching. She even joked that she does not care if any of the women in attendance have slept with her exes, specifically naming both Offset and Stefon Diggs. She said as long as they bring good energy for her new record, their romantic resume does not matter to her at all.
That sounds very open-minded on camera, Dee. But let us look at the actual history here. Fidelity has been the central issue in both of those relationships. Offset publicly admitted to stepping out during their nearly 7-year marriage before she filed for divorce for the second time in July 2024. They share 3 children together, Culture, Blossom, and Wave. Then she confirms her romance with Diggs in May 2025, announces her pregnancy in September, welcomes their baby boy in November, and by February 2026, trust issues and cheating rumors pop up again before they separate.
It is a wild timeline when you lay out all those dates, Bianca. From Knicks games in May 2025 to co-parenting their infant son today, all while Diggs transitions from Drake May and the New England Patriots, where he put up 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns, to signing his new deal in Washington. We want to hear from our viewers on this. Do you think Cardi B inviting women who dated her exes to her album party shows ultimate confidence? Or is it just a recipe for more headline drama? Send in your comments.
It is obvious drama, Rachel. You put women who dated the fathers of her 4 children in a room full of cameras and music, and you think everyone is just going to sip drinks and listen to the album? Someone is going to pull out a phone, someone is going to start a live stream, and we will be sitting right back at this desk talking about it tomorrow morning.
Well, while we wait to see how that launch party goes, there is another story making huge rounds online, and this one involves rap royalty getting dragged into an absurd dispute in Chicago.
Oh, you are talking about Malice from Clips. D. Break down what happened in Chicago right after Lollapalooza, because this whole situation sounds almost unreal.
It really does, Rachel. Clips had a massive festival weekend, performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday, before traveling to Montreal for Osheaga on Sunday. Fan interest has been huge following their release of Let God Sort Him Out. But after the Chicago show, an employee at Wiener's Circle, the famous local hot dog spot, claimed on social media that Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took his food, and walked out without paying.
A $9 Polish hot dog! A rap icon touring international stages, allegedly walking out on a $9 food bill. And to make it even more hilarious, the employee claimed Malice got upset because she mistook him for Flavor Flav. You literally cannot write a script like this.
But D, people online immediately pointed out a major flaw in that employee's story, right?
Exactly, Rachel. Multiple commenters pointed out that at establishments like Wiener's Circle, you almost always pay at the register before the food is prepared and handed to you. People noted that if he walked out with the hot dog, it was almost certainly a cashier error, where staff handed over the order without asking for payment first, leading Malice to assume someone in his team or security had already cleared the $9 bill.
Of course it was a cashier error! Do people seriously believe a guy co-headlining major festivals is risking a public indictment over $9 worth of processed meat? It is incredible how fast a register mistake turns into a viral internet robbery rumor.
It really shows how every single interaction gets magnified the second you have a recognizable name, Bianca. Whether it is a quick late-night food run in Chicago or a $10 million NFL contract in Washington, celebrity culture never takes a morning off.
And looking back at Diggs, his legal team pointed out after his acquittal in the chef trial that at 32 years old, he still has elite years ahead of him on the field. Teaming up with Jaden Daniels in Washington gives him a major fresh start, but as long as that countersuit with Christopher Griffith is moving through civil court, these legal questions are going to follow him into the season.
And do not forget the Cardi factor, D. Even with them separated right now, they share a son born in November. And every time she goes live or drops an album, his name is going to be right there in the trending topics beside her.
Which brings us right back to how these high-profile figures manage their public image while balancing family life. When you look at Cardi B raising 4 children while launching a major album rollout, every single move she makes on social media
turns into an absolute internet explosion. She goes live for just a few minutes to talk about her new record, and suddenly her entire guest list philosophy becomes national news.
Exactly, Bianca. She literally told her viewers that when it comes to hosting a launch party for her new record, she does not care if the women in attendance have a romantic past with her exes. She explicitly mentioned both Offset and Stefon Diggs, saying as long as they come ready to keep the energy high and party rather than just stand around watching everyone else, they are more than welcome.
Which is such a bold stance, D, especially when you look at the history involving the fathers of her 4 children. With Offset, they were married for nearly 7 years before she filed for divorce for the second time in July 2024. That relationship faced constant cheating allegations, with Offset even acknowledging publicly that he stepped out and made mistakes. They share 3 children together, daughters Culture and Blossom and son Wave.
And then you look at Stefan Diggs' Rachel. They publicly confirmed their romance at a basketball game in May 2025, announced her pregnancy in September, and welcomed their baby boy in November. But infidelity rumors and trust issues followed them too, even though Diggs never publicly admitted to anything. They separated around February 2026 after making separate appearances at the Super Bowl, where Cardi was on stage for the halftime show with Bad Bunny, Pedro Pascal, and Jessica Alba, while Diggs was playing on the field.
And that history is exactly why her live stream comments raised so many eyebrows, Bianca. Fidelity has been the core issue in both of those high-profile relationships. Yet Cardi joked that having a packed, high-energy room for her record release party ranks way higher than vetting anyone's romantic resume or worrying about whether someone slept with her exes.
It really shows how she chooses to steer her own narrative, Dee. But while Cardi is focusing on her album rollout and hosting duties, Stefan Diggs is navigating a major career transition and ongoing legal battles. Dee, give us the latest details on his football career move.
Well, Rachel, reports indicate the 32-year-old wide receiver is expected to sign a deal worth over $10 million with the Washington Commanders. This brings the Maryland native back home and pairs him with Jaden Daniels, who is entering his 3rd season in the league. Diggs played last season for the New England Patriots, with Drake May pulling in 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns before being released in March. Washington will mark his 5th NFL chapter and his 4th team in 4 years, following stints with the Minnesota Vikings, Buffalo Bills, Houston Texans, and Patriots.
That is a lot of moving boxes in 4 years, Dee. But we cannot forget that the Patriots backed him through that bizarre assault trial involving his former chef, where he was found not guilty. After that verdict, his attorney emphasized that at 32, he still has elite years ahead on the field.
Exactly, Bianca. But even with that criminal trial acquittal behind him, he is still entangled in civil court with Christopher Griffith. Stefan filed a defamation lawsuit against Griffith after Griffith publicly accused him of sexual assault, with Diggs asserting he never drugged or assaulted him. In response, Griffith countersued for alleged sexual battery.
And that civil legal clash spilled over onto social media in a huge way when Cardi stepped into the conversation, Dee.
She really did, Rachel. Cardi posted a heated social media defense of Stefan, claiming Griffith kept changing his story. She alleged his initial account never mentioned Stefan taking his penis out, but that detail somehow ended up in his lawsuit. She even admitted she hated defending her baby daddy while they were beefing, but insisted she did not believe Griffith's claims and called him obsessed with Stefan.
And Christopher Griffith did not stay quiet either. He fired right back in the comment section, addressing her directly by saying he has too much respect for her and women in general to say anything disparaging, but pleaded, "Mama, please take off the blinders." He claimed his history around that group predates her, scoffed at claims that he stole from Stefan's team by alleging he was actually the one robbed by Stefan's associates, and talked about how embarrassing it is to face this situation every day.
It is an incredibly intense situation surrounding everyone involved. Let us take a moment to see what our audience is saying about all of this. We have a viewer line coming in right now.
Hi everyone, I am Michelle from Atlanta, and I just love Cardi so much. She is always so real with her fans, but honestly, if my ex dated someone, there is no way I would invite them to my party. Is she being too forgiving, or is this just pure marketing strategy?
Michelle from Atlanta, you hit the nail right on the head with that second part. It is pure marketing brilliance. Cardi knows that headlines drive streams. By coming out and saying she does not care who slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs as long as they turn up at her album party. She takes control of the gossip and turns it into promotion for her project.
And beyond the marketing aspect, Bianca, sources close to the situation say Cardi genuinely wants to separate her personal romance history from her work environment. She is co-parenting 4 young children while launching a massive album, and she simply refuses to let past relationship drama dictate who gets to celebrate her music.
Which leads us to another wildly viral story involving a completely different music star who found his name trending over a very strange incident this week. Dee, tell us what happened with Malice from Clips in Chicago.
Oh, this story has been everywhere, Rachel. Clips has been having an incredible summer run following the release of their project Let God Sort 'Em Out, drawing massive festival crowds. Last Saturday, they performed at Lollapalooza in Chicago, and by Sunday, they were up in Canada performing at Osheaga in Montreal, Quebec. Both shows were huge successes.
But then comes the drama in Chicago. An employee at Wiener Circle, which is famous for serving hot dogs prepared all kinds of ways, dropped a social media comment claiming Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took his food, and walked out without paying a single cent.
The employee even commenters online were quick to point out that this sounds like a classic cashier error. The staff likely handed him the Polish hot dog before asking for payment, and Malice probably assumed someone on his security team had already settled the $9 bill and walked out. Claimed Malice got upset because she mistook him for Flavor Flav. But as soon as that comment started circulating on pop culture blogs, viewers immediately started questioning how that could even happen.
Because at a counter service establishment like Wiener Circle, you normally have to pay before the kitchen even hands you the food, right, Dee?
Exactly, Rachel.
Of course he did! Nobody with a team of bodyguards is out here intentionally stealing a $9 hot dog after performing in front of tens of thousands of fans at Lollapalooza. It was an obvious misunderstanding behind the register, but the internet loves a bizarre celebrity story.
If you are watching at home, we want to hear from you as well. Would you be comfortable inviting people who dated your exes to your big milestone party? Send us your thoughts while we keep going. Bianca, looking back at how Stefon Diggs is balancing his $10 million Commander contract alongside Jaden Daniels, while these civil lawsuits play out in court.
Look, Rachel, when you are 32 years old and changing teams for the 4th time in 4 years, your focus has to be locked entirely on the field. Washington is paying over $10 million for elite target production. He delivered over 1,000 yards with Drake May in New England despite all the off-field noise, so he knows how to compartmentalize.
And from a team perspective, Washington knows exactly what they are getting on the field. But with Christopher Griffith's sexual battery countersuit still active alongside Stefon's defamation suit, these civil court proceedings are naturally going to draw public attention right into the football season.
And every time Cardi drops a track, goes live, or holds one of her famous parties, both Stefon and Offset are going to be brought right back into the conversation by fans online. Dee, when you consider how Cardi managed her image during her Super Bowl appearance,
she completely captured the entire conversation during that halftime performance, Rachel. You had Stefon on the field suiting up for New England, and there was Cardi B on stage with Bad Bunny, standing alongside Pedro Pascal and Jessica Alba. Even when they were at the exact same stadium for the Super Bowl, her star power eclipsed the game itself, and that set the tone for how she handles public interest. Fast forward to her latest live stream, and she is still setting her own rules. She literally told her fans that for her upcoming album release celebration, she just wants high energy and does not care if any of the women on the guest list have a romantic history with Offset or Stefon Diggs.
Which is classic Cardi B, let us be honest. She knows people are constantly digging into her personal life, so she just flips the script before anyone else can spin it into drama. But let us not pretend there is not a lot of history packed into that single statement. Offset acknowledged his own mistakes and cheating allegations during their nearly 7-year marriage before she filed for divorce for the 2nd time in July 2024. They share 3 children together, Culture, Wave, and Blossom. Then she officially confirms her romance with Stefon in May 2025 after they were spotted courtside at a Knicks game, announces her pregnancy in September, and welcomes their baby boy in November. By February 2026, they are already separated. So when she jokes on a live stream about women who slept with the fathers of her 4 children, she is taking direct control of a narrative that has been trailing her for years.
that is exactly what makes her media strategy so fascinating, Bianca. She refuses to let online gossip put her in a defensive corner. But Dee, from a reporting angle, what makes this co-parenting dynamic even more intricate right now is how vocal Cardi has been when outside legal trouble touches her inner circle. Even while she and Stefan were admittedly beefing, she did not hesitate to go online and defend him against Christopher Griffith's claims.
That was one of the most surprising moments in this entire saga, Rachel. Cardi went on an absolute social media barrage targeting Christopher Griffith, claiming his story regarding Stefan had changed over time and questioning why those specific claims ended up in his lawsuit. She even openly admitted on camera that she hated defending Stefan while they were currently arguing, but felt compelled to speak up because she simply did not believe the allegations against her baby daddy. And Griffith did not stay quiet either. He responded directly in the comment section, stating he has total respect for Cardi and women in general, but urged her to, quote, take off the blinders.
Take off the blinders! Look, Griffith claims his history around that group predates Cardi, and he denies stealing anything from Stefan's team, insisting he was actually the one robbed by Stefan's associates. Meanwhile, Stefan filed a defamation lawsuit against Griffith, and Griffith countersued for sexual battery over an alleged incident at the receiver's home. It is a massive legal tangle, and while all of this civil court drama is unfolding in the background, Stefan is signing a brand new deal worth over $10 million with the Washington Commanders to catch passes from Jaden Daniels. Talk about compartmentalizing your professional life from your personal life.
It really is an incredible juggling act. Let us bring in a thought from our audience because our chat is blowing up over this exact dynamic. Jasmine from Richmond writes into our show, Cardi defending Stefan online, despite their personal issues, shows she will always protect the father of her child. But is it fair for her to draw the line on legal stuff while completely ignoring her own party guest list rules? What do you think about that, Bianca?
Jasmine, listen to me. Cardi operates on pure instinct and emotional truth. When it comes to her music and her parties, she wants a wild, high-energy time, period. She does not want people standing around like wallflowers checking romantic resumes or staring at each other sideways. If a woman at her album launch danced with Offset 6 years ago or exchanged texts with Stefan last month, Cardi does not care as long as the energy in the room is electric. But when it comes to serious court allegations against the father of her youngest child, she views that as a direct attack on her family structure and reputation. She separates business, pleasure, and loyalty into totally different buckets.
And remember, Stefan has already navigated intense legal scrutiny before this latest contract. Before signing with Washington, he went through a very public trial involving assault allegations from his former chef, where he was ultimately found not guilty after a bizarre courtroom proceeding. His legal team maintained all along that the 32-year-old receiver still had elite talent to offer NFL franchises, which clearly resonated with Washington after he put up over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns with Drake May in New England, despite all the off-field noise. But now, with his move to Washington marking his 4th team in 4 years, after Minnesota, Buffalo, Houston, and New England, he has to deliver on the field while these civil lawsuits with Griffith continue to play out in public view.
4 teams in 4 years is a whirlwind for any athlete, especially when your family life and past relationships are under a continuous spotlight. But speaking of whirlwinds, Dee, we have to touch on another story that completely took over social media over the weekend, involving a very famous rap duo and an unexpected food controversy.
Oh, you mean the $9 hot dog incident in Chicago? This story is so absurd it immediately went viral. The Clips, Pusha T and Malice had a massive weekend performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday before heading up to Canada for Ashiga in Montreal on Quebec on Sunday. Their new project, Let God Sort 'Em Out, has renewed massive public interest in the duo, as evidenced by the massive crowds at both festivals. But after their Chicago set, an employee at a famous local spot called Wiener's Circle posted in an Instagram comment claiming that Malice came in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took his food, and left without paying.
Over a $9 Polish hot dog. Are we serious right now? First of all, the employee claimed Malice was annoyed because she allegedly mistook him for Flavor Flav. Can you imagine mistaking Malice for Flavor Flav at a hot dog stand? But anyone who has ever ordered food at a counter-service hot dog joint knows how this actually works. You pay at the register before you ever get your hot dog wrapped up in foil.
That is precisely what fans online immediately pointed out. Bianca, People flooded the comment sections, pointing out that if he walked away with food in his hand, it was almost certainly a cashier error, where the worker handed over the order without collecting payment first, leaving him to naturally assume everything had been taken care of by his team or entourage.
Exactly, Rachel. Multiple commenters noted that when you travel with security after headline festival sets, management or staff usually settles bills behind the scenes or up front. So if the worker handed him the Polish hot dog without asking for payment, he probably assumed it was covered. But the internet took that $9 claim and ran wild with it all morning.
Look, whether it is a $9 cashier confusion in Chicago or a $10 million NFL contract in Washington, celebrity culture never misses a beat. But going back to Cardi B, what strikes me is how both she and Stefan managed to turn public chaos into career momentum. Stefan moves to his hometown area in Maryland and Washington, secures over $10 million, while Cardi drops new music, hosts unfiltered live streams, and invites the whole world to celebrate with her, without holding grudges over past relationships.
It shows a level of transparency that few stars in the industry are willing to display. She lays everything out: her divorces, her split from Stefan in February 2026, her co-parenting journey with 4 children, and still controls the narrative completely. Dee, when we look at Stefan's timeline moving forward with Washington, how much of this personal history do you think follows him into training camp?
The football side will always focus on production, Rachel. Jaden Daniels is entering his 3rd season as a rising star quarterback, and having a veteran target like Stefan, who just proved he can produce over 1,000 yards despite off-field noise, is a huge asset for Washington. But civil depositions and public court battles have a way of lingering across the sports calendar. With Christopher Griffith's sexual battery countersuit still active alongside Stefan's defamation suit, reporters will inevitably ask questions whenever off-field headlines break.
And you know Stefan will do what he always does: tell reporters to focus on football or tell them to ask Cardi directly. Just like he did after that viral Maryland coffee shop video where he dodged relationship status questions by saying, "Ask her." He knows how to keep his mouth shut when the cameras are in his face, while Cardi does the exact opposite by giving fans every single detail on live stream.
That contrast is precisely why public fascination with them never fades. One is completely guarded and focused on $10 million athletic moves, while the other is completely open, hosting unfiltered parties and talking about Offset and Stefan in the same sentence without blinking. But when you look at the sheer timing of it all, Stefan returning to his roots near Maryland while Cardi prepares her massive album release, you have to wonder if their paths will keep crossing in public ways, or if
they are secretly laughing at all of us while building their own individual empires. Look at how Cardi operates, Rachel. She does not hide anything behind polished public relations statements. She goes live, talks directly to millions of people, and says whatever is on her mind.
And that is exactly what happened during her latest live stream, Bianca. She was talking about her upcoming album release party, and she laid out a guest list policy that had everyone online talking instantly. Dee, what did you report on what she actually said about who is allowed through the door?
It was completely unfiltered, Rachel. Cardi was explaining that for her new record celebration, she wants high energy above everything else. She made it clear that she wants people who are ready to dance and have fun, not people standing around holding up the wall. And then she brought up her exes directly. She joked that she genuinely does not care if some of the women coming to the party have a romantic history with Offset or Stefan Diggs.
See, that is where Cardi is entirely different from anyone else in music right now. Most people would have a guest list vetted by 5 different managers to make sure no former flames show up. Cardi is out here saying, if you bring the right energy to celebrate my album, I do not care if you dated the fathers of my 4 children. That is a level of unbothered that I am not sure I could ever reach, to be honest.
It really highlights how she views her personal life versus her professional celebrations, Dee. But when you look at the background with both Offset and Stefan, fidelity has been a recurring theme in the headlines for years.
Absolutely, Rachel. With Offset, those issues were public throughout their nearly 7-year marriage. Offset later acknowledged publicly that he had made mistakes and stepped out during their time together. Cardi filed for divorce from the Migos rapper for a second time in July 2024. They share 3 children together, daughters Culture and Blossom, and their son Wave.
And then you look at what happened with Stefan Diggs. They went public back in May 2025 at a basketball game, announced the pregnancy in September, and welcomed their baby boy in November. But by February 2026, reports of trust issues and split rumors were everywhere. Stefan has never publicly admitted to any cheating, but they ended up separating around February, even though they still co-parent and get spotted together.
That timeline moves so fast. Bianca, if you are watching us at home right now, we want to hear from you. Would you ever hold a party where your ex's former partners are on the guest list? Or is that a recipe for total disaster? Drop your thoughts in our chat right now. D, despite that separation in February, Cardi actually stepped up on social media recently to defend Stefan against some very serious legal accusations, didn't she?
She did, Rachel, and it created a whole new layer of drama online. Stefan is currently involved in a heavy legal battle with a man named Chris Griffith. Stefan filed a defamation lawsuit against Griffith, denying all claims of drugging or sexual assault, and Griffith countersued for sexual battery over an alleged incident. A few days ago, Cardi went on a full social media spree questioning Griffith's claims against Stefan.
And Cardi even admitted during that post that she hated defending Stefan because they were actively beefing at the time. She basically said she could not stay quiet because she felt Griffith's story had changed over time. She claimed his initial story did not mention Stefan taking his anatomy out, but that detail ended up in the lawsuit. She essentially accused Griffith of being obsessed with Stefan.
That brought an immediate response from Chris Griffith himself, Bianca. He jumped into the comment section and addressed Cardi directly. He said he has too much respect for her and for women in general to say anything disparaging back to her, but he explicitly told her, "Mama, please take off the blinders."
Take off the blinders. That is a direct quote from his response. D, what else did he claim in that message to her?
He claimed that his time around that social circle predates Cardi's relationship with Stefan. He scoffed at her allegations that he had stolen from Stefan's team, claiming instead that he was the one who got robbed by associates. He ended his comment by saying how embarrassing it is to face this entire situation every single day in public.
Look, whether you believe one side or the other, the fact that Cardi got pulled into a public feud over her ex's active legal battles while they were already separated shows you just how tied together their lives still are. You cannot separate the courtroom drama from the album rollouts when these two are involved.
And while all of this civil legal stress is playing out, Stefan Diggs is also securing his professional future in a massive way. Reports confirmed Wednesday morning that the 32-year-old wide receiver is expected to sign a deal worth more than $10 million with the Washington Commanders.
That is a huge move, Rachel. It brings the Maryland native right back to his home area. He will be catching passes from Jaden Daniels, who is entering his third NFL season as one of the league's brightest young quarterbacks. This comes right after Stefan spent last season with Drake May and the New England Patriots, where he pulled in 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Think about his trajectory, D. This will be his 4th team in 4 years. Minnesota Vikings, Buffalo Bills, Houston Texans, New England Patriots, and now Washington Commanders. The Patriots dropped him back in March, but they stayed supportive while he went through that strange criminal trial involving his former chef, where he was acquitted and found not guilty.
His attorney made it very clear after that acquittal that Stefan had plenty of fuel left in the tank, and clearly Washington agreed by putting over $10 million on the table. But Bianca, while Stefan is signing $10 million deals and Cardi is planning album parties, there is another story from the music world that has been sweeping the internet, and it involves a $9 hot dog.
Oh, Rachel, please tell me we are talking about Malice from Clips. Because when I saw these headlines coming out of Chicago, I had to read the report 3 times to make sure I was not dreaming.
You read it right, Bianca. D, break down what reportedly happened at that famous Chicago hot dog stand after Lollapalooza.
It is one of the stranger internet stories of the week. Clips had a massive festival weekend, performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday, and then flying to Quebec for Ashiega in Montreal on Sunday. Both shows were packed because of the huge buzz around their project, Let God Sort Him Out. But after the Chicago show, an employee at Wiener's Circle posted on social media claiming Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took his food, and left without paying.
$9! A rap icon who just performed in front of tens of thousands of festival fans, allegedly walking out over a $9 Polish sausage. The employee even claimed Malice got upset because she mistook him for Flavor Flav.
But Dee, people online immediately pointed out a major flaw in that story, right?
Exactly, Rachel. Commenters quickly noted that at establishments like Wiener's Circle, you almost always pay before the food is handed over to you. The overwhelming consensus online is that this was simply a cashier error. Someone likely handed him the food without asking for payment first, and he probably assumed his team or someone else had already covered the $9.
Of course it was a cashier error! Nobody is bringing a full security detail to heist a $9 hot dog in broad daylight after headlining a festival. But the fact that internet comment sections were debating a $9 cashier mistake right alongside $10 million football contracts and multi-million-dollar album rollouts shows you
how fast this whole story moves from a hilarious $9 cashier mix-up at a hot dog stand in Chicago all the way to multi-million-dollar courtroom battles and massive football contracts.
Exactly, Rachel! 1 minute we are debating whether a hip-hop star walked out without paying $9 for a Polish sausage after performing at a huge festival. And the next minute we are tracking $10 million deals in the nation's capital.
And for everyone who is just pulling up to our live broadcast right now, let us bring you completely up to speed on where things stand with wide receiver Stefon Diggs and Cardi B.
That is right, Rachel. Stefon Diggs is 32 years old and just agreed to a deal worth over $10 million to join the Washington Commanders, where he will be catching passes from rising star quarterback Jaden Daniels, who is going into his third season in the league.
4 teams in 4 years for Stefon! From the Minnesota Vikings to the Buffalo Bills, then the Houston Texans, and last season with Drake May on the New England Patriots, where he racked up 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns. The man moves around, but teams keep paying for that talent.
But off the field, the narrative is just as intense, Dee. What is the latest on his legal situation?
Well, Rachel, remember that Stefon Diggs was previously found not guilty in that strange trial involving his former chef. But right now, he is locked in a serious civil dispute with Christopher Griffith. Stefon filed a defamation lawsuit against Griffith, and Griffith responded with a countersuit alleging sexual battery.
And that is where Cardi B threw fuel on the fire online. She went on social media defending Stefon, claiming Griffith kept changing his story. But Griffith clapped back directly, telling Cardi to take off the blinders, and reminding everyone that his history with Stefon's circle goes back further than hers.
Which is incredible when you remember that Cardi B and Stefon Diggs actually separated around February of 2026, just months after welcoming their baby boy together in November of 2025.
They first went public back in May of 2025 after attending a basketball game together, following Cardi's divorce filing from Offset in July of 2024, after nearly 7 years of marriage.
Cardi shares 3 children, Culture, Blossom, and Wave, with Offset, and now has her 4th child with Stefon. Yet despite all the breakup rumors, cheating allegations, and ongoing drama, she is out here publicly shielding Stefon from lawsuits, while simultaneously beefing with him.
If you are watching us live right now, drop a message in the chat and tell us, would you stand up in court or on social media for your baby father if you two were already broken up? Let us read what you are saying online.
Hi everyone, my name is Marcus from Atlanta, and I am loving this morning's stream. I just cannot believe Cardi B is out here using her massive platform to defend Stefon Diggs when they are split up and facing all these trust issues. Isn't she putting her own public standing on the line for someone who reportedly stepped out on her?
Marcus, you are asking the question everybody in the comment section is typing right now. But that is classic Cardi B. She will fight with you in private. But the second an outsider comes for the father of her child, she puts the armor on.
But Bianca, Christopher Griffith made it very clear in his response that he respects Cardi, but insisted she does not have the full picture. He claimed he was the one robbed by associates and expressed how embarrassing it has been to face this situation every single day while the legal process plays out.
And yet, through all of this civil litigation and social media back and forth, the Washington Commanders felt comfortable committing over $10 million to bring Stefan onto their roster.
Because in professional sports, if you can run routes and score touchdowns, front offices will look past almost any headline. But let us not overlook how Cardi B is handling her own narrative right now, while preparing for her new record release.
That live stream she did was classic Cardi, Rachel. She was talking about her album launch party and explicitly said she wants high energy, floating the idea of an open event where she does not care if guests have previously dated Offset or Stefan Diggs.
She literally said she cares more about having a packed, hype party than reviewing anyone's romantic resume. She joked that sleeping with her exes does not disqualify anyone from getting an invitation as long as they come ready to dance.
That is a wild level of unbothered, especially given the history of infidelity claims that plagued both her nearly 7-year marriage to Offset and her recent relationship with Stefan.
Offset even acknowledged publicly in the past that he made mistakes and stepped out during their marriage, which ultimately led to her filing for divorce a second time in July of 2024.
And with Stefan, the trust issues and cheating rumors started swirling right after they announced the pregnancy in September of 2025. Leading to their split in February.
If you are sitting at home right now, jump in our chat and let us know, is Cardi B being genuinely unbothered, or is this all strategic media choreography?
Oh, it is pure strategy, Rachel. By telling the world she does not care who slept with Offset or Stefan, she completely strips the power away from any future side chick rumors or surprise pop-ups at her album release event.
It also shifts the focus back to her music, Bianca. She wants everyone talking about her new record and her party atmosphere rather than digging into co-parenting schedules or court documents.
But when you look at the entire picture, Stefan Diggs landing a $10 million contract in Washington, Cardi defending him against sexual battery allegations despite being separated, and Griffith telling her to open her eyes, there is a much bigger dynamic at play.
It is a total maze, Rachel. Because you have personal loyalty testing every single boundary here.
Exactly, Bianca. And when you break down what Christopher Griffith said in direct response to Cardi B, he was remarkably specific.
Walk us through those exact statements, Dee, because Cardi went online defending Stefan Diggs against these sexual assault allegations, even while openly admitting that she and Stefan were actively beefing at that very moment.
Right. Cardi claimed that Griffith had changed his story over time, pointing out that his initial account reportedly did not mention Stefan exposing himself, which later became a key claim in his lawsuit. Cardi expressed frustration over defending her baby daddy while they were on bad terms, accusing Griffith of being obsessed with the athlete. But Griffith fired back directly in the comments, telling her, and I quote, "Mama, please take off the blinders."
Take off the blinders! Oh, that is a heavy phrase to throw at someone who prides herself on being the most perceptive person in the room.
Griffith insisted he meant no disrespect to Cardi, stating he has too much respect for her and for women in general. But he made a point to emphasize that his history around that circle predates her relationship with Stefan. He pushed back against accusations that he stole from the team, claiming instead that he was actually the one robbed by associates. And he talked about how embarrassing it is to deal with this situation every single day.
Look, Cardi is fiercely protective of the fathers of her children when external threats pop up, whether she is fighting with them or not. We saw her navigate years of public drama with Offset, and now she is stepping into the legal crossfire for Stefan.
And let us keep the legal context clear for everyone watching. Stefan Diggs actually filed a defamation lawsuit against Griffith first, denying all allegations of drugging or sexual assault. And then Griffith filed a countersuit for alleged sexual battery. This comes right after Stefan was found not guilty in a separate, rather unusual trial involving claims made by his former chef.
That former chef case hung over him for a while, Rachel, but after the not guilty verdict came down, Stefan's attorney made it crystal clear that the 32-year-old wide receiver was ready to work and still had plenty of gas left in the tank.
And he proved it! The ink is practically still wet on that new deal. He is heading back toward his home turf, expected to sign a massive contract worth more than $10 million with the Washington Commanders.
That is a huge move for his career. Dee, how does this transition look for him athletic-wise after leaving New England?
Well, last season with Drake May and the Patriots, Stefan put up impressive numbers, 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns. The team actually released him back in March, though they stayed supportive throughout his legal battle with the former chef. Now, signing with Washington pairs him up with Jaden Daniels, who is entering his 3rd season in the league and rising fast.
That makes Washington his 4th team in 4 years. Think about that trajectory. The Minnesota Vikings, the Buffalo Bills, the Houston Texans, the New England Patriots, and now the Commanders. The man stays moving, both on the field and in his personal life.
Speaking of his personal life, Bianca, this multi-million-dollar deal raises the obvious question on everyone's mind. Will we see Cardi B in the suites wearing Commanders gear with their baby boy?
If you ask me, Rachel, do not hold your breath for coordinated game day outfits just yet. They split around February of 2026, just a few months after welcoming their son in November of 2025. While they have been spotted together co-parenting and even attending public events, their current status is strictly separated.
Their entire relationship timeline moved at lightning speed, Bianca. They first went public back in May of 2025 at a basketball game in New York, just months after Cardi filed for divorce from Offset. By September, she announced her pregnancy, and by November, their baby boy was born.
And that baby boy was Cardi's 4th child overall. She shares her first 3, daughters Culture and Blossom and son Wave, with Offset, after nearly 7 years of marriage before filing for divorce for the 2nd time in July of 2024.
And let us not forget, Stefan had a busy 2025 himself, becoming a father to 4 children that year alone, including a baby girl born in March of 2026. The modern family tree here requires a color-coded spreadsheet just to follow along.
If you are watching us right now, send us a message in the chat. Do you think Cardi B's public defense of her exes helps or hurts her own brand in the long run?
What makes Cardi so unique in this industry, Rachel, is that she addresses everything head-on during her candid live streams. Just recently, while talking about her upcoming album release party, she completely blew up the traditional rules for celebrity guest lists.
Oh, she threw the rule book out the window. She said she wants to host a party specifically for women who are ready to bring high energy and dance, rather than people standing around looking cool. And she explicitly joked that she does not care if some of the women attending have slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs.
She literally said a great partygoer ranks higher to her than a pristine dating resume. Her main priority right now is celebrating her new record and making sure the atmosphere is unmatched.
It is brilliant, Dee, because fidelity issues were constantly brought up during her marriage to Offset, who publicly admitted to stepping out and making mistakes, and similar rumors swirled around Stefan after their split. By saying, "Bring them all in, I do not care," Cardi takes away any weapon the internet tries to use against her.
It shows a woman who is completely focused on her craft and her music release above all else. But speaking of wild public moments that took over social media this week, we have to talk about another major rap story that took an absurd turn in Chicago.
Oh, the hot dog drama. You cannot make this stuff up, Rachel. Clips had a massive weekend performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday before flying up to Montreal for the Asiega Festival on Sunday, riding high on the success of their latest project, Let God Sort 'Em Out.
The crowds were huge, the energy was incredible, but then an employee at a famous Chicago hot dog spot, Wiener Circle, went online alleging that Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, and walked out without paying.
A $9 Polish hot dog. Dee, what were the details behind that allegation?
The employee claimed in a comment that Malice got upset because she allegedly mistook him for Flavor Flav. But internet sleuths immediately stepped in to point out how flawed the story was.
Exactly! Anyone who has ever been to a counter-service hot dog joint knows you pay before you get the sausage. Commenters quickly pointed out it was almost certainly a cashier error, or he assumed it was taken care of because nobody asked him for payment at the counter.
From $10 million NFL contracts and high-profile courtroom battles to $9 hot dog misunderstandings at late-night Chicago eateries, the celebrity news cycle truly never sleeps. But coming back to Cardi B and Stefan Diggs, as he prepares to hit the field in Washington, the question of how they manage their shared narrative, footies, is what everyone is trying to figure out. Bianca, because while Stefan Diggs secures a massive deal worth over $10 million with the Washington Commanders, Cardi B is taking a completely wild approach to managing her public image and her personal circle.
Wild is an understatement, Rachel. She literally jumped on a live stream and told the entire world that if you want to pull up to her album launch party, your romantic history with her exes is totally irrelevant.
She was extremely blunt about it, Bianca. She said she wants women in the room who are ready to party and bring high energy, rather than people standing around holding the wall. She even joked that she does not care if someone in attendance has slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs.
Think about the confidence that takes. Most people go out of their way to avoid anyone connected to their ex-partners, and Cardi is actively welcoming them to her biggest night. Dee, give us the breakdown of how she framed this whole party philosophy.
Well, Rachel, according to her live stream, a guest who knows how to have a good time ranks far higher in her book than someone with a spotless dating history. She said her main goal is simply celebrating her new record and making sure the vibe in the room is unmatched.
Look, let us be real for a second. That comment hits a little deeper when you remember that fidelity was a major sticking point in both of those relationships. We are talking about two fathers of her 4 children.
That is right, Bianca. Let us lay out the timeline for anyone just tuning in. Cardi filed for divorce from Offset for a second time back in July 2024 after almost 7 years of marriage. They share 3 children together, daughters Culture and Blossom and their son Wave.
Exactly, Rachel. And Offset has publicly admitted in the past that he made mistakes during their marriage that contributed to their ultimate split. Then came her high-profile romance with Stefan Diggs, which kicked off publicly in May 2025 when they were spotted courtside at a basketball game.
And that relationship moved at light speed. By September 2025, she announced her pregnancy, and they welcomed a baby boy together in November of that same year.
But trust issues and infidelity rumors began circulating quickly, Dee notes. Although Diggs has never publicly admitted to cheating on her, reports of tension followed them constantly. By February 2026, they had separated, even though they still co-parent their baby boy and have been seen together at events since.
Let us not forget that Diggs' personal life was already drawing huge headlines. In March 2026, it was confirmed he fathered a baby girl, meaning he had 4 children born in 2025 alone across different relationships.
4 children in one single calendar year. Rachel, that is a stat line you do not see every day. But while his personal life is swirling with headlines, his professional life just hit a major pivot point in Washington.
That brings us directly to the sports news. Dee, tell us about this brand new contract that just dropped for Diggs.
It was announced Wednesday morning that the 32-year-old wide receiver is expected to sign with the Washington Commanders on a deal worth more than $10 million. He is heading back to his home state of Maryland to pair up with Jaden Daniels, who is entering his 3rd season in the league as one of football's rising quarterback stars.
This is his 4th team in 4 years, D. Think about that movement. He went from the Minnesota Vikings to the Buffalo Bills, then to the Houston Texans, and last season he was with Drake May and the New England Patriots.
And during his single season in New England with Drake May, he put up impressive numbers. 1,013 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns.
That is right, Rachel. The Patriots released him back in March, but they remained supportive throughout his legal troubles. Remember, he faced assault allegations involving his former personal chef, but he was found not guilty following a very unusual trial.
After that acquittal, his legal team made it clear that he still had plenty of football left in him and urged teams to reach out. And Washington clearly bought in. But D, the chef trial is not the only courtroom battle he has been dealing with, is it?
Not at all, Bianca. Diggs is currently locked in a heated civil dispute with Christopher Griffith. Diggs filed a lawsuit against Griffith claiming defamation, asserting he never drugged or sexually assaulted him. Griffith then filed a countersuit alleging sexual battery over a past incident.
And Cardi B jumped right into the middle of that online feud. She posted a social media rant attacking Griffith's credibility, claiming he kept changing his story and accusing him of being obsessed with her baby daddy.
Cardi literally admitted during her tirade that she hated defending Diggs because she was currently beefing with him, but she just could not sit back and stay quiet.
Right, Bianca. But Griffith was quick to reply directly in the comment section. He insisted he had total respect for Cardi and women in general, but he pleaded with her, saying, "Mama, please take off the blinders."
What else did Griffith say in that public response, Dee?
Griffith claimed his history around that entire social circle predates Cardi's relationship with Diggs. He denied allegations that he stole from Diggs's team, claiming instead that he was the one robbed by associates, and expressed how embarrassing it is to face this situation publicly every day.
It is a total tangled web. You have a $10 million NFL contract with Washington, ongoing civil lawsuits, a co-parenting dynamic after a February split, and Cardi hosting an album launch where past exes' hookups are explicitly invited.
To our viewers watching right now, would you ever invite someone who dated your ex to your biggest celebration? Let us know on our official show handle. Bianca, from a media strategy perspective, why do you think Cardi takes such an open, almost defensive stance online for Diggs, despite their breakup?
Because Cardi controls her own narrative, Rachel. She knows the public is going to talk about the breakups, the baby news, and the legal drama regardless. By jumping online, addressing it head-on, and making jokes about party guest lists, she strips the power away from the gossip mills.
And let us remember how chaotic the news cycle around this circle has been. Just days ago, we were discussing those strange allegations involving Clips member Malice at a Chicago counter-service joint.
Oh, the $9 Polish hot dog incident after Lollapalooza, where an employee claimed Malice walked out without paying after mistaking him for Flavor Flav, only for commenters to point out that counter-service places always charge you before giving you the food.
Exactly, Dee. It was almost certainly a simple cashier error, where he assumed everything was settled because nobody asked for payment at the register. But it just shows how every tiny detail in these artists' lives gets magnified the second they hit the public eye.
It really does, Bianca. Whether it is a $9 cashier confusion in Chicago or a $10 million free agency contract in Washington, the public scrutiny never stops for a second.
And as Diggs prepares to gear up alongside Jaden Daniels in Maryland, fans are already wondering if we will see Cardi in the luxury suites at Commanders games this coming season to support her baby daddy.
Look, they split in February, but they have been seen together since while co-parenting their son. If there is one thing we know about Cardi, she supports the fathers of her children when it counts, regardless of the relationship status.
That is consistent with her history, Bianca. Even during her divorce proceedings with Offset, they maintained shared parenting responsibilities for Culture, Blossom, and Wave. She has always emphasized family balance above the noise.
But going back to that album release party concept, Dee, has there been any official date announced for when this star-studded open invitation event is actually taking place?
No specific date locked in yet, Rachel, but her team confirms the album rollout preparations are moving quickly, and her fans are tracking every single update on her live streams.
I just want to be there when the guest list gets checked at the door. Can you imagine the awkward side eyes if someone shows up who dated Diggs during his New England Patriots days or his Houston Texans era?
It would be television gold, Bianca. But as Cardi puts it, as long as you bring high energy and come to dance, your past resume is clear in her book.
It certainly sets a brand new standard for celebrity party rules, that is for sure.
Now, as we transition into what this means for Stefon Diggs heading into training camp with Washington, he is stepping into this new chapter with the Washington Commanders on a contract worth over $10 million. Bianca joining forces with young star quarterback Jaden Daniels as he enters his third season in the league.
That is a massive financial move for a 32-year-old wide receiver who is now suiting up for his fifth team in 4 years. Let us remember that he just spent last season playing alongside Drake May with the New England Patriots, where he racked up 1,013 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns before being released back in March.
And what is really interesting from a career perspective is how supportive the Patriots organization remained while he navigated those serious legal troubles off the field, including that high-profile trial involving accusations from his former chef, where he was ultimately found not guilty.
His attorney made it very clear after that acquittal that he still had plenty of top-level football left in him, encouraging NFL franchises to look past the noise. But his legal slate is still far from clear. Heading into Washington's training camp, D.
Far from clear is an understatement. He is currently right in the thick of a very messy civil legal battle involving sexual assault allegations brought by Christopher Griffith, which resulted in Diggs filing a defamation lawsuit and Griffith responding with a countersuit for alleged sexual battery.
And that is precisely where Cardi B stepped directly into the crossfire on social media, launching a fierce defense of her ex-partner despite the fact that the two of them have been going through their own very public relationship drama.
D, walk us through what Cardi actually said in that social media barrage, because she was extremely vocal about why she doubts the claims being made against the father of her child.
Cardi went on a full tirade questioning Griffith's claims, asserting that his story kept shifting over time. She alleged that his initial account of the events did not include any mention of Diggs exposing himself, which later became a central claim in his civil lawsuit.
She even admitted during that post that she hated having to defend Diggs while they were actively beefing, but felt compelled to speak out because she simply did not believe the allegations against her baby daddy.
But Christopher Griffith caught wind of her comments almost immediately and fired back in the comment section, telling her directly, "Mama, please take off the blinders."
That is a very direct response. Did he address her claims about his history with the group?
He did. Griffith stated that he has too much respect for Cardi and women in general to say anything disparaging back to her, but emphasized that his time around that social circle predates her relationship with Diggs. He also scoffed at accusations that he stole from the group, claiming instead that he was the one robbed by Diggs' associates and calling the daily public spectacle embarrassing.
It is such a complicated web of personal disputes, legal filings, and public call-outs, all happening while Diggs is trying to transition to a new franchise in Washington on a $10 million deal.
The contrast between his high-stakes athletic career and this ongoing courtroom drama is striking. And while Diggs is prepping for the upcoming football season, Cardi is focusing heavily on her own professional moves and her upcoming album rollout.
That is right, and leave it to Cardi B to turn heads with her unconventional approach to party planning during a recent live stream.
Hi, panel. My name is Marcus, calling in from Richmond, Virginia, and I have been watching the live broadcast all morning. I personally think Cardi B is being way too naive letting just anyone come to her album release party, especially women who dated her exes, because mixing past relationships with alcohol and music always leads to unnecessary drama.
Thank you so much for reaching out, Marcus. Our viewers in Virginia are clearly engaged with every single twist of this story today.
Marcus raises a very practical point about potential drama, but Cardi made her stance absolutely clear on that stream. She explicitly announced that she wants to host a celebration for high-energy partygoers and does not care if some of the women attending have a romantic history with Offset or Stefon Diggs.
She literally joked on the live stream that as long as guests come ready to dance and keep the energy high, she is not interested in vetting anyone's dating resume or holding grudges over who slept with the fathers of her children.
That is certainly a unique boundary to set, especially given how much fidelity and trust issues have been a central topic throughout both of her major relationships over the past several years.
We have to look at the timeline here to understand why people find this so surprising. She filed for divorce from Offset for a second time in July 2024 after nearly 7 years of marriage, following repeated public cheating accusations. Together, they share 3 children, daughters Culture and Blossom, and son Wave.
Then her relationship with Diggs went public in May 2025 after they were seen together at a New York Knicks game. She announced her pregnancy in September, welcomed their baby boy in November, and by February 2026, reports of trust issues and infidelity rumors led to their separation.
Yet despite that February breakup, they were spotted together again around the Super Bowl in 2026, where she was on the field during Bad Bunny's halftime performance alongside Pedro Pascal and Jessica Alba, while Diggs was present for the big game.
They have been co-parenting their young son and appearing together publicly, showing that they are managing to maintain a functional dynamic despite all the media scrutiny surrounding them.
Exactly. And Cardi's attitude on stream was all about celebrating her music and letting go of negativity. prioritizing a legendary party atmosphere over past relationship history.
It really makes you wonder how many people in the industry would be comfortable stepping into a room under those rules. If you are watching at home, jump into the chat and tell us, would you ever host an event under those conditions?
I know for a fact I would be double-checking that guest list at the door, Rachel. But speaking of wild headlines that have taken social media by storm, we also have to touch on that bizarre situation involving Clips member Malice in Chicago over the weekend.
This story completely exploded online after Clips performed a massive set at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday, before traveling up to Canada to perform at the Osheaga Festival in Montreal on Sunday.
Both of those festival appearances saw huge crowd turnouts following the release of their project Let God Sort Him Out. But things took an unexpected turn when an employee at Wiener's Circle in Chicago made a viral claim online.
The employee claimed in an Instagram comment section that Malice walked into the establishment with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took the food, and left without paying.
She even alleged that Malice was upset because she mistakenly thought he was Flavor Flav. But as soon as the story circulated, commentators online began poking major holes in the accusation.
Right, because at fast food spots like Wiener's Circle, standard procedure requires customers to pay before the food is handed over, leading many to point out that it was almost certainly a cashier error where staff gave him the food before asking for payment.
Exactly! He likely assumed his security or team had already settled the $9 bill. To go from performing in front of massive festival crowds to being accused of walking out on a $9 hot dog order is just pure internet comedy.
It definitely provided a lighthearted moment amidst a week filled with heavy legal battles and intense celebrity drama, but it highlights how quickly any interaction can turn into a viral story when you are in the public eye.
And as Cardi B prepares her album release and Stefon Diggs gets ready to report to Washington with his new $10 million deal, the spotlight on both of their lives is only going to intensify.
The big question remaining is whether Diggs will make an appearance at Cardi's album party, or if he will keep his head down in training camp working with Jaden Daniels to avoid any further public distraction.
Given the ongoing legal back and forth with Christopher Griffith and the intense focus on his transition to the Commanders, his team will likely want him focusing strictly on football in Washington.
But with Cardi B, you can always expect the unexpected. And whether it is social media defenses or wild party rules, she knows exactly how to keep the entire internet talking.
Exactly, Rachel. Because who else would sit on a live stream and say she does not care if the women coming to her album release party have slept with her exes? That is peak Cardi B energy. She literally declared that she wants a room full of high-energy women who are ready to celebrate her new music rather than people standing around looking polished. She even joked that whether someone has a past with Offset or Stefon Diggs does not matter to her at all as long as they bring the right vibe to the party.
That live stream really had everyone talking, Bianca, especially because those two relationships have been surrounded by public infidelity rumors for years. We know her marriage to Offset lasted nearly 7 years before she filed for divorce for the second time in July 2024. They share 3 children together, daughters Culture and Blossom, and their son Wave. Offset himself later publicly acknowledged that he stepped out and made mistakes during their marriage, which ultimately led to the split.
And then you look at her timeline with Stefon Diggs, D, which moved at lightning speed. They went public back in May 2025 at a basketball game, announced the pregnancy by September, and welcomed their baby boy in November. But by February 2026, after ongoing rumors and trust issues, they had already separated, even though they still co-parent and make public appearances together.
Which makes her defending him online even wilder, Rachel. Here she is, currently separated from Diggs, yet going to bat for him against Christopher Griffith on social media. Cardi was vocally questioning Griffith's claims, alleging that his story kept changing over time. But Griffith immediately hit back in the comments, telling her directly to take off the blinders and claiming his history with that circle predates her.
That legal situation between Diggs and Griffith is extremely complex, Bianca. Remember, Diggs actually filed a defamation lawsuit against Griffith first, denying all allegations of drugging or assault. Griffith then filed a countersuit claiming sexual battery. So while Cardi is publicly calling out Griffith, Griffith responded with respect toward her as a mother, but insisted that she does not know the full picture of what happened behind closed doors.
Tell us in our live show chat right now, would you ever go online to defend an ex-partner while you are actively beefing with them? It really shows how loyal Cardi can be, even when things are complicated between them. But while all this social media storm was brewing, Diggs was actually securing his next massive career move in the league.
That is right, Rachel. Reports confirmed this morning that the free agent wide receiver is expected to sign a brand new deal with the Washington Commanders worth over $10 million. This brings the Maryland native back closer to home, where he will be catching passes from Jaden Daniels as the young quarterback enters his third season in the league.
This is a huge opportunity for Diggs. But let us not gloss over the fact that this will be his 5th franchise overall and his 4th team in just 4 years. He played for the Minnesota Vikings, the Buffalo Bills, the Houston Texans, and last season he was with Drake May and the New England Patriots, where he pulled down 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns. He is 32 years old now, and after being released by New England back in March, his legal team made it clear he still had plenty of football left in him.
And the Patriots actually remained supportive of him through his previous legal trouble, right, Dee? He went through that strange trial involving allegations from his former chef, where he was ultimately found not guilty by the jury before hitting free agency again.
Exactly, Rachel. His former chef had made assault allegations, but Diggs was acquitted after that trial concluded. Now, with the Washington deal worth over $10 million moving forward, his athletic focus is completely on teaming up with Jaden Daniels, even as his civil court battles with Christopher Griffith continue in the background.
Look, if you are the Washington front office, you are paying over $10 million for elite talent on the field, but you also know the spotlight follows him everywhere. Between 4 children born in 2025 across his personal life, his co-parenting with Cardi B, and court filings, the Commanders' PR team is going to have their hands full keeping the focus strictly on Sunday afternoon football.
Speaking of public attention, following artists everywhere, Dee, we have to talk about that bizarre story involving Malice from Clips that broke over the weekend out of Chicago. What actually happened at that hot dog stand?
This story is so unexpected, Rachel. Clips had a massive festival weekend, performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday before flying to Canada for Osheaga in Montreal on Sunday. Both shows were huge successes following their record release. But an employee at the famous Wiener's Circle in Chicago posted comments alleging that Malice came in with security, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, and walked out without paying after being mistaken for Flavor Flav.
A $9 hot dog? Gee, are we really sitting here talking about a rap legend allegedly pulling a heist over a $9 Polish sausage while surrounded by bodyguards? That makes 0 sense.
And that is exactly what people online pointed out immediately, Bianca. Regular customers of that establishment noted that you almost always have to pay before the food is handed over the counter. Commenters quickly pointed out that it was almost certainly a simple cashier error where the staff handed him the food before taking payment, leading him to assume the order was already handled by his team.
It really shows how fast a tiny misunderstanding can turn into a viral headline when you are a household name. Whether you are signing a $10 million contract in the league or grabbing a quick snack after a festival headline set, every single move gets picked apart on the internet within minutes.
Well, if someone handed me a $9 hot dog and did not ask for cash, I might walk out thinking it was complimentary VIP service too, Rachel. But back to Cardi and Diggs. The real question now is whether we are going to see Cardi sitting in the luxury suites in D.C. this coming season to support the father of her youngest baby boy.
Well, Bianca, with Cardi preparing for her huge album release party and Diggs reporting to training camp to build chemistry with Jaden Daniels, their public overlap is far from over. Even if their romantic relationship remains on pause after their February split, their co-parenting bond and her vocal public support show they are still deeply tied together.
Drop your predictions in the comments right now. Do you think Stefon Diggs will show up at Cardi B's album launch party, or will his new team demand he keep his head down in D.C.? The panel will be right back with more live industry updates.
Bianca here thinks there is 0 chance the coaching staff in Washington lets him fly out for a party right after giving him over $10 million. If I am management, I am telling my wide receiver to keep his helmet on and stay in the playbook, not in the VIP section.
Well, Bianca, the Washington Commanders are bringing him in to be a major veteran target for Jaden Daniels, who is entering his third season in the league. Stefan Diggs is coming off a season with New England, where he posted over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns before being released in March. Moving to D.C. makes this his 4th team in 4 years after stints in Minnesota, Buffalo, Houston, and the Patriots. So from a purely professional standpoint, there is massive pressure on him to establish chemistry with a young quarterback rather than generating headlines in nightclubs.
Exactly, Dee, and that athletic pressure comes right alongside a very loud personal life. Between signing a $10 million deal and preparing for training camp, Diggs is still locked in an intense public and legal situation. Dee, break down where things stand right now with that civil lawsuit, because the public commentary between all parties has taken a completely new turn.
That is right, Rachel. The civil legal battle stems from allegations made by Christopher Griffith, who countersued Diggs for alleged sexual battery following a defamation lawsuit that Diggs originally filed against him. Recently, Cardi B went on social media to publicly defend Diggs, claiming Griffith altered his story and insisting she did not believe the allegations against the father of her youngest child. Griffith caught wind of her comments and responded directly online, urging Cardi to take off the blinders. He stated that his history around that circle predates her, denied accusations that he stole anything, and expressed how embarrassing it has been to deal with the public fallout every day.
And let us be real for a second. Cardi B jumping into a courtroom-level internet feud to defend a man she is currently split from is peak Cardi. She literally said in her own post that she hated having to defend him while they were beefing. But that is who she is. When it comes to the fathers of her kids, she will go to war publicly even if they are not actively sleeping under the same roof.
That loyalty seems to run deep with her, even when the relationship status is complicated. They welcomed their baby boy back in November, just a few months after revealing the pregnancy in September, following their initial public debut as a couple in May of 2025. But by February of 2026, reports confirmed they had separated. Yet here she is, taking hits online to protect his reputation while he secures a $10 million contract.
It really highlights how interconnected their public narratives remain, Rachel. Even with rumors of trust issues and infidelity floating around before their February breakup, Diggs has never publicly admitted to any cheating. Meanwhile, he is managing a very complex family dynamic overall, having welcomed 4 children across different relationships in 2025 alone. So while his legal team highlights that he was acquitted in a separate trial involving a former chef earlier this year, his personal history keeps making waves alongside his football career.
4 kids in 1 year and 4 NFL teams in 4 years. The man stays busy on and off the field, D. But what slays me about Cardi is how she addresses all this noise on her live stream. She hosted a live session recently talking about her upcoming album release party, and she threw out the most hilarious rule for the guest list. She straight up said she wants high-energy women who come to party. And she explicitly mentioned that she does not care if any of the women in attendance have slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs.
Tell me you are not taking guest list management advice from Cardi B, Bianca. Tell us in the chat right now. Would you ever invite your ex's former fling to your own album launch party just to keep the venue packed? Because that takes a level of unbothered confidence that very few people on this planet possess.
Look, if the music is bumping and the drinks are flowing, Cardi cares more about the vibe of the room than reading everyone's romantic resume. She basically said a good party goer ranks higher than an immaculate dating history. She just wants to celebrate her new record without people standing around staring at their phones or judging who dated who in the past.
And that mindset comes after years of dealing with very public relationship turbulence, Rachel. We know her history with Offset involved multiple public cheating scandals over their nearly 7-year marriage. Offset himself publicly acknowledged making mistakes and stepping out before she filed for divorce for a second time in July of 2024. They share 3 children together, Culture, Blossom, and Wave, so she has spent years navigating co-parenting under intense media scrutiny. Applying that same detached, party-first attitude to both Offset and Diggs seems to be her way of taking control of the narrative.
It really feels like she is choosing to focus purely on her career milestones now. Her album rollout is her main priority, just like Diggs is trying to focus on joining Jaden Daniels in DC. But speaking of bizarre public moments that make you reread the report twice, we have to touch on that strange situation involving Malice from Clips in Chicago. Dee, what actually went down at that hot dog stand after Lollapalooza?
This was one of the most unexpected stories over the weekend, Rachel. Clips was pulling double duty, performing a massive set at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday before flying up to Canada for Ashiega in Montreal on Sunday. Their new album release has brought a huge wave of renewed fan attention, so both festival crowds were huge. But after the Chicago show, an employee at Wiener's Circle claimed on social media that Malice walked in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took the food, and walked out without paying.
A $9 hot dog! You are telling me an artist riding high off a major festival run is out here pulling a fast one over a $9 Polish sausage? Come on! The employee even claimed Malice got annoyed because she allegedly mistook him for Flavor Flav. You cannot make this stuff up.
Well, Bianca, cooler heads on the internet quickly pointed out how that specific establishment operates. Commenters noted that at places like Wiener's Circle, customers almost always pay at the counter before the food is handed over. The consensus online quickly shifted to it being a cashier error, where the employee handed him the food without asking for payment first, leading Malice and his team to reasonably assume it had already been settled or taken care of as part of their visit.
That makes complete sense. If a venue hands you your order without asking for cash, most people assume it was handled, especially when you are traveling with a team after a major headlining performance. It is a classic miscommunication that only blew up because social media loves a viral quote.
Exactly! If someone hands me food and does not ask for my card, I am walking out eating my Polish hot dog in peace. But tying it all back to DC and Cardi's launch, whether it is $9 hot dog mix-ups or $10 million football contracts, the drama never stops circulating around these big names.
It certainly doesn't, Bianca. As training camp kicks into high gear and Cardi finalizes her album rollout, both Diggs and Cardi are trying to keep their professional focus sharp while their shared history keeps them tied together in the headlines.
Which brings us right back to the ultimate question as we watch Washington's preseason preparations unfold with Jaden Daniels and how Stefon Diggs manages to lock in on the field with all this heavy noise surrounding his personal life and court cases. Because Dee, when a star receiver signs a deal worth over $10 million to join Jaden Daniels in Washington, the pressure on the turf is absolutely massive.
It really is, Rachel. And for anyone just joining us this morning, here is where everything stands between the field and the courtroom. Stefon Diggs is 32 years old and expected to sign with the Washington Commanders, marking his fifth NFL team after playing for the New England Patriots last season alongside Drake May, where he racked up over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns. But off the gridiron, he is embroiled in an ongoing defamation lawsuit against Christopher Griffith, who countersued him over alleged sexual battery.
And we cannot forget how Cardi B threw herself right into that legal crossfire online. She posted a whole series of videos defending her baby daddy, insisting she did not buy the allegations, which prompted Christopher Griffith to respond directly and tell her to take off her blinder.
That direct exchange surprised a lot of people. Bianca, especially considering the complicated romantic timeline between Cardi and Diggs.
Absolutely, Rachel. To catch everyone up who is tuning in right now, Cardi and Diggs publicly confirmed their relationship in May of 2025, announced they were expecting in September, and welcomed a baby boy in November. Even though they separated around February of 2026, they have been seen together repeatedly while co-parenting their young son.
Meanwhile, Cardi is in full gear with her album rollout and making it clear that no personal drama is going to ruin her celebration. On a recent live stream, she announced she wants to host a wild album launch party and joked that she does not care if any of the women attending have slept with her exes.
She specifically brought up both Diggs and her ex-husband Offset, with whom she shares 3 children, Culture, Blossom, and Wave, after filing for divorce for the second time in July of 2024, following nearly 7 years of marriage. She made it plain that having high energy at her album party matters far more to her than checking anyone's dating resume.
She has completely thrown out the background checks. She just wants ladies who are ready to dance and keep the vibes high. D.
That is a huge shift, Bianca, considering that infidelity allegations were a major factor in her divorce from Offset, who acknowledged stepping out during their marriage, and similar trust rumors surrounded her split with Diggs. So for Cardi to open the party doors to anyone regardless of past history with her exes shows she is taking an unbothered approach while focusing on her music.
We are getting plenty of passionate reactions from our audience about this guest list policy this morning, including a message that just came in.
Hi everyone, I am Tyler from Richmond and I am a massive fan of the show. Honestly, if I were Cardi B, there is no way I could let women who dated my ex-fiancé or my ex-husband anywhere near my album party. Is she actually being super mature here, or is this open guest list idea just a huge trap for even more public drama?
Tyler, bless your sweet naive heart. But maturity in celebrity party planning? Absolutely not. Cardi knows exactly what she is doing. A completely unrestricted guest list guarantees maximum headlines, maximum social media chatter, and keeps every eye glued to her album launch.
You make a valid point about the publicity, Bianca, but from a media perspective, Cardi has always preferred total transparency to control her narrative. Whether she is stepping in to defend Diggs against court claims or laughing on live streams about her exes, she likes laying all her business out before anyone else can spin it against her.
And speaking of bizarre headlines making the rounds this morning, Bianca, we have to talk about the lighter side of celebrity news. While Diggs is securing over $10 million in Washington and Cardi plans her party, Clips member Malice was performing at huge music festivals in Chicago and Montreal, only to find himself accused of stealing a $9 Polish hot dog.
Imagine hitting the stage at Lollapalooza in Osceola, and then an employee at a Chicago counter claims you walked off with a $9 glizzy.
The online discussion really cleared that up, though, Rachel. Commenters pointed out that venues like that require payment before handing over food, so it was almost certainly a cashier error where Malice assumed his security team had already taken care of the bill.
It really shows how quickly a small counter misunderstanding can turn into a viral story when a big name is involved.
Look, if someone hands me a hot dog without asking for cash, I am walking away eating. But tying it all together, whether it is $9 counter mix-ups or $10 million sports deals, the drama never stops circulating.
It certainly doesn't, Bianca. As training camp moves forward and Cardi prepares her album rollout, both stars are keeping their professional focus sharp while their shared history keeps them tied together in the headlines.
Which brings us right back to how Diggs will perform on the field with Jaden Daniels while navigating these civil lawsuits.
That transition to Washington is going to be massive for him, Rachel, especially joining Jaden Daniels, who is coming into his 3rd year in the league.
It really is, Bianca. Reports show that this deal with the Washington Commanders is expected to be worth more than $10 million, which gives Stefon Diggs a fresh start after his single season with Drake May and the New England Patriots.
And let us not forget D. During his time with the Patriots, he put up over 1,013 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns before being released back in March.
But let us be honest here. Playing for 4 teams in 4 years, from the Minnesota Vikings to the Buffalo Bills, then the Houston Texans, the Patriots, and now the Commanders. That is a lot of moving around for a 32-year-old wide receiver.
It is a whirlwind career path, Bianca, but his legal representative made it clear after his acquittal in that trial involving his former chef that Diggs still has plenty left in the tank. The Patriots actually supported him through that entire legal process before his acquittal, but now he is stepping into a whole new situation in Washington.
Except he is not stepping into a quiet locker room, D. He is still right in the middle of that high-stakes legal clash with Christopher Griffith.
That civil battle has been incredibly intense, Bianca. As we know, Diggs filed a defamation lawsuit against Griffith, denying all claims of drugging or sexual assault, while Griffith filed a countersuit alleging sexual battery during an incident involving the football star.
And that is where Cardi B stepped right into the middle of the storm online, Rachel. Even while admitting that she and Diggs were beefing, she publicly defended her baby daddy on social media, questioning Griffith's credibility and claiming his story changed over time.
But Griffith did not back down for a single second. He fired right back in the comments, telling Cardi directly to take off the blinders.
He really did, Bianca. Griffith insisted that his time around that group predated Cardi, denied taking anything from Diggs's team, and spoke about how embarrassing it has been to face this situation every day, all while maintaining that he respects Cardi and women in general.
It is a complicated dynamic because Cardi and Diggs welcomed their baby boy back in November 2025, just months after confirming their romance in May 2025. But by February 2026, reports surfaced that they had separated amid trust issues and infidelity rumors.
Look, whether they are together or separated, Cardi is always going to speak her mind. Which brings us right to her incredible live stream where she talked about her upcoming album celebration party.
That live stream had everyone talking. Bianca. Cardi made it crystal clear that for her record release party, she just wants high-energy guests who are ready to celebrate her new music, completely unbothered by anyone's personal history.
She even joked during that stream, Dee, that she does not care if any of the women attending have slept with her exes, whether that means Stefon Diggs or Offset.
Now that is top-tier confidence. Most people would be scrutinizing the guest list with a magnifying glass, but Cardi said a great party atmosphere ranks way higher than checking someone's dating resume.
Exactly, Bianca. And when you look at her history, fidelity has been a recurring theme in her major public relationships. She filed for divorce from Offset for a second time in July 2024, after nearly 7 years of marriage, and they share 3 children together, daughters Culture and Blossom, and son Wave.
So between her 3 children with Offset and her baby boy with Diggs, Cardi is balancing 4 children, co-parenting duties, and a major album rollout all at once, Dee.
That is right, Rachel. And despite the split with Diggs in February, the two have still been spotted together publicly while co-parenting their young son, proving that they are keeping things professional and supportive for the sake of family.
Professional or not, putting over $10 million on the line with the Commanders while these civil lawsuits play out means Diggs has to keep his eyes on the field, because Washington fans are expecting big things from him alongside Jaden Daniels.
What do you think at home? Drop a comment on our live feed and tell us, do you think Cardi's unbothered party rules are pure boss energy or a recipe for drama?
Our viewer Marcus from Charlotte sent in a message saying, Cardi prioritizing the vibe of her party over past romantic drama shows how focused she is on her music right now.
Marcus is being very generous, D. When you throw a party and tell the world that exes and former flames are all welcome, you are basically inviting the headlines to write themselves.
But Bianca, that candid transparency is exactly why her fan base stays so loyal to her through every breakup, legal headline, and album release.
And speaking of how these headlines intertwine, Diggs moving back close to his hometown area in Maryland to play for Washington adds another layer to where he and Cardi might spend time while co-parenting their son.
Maryland is his home turf, D. So signing that Commanders deal puts him right back where his football story started, even as his personal life stays under the spotlight.
Let us break down how this deal impacts his standing in the league, D. At 32 years old, coming off a season with 1,013 yards in New England, joining Jaden Daniels in Washington is a major strategic move for his career trajectory.
Absolutely, Rachel. Daniels is entering his 3rd season in the league and established himself as a rising star, so giving him an all-pro target like Diggs could transform that Washington offense completely.
If Diggs can lock in on receiver routes and leave the social media battles behind, Jaden Daniels is going to feed him the football all season long.
And with training camp moving forward and Cardi preparing her full album rollout, both stars are carving out their individual paths while continuing to co-parent their baby boy born in November 2025.
It really shows how public figures manage massive career shifts right alongside intense personal legal battles and high-profile family dynamics.
That $10 million contract proves that NFL front offices are looking strictly at performance on the field, no matter how many live stream comments or court filings are making the rounds online.
And as Diggs prepares to put on that Commander's jersey, everyone will be watching to see if Cardi makes an appearance in the stands to support her baby daddy during the upcoming season.
Whether Cardi shows up in D.C. wearing burgundy and gold or not, you know the cameras will be searching every single luxury suite the moment kickoff arrives.
That is for sure, Bianca. But remember, these two have been giving us mixed signals ever since that Super Bowl weekend, where they were seen making separate appearances, while Diggs was on the field and Cardi was sharing the stage with Bad Bunny.
And let us not forget what I found in those recent court filings and social media exchanges. Rachel, Cardi actually stepped up on her socials to defend Diggs against those allegations made by Christopher Griffith, even while admitting that she and Diggs were actively beefing at the time.
That was one of the most unpredictable online rants of the entire week. Cardi literally said she hated that she was standing up for her baby daddy during a personal argument, but she just could not stay quiet when she felt the accuser was changing his story.
Dee, walk us through how Christopher Griffith responded to Cardi, because he did not hold back when he saw her video.
Griffith jumped right into the comment section and addressed Cardi directly. He said he had too much respect for her and for women in general to say anything disparaging back to her, but he specifically pleaded with her, saying, "Mama, please take off the blinders." He insisted that his time around that group predated her relationship with Diggs, denied claims that he stole anything, said he was actually the one robbed by Diggs' associates, and expressed how embarrassing it has been to face this situation every day.
Take off the blinders is such a heavy statement to throw at someone as outspoken as Cardi B. But look at the legal context here. Diggs filed a defamation lawsuit against Griffith, and Griffith responded with a countersuit alleging sexual battery over an alleged incident. This is not just internet chatter. This is an active civil legal battle moving through the court system.
Exactly, Bianca, and this comes right on the heels of Diggs being cleared in that criminal trial involving his former chef earlier this year. Even while New England supported him through that process before dropping him back in March, his legal team was adamant that the 32-year-old receiver had plenty left in the tank, which led right into this new $10 million deal with the Washington Commanders.
NFL front offices clearly looked at his track record on the field. Over 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns with Drake May in New England last season, and decided that his athletic performance outweighed the noise off the field. This is his 4th team in 4 years after stints with the Minnesota Vikings, Buffalo Bills, Houston Texans, and Patriots.
And back on the personal side, Cardi's recent live stream proves she is completely focused on her own energy and her upcoming album rollout. She floated the idea of hosting what she described as a party for the hoes, making it clear that she wanted women who came prepared to keep the energy high and dance, rather than standing around watching everyone else have fun.
And the wildest part of that live stream was her rule regarding the guest list. Bianca here nearly lost her mind when Cardi joked that she does not care whether some of the women in attendance have slept with Offset or Stefan Diggs, the fathers of her 4 children.
She literally declared that having a packed, incredible party atmosphere mattered more to her than auditing someone's dating history. What do you think about that level of indifference? Viewers at home, would you let women who dated your exes into your exclusive album launch celebration? Send us your thoughts on our show page right now.
It really highlights how Cardi approaches her public narrative now, Rachel. When you look back at her history with Offset, they were married for nearly 7 years and share 3 children, daughters Culture and Blossom and son Wave. But after constant infidelity allegations and Offset publicly acknowledging that he stepped out and made mistakes, she filed for divorce for a second time in July 2024.
And then moving on to Diggs, they went public in May 2025 after appearing together at a Knicks game, announced her pregnancy that September, and welcomed their baby boy in November 2025. But by February 2026, trust issues and cheating allegations surfaced again, leading to their current split, even though Diggs has never publicly admitted to any unfaithfulness.
Plus, Diggs was confirmed as the father of a baby girl born in March 2026, which Cardi previously claimed did not worry her at all.
Right. She is separating her personal beef from the public legal battle, continuing to co-parent their baby boy born in November 2025, while making sure her album rollout stays front and center.
But speaking of strange public narratives, we have to touch on that ridiculous story coming out of Chicago involving Malice from the iconic rap duo Clip.
D, fill everyone in on what allegedly went down at that famous hot dog stand after Lollapalooza.
So Clips had a massive festival weekend, splitting their time between performing at Lollapalooza in Chicago on Saturday and flying up to Osheaga in Montreal on Sunday, following the renewed interest from their release, Let God Sort 'Em Out. But an employee at Wiener Circle in Chicago posted a social media comment claiming that Malice came in with bodyguards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, took his food, and left without paying because he was reportedly upset that she mistook him for Flavor Flav.
First of all, mistaking Malice for Flavor Flav is completely absurd on its face. But second of all, who on earth believes a superstar headlining 2 massive international festivals is going to pull a runner over a $9 hot dog?
Well, Bianca, internet commenters quickly pointed out the obvious flaw in that employee's accusation. At establishments like Wiener Circle, standard procedure requires customers to pay before the food is handed over. Commenters pointed out that it was almost certainly a cashier error, where the employee handed him the food without asking for payment first, leaving him to assume it was already taken care of or provided by the house.
That makes total sense. A simple register mix-up turning into a viral allegation is classic internet overreaction. It is a relief to know Malice was not out here scheming over $9 sausages in Chicago.
Exactly! But returning to the big picture with Diggs and Cardi, the contrast between his massive $10 million contract move to Washington to play alongside rising star Jaden Daniels and all these ongoing legal battles is fascinating.
Diggs is returning to his home state of Maryland to join a Commanders franchise that has serious momentum, with Jaden Daniels entering his 3rd season in the league.
Bianca, do you think this return to Maryland and a fresh start in Washington will help Diggs keep his focus strictly on football?
Look, Rachel, as long as he leaves the social media drama at the facility gate and locks in on those receiver routes, Jaden Daniels is going to feed him the football all season long. But with the Christopher Griffith lawsuit and countersuit still active, and Cardi preparing her full album launch, the public eye is not leaving either of them anytime soon.
And as training camp moves forward, everyone will be watching to see how both stars balance their huge professional moves while continuing to co-parent their young son.
Viewers at home, do you think Cardi B will end up sitting in the luxury boxes at Commanders games this season to support Diggs? Jump onto our live poll on the show page right now and let us know your prediction.
I am putting my money on her making an appearance before week 4.
And with both of them constantly managing their narratives online, every single live stream and stadium appearance is going to keep everyone talking.
Exactly, Dee. Because when you look at a contract worth over $10 million, the expectations in Washington are sky high, right out of the gate.
And Bianca, this move puts Stefon Diggs right next to Jaden Daniels, who is going into his 3rd season in the league, which completely changes the offensive dynamic over there.
The reporting confirms that after leaving New England, where he put up over 1,013 yards and 4 touchdowns with Drake May, he was actively looking for the right fit. This officially makes Washington his 4th team in 4 years after Minnesota, Buffalo, Houston, and the Patriots.
That journey alone shows you the talent is obviously there, but 4 locker rooms in 4 years is a whirlwind for any athlete, especially while navigating headline after headline off the field.
Let us not forget, Dee, his former team stayed supportive when he went through that trial involving allegations from his ex-chef, where he was ultimately found not guilty by the court.
That is right, Rachel. His legal team made it clear after that verdict that he still had plenty to offer on the field. But right now, he is still involved in active civil litigation with Christopher Griffith, a defamation lawsuit filed by Diggs, followed by a countersuit for alleged sexual battery.
Which brings us right back to Cardi B getting pulled straight into the middle of those legal waters on social media.
She did not hold back at all. Bianca, She went online defending the father of her youngest child, questioning the consistency of those claims, even while admitting she and Diggs were on rough terms personally.
From what was published, Christopher Griffith responded directly in the comments, asking her to take off the blinders. He stated that his history around that circle predated her, insisted he respects her as a mother, but maintained how difficult and embarrassing the entire legal ordeal has been for him.
Look, Cardi is fiercely loyal when she feels someone she cares about is being targeted. But calling out an active lawsuit while managing her own massive album rollout is pure headline chaos.
Speaking of that album launch, Dee, Cardi brought that exact same unfiltered energy to her recent live stream when discussing the guest list for her upcoming party.
She made it crystal clear to her viewers that she wants high energy only. She joked that she does not care if any of the women attending have a past romantic history with her exes, specifically pointing out Offset and Stefan Diggs, who are the fathers of her 4 children.
Only Cardi B could host an album release party and tell the world that a partygoer who brings the right vibe ranks higher than an immaculate dating resume. You have to laugh at the total transparency.
That comment definitely raised eyebrows, Bianca, given how publicly fidelity issues played into both of those relationships over the years.
Exactly, Rachel. Her marriage to Offset ended with her filing for divorce a second time in July 2024 after nearly 7 years together. They share their daughters Culture and Blossom and their son Wave. Then with Diggs, after going public in May 2025, announcing her pregnancy in September and welcoming their son in November, trust issues and infidelity rumors led to their separation around February 2026.
So for her to sit on a live stream and laugh off whether guests have slept with her exes shows she is stepping into a totally unbothered era for this album launch.
We actually have a viewer commenting on this exact mood right now.
Hi panel, my name is Brenda from Orlando. I just love how real Cardi B is about her party guest list because life is too short to hold grudges over ex-boyfriends when you have an album to launch. Do you think Stefan or Offset will actually show up to the party though?
Brenda, bless your sweet heart in Orlando, but if Offset and Stefan Diggs both walked into that same party room, the music would stop and the entire internet would explode.
Well, Bianca, both men are deeply tied to her co-parenting routine, but considering Diggs is locking in with Washington and preparing for training camp under that $10 million deal, his schedule is pretty packed.
And let us remember how public narrative control is everything for artists and athletes at this tier, D.
Speaking of internet explosions over bizarre public moments, can we talk about what happened with Malice from Clips in Chicago after Lollapalooza?
That story took social media by storm over the weekend. D. Clips had huge festival crowds in Chicago and Montreal following their album release. But then an employee at a famous Chicago hot dog stand made a wild claim.
Right, Rachel. An employee at the Wiener's Circle alleged online that Malice walked in with security guards, ordered a $9 Polish hot dog, and left without paying after getting upset about being mistaken for Flavor Flav.
A $9 hot dog controversy for a hip-hop legend fresh off a massive festival set. It sounds like complete absurdity on the surface.
But as people pointed out online, places like that almost always require you to pay before receiving your food. The consensus online quickly shifted to it being a simple cashier error, where he likely assumed it was already settled.
It really shows how fast a tiny misunderstanding at a cash register can turn into a viral story when a celebrity is involved. Bianca!
Exactly! 1 minute you think you are grabbing a quick Polish sausage after a festival, and the next minute you are defending your honor over $9.
And whether it is a $9 cashier confusion in Chicago or a $10 million NFL contract in Washington, every single move these stars make is under a microscope right now.
That is so true, Dee. Stefan Diggs moving to his 4th team in 4 years means all eyes in D.C. are going to be on how he integrates with Jaden Daniels while his civil lawsuits play out in court.
And you know Jaden Daniels is focusing on those receiver routes, Rachel. But when your star receiver has social media back and forths involving Cardi B and active countersuits, the headlines write themselves.
His team certainly wants the focus to remain strictly on football. Remember, after his acquittal in the ex-chef trial, his representatives stressed that his primary focus was proving he still has elite talent on the field.
But Bianca, when you co-parent with one of the biggest rap stars on the planet, separating the personal life from the sport is almost impossible.
Impossible! Cardi B is dropping hints about her album, addressing lawsuits on live streams, and inviting everyone to her party, regardless of who they dated. That is entertainment gold!
It really is. And Cardi's ability to maintain her personal narrative while acknowledging her past relationships with both Offset and Diggs keeps her fanbase entirely locked in.
Let us look at that timeline again, Dee. Cardi filed for divorce from Offset in July 2024 after nearly 7 years. Then by May 2025, she was courtside with Diggs, welcomed their son in November 2025, and by February 2026, rumors of trust issues and infidelity led to a split.
That is a full emotional roller coaster in under 2 years! And yet, she is standing there on her stream telling the world she just wants high energy for her record celebration.
She even joked about the contrast between people who come to parties to actually dance versus people who stand around taking videos.
Which is ironic, Bianca, considering every video recorded of her or Diggs ends up going viral within minutes.
Oh, absolutely! Whether it is a viral argument outside a coffee shop in Maryland or a comment on an Instagram Live, the public digests every single second of it.
And as Christopher Griffith noted in his response to Cardi, facing public scrutiny every day in the middle of active legal proceedings is exhausting for everyone involved.
That back and forth between Cardi and Christopher Griffith really highlighted how personal legal battles become when aired on social media platforms, Dee.
Cardi thought she was just stepping up to defend her baby daddy, but Griffith reminded her that his history around that camp goes back much further than her relationship with Diggs.
That response was very specific, Rachel. Griffith emphasized his respect for her as a mother, while urging her to take off the blinders regarding the claims in his countersuit.
Meanwhile, Stefon Diggs is preparing to report to training camp with the Commanders under a deal worth over $10 million.
He has to lock in on the playbook. Playing for Minnesota, Buffalo, Houston, and New England gave him incredible experience. But DC is a fresh slate.
With over 1,013 yards last season with Drake May in New England, his production on the field speaks for itself, despite the noise off the field.
And what about the co-parenting dynamic, Dee? They welcomed their baby boy in November, and even though they split in February 2026, they have been seen together managing family moments.
Co-parenting in the spotlight is never easy, especially when you have 4 children total like Cardi does. 3 with Offset and 1 with Diggs.
It requires a tremendous amount of communication, Bianca. And when both parents are balancing high-profile careers, a major album launch on one side and a $10 million NFL season on the other, every appearance is scrutinized.
Speaking of high-profile appearances, Bianca, do you think we will see Cardi B making appearances at Commanders games this fall?
Rachel, if she is on good terms with Diggs and supporting their son's father, I would not be surprised at all to see her in a luxury suite in Washington.
Though her primary focus right now remains finishing up her album rollout and hosting that high-energy celebration she promised her fans.
Exactly. And as for Malice and the Clips, their festival run across Chicago and Montreal proved that their fan base is as passionate as ever following their album release.
$9 hot dog misunderstanding aside, their performance at Lollapalooza was massive.
The online discussion really cleared that up quickly, showing how cashier errors happen all the time, even when bodyguards and hip-hop stars are at the counter.
It just proves that no matter how big the celebrity or how big the contract, everyday situations can suddenly turn into breaking news.
That is why we love this industry, Rachel. You can go from analyzing a $10 million football deal to debating a Polish sausage mix-up in the span of 5 minutes.
And with Cardi B preparing to host her album party with no restrictions on the guest list, the upcoming weekend promises even more online chatter.
Let us dive deeper into how athlete image management plays out when civil lawsuits remain unresolved. Defamation lawsuit and Griffith countersued over alleged sexual battery.
And that is where Cardi B decided she could not stay silent. jumping straight into the online discourse, even while admitting she was currently beefing with Diggs herself.
Exactly. Cardi publicly questioned the timeline of the claims, arguing that the initial account did not match what ended up inside the formal lawsuit document.
She literally said she hated that she was defending her baby daddy, but she felt the claims lacked credibility and accused the individual of being obsessed with the football star.
But Dee, tell us how the accuser responded, because he did not hold back when he addressed Cardi directly.
Christopher Griffith replied publicly, stating that he has too much respect for Cardi and for women in general to say anything disparaging to her, but explicitly told her, and I quote, "Mama, please take off the blinders."
That phrase alone caught everyone's attention online because he emphasized that his presence around that group of people predated her relationship with Diggs.
He also completely dismissed claims that he stole from Diggs or his team, claiming instead that he was the one who was robbed by associates, and asked,
Speaking out on active legal matters involving their exes, head over to our show page right now and share your thoughts with us.
"Look, Cardi is someone who reacts in real time without a filter, whether she is dealing with legal disputes or setting the rules for her own album release party."
That live stream of hers was something else, Bianca. She came out and said she wants to host a party specifically for women who are ready to bring energy, regardless of who they have dated in the past.
How embarrassing it is to face this foolishness every single day.
It creates a very delicate situation, Rachel, because while Diggs maintains his complete innocence and pursues his defamation suit, the public crossfire between his ex-partner and his accuser keeps the story firmly in the spotlight.
What do you think at home about partners'
Exes. And Cardi is out here saying, "If you bring good energy to celebrate my album, come on in."
She literally joked that having a good partygoer on the floor ranks higher to her than an immaculate dating record, because her main priority is celebrating her new music and having a good time.
But Dee, we have to contextualize why those comments hit so hard with the audience, given the history of infidelity rumors surrounding both of her major relationships.
Right, Rachel. With Offset, infidelity was a constant topic throughout their nearly 7-year marriage, which Offset later publicly acknowledged, admitting he had stepped out and made mistakes before Cardi filed for divorce a second time. Moved at lightning speed after they were first spotted together at a basketball game in May 2025. Announced the pregnancy in September, and welcomed their baby boy in November.
A baby boy who marked Diggs' fourth child born in 2025 alone, amidst ongoing public
Time in July 2024.
They share 3 children together, Culture, Blossom, and Wave. And that whole era was filled with public ups and downs before they officially moved toward co-parenting.
And then with Stefan Diggs, the time looks right back to how Cardi manages her public image. She controls the narrative by laughing at the rumors before anyone else can use them against her.
Whether she is defending her ex in court filings or opening the guest rumors and trust issues that eventually led to their separation around February 2026.
Yet despite breaking up in February, they were seen together during Super Bowl weekend and have continued appearing side by side to co-parent their newborn son.
Which brings us
List to women who dated her exes, she operates on her own rules.
And speaking of wild headlines from the weekend, let us not forget how quick the internet was to judge malice from the clips over that $9 Polish hot dog situation in Chicago.
Oh, that cleared up fast once people realized it was almost certainly a cashier error at Wiener's Circle after their Lollapalooza performance.
Right, because you almost always pay before receiving your food at those counter-serve spots. So if he walked away with the order, it was simply because no one asked for payment first.
He probably thought it was on the house after performing for tens of thousands of fans across Chicago and Montreal for Ashier.
The duo has seen a massive surge in fan interest following the release of their project Let God Sort 'Em Out, which explains why every minor interaction at a food stand turned into a viral topic.
It just shows how every move an artist or athlete makes, whether it is signing a $10 million NFL deal, posting a live stream about party guests, or ordering lunch, gets dissected.
His athletic transition to Washington, while his legal team handles the civil countersuit with Christopher Griffith, and Cardi is hyper-focused on her album rollout.
Which raises the question, do you think personal life headlines help or instantly?
Bianca here is never going to pass up a $9 Polish hot dog, let me tell you that much. But in all seriousness, The common thread is how these stars navigate public scrutiny.
Diggs is focusing heavily on
Hurt an album launch in 2026. Send us your comments on our live show board right now.
In Cardi's case, any publicity feeds the machine, Rachel. People tune in for the music, but they stay for the unvarnished honesty on her live stream.
and her team knows that keeping the conversation centered on her record, even while addressing complex co-parenting dynamics with both Offset and Diggs, keeps her relevant across all platforms.
Meanwhile, Washington fans are wondering if we will see Cardi in the stands supporting Diggs this coming season as he links up with Jaden Daniels.
If she showed up to his Patriots games while they were together, you can bet the cameras will be searching for her in Washington, regardless of their current relationship status.
Co-parenting in the public eye always creates these ongoing story arcs where personal life and professional sports collide on a weekly basis.
And as Diggs prepares for his 32-year-old season on his 5th career NFL team, establishing stability on and off the field is going to be crucial.
The career update because of the massive diamond sitting on her ring finger.
Wait, let me see that photo. She has both hands pressed right over her mouth, so that giant rock is literally staring everyone right in the face.
Exactly, Bianca. A jewelry specialist estimated that yellow gold.
And speaking of high-profile relationships that keep everyone guessing, Dee, look what just landed on our monitors right now.
Jennifer Garner just posted a photo celebrating the Season 2 renewal of her show, but fans completely ignored. Solitaire holds a 4 to 5 carat diamond, valued at roughly $250,000.
$250,000 on a gold band? That is not just casual everyday jewelry, Rachel. That is a full-on statement.
But here is where the timing gets so intriguing. Dee, what do we know about what happened just one day before she shared that picture?
Just 24 hours earlier, Jennifer and her longtime partner John Miller were photographed on a rare date night in Santa Monica, walking to dinner casually, and she masterfully kept her hand hidden from the cameras the entire time.
Of course she did. She hides her hand at dinner in Santa Monica on Sunday, and by Monday, she posts a photo online with the rock front and center.
Remember, they have been on and off since 2018 when they were first seen together at a theater show, split briefly in 2020, and got back together in 2021.
And this is not even the first time they have sparked these rumors. Back in 2024, she was seen driving around Los Angeles with a new ring on her finger, and neither of them ever said a word about it.
That is classic Jennifer Garner. She loves to keep everyone guessing while sticking to her private routine. But come on, a $250,000 solitaire does not just happen by accident.
For those of you watching us live right now, drop your thoughts into our show feed. Do you think this is finally an official engagement ring or just low-key luxury jewelry?
Well, reports are already circulating that while the ring screams quiet luxury, the pair might actually be at a relationship crossroads after 7 years together because of their crammed schedules and her close co-parenting bond with ex-husband Ben Affleck.
Oh, please! She shares 3 children, Violet, Finn, and Samuel, with Ben. And she has always said her priority is co-parenting and giving her kids real values, not lifestyle drama.
True, but sources claim her busy work calendar, with her organic food brand recently valued at over $700 million, her acting projects, and her ongoing family support with Ben, has left her and John struggling to figure out their next steps.
And if you compare this new ring to her 2005 engagement ring from Ben, which was a $500,000 Harry Winston piece, this new gold band is definitely a totally different, understated style.
It is the definition of modern quiet luxury, Rachel. She went from peak 2000s Hollywood glam to simple, low-key elegance.
But despite all the online buzz, neither Jennifer nor John's representatives have confirmed an engagement. So right now, it remains purely unconfirmed speculation.
Whether it is an official proposal or just a stunning piece of jewelry, Bianca Jennifer Garner certainly knows how to get the entire internet talking without saying a single word.
She gives us just enough to drive us crazy, Rachel. You have to respect the masterclass in keeping your personal life private while dropping a $250,000 diamond on the feed.
And with her schedule busier than ever, everyone is watching to see if she will finally break her silence or just let the rumors swirl as production starts on her next big movie project.
And speaking of her schedule getting busier than ever, Dee, look at what just landed on our desk. Industry reports are coming in right now, saying that Jennifer and John have actually reached a major crossroads in their 7-year relationship.
That timing is incredible, Bianca. When you break down everything on her plate, it makes total sense. She is filming season 2 of her hit drama series, starring in a new romantic comedy alongside John Cena, and even executive producing and filming that nostalgic movie reboot with her original co-star Judy Greer.
And Dee, do not forget her massive organic food brand, which was recently valued at a staggering $724 million. She has described herself as an absolute worker bee who gets so much joy from working constantly, but that kind of packed calendar takes a lot of time and energy.
Exactly, Rachel. According to these new details, the non-traditional arrangement she and John have maintained since 2018, where neither felt pressure to move in together or make a huge formal commitment, might finally be reaching its limits.
Sources close to the situation are saying that after going on and off over the years, including a temporary split back in 2020 before getting back together in 2021, both of them have hit a point where they want more from the relationship, but they are struggling to figure out how to make that transition.
Which brings us right back to that 4 or 5 carat diamond ring, Bianca. Could that $250,000 ban be a sign that they finally decided to pull the trigger, or are they still caught in relationship limbo?
That is the $250,000 question, Rachel, because making that leap is not easy when you are both established adults with completely separate lives. John was previously married to violinist Caroline Campbell, and Jennifer has her 3 kids with Ben Affleck, Violet, who is 20, Finn, who is 17, and Samuel, who is 14.
Plus, reports keep pointing to her ongoing connection with Ben as a major factor. They ended their 10-year marriage back in 2015, but they have stayed deeply committed to co-parenting, and she was even a key support system during his sobriety journey when he moved into her guest house after their split.
She has always made it clear that her kids come first, Dee. She previously shared that keeping a strong friendship with Ben is essential, because when your children love their father so purely, being friends with him is simply the right thing to do for the whole family.
It is a super mature approach, Rachel, but you can see how balancing that close family dynamic, a booming business empire, and a full Hollywood filming schedule makes adding a traditional marriage even more complicated for John and Jennifer.
Insiders are even saying this summer will ultimately decide their fate as a couple, whether they step out into the spotlight together or finally realize their paths are pulling them in different directions.
I want to throw this to everyone watching at home right now. If you were in a low-key, flexible relationship for 7 years, would you be content with things as they are? Or would you need that explicit next step by now?
I mean, Jennifer is 54, thriving, and clearly not rushing to explain herself to anyone. She managed to hide her hand from photographers during their dinner date in Santa Monica, only to show off a massive diamond on her feed a day later.
She knows how to keep everyone guessing, and until her team releases an official statement, people will be analyzing every single outing and ring photo that comes out.
And when people analyze that ring, Dee, the details speak volumes about where her mindset is right now.
Exactly, Rachel. Jewelry experts breaking down the photos say this new piece features an estimated 4 to 5 carat diamond set on a classic yellow gold band, valued right around $250,000.
But look at the contrast! Her engagement ring from Ben Affleck back in 2005 was a massive $500,000 Harry Winston classic. Pure mid-2000s Hollywood glam.
That is such a sharp style evolution, Bianca. Back then, it was high-profile red carpet drama, and today it is pure quiet luxury.
It fits her current vibe perfectly. She is not trying to show off for photographers during date nights in Santa Monica. She is out here building an absolute empire while wearing sneakers and a cozy sweater.
And what an empire it is. Beyond her series getting renewed for a second season, she is executive producing a reboot of her classic movie, co-running a food brand recently valued at $724 million, and her online cooking videos pull in over 300,000 views routinely.
She even called herself a worker bee in a recent interview, saying she gets so much joy from working hard. But Dee, what are reports saying about how all this high-powered business impacts her romance with John Miller?
Well, reports are surfacing that this summer is turning into a real crossroads for them. They have had this relaxed, non-traditional setup since 2018, where neither felt rushed to move in or plan a big ceremony. But now, insiders say both of them want clarity on where this path is actually leading.
Can you blame John, though? They split back in 2020, got back together in 2021, and he has been sitting on the sidelines while she manages a booming career and a very present ex-husband.
You bring up Ben Affleck, Bianca, and that is a crucial piece of her personal history. She and Ben share 3 kids, 20-year-old Violet, 17-year-old Finn, and 14-year-old Samuel. And she has always prioritized that co-parenting bond above everything else.
Right, Rachel. In past statements, she made it clear that keeping a solid, friendly foundation for the children was her absolute priority, even when things were tough after their split. Ben even stayed in her guest house for a time during his recovery journey.
Which is super noble for the kids, but let us be real. Trying to build a fresh romance with a whole new partner while your famous ex is deeply involved in your daily family routine takes a very specific kind of patience from John Miller.
I want to ask everyone watching us right now, if your partner had such a tight-knit dynamic with their ex for the sake of the family, would you be comfortable waiting 7 years for a formal commitment?
It really highlights how stars in their 50s handle love differently. Look at someone like Sienna Miller, who recently spoke about getting engaged at 44 and having kids at different stages of life. She pointed out that being in your 30s feels like total chaos, but by your 50s, your life is grounded and you do not feel scattered anymore.
That is why Jennifer Garner is not sweating an official press release about a diamond ring. She was married to Scott Foley in her 20s, Ben in her 30s, and now at 54, she calls the shots on her own timeline.
But here is the twist that just landed in industry reports this morning regarding John Miller's own past. He was also coming off a long-term marriage that officially wrapped up in 2018, the exact same year he and Jennifer were first spotted together at that theater show in Los Angeles.
That is right, Rachel. John was married to violinist Caroline Campbell from 2005 all the way through 2018. So when he and Jennifer began dating, both of them were stepping out of 13-year marriages that had ended around that exact same chapter in their lives.
Which completely explains why neither of them was in a rush to sprint down another aisle. When you spend over a decade in a heavy, high-profile marriage, you do not immediately sign up for another set of legal papers.
Exactly, Bianca. But look at where they stand 7 years later. They have had this on and off cadence since 2018. They split briefly in 2020, reconnected in 2021, and now this $250,000 diamond is sitting on her ring finger.
What makes this moment so critical, according to industry reporting, is that this summer has become a true crossroads for them. They created this ultra-private, non-traditional arrangement where they do not even walk red carpets together, but both of them are reportedly feeling that they want more clarity on where this is heading.
Wanting clarity after 7 years is fair, Dee. But let us talk about the real obstacle here. How do you seamlessly integrate a brand new husband when your ex-husband moved into your guest house during his recovery journey, and you are actively co-parenting 3 teenagers?
That is a massive dynamic, Bianca. Jennifer has always made it crystal clear that Violet, Finn, and Samuel are her absolute priority. She explicitly stated years ago that if her kids love their father purely, she will be friends with him, no matter what it takes.
And she has stuck to that philosophy completely. But when you stack that co-parenting commitment on top of her career, her organic food brand was recently valued at $724 million, plus her online tutorials drawing hundreds of thousands of views and multiple acting projects. Her schedule is packed.
She calls herself a worker bee, Dee. She is executive producing, starring alongside John Cena in a new comedy, filming series renewals, and running a business. Where does a traditional, full-time domestic setup even fit into her calendar?
Well, Bianca, that might explain why this 4 to 5 carat diamond on a yellow gold band feels so deliberate. It is classic, quiet luxury, not a flashy mid-2000s Hollywood statement like her previous $500,000 ring, but a grounded, private, personal choice.
It matches her personality perfectly. Look at their date night in Santa Monica. Casual crew neck sweatshirt, cropped ivory jeans, gray sneakers, and holding her hand behind her back while walking to dinner. She is a master at keeping things low profile when she wants to.
She hid that hand from every camera on the street, but then she posts a reaction photo celebrating her show renewal on Peacock, presses both hands over her mouth, and the ring is right there in plain sight.
And remember, we saw something similar back in 2024 when she was spotted driving around Los Angeles with a ring on that finger, and neither of their reps ever confirmed a thing.
If you are watching us right now at home, tell us, would you be happy keeping a low-key, separate lives romance for 7 years, or would you eventually demand a clear answer?
If I had a $700 million business empire and complete independence, I would keep the ring and keep my separate house. Rachel!
But a relationship cannot stay in limbo forever, Bianca. When both people decide they want more, staying in place starts to feel like going backward.
Hold on, because a fresh update just landed on our screens right now.
The new report specifically points to Ben Affleck as a massive factor in why Jennifer and John are hitting this wall right now.
Oh, please! Are we really blaming the ex-husband who moved into her guest house years ago for why a 54-year-old woman is hesitant to walk down the aisle again?
D, explain what the report is actually saying about their dynamic, because that guest house detail is huge context for anyone waking up with us this morning.
According to this source, when Jennifer and Ben separated back in 2015, he relied heavily on her during his personal recovery and even stayed on her property. Jennifer admitted in a recent interview that the split left her feeling shaken for years, wondering if she would ever open her heart again.
Which makes complete sense! She poured years into supporting Ben while raising Violet, who is now 20, Finn, who is 17, and Samuel, who is 14. John Miller knew what he was signing up for when they started dating in 2018.
But Bianca, the source claims that while their non-traditional separate homes arrangement worked perfectly for years, both Jennifer and John now want more out of the relationship. They just cannot figure out how to bridge that gap without upending the peaceful co-parenting rhythm she built with Ben.
Exactly, Rachel. Jennifer has always said publicly that her main priority is making sure her kids see their parents as friends. She was quoted saying that while she lost the dream of dancing with her husband at her daughter's wedding, seeing her kids love their father so purely makes maintaining that friendship worth everything.
That is maturity, not a romantic obstacle. John has his own ex-wife, Caroline Campbell, whom he was married to for 13 years before their divorce in 2018. They both brought baggage, high-powered careers, and kids into this.
Speaking of high-powered careers, let us not forget what Jennifer is balancing every morning when she wakes up. We just got a viewer comment coming in on our board right on this exact point.
Hi, my name is Clara from Ohio, and I have been watching the show since 6 in the morning. I honestly think Jennifer should just marry John right now and let Ben manage his own life. Why are adults overcomplicating true love when they clearly care about each other?
Clara, my sweet morning viewer, true love at 54 with a $724 million organic food empire is complicated. She is executive producing and filming a reboot of 13 Going on 30 with Judy Greer, starring in a rom-com with John Cena, and her online empanada recipe video alone got over 300,000 views.
She truly is a self-proclaimed worker bee, Bianca. A source says her packed filming calendar and business demands have naturally pushed her personal life to the back seat, which adds even more pressure onto John.
And yet, despite that insane schedule, she still finds time to walk casually through Santa Monica for a quiet dinner date, subtly hiding her left hand from the cameras until that dazzling $250,000 ring showed up on social media.
Which brings us right back to the million-dollar question, Dee. If she is too busy to reevaluate her living situation, why put on a 4 to 5 carat diamond ring set on a gold band right after a romantic date?
Because maybe this summer Crossroad is forcing a real conversation. Industry insiders are saying this season is make or break for them. Either they find a way to merge their lives officially, or this 7-year on and off journey might finally reach its endpoint.
But if Jennifer is so committed to keeping her kids grounded with traditional Southern values outside the Hollywood bubble, is an official marriage even necessary for her happiness at this stage? Or is John the one pushing for a final answer?
That is the exact tension, Rachel. Because when you look at John Miller, he was in a 13-year marriage of his own that wrapped up back in 2018. He knows what a traditional marriage entails, and he has been coasting in this low-pressure, ultra-private arrangement with Jennifer since 2018.
And let's not forget, Bianca, that non-traditional setup wasn't just a random choice. When they first got together after meeting at that musical performance in Los Angeles back in 2018, Jennifer was fresh out of a decade-long marriage and navigating a very chaotic public split.
Exactly, Dee. That split from 2015 took a huge emotional toll on her. She even admitted years later that being in the middle of something like that for so long made her wonder if she would ever open her heart up again.
But that was then. It is 2026 now. They have been on and off for 7 whole years, including that quiet breakup in 2020 and coming back together in 2021. At 54, with a $724 million organic food business and a thriving acting career, why go backwards into a traditional legal marriage if what you have is already working?
Because sources close to the situation are indicating that what was working isn't fully working anymore, Bianca. They are saying both of them have reached a point where they actually want more out of this relationship, but they are struggling to figure out how to get there when their daily lives are so fundamentally different.
That is the real puzzle, isn't it, Dee? On one side, you have Jennifer, who calls herself a complete worker bee. She is executive producing, filming scenes with Judy Greer for that beloved Project Reboot, shooting a romantic comedy alongside John Cena, running her online cooking segment that draws over 300,000 views on a single tutorial, and raising 3 teenagers.
And on the other side, you have a successful businessman who has stayed entirely out of the red carpet spotlight for 7 years. They have literally never walked a single red carpet together. Not one.
That is completely intentional on her part, though. Remember, Jennifer has always been fiercely protective of her kids' privacy. She has talked about wanting Violet, Finn, and Samuel to grow up with those same grounded Southern values she had, away from the typical Hollywood bubble.
Right. She wants them to look people in the eye when they say hello, to stop and smell the roses, and to see real values lived out every day rather than just spoken about.
Look, having Southern values and teaching your kids to be polite doesn't mean you have to stay in relationship limbo forever, Rachel. If you are wearing a $250,000 diamond solitaire on a yellow gold band, a classic 4 to 5 carat stone, you are sending a message. You don't just put that on your ring finger while celebrating a season 2 renewal for your hit series by mistake.
Well, to be fair, Bianca, this isn't the first time she has set off this exact same conversation. Back in 2024, eagle-eyed fans spotted her driving around Los Angeles wearing a totally different ring, and neither she nor John ever addressed it. They let the rumors swirl and just carried on with their lives.
That is her classic move. She never feels pressed to explain herself to the public, and honestly, why should she? But Dee, what are people close to her saying about why this summer specifically feels different from 2024?
Industry insiders are describing this current season as a genuine crossroads for them. The word circulating is that after 7 years, the non-traditional separate lives approach has run its course. They either commit to merging their lives officially, or this long journey might finally reach an endpoint.
But how do you merge lives when Ben Affleck is still so heavily involved in the day-to-day dynamic? That is the elephant in the room.
Let's be fair, Bianca. Jennifer has been very open about her co-parenting relationship with Ben. She said years ago that even though she lost the dream of dancing with her husband at her daughter's wedding, her primary focus will always be her children's happiness. When those kids love their father purely and wholly, she believes you have to be friends with that person.
And that friendship required a lot of heavy lifting over the years, Rachel. During Ben's recovery journey, Jennifer was right there supporting him. He even moved into her guest house for a period after their separation so they could co-parent seamlessly.
Which is admirable as a mother and a co-parent, Dee. I give her full credit for that. But put yourself in John Miller's shoes. Imagine dating someone for 7 years, and her ex-husband, who happens to be one of the biggest stars in the world, is constantly in and out of the picture. relying on her for family balance. At some point, any partner is going to ask, where do I fit into this picture permanently?
That is a very valid question, Bianca, and I want to ask our viewers at home who might be watching us right now. If you were in a long-term relationship where family ties and past commitments kept things in limbo, would a stunning ring be enough to signal a new chapter, or would you need a complete lifestyle change? Let us know on our official show handle.
It is a dilemma so many people relate to, Rachel, because on paper, Jennifer and John look remarkably compatible. When they were spotted walking to dinner in Santa Monica just days ago, they looked completely relaxed. She was wearing her casual crewneck sweatshirt, cropped ivory jeans, and gray sneakers, putting her hand affectionately on his back as they walked. He was in a charcoal button-down and boots. It was effortless.
Effortless on the surface, D. But notice what she did when the cameras were snapping photos during that exact walk. She masterfully kept her left hand completely out of sight. She hid the hand during the date night, and then 24 hours later, boom! She posts a photo celebrating her show's second season renewal, with both hands pressed against her mouth, showcasing a giant 4 to 5 carat diamond for her millions of followers to see.
You think that was intentional, Bianca?
Of course it was intentional! Jennifer Garner has been in this industry for decades. She knows how the camera works. She knows how social media works. You don't hide your hand during a quiet dinner date in Santa Monica and then flash a $250,000 yellow gold solitaire the very next day, unless you are dropping a subtle hint.
Or Bianca. She was genuinely just thrilled about her career news. Let's not strip away her professional moment here. Her Peacock series being renewed for a second season is huge for her as a lead actress. She was in a moment of pure shock and joy, pressed her hands to her face, and the ring just happened to be there.
And let's talk about the ring itself, because jewelry specialists who analyzed the piece noted that it reflects a very specific choice. It is estimated at 4 to 5 carats, classic yellow gold band, valued right around $250,000. But compared to her 2005 engagement ring from Ben Affleck, which was a bold $500,000 Harry Winston classic, this new diamond leans entirely into the quiet luxury trend.
Which tells you everything about where her mindset is now versus 20 years ago. Back in 2005, it was big, flashy, classic mid-2010s Hollywood glam. Today, she is 54, running a business empire. And if she is getting engaged, she wants something timeless, grounded, and understated.
Exactly. Experts pointed out that the ring prioritizes high-grade diamond quality and precise craftsmanship over a complex setting. It matches her signature natural approach to fashion.
It really does. But whether it is an official engagement ring or just an extraordinary piece of personal jewelry, the bigger story is how she is navigating this relationship crossroads while keeping her career at an absolute peak.
Look at Sienna Miller for comparison. Sienna just opened up about having children at 29, then 42, and now 44, saying how much easier life feels when you aren't feeling scattered and wanting to be everywhere at once. She said if she is in bed at 9 in the evening with a book, she is thrilled because life is in a grounded space now.
That grounded feeling is clearly what Jennifer Garner has built for herself too, Bianca. She has her organic food company valued at $724 million, her online cooking tutorials, her executive producer role on the 13 Going on 30 project with Judy Greer, and her new rom-com with John Cena. She doesn't need a marriage to complete her life or her status.
But does John Miller need that official commitment to feel secure in their future after 7 years of on and off dating? That is the core of the crossroads, Rachel. A non-traditional arrangement where you don't live together and don't make a big public commitment can only last so long before one person says, are we moving forward together, or are we just comfortable?
And reporting suggests that both of them are actually asking that question right now. Neither of them wants to stay in limbo anymore. They want to figure out if they can build a shared future that respects her hands-on co-parenting role with Ben Affleck and her massive career commitments.
If you are just tuning in to our live broadcast, we are diving deep into Jennifer Garner and John Miller's 7-year romance as rumors build over that breathtaking $250,000 diamond ring. Drop a comment on our show page and tell us, do you think quiet luxury engagements are the ultimate modern romance, or should long-term partners demand clear answers before 7 years pass?
I say 7 years without moving in or walking a single carpet together is way too long to be guessing. If that ring isn't a proposal, then John Miller needs to step up or let her focus on her empire.
But Bianca, Jennifer has made it clear in past comments that remarriage was never her immediate priority. She was focused on her 3 kids, Violet, Finn, and Samuel, and making sure their family transition was stable after her split from Scott Foley earlier in her career, and then Ben.
And now that her kids are older, Violet is 20, Finn is 17, and Samuel is 14, the home dynamic is shifting naturally. Which brings us right back to that quiet Santa Monica date and the ring that followed.
That Santa Monica dinner was such a classic move for them, Rachel. They walked into that restaurant in casual outfits. She had on a soft crewneck sweatshirt with cropped ivory jeans and gray and white sneakers, while John was in a charcoal button-down with light-wash jeans and brown boots. They looked completely relaxed, smiling, and at one point she even placed a hand affectionately on his back. But what had everyone talking was how she kept her hand hidden away from the cameras the entire time they were walking outside.
Which was totally intentional. You do not masterfully tuck your hand away while walking down the street in front of photographers unless you know exactly what is sitting on that finger. And then, literally the next day, she posts a photo celebrating the renewal of her series, The 5-Star Weekend, with both hands pressed right over her mouth for the whole world to see. That is not an accident, Dee. That is a soft reveal if I have ever seen one.
And the ring itself is gorgeous. A jewelry specialist analyzed the piece and estimated that it features a 4 to 5 carat diamond set on a classic yellow gold solitaire band. The value is placed right around $250,000. What makes it stand out is how clean and minimalist it is. It completely mirrors her understated personal style.
It really does, Dee, but what fascinates me is how stark the contrast is when you compare this ring to her past engagement jewelry. When Ben Affleck proposed back in 2005, he gave her a 4.5 carat Harry Winston Classic Solitaire, estimated at around $500,000. That was full-on mid-2000s red carpet Hollywood glamour. This new $250,000 yellow gold band is the literal definition of modern quiet luxury. Bianca, from a style and relationship perspective, what does that shift tell you?
It tells me she is a completely different woman at 54 than she was 20 years ago, Rachel. Back in 2005, she was in the thick of the Hollywood spectacle. Today, she is running a massive business, producing movies, and raising teenagers. She does not need a $500,000 billboard on her finger to prove her worth. But let us be honest here. Quiet luxury or not, a $250,000 diamond on that specific finger after 7 years of dating sends a message. You do not just wear a $250,000 gold solitaire to a work celebration by mistake.
Well, to be fair, Bianca, this is actually not the first time she has sparked this exact conversation. Back in 2024, she was spotted driving around Los Angeles wearing a prominent ring on that finger, and everyone thought an announcement was imminent. But neither she nor John ever commented on it, and the rumors just faded away. Their team has remained tight-lipped this time as well, so officially it stays unconfirmed.
And that is what drives me crazy. They have been together on and off since 2018. That is 7 whole years. They briefly broke up around 2020, got back together in 2021, and they still have not walked a single red carpet together or moved into the same house. A source recently revealed that this summer is a major crossroads for them because while their non-traditional arrangement worked for years, they are both at a point where they want more, but they are struggling to figure out how to get there.
If you are watching us right now, we want to hear from you on our show page. After 7 years of low-key dating, do you think keeping things private protects a relationship, or does there come a point where you need clear answers about the future? Drop your thoughts below. Because Dee, when we look at why they might be at a crossroads, her professional life is at an absolute peak right now.
Oh, absolutely, Rachel. She is extraordinarily busy. Her series, The 5-Star Weekend, where she plays a widow uncovering secrets about her late husband, just got renewed for a 2nd season. She is starring alongside John Cena in an upcoming romantic comedy titled One Attempt Remaining. And she is executive producing and starring in the much-anticipated reboot of 13 Going on 30. She was actually seen filming scenes with her former co-star Judy Greer just last month on July 21st.
On top of all that, she has her organic food brand, Once Upon a Farm, which was recently valued at a staggering $724 million. And her online cooking show, where she bakes in her kitchen. An empanada tutorial she posted back in April got over 300,000 views alone. She even said in a television interview last month that she gets so much joy from working and calls herself a worker bee.
That worker bee mindset is clearly paying off. But Bianca, how do you balance managing a $724 million empire, a stacked filming calendar, raising 3 teenagers, and trying to build a shared future with a partner?
You do it by having very clear boundaries, Rachel. But eventually something has to give. Busy, your relationship cannot just sit on cruise control forever. John Miller has his own successful business background, and he was previously married for 13 years to violinist Caroline Campbell before their split was finalized in 2018. So he knows what marriage required. But if Jen is spending all her energy on set and running companies, where does the space for a joint life actually open up?
That history plays a huge role here, Bianca. Jennifer went through a 4-year marriage to Scott Foley early in her career, from 2000 to 2004, and then 10 years of marriage to Ben Affleck. In an interview earlier this year, she opened up about how deeply that 2015 split affected her, admitting that she was stuck in the middle of that painful transition for a really long time and questioned whether she would ever be able to love again or how her family dynamic would ever normalize.
And we cannot forget how intertwined her life remained with Ben during his recovery journey, Dee. He moved into her guest house after their separation, and she remained a crucial support system for him while co-parenting Violet, who is now 20, Finn, who is 17, and Samuel, who is 14.
Exactly, Rachel. In a past interview, she shared her entire co-parenting philosophy, saying it was not her ex-husband's job to make her happy, but that their kids were the primary focus. She talked about losing the dream of dancing with her husband at her daughter's wedding, but said that seeing her children love their father so purely meant she was always going to be friends with him. She also emphasized wanting her kids to grow up with grounded Southern values rather than living inside a Hollywood bubble.
Which is beautiful for the kids, but let us be real. Having your ex living in your guest house and being his primary support system while you are trying to date a new man is a massive hurdle. John Miller has been exceptionally patient for 7 years while she managed that co-parenting balance and built her empire. But no man wants to feel like he is playing second fiddle to past history forever.
It brings up such an interesting parallel to what another famous mother in her 40s recently shared about finding balance. Actress Sienna Miller, who is 44, recently shared photos with her young kids and her fiancé Ollie Green, reflecting on how having a baby at 29 was so different from having children at 42 and 44. Sienna mentioned that her 30s were pure chaos, but now her life is in a much more grounded space, where staying in bed at 9 p.m. with a book makes her totally happy.
That comparison is so spot on, Rachel. Sienna Miller pointed out that when you reach your 40s, you do not feel that constant conflict of feeling scattered or wanting to be everywhere at once. And Jennifer Garner seems to have embraced that exact same grounded energy in her 50s. She knows who she is, she knows what her priorities are with her children and her career, and she is not rushing to meet anyone else's expectations or feel pressured into making public statements.
Look, being grounded is great, but avoiding a direct conversation about where a 7-year relationship is heading is not being grounded. It is staying in your comfort zone. If that ring really is an engagement ring from John, then say it and celebrate it. If it is just a nice piece of jewelry she bought for herself to celebrate a television renewal, then clear the air. You cannot have it both ways, where you hide your hand on Sunday night and then flash a $250,000 diamond on Monday morning, unless you are enjoying the conversation it creates.
Head over to our show page right now and tell us, do you think Jennifer is just enjoying keeping her personal life completely on her own terms, or is a public announcement coming sooner than we think? Because Dee, when we look back at how Jennifer handled her personal milestones in the past, she has always preferred to let her work and her family life speak for themselves, rather than doing huge promotional push-outs for her romance.
That has been her signature for decades, Rachel. Whether she is posting simple baking videos from her home kitchen, working on location for her romantic comedy with John Cena, or stepping out in Santa Monica in sneakers and a sweatshirt, she has consistently resisted the typical Hollywood flash. Even when reports came out about her Once Upon a Farm brand hitting that incredible $724 million valuation, she kept her focus squarely on the work itself and her worker bee mentality.
But work cannot hug you at night, Dee. At some point, even the ultimate worker bee has to decide if she is ready to build a full life with the person who has stood by her through 7 years of on and off dating, guest house drama, and intense filming schedules. If John Miller popped the question with that yellow gold solitaire, it means he is ready to take that leap. The real question is whether Jennifer is ready to let go of her cautious routine and step into marriage for a third time.
And that is the central dilemma everyone is watching, Bianca. She spent years protecting her family unit after a painful public split, pouring her heart into raising 3 grounded kids and creating a business empire. Now, with Violet at 20, Finn at 17, and Samuel at 14, her role as a mother is evolving into a new phase, just as her career is hitting unprecedented heights.
It really feels like a turning point, Rachel. A source noted that while neither Jen nor John felt pressure to move in together or make a major formal commitment during those early years, reaching this 7-year mark naturally forces the question of what comes next. Whether that 4 to 5 carat diamond ring turns out to be an official engagement ring or simply a symbol of where they stand today, the timing after their Santa Monica date has put their entire timeline back under the spotlight.
And let us not forget, if they do decide to move forward, it will be the first time John Miller steps into the full glare of her world as an official partner. Walking a red carpet together, sharing a home, aligning 2 busy lives. That is a massive shift for a couple that has spent 7 years keeping every single detail away from the spotlight.
Which leads right into the biggest question of all. If Jennifer Garner is finally ready to reopen the door to marriage after everything she went through, how does that reshape her entire world with John Miller, her family, and her expanding empire?
Because when you look at what Jennifer Garner is balancing right now, Rachel, it is absolute madness. She is managing a $724 million organic food business, executive producing and filming the reboot of 13 Going on 30, starring in a hit Peacock series, raising 3 teenagers, Violet, who is 20, Finn, who is 17, and Samuel, who is 14, and yet people expect her to completely overhaul her life overnight for a traditional marriage setup. My question is, why change a non-traditional arrangement that has worked for 7 years just to satisfy public expectations?
Well, Bianca, according to sources close to the couple, that 7-year stretch is precisely why they have reached a critical crossroads this summer. They first connected back in 2018 after attending a performance of Dear Evan Hansen in Los Angeles. They took a brief pause in 2020, got back together in 2021, and have quietly built a steady foundation away from red carpets and public drama. But sources report that after years of keeping things ultra-private and living in a sort of comfortable limbo, both Jennifer and John are finally at a point where they want more out of the relationship, and they are trying to figure out how to navigate that transition.
Dee, that is so fascinating because Jennifer has always been very open about how cautious she is when it comes to her personal life. When you look at her history, she was married to Scott Foley from 2000 to 2004, and then spent more than a decade married to Ben Affleck from 2005 to 2018. In past statements, she explicitly mentioned that remarriage was not her immediate priority because co-parenting her 3 children was the absolute center of her universe. Dee, from what you are hearing, how much of this decision comes down to where her kids are in their lives today?
It plays a massive role, Rachel. When Jennifer spoke about her separation from Ben in a candid interview earlier this year, she reflected on how deeply that whole life shakeup affected her, admitting that when you are in the middle of something like that for years, you wonder if it will ever pass. But now, with Violet at 20, Finn at 17, and Samuel at 14, Her daily co-parenting dynamic with Ben has settled into a very steady, respectful rhythm. She has always emphasized teaching her children grounded Southern values rather than raising them in a Hollywood bubble. And now that her kids are growing up, it naturally creates a new emotional space for her and John Miller to evaluate their future.
And let us not gloss over John Miller's side of this equation. John was married for 13 years to violinist Caroline Campbell, a marriage that ended in 2018, the exact same year Jennifer's divorce from Ben was finalized. So both of them walked out of long, transformative marriages in 2018 and found solace in this low-profile, quiet haven together. But walking a red carpet, sharing a primary residence, or putting a ring on it officially means stepping out of that private sanctuary and right into the center of the Hollywood spotlight. Is John Miller truly ready for that level of visibility?
That is the million-dollar question, Bianca, and it is having a huge reaction from everyone watching at home right now.
Hi everyone, I am Karen from Ohio. I have been a huge fan of Jennifer Garner since her Alias days, and I honestly think she deserves a steady, grounded love after everything she went through during her past divorce. If staying private with John Miller keeps her happy while running her massive business and raising her kids, why force a big public wedding or change a setup that already works?
Thank you for sending that in, Karen. You know, Bianca, Karen makes a point that so many people online are agreeing with. If it is not broken, why try to change it now?
Oh, Karen, my dear friend from Ohio, we all want Jennifer to have her happy ending. But let us be real. Staying in relationship limbo for 7 years works until someone decides they want real, tangible commitment. When you are spotted casually hiding your hand from photographers during a date night in Santa Monica on Sunday, and then on Monday you post a photo holding your hands over your mouth with a 4 to 5 carat yellow gold solitaire diamond staring the world in the face. That is not staying in limbo, Karen. That is a woman sending a very deliberate $250,000 message.
And the timing of that Santa Monica date night is what really has everyone talking, Bianca. On Sunday, Jennifer and John were seen walking to dinner together in California, looking completely relaxed in casual clothes, Jennifer wearing a crewneck sweatshirt, cropped ivory jeans, and sneakers, while John wore a charcoal button-down and light-wash jeans. What stood out to onlookers was how masterfully Jennifer kept her left hand completely out of sight from the cameras while they walked. Then, just 24 hours later, she posts a photo celebrating the second season renewal of her Peacock show, The 5-Star Weekend, with that massive 4 to 5 carat diamond sitting right on her ring finger.
It is such an incredible contrast, Dee. And when jewelry specialists broke down the details, they estimated that custom yellow gold solitaire band at roughly $250,000. What makes it so interesting to me is comparing it to her 2005 engagement ring from Ben Affleck, which was a bold, peak Hollywood 4.5 carat Harry Winston solitaire, valued at $500,000. This new ring represents a complete shift toward quiet luxury and classic elegance, which matches who Jennifer Garner is at 54 years old.
Absolutely, Rachel. It is night and day. Back in 2005, that $500,000 ring was pure red carpet glamour. Today, this $250,000 solitaire is understated, timeless, and completely aligned with her natural style. It reminds me so much of those recent reflections from actress Sienna Miller, who talked about how navigating life and relationships in her 40s feels entirely different than in her 20s or 30s.
That is such a great parallel, Bianca. Sienna Miller recently shared insights into life with her fiancé Ollie Green and her children, noting that having a baby at 29 versus having children at 42 and 44 is a completely different experience because you no longer feel scattered or torn between wanting to be everywhere at once. Sienna mentioned that being in bed by 9 in the evening with a good book brings her absolute joy now because her life is in a grounded space, far away from the chaos of her 30s.
That mindset aligns perfectly with Jennifer Garner's trajectory, Rachel. Garner has built this unbelievable empire on her own terms. She is a self-described worker bee. She said in a morning interview just last month that she gets so much joy from working and simply likes to work. Her organic food company, Once Upon a Farm, was recently valued at $724 million. Her YouTube series, Pretend Cooking Show, pulls in hundreds of thousands of views, like her recent empanada tutorial that hit over 300,000 views. She is producing and starring in major film and television projects, including filming scenes alongside Judy Greer for the 13 Going on 30 reboot and starring in One Attempt Remaining with John Cena. She does not need a relationship to complete her status. She is choosing how to build her personal life from a position of absolute independence.
Precisely, Dee. She does not need a fairy tale wedding for validation, but that does not mean transitioning out of limbo is easy. Let us remember, her co-parenting dynamic with Ben Affleck has been a central pillar of her life for a decade. During Ben's recovery journey after their 2015 split, he even lived in her guest house for a period so they could maintain stability for Violet, Finn, and Samuel. She famously said back in 2016 that while she lost the dream of dancing with her husband at her daughter's wedding, seeing her kids love their father purely meant she would always be his friend. Supporting an ex through all of that takes enormous emotional energy.
And sources close to the couple note that exact dynamic and John. In an interview earlier this year, Jennifer admitted that her split from Ben left her feeling uncertain if she would ever be able to open her heart to love again. So after 7 years of moving slowly and building trust with John, reaching a point where they are both discussing what comes next, Bianca. While John Miller has always been supportive and understanding of her family commitments, sources report that navigating the lingering emotional weight of that past marriage has required constant communication between Jen is a major milestone for both of them.
And let us not forget, this is not even the first time Jennifer Garner has sparked engagement rumors with John Miller. Dee, jog our memory on what happened back in 2024.
That is